Chapter 790. The Nine Palaces battle begins. So many people. Xiahou Wu gazed at the throngs in the sky and on the ground, all filled with formidable cultivators. A sight he had never encountered before. Xiang Chen, having witnessed the battlefield of the Sea clan, felt little awe in the face of this grandeur. The others, however, were exhilarated. With so many eyes upon them, each aspired to make a name for themselves, to emerge as a prodigy amidst the crowd. At that moment, a group of individuals slowly emerged from the high podium. Leading them was an elderly man with snowy hair and youthful features, radiating vitality, garbed in a purple robe, followed by a large entourage. He was Ji Cang, the master of the Central State Academy, accompanied by Li Tai, the master of the Qingzhou Academy, and Xiao, the master of the Yanzhou Academy. All the masters of the Nine Palaces had arrived. The crowd erupted in a murmur, as many recognized this esteemed assembly, the masters and principals of the Nine Palaces. Ji Cang ascended the podium, surveying the multitude from all directions. Clearing his throat, his voice, amplified by his profound, true essence, resonated like thunder. I am Ji Cang, the current master of the Central State Academy. I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests and students from the 8 states who have traveled great distances to be here. His voice echoed across a radius of over 100 kilometers, a testament to his formidable prowess, silencing the cacophony of hundreds of thousands present. All eyes turned to Ji Cang as he continued. This iteration of the Nine Palaces battle marks the 200th since the founding of the Great Xiao dynasty. Over the span of more than 2,000 years, countless strong cultivators and prodigies have emerged from this prestigious event, which also significantly influences the fate of our Great Xiao Empire. Achieving renown in the Nine Palaces battle is a monumental honor in one's life. Thus, I urge all participating students to give their utmost effort to carve out a glorious future for themselves. Now, I hand over the proceedings and judgment of the Nine Palaces battle to the esteemed Lord Song Yin of the Justice Department, known for his unwavering integrity. Upon Ji Cang's conclusion, a middle-aged man clad in black, bearing an ancient black sword, stepped forward. With a stern visage and an air of solemnity, he was Song Yin, the Deputy Minister of the Justice Department of the Great Xiao Empire, often referred to as the Iron-Faced Judge, known for his impartial enforcement of the law. As Song Yin approached, a chilling sword intent radiated from him, causing many to instinctively tense, silencing their chatter. He spoke coolly. It is an honor to serve as the chief judge for this year's Nine Palaces battle. I assure you that I will uphold the law with utmost rigor and oversee this event to ensure fairness and justice. As Master Ji Cang has stated, the Nine Palaces battle is of great significance to the fate of our Great Xiao, deserving of the utmost seriousness from all participants. The rules of the Nine Palaces battle are as follows. During the competition, the use of transcendent artifacts, specifically those of spiritual level 3 or above, is strictly prohibited. The use of talismans and elixirs is not restricted, nor is the matter of life and death. Should either party concede or be thrown off the stage, the opposing party is forbidden from delivering a fatal blow. In the course of a normal battle, should casualties occur, no one will be held accountable. However, should I determine that one side is destined to lose, I will intervene. These are the rules of the competition, and I trust everyone will adhere to them. Non-compliance will result in dire consequences. The single word kill reverberated chillingly, sending a shiver down the spines of many participants. Fortunately, Long K is currently only a spiritual level 3 artifact, narrowly avoiding the classification of a transcendent treasure, thought Xiang Chen to himself. Elder Song Yin continued, stating that the competition would commence with a drawing of lots, beginning with battles at the level of the Nine Palaces Dragon and Phoenix Steel. Participants who draw matching numbers will face each other as adversaries. Upon completion of the Dragon and Phoenix Steel battles, matches at the level of the Divine Tiger ranking will ensue, alternating between the 2 tiers. Once the battles of both tiers conclude, the top 10 from the Divine Tiger ranking will have the opportunity to challenge their opponents from the Dragon and Phoenix Steel, ultimately determining the final standings. Does everyone understand? We understand. Nearly 1,000 students from the Nine Palaces exclaimed in unison. Song Yin elaborated, stating that the top 10 prodigies from the Dragon and Phoenix ranking would be rewarded, with the top 5 earning the illustrious title of Dragon and Phoenix of the Jiuzhou, alongside substantial rewards. Additionally, those who join the military will directly enjoy the rank and benefits of a colonel, while the top-ranked individual from the Dragon and Phoenix ranking will receive the treatment befitting a general, even meeting His Majesty. The prospect of such rewards ignited fervent ambition in the eyes of all present. The rank of general entails command over tens of thousands, and the honor of an audience with the Emperor of Jiuzhou promises boundless opportunities. Such incentives are more than sufficient to galvanize everyone's utmost efforts. With the rules and rewards established, Song Yin instructed the participants from the Dragon and Phoenix Steel and the Divine Tiger ranking to divide into 2 factions and come forth to draw lots. Upon his command, 2 formidable figures approached, each carrying a large chest. Over 100 participating students then divided into 2 major groups to draw lots for the Dragon and Phoenix Steel and Divine Tiger ranking. Although nearly 1,000 students from the 9 palaces had arrived, only those from the top 10 of the Divine Tiger ranking and the Dragon and Phoenix Steel were eligible to compete. Among the participants, there were 54 from the 9 palaces and the Dragon and Phoenix Steel, while the Divine Tiger ranking boasted 90. Xiang Chen, Xia Chen, Li Tai, and Dongfang Sanqing went to draw lots for the Divine Tiger ranking, while Xiahou Wu, Dongfang Yuan, and Baiming Bao headed to the Dragon and Phoenix Steel. Xiang Chen drew the number 3 lot, indicating that he would be the 3rd to participate in the Divine Tiger ranking. Xiahou Wu surprisingly drew the number 2 lot from the Dragon and Phoenix ranking, making him the 2nd to compete. The first lot, Huang Gong furrowed his brow. He had drawn the number 1 lot for the Dragon and Phoenix ranking, meaning he would compete in the first round. It remained uncertain who else had drawn the same number. Qingzhou, what number did you draw? Xiang Chen inquired. I have the number 5 lot, Qingzhou replied, raising the jade talisman in her hand. We're all quite early in the sequence. I have the number 9 lot, Dongfang Sanqing remarked, indicating his position in the Divine Tiger ranking. Once all the lots were drawn, the participants returned to their respective preparation zones within their academies. Observing that the drawing was complete, Song Yin declared, now we shall commence the 9 palaces battle, with the first match of the Dragon and Phoenix ranking. Those who drew the number 1 lot, take the stage at the first level of the Dragon and Phoenix arena. Cheers. At this moment, over a dozen robust men wielding heavy hammers struck the drums with thunderous resonance, the sound reverberating and stirring the hearts of all. In the Yanzhou Academy, Xiao Shui stepped forth, her graceful figure and striking beauty accentuated as she coldly proclaimed, Yanzhou Academy, Xiao Shui, number 1 draw. From the Huang State Academy, Feng Yu emerged, declaring, Huang State Academy, Feng Yu, number 1 draw. Laughter erupted as someone exclaimed, who would have thought it would be from Huang State Academy? What a delightful twist of fate. Xiao Shui, eliminate him. Chapter 791. Reversal of Fate. Song Yin spoke with icy composure. Xiao Shui, from Yin Academy. Feng Yu from Huang Academy. Prepare for the Dragon and Phoenix ranking battle. Both ascended into the air, landing upon the Dragon and Phoenix monument, the lowest tier of the combat arena. A semicircular, transparent barrier rose around the combat platform, encasing the area within 10 meters. Xiao Shiji, obliterate the scum from Huang Academy. Xiao Shiji will undoubtedly triumph. Go Feng Yu. As both combatants took their positions, their respective academies erupted with cheers and encouragement. Xiao Shui, the most formidable female disciple of Yin Academy, had achieved the 7th level of the Soul Moon Realm, leaving Feng Yu with little chance of victory. Within Huang Academy, Xiang Chen remarked calmly, noting that he held no particular bond with Feng Yu, who had never benefited from his assistance or support. In this battle, Feng Yu could only strive to avoid defeat. Dongfang Yuan sighed softly. On the combat platform, Feng Yu's expression grew serious as he gazed at the beautiful woman before him. Channeling his true essence and releasing the 3rd level of the Soul Moon Realm's power, gripping a jade sword of azure hue, Xiao Shui displayed a hint of disdain on her delicate face, stating, do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Be wise and concede defeat. With a graceful step, she unleashed her immense true essence at the 7th level of the Soul Moon Realm, raising the temperature of the surrounding space. As her cultivation also drew from the fire attribute, Feng Yu, his countenance grave, remained silent. Suddenly, he stepped forward, transforming into a streak of azure light. Propelling himself toward Xiao Shui at breakneck speed, surpassing the sound barrier in an instant. With a swift motion, he released a surge of true essence, manifesting intricate symbols. In a flash, hundreds of azure wind blades erupted, hurtling toward Xiao Shui. Ignorant fool, she scoffed, drawing her palms to her chest as a torrent of crimson true essence surged forth. With a deft motion, she conjured a firebird. Its massive form clashing against the wind blades, causing them to explode in a fiery cascade. Kill! Feng Yu bellowed, channeling all his strength into a sword strike, unleashing a 10-meter-long blade of azure light that evaded his opponent's counter and soared directly towards Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, he deftly maneuvered, transforming into several afterimages to evade the explosive blow from her. Before Xiao Wu, a flaming shield materialized in an instant, resounding with a thundering impact as it absorbed the strike. Meanwhile, Feng Yu bypassed her defense, launching a direct assault toward her head with his agile movements. Wind Shadow Step. Remarkable. I never anticipated Feng Yu had mastered it to perfection, exclaimed an amazed student from Yanzhou Academy. Xiao Wu was somewhat taken aback. The opponent's body technique was remarkably agile. However, with a sudden thrust of her arms, she unleashed a violent surge of true essence, striking directly at the sword aimed at her. The sword of Feng Yu collided with the formidable wall of fire conjured by her adversary, yet it struggled to penetrate. For the opponent's true essence was far more profound than her own. At that moment, from within the fiery barrier, a fierce flame coalesced and ripped through the air, violently slicing into Feng Yu's form. Alarmed, Feng Yu's expression changed drastically as she stepped back to evade, only to find her protective essence torn apart in an instant. With a swift motion, another blaze surged forth, a spirit sword, gleaming like red jade, pierced through the air at several times the speed of sound. The blade plunged into Feng Yu, piercing through her chest with a sickening thud. Staggering, she gazed at the gaping wound in her torso, blood spilling forth. Moments later, her body weakened, and she collapsed to her knees. With a swift arc, the adversary's spirit sword aimed for Feng Yu's head. Just as she began to utter her surrender, the blade cleaved through, severing her head from her body, which fell to the ground, blood staining the arena. Feng Yu, senior brother. The onlookers from the ruins palace were filled with rage, their eyes aflame with sorrow. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and the others also felt a surge of anger at the sight. Ha! Well done. Xiao Wu, you are magnificent. Are the wretches from the ruins palace terrified now? The students from the flame palace erupted in laughter, their exultation mingled with mockery aimed at their rivals. The ruins academy, as expected, was utterly unworthy. Other academies could not help but shake their heads at this spectacle. Alas, Director Lu sighed at this turn of events. The battle concluded. The first match of the Dragon and Phoenix ranking contest ended with the Flame Academy emerging victorious. Song Yan proclaimed with an impassive expression as the barrier dissipated. Humph! Xiao Wu cast a derisive glance at the members of the ruins palace. Yet, at that moment, Xiang Chen transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Feng Yu's severed head. Palace Master, Director, Feng Yu has done her utmost. From within Feng Yu's head, the soul moon surged forth, emitting a mournful wail, on the brink of being drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. Spirit Needle, hold her, Xiang Chen commanded, as 8 spiritual needles encircled the power of the heavenly wolf spirit and the soul moon's essence, piercing into Feng Yu's head. What unfolded next was astonishing. The soul moon, once ejected, was drawn back into the head by an unseen force, becoming anchored within the sea of consciousness. Feng Yu's eyes widened as she regained her awareness, gazing at Xiang Chen in utter disbelief. Master Xiang, do not speak. Xiang Chen's countenance grew grave, as he summoned true essence to envelop her head, infusing it with life. What is he doing? Could it be he intends to save her? Countless spectators were left in shock, their eyes reflecting incredulity. Is it even possible? Once a head is severed, unless a celestial being descends, who could possibly save her? Look! Amidst the stunned gazes, Xiang Chen reattached Feng Yu's head to her bleeding neck, producing a spirit needle from his hand, an intricate surgical tool, its tail trailing with ethereal threads. Xiang Chen's hand moved with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, as he deftly employed the spirit needle to stitch the gaping wound on Feng Yu's neck. Utilizing the power of the returning heaven true essence, he facilitated the flow of life force within his companion. The immense energy expended by Feng Yu was transformed into vitality through the returning heaven true essence, causing his cultivation level to plummet from the 3rd realm of the soul moon to the pinnacle of the 1st realm. In mere moments, the stitching was complete, and Xiang Chen produced a protective collar-like device, splitting it in two to encircle and secure Feng Yu's neck. At that moment, Feng Yu's eyes darted around, surveying his own form. His fingers twitched as he turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen, astonishment evident in his expression. With a sigh of relief, Xiang Chen realized that after breaking through the soul moon realm, the power of his returning heaven-sacred scripture indeed allowed him to lock onto the soul moon's reincarnation, facilitating this miraculous surgery. Xiang, junior brother, I owe you my life. This debt will forever remain in my heart. Feng Yu murmured weakly, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. As fellow disciples, Xiang Chen could not stand idly by and let him perish. Nodding, Xiang Chen lifted Feng Yu in his arms, descending amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of countless onlookers. Subsequently, the entire venue erupted in commotion, with hundreds of thousands in an uproar. What sorcery is this? My heavens, what have I just witnessed? A resurrection? How is this possible? Who is that youth? To possess such terrifying medical prowess. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Can a severed head truly be reattached? Xiang junior brother is astonishing. He is practically competing with the king of hell for souls. In a matter of minutes, the crowd bore witness to the miraculous event of a lifeless body being pulled back from the brink of reincarnation by Xiang Chen. The atmosphere was electrified with excitement. Song Yin, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, was equally astonished as he gazed at the boy cradling another. At that moment, even the leader of the 9 palaces stood in stunned silence, his eyes fixed on Xiang Chen. Who is this young man? Is he from your archaic palace? Master Ji Cang turned to the Night Palace Master, who also wore a face of shock, unaware of Xiang Chen's extraordinary medical skills. What level of medical expertise does this boy possess? Dean Lu Ming, who was well aware of Xiang Chen's profound knowledge, was equally taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Xiao Shui, known for her lethal prowess, widened her eyes in disbelief. How can he possess such abilities? As Xiang Chen carried Feng Yu back, the archaic academy was filled with awe and admiration, their gazes fixated on him. Junior brother Xiang, you are magnificent. Your skills are beyond impressive. Junior brother, what kind of medical techniques do you employ? With your abilities, who could possibly threaten our archaic palace? The crowd gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence for Xiang Chen. Gently placing Feng Yu on the ground, he addressed the gathering. He is still quite weak. Please take good care of him. Of course, the crowd eagerly assisted, ensuring Feng Yu was laid down comfortably, with some channeling would attribute true essence to nourish him. Having revived Feng Yu with his extraordinary medical skills, Xiang Chen cast a cold, piercing gaze at the members of the Yanzhou Academy, who seemed intent on bringing ruin to the archaic academy. Night Palace Master, I am willing to trade 10 million spirit coins for this student. What say you? Master Xiao turned his gaze towards the Night Palace Master. The Qingzhou Academy is willing to exchange 2 sets of top-tier spiritual techniques and 30 million spirit coins for this student, Master Yi proclaimed. Such a medical talent within our Qingzhou Academy will undoubtedly contribute immensely to the dynasty. Master Ji Cang could not help but express his admiration. The skill that Xiang Chen demonstrated was astonishing, truly unprecedented. Master Yi felt a sense of satisfaction and stated, apologies, everyone, but Xiang Chen is an outstanding student of our academy, and we shall not part with him. He firmly rejected the offer, recognizing that such medical prowess would enable the Huangzhou Academy to produce a renowned sage of medicine in the future. Both masters understood the improbability of an exchange and secretly envied Xiang Chen. In their eyes, his significance was akin to that of a master-level expert, with the potential to save countless lives. Goodness, this 9 palaces is indeed a cradle of strength for our human race, harboring such medical prodigies. It is truly enlightening. One observer remarked in awe. Indeed, it is hard to believe, echoed another. In the audience, countless gazes were fixed upon Xiang Chen, overshadowing even the recently victorious Xiao Shui. That little brat. Next time I encounter someone from the Huang Palace, I will shatter him into pieces and crush his skull to see how he can heal. Qi Lu exclaimed furiously. Xiao Du coldly retorted, I never realized this boy possessed such formidable medical skills. I underestimated him. In the future, I will aim directly for his head. If I were to shatter his skull or dismember him, Xiang Chen's current abilities would indeed be inadequate to cope. Song Yin withdrew his gaze from Xiang Chen and announced, in the next battle, for the Tiger rankings, the first contestant steps up. As Song Yin's voice fell, a young man from the Qingzhou Academy soared into the arena. From the Qingzhou Academy, we have the Iron Brave of the Tiger rankings. On the opposing side, a figure also ascended, a woman from the Beihai Academy, known as the Mountain Girl. The two entered the arena, initiating the first battle of the Tiger rankings. Upon Song Yan's command, both combatants took to the stage, the barrier activating. Both were at the second level of the Soul Moon realm, their powers evenly matched. One wielded a sword while the other brandished a saber, unleashing their true essence and magical power, transforming into two streaks of light that charged toward each other. The clash reverberated across the arena, with the sounds of metal striking metal as the two engaged fiercely, their weapons colliding in a dazzling display of martial arts and techniques. After more than 10 minutes of intense combat, the woman, the mountain girl, emerged victorious, her opponent conceding after losing an arm. Next came the Dragon and Phoenix rankings duel. As Song Yan's voice echoed, the second contestants took the stage. Xiahou Wu, with a cold smirk, clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. He resembled a humanoid behemoth, unleashing terrifying power upon the arena. From the Huang Palace, Xiahou Wu, he declared solemnly, "Ha ha, it seems luck is on my side, facing someone from the Huang Palace." From the Yanzhou Academy, we have Xiang Chen. At that moment, a young man clad in blue from the Yanzhou Academy laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of blue light as he landed on the stage. The Yanzhou Academy, ranked lower among the 9, was slightly superior to the Huangzhou and Jiangzhou Academies, but still positioned near the bottom. Xiang Chen regarded Xiahou Wu with surprise, noting his impressive height and build. Xiang Chen chuckled, "Friends from the abandoned palace, do take action. I assure you, I shall not resort to lethal force. At the 4th level of Soul Moon, I believe using half of my strength should suffice to avoid fatality." Xiahou Wu gazed at Xiang Chen, yet he was meticulously calculating. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that, my friend?" Hearing this, Xiahou Wu grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and replied, "Oh, nothing significant. The battle can come to an end." With that, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Xiahou Wu's massive form, propelling him forward like a rocket. In an instant, his physical body shattered the sound barrier twice over. Subsequently, he unleashed a devastating punch. A roar emanated from within him, as the power of the dragon and elephant surged, sending shockwaves through the space around him. "This is bad." Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, simultaneously invoking a protective spell to shield himself. However, with a resounding crash, a fierce force descended upon him, shattering his protective spell in an instant. Almost immediately, a second wave of power struck without the need for any intricate martial arts techniques. Xiang Chen cried out in agony, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent flying off the battle platform, crashing against the barrier. He fell to the ground like a lifeless fish, convulsing, left in a half-dazed state. Half-strength still proved too overwhelming. Xiahou Wu eased his power, muttering slightly under his breath, and then clasped his fists in salute, stating, "Thank you for your graciousness." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The battle commenced and concluded in the blink of an eye. The entire encounter lasted scarcely 2 breaths. In Chapter 793, A Clean Break, someone exclaimed, "Senior Brother Xiang. This fellow possesses an astonishing physical prowess. He hardly had the time to utilize any techniques. Is he a body cultivator?" In this age, it is rare to find someone dedicated to the cultivation of the physical form. Xiahou Wu's 2 decisive punches had indeed stirred significant waves, marking a victory for the Dragon and Phoenix rankings of the Yanzhou Academy. The Night Palace Master observed this scene, nodding in approval. Xiahou Wu had not disappointed him. To his surprise, the abandoned palace harbored such an exceptional body cultivation talent, which was indeed a rarity. The charge of body cultivators on the battlefield surpassed that of spellcasters. Song Yan also nodded in agreement, casting a lingering glance at Xiahou Wu. In this era, how could there still be body cultivators? This path of cultivation is destined to be arduous and fraught with challenges. Lord Xiao, however, spoke coldly, clearly dismissive of body cultivation. This method was derived from the study of the beasts and monsters, honing the physical form, blood essence, and martial prowess. Yet, humanity's innate physical strength pales in comparison to that of the beasts and demons. It is ill-suited, and as one ascends in realm, the need for powerful, transcendent beast blood to nourish oneself becomes paramount, making resources scarce. Thus, few among humanity pursue this path, with most practitioners merely supplementing their abilities. Among the myriad paths, those who succeed in establishing their own are the true masters of their art. Since our ancestors have blazed this trail, what right do we, their descendants, have to desecrate their legacy? Retorted the Night Palace Master coldly. The Night Palace Master is exceedingly confident. I shall see how far this lad can go. Lord Xiao scoffed, unimpressed. The next battle would be between the tiger rankings of Qingzhou and Jiangzhou. The famed sword path of Qingzhou has gained considerable notoriety. Among the elite of the tiger ranking stands a master of the sword, a practitioner at the 3rd level of the Soul Moon realm. His opponent, a disciple from Jiang Palace, possesses a cultivation level 1 tier beneath his. As the battle commenced, the Jiang Palace disciple succumbed to a grievous injury after merely 4 exchanges, ultimately conceding defeat. In the 3rd round, a contest for the Dragon and Phoenix ranking unfolded. The combatant in this round was Ji Ran from Zhongzhou, a young woman. Her opponent, a genius from Jinzhou, boasted a cultivation at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm. However, Ji Ran, at the 9th level, utterly overwhelmed her adversary, leading to a swift conclusion with Jinzhou's defeat. Following this, the 3rd round of the tiger ranking commenced. The combatants were designated as the 3rd seed. With a command from Song Yan, a youth with cascading white hair from the Huangzhou Academy stepped forth, soaring from the preparation area to the tiger ranking stage. This was Xiang Chen, the renowned young healer. His appearance immediately captured the attention and concern of many, for his medical skills had previously astonished all. Haha, what a twist of fate. Little one, who would have thought you would be the 3rd seed, laughed Feng Chong, the top of the tiger ranking from Yanzhou Academy. Brimming with excitement, he unleashed his true essence, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he descended onto the battlefield. Feng Chong proclaimed loudly, directing a menacing gaze towards Xiang Chen. It's over. I didn't expect to face Feng Chong himself. How can my junior brother, at the Yuan Yang True Pill realm, possibly contend with him? Murmurs of concern rippled through the Huangzhou Academy, as many doubted Xiang Chen's true capabilities. Feng Chong's expression darkened as he eyed Xiang Chen, his desire to obliterate him palpable. Xiao Palace Master smirked, transmitting to the Night Palace Master. It seems fortune has not favored you. That boy, regardless of his medical prowess, stands no chance against Feng Chong. This battle may spell his doom. The Night Palace Master maintained a serene facade, though unease stirred within, leading him to refrain from countering. Xiao Palace Master continued, if you can ensure that this young man is delivered to me, I can persuade Feng Chong to spare his life. Dream on, the Night Palace Master coldly retorted, discreetly advising Xiang Chen, if you lack confidence, it is permissible to concede. The disparity in realms is too vast to be deemed disgraceful. Xiao Palace Master furrowed his brow, then coldly instructed Feng Chong to exert his full strength against Xiang Chen, denying him any opportunity to surrender. Feng Chong, eliminate this vile brat, roared Qi Lu. Kill him, echoed the members of the Yanzhou faction, as tensions flared between the factions, ignited by previous bloodshed. You may concede if you wish, Song Yan interjected, seemingly sensing the murderous intent from Yanzhou, reluctant to witness the demise of a human medical prodigy. Thank you for your reminder. But my disciples of Huangzhou do not yield without a fight, Xiang Chen replied resolutely. Feng Chong sneered. Boy, this day next year will mark your memorial. Perish. A resounding roar echoed around Feng Chong as a powerful surge of fire-type true essence erupted, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in flames. In an instant, he transformed into a blazing streak of fire, launching towards his opponent with his hands coming together before splitting apart. Boom! A blinding flash of fire ignited, and a colossal, searing blade of flame hurtled forward, its speed astonishing, far beyond what a practitioner at the Yuan Yang realm could withstand. Yet, Feng Chong was not satisfied. He swiftly conjured 3 additional flame blades, sealing off several directions around Xiang Chen, all rushing forth in unison. As Xiang Chen beheld the oncoming onslaught of flame blades, he sprang into action. In a heartbeat, he became a zigzagging bolt of lightning, unleashing the power of his physical strength and tying true essence simultaneously. His physical prowess now rivaled that of a soul moon-level beast. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen surged forth, achieving a velocity thrice that of sound. Deftly evading the 4 attacks aimed at him, the 4 flame blades detonated, creating a fiery explosion that failed to harm Xiang Chen. Where is he? Feng Chong's expression shifted as he detected no trace of Xiang Chen at his previous location. He is above you. Master Zhao's furious voice echoed in his mind. What? Feng Chong's countenance paled, realizing Xiang Chen had somehow ascended into the air. Dragon Elephant Fist, Dragon Flame Strike. Xiang Chen bellowed, channeling an explosive force into his punch. Boom! A torrent of searing energy descended, manifesting as a fiery column of fists. Spirit Fire Protection Spell. Feng Chong roared. immediately consolidating his surrounding true essence into a protective wall of flames. Boom! Xiang Chen's fist collided with the firewall, sending shockwaves rippling through, yet failing to breach it. Instead, it merely forced Feng Chang backward. What formidable strength! Feng Chang marveled in disbelief at the power behind Xiang Chen's punch. Suddenly, the force of Xiang Chen's punch vanished. With a whoosh, the unmistakable sound of an explosive rush filled the air. A chilling blade of light emerged, moving with an unmatchable swiftness. The firewall was effortlessly torn apart by a black-red flash of the blade, which then sliced through Feng Chang's body, splattering blood as he was cleaved in two. Collapsing to the ground, the youth sheathed his blade. Few at the soul moon level could perceive the swiftness of his strike. Chapter 794. The Great Demon of Heaven. Instantly, all flames dissipated, replaced by a chilling scream that pierced the air. Feng Chang, now severed, writhed on the ground in agony, his cries horrifying. Onlookers gazed in disbelief. Feng Chang had been defeated, his body split asunder. "Help me, help me!" Feng Chang shrieked, dragging his upper half away in desperation, his face contorted in pain and fear. A truly terrifying sight. Such an injury was beyond salvation. Song Yin pointed at Feng Chang, who was then pierced by a beam of light, ending his suffering. Feng Chang's gaze turned towards Xiang Chen, filled with astonishment. Xiang Chen's speed and the might of his strike had left him in awe. He never expected such profound martial prowess from the youth. Master Yi felt a sense of relief mixed with disbelief as he looked at Xiang Chen, astonished that his speed and swordsmanship could reach such heights. Cheating, cheating. My lord, Xiang Chen must have employed a transcendent artifact. Qi Lu bellowed, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome. Indeed, cheating is evident. Xiang Chen must have employed a transcendent artifact. It is highly improbable for a practitioner at the Yuan Yang True Dan realm to possess such formidable strength. Allegations of cheating arise. Demanding an inspection of Xiang Chen's weapon and artifact, the members of the Yin Palace seethe with righteous indignation, while others from various academies find it hard to believe. Silence! Song Yin commanded coldly, his authoritative presence silencing the crowd in an instant. My spiritual sense encompasses the arena at all times. Must I remind you of Xiang Chen's integrity? The blade he wields is a spirit-grade, third-tier weapon, fitting perfectly within the permissible limits. His victory is a testament to his prowess. Who dares dispute this? Song Yan's icy gaze swept across the murmurers, causing them to retract their necks in fear, reluctant to utter another word on the matter. Thus, Xiang Chen of the Abandoned Palace emerged triumphant in this battle. As Song Yan's declaration reverberated, cheers erupted from the Abandoned Palace's side. This year's Abandoned State Academy seems unusually extraordinary. The master of the Golden State Academy communicated with a few other masters, noting that only one or two individuals posed a threat, yet they could not alter the overarching situation. This time, the Abandoned Palace must be dismantled. Master Yin of the Yin Palace, reply promptly, came the response from Xiao Yin. It appeared that other academies had formed a coalition against the Abandoned Palace. What ulterior motives lay beneath this? Should the Abandoned Palace be disbanded, its spiritual veins, resources, and annual funding would be reclaimed, ultimately to be divided among the 8 palaces, entailing significant interests at stake. Relay to all your disciples. Do not underestimate the individuals from the Abandoned Palace. We must exert our utmost efforts to suppress them. Master Ji Cang transmitted coldly. Understood. The other masters nodded in agreement. Currently, Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu have each secured a victory. And the Abandoned State Academy has achieved 2 wins thus far, with one individual advancing from both the Dragon and Phoenix rankings and the Tiger ranking. In the 4th round's opening match, a fierce contest for the Dragon and Phoenix rankings commenced between 2 participants from the Central State Academy and the Qingzhou Academy. The latter's representative was none other than Li Qingyi, the foremost contender on the Qingzhou Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Facing him was Wang Xiao from the Central State Academy, a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm. The clash between these two could be likened to a titanic collision between prestigious academies. Li Qingyi's mastery of swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, his sword intent reaching a level of consummate perfection, captivating all present. With a mere 2 strikes, he shattered defenses and laws, ultimately defeating Wang Xiao, earning resounding applause for his swordsmanship. In the 4th round of the Tiger ranking, the Golden State Academy faced off against members of the Qingzhou Academy, suffering a defeat, while 2 contenders from Qingzhou advanced. In the 5th round, The Dragon and Phoenix battle featured Ji Xian from the Yanzhou Academy, holding the top position, against Mu Ying, the second-ranked female competitor from the Beihai state. When Ji Xian unleashed his power, a torrent of black demonic energy surged forth, wild and domineering. Mu Ying, possessing an 8th-level soul moon realm cultivation, found herself at a slight disadvantage. Great heavenly demon hand. Ji Xian struck forth, his palm coalescing into a massive hand adorned with intricate demonic patterns, exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed to invade the very souls of onlookers. This singular blow obliterated Mu Ying's 3 protective true essence spells, sending her spirit sword flying and propelling her backward. Just as he prepared to deliver a second crushing blow, Mu Ying cried out in surrender. Ji Xian, it could be said, vanquished his opponent in one fell swoop. The formidable Dawei Tianma Gong, meticulously studied by King Yu, appears to have become even more refined and unfathomable. This arcane mastery of energy is undeniably domineering and difficult to resist, prompting exclamations of awe from onlookers. With narrowed eyes, Xiang Chen observed that this dark art draws upon a form of energy, the opposite of the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, known as demonic energy. This force is exceedingly potent and overwhelming. However, it can easily lead practitioners to madness, resulting in extremist tendencies, thus earning them the unfavorable label of demonic cultivators among the righteous. In the 5th round of the Tiger rankings, it is the turn of the captivating Xiang Chen to take the stage. Her opponent is a young man from the Central State Academy, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th realm of Soul Moon, ranking 2nd in the Central State's Tiger rankings. To my surprise, a beauty indeed, thought Go Xiao, the 3rd on the Central State Tiger rankings, as he gazed at Xia Qingcheng with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The half of her face that was visible was already breathtaking, complemented by a figure that embodied the perfect golden ratio, neither too plump nor too thin, with alluring curves. What a stunning beauty! Even with half a mask, she remains enchanting. Many spectators could not help but exclaim in admiration. Brother Go, do not be deceived by her appearance. She is, in fact, horrifically ugly on the other side of her face, masked to conceal her flaws. Do not let appearances fool you, interjected Yi Tianxi, his voice ringing out clearly for all to hear. He was consumed by bitterness and rage, lashing out at anyone in his path. Having been caught in Xiang Chen's scheming and losing favor with the Mo siblings, including Mo Yin, thus weakening his position and straining his relationships with others. Little did he know that he had been led astray by that unscrupulous brother-in-law, Xiang Chen. What? Bah, how unfortunate. I thought I was facing a beauty, perhaps with a gentler approach, only to find a hideous monster instead. Go Xiao spat disdainfully, his gaze shifting to one of loathing. I detest hypocritical women like you. Ugly hag, get off the stage. Your presence tarnishes my sword. Xia Qingcheng remained unfazed, her expression serene as a white, jade-like spirit sword materialized in her grasp with a resonant hum, regarding Go Xiao as one might a mere jester. The words of Go Xiao ignited a murderous intent in Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Li Bauer, and others. Yet, Xia Qingqing simply raised her sword calmly, a surge of soul moon true essence flooding into the blade, which vibrated ominously. It seems you seek death. Very well, I shall witness the depths of your ugliness. Go Xiao sneered, unleashing his 4th realm soul moon true essence. But in that instant, Xia Qingqing, wielding her sword, transformed into a streak of crimson light, propelled by the fiery wings of the phoenix spirit, achieving thrice the speed of sound. The jade sword unleashed a terrifying aura of sword intent, enveloping the area within thousands of meters. Go Xiao's smile instantly morphed into one of horror. The sword intent had reached perfection. A look of shock crossed Song Yan's face. As the sword approached, Go Xiao swiftly attempted to evade, but the blade sliced through the ground where he had stood, leaving behind a deep scar. However, at this moment, Xia Qingcheng had approached, her crimson lips parting to unleash a terrifying blaze of scarlet flames that surged toward Go Xiao with lethal intent. Go Xiao hastily summoned his protective true essence to withstand the onslaught of this formidable fire, finding himself in a precarious position. Suddenly, with a sizzling sound, the sword light merged into the flames, vanishing as if swallowed whole. A blood-curdling scream erupted from within the flames, leaving everyone in suspense about what transpired. Soon after, the flames dissipated, revealing Xia Qingqing standing behind him. Go Zhao's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with horror as a sword pierced through the back of his head, exiting through his mouth. A single thrust through the throat. Thud! Go Xiao's body collapsed onto the ground, blood gushing forth as his soul, the soul moon, escaped with a haunting cry, only to be drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. Go Xiao had fallen. You should not have perished, but alas. Your tongue was far too foul, Xia Qingcheng remarked indifferently, sheathing her sword as the swirling flames around her faded. In that moment, the young woman exuded an aura of terrifying majesty, akin to a celestial phoenix surveying the mortal realm from above. Yet, this formidable presence vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. A swift execution. Instantly, the arena fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at the abrupt conclusion of the battle. The sword intent was perfected. At the Qingzhou Academy, Li Qingyi's expression turned grave as he spoke slowly. Senior brother, this woman has astonishingly attained the pinnacle of sword intent at such a level. The other sword cultivators from Qingzhou Academy were equally astonished. Ha ha ha, sister, splendid. Such foul-mouthed individuals deserve no mercy. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, his scorn unabashed. Xiang Chen smirked, recognizing this as the fate of those who belittle the cultivation world. This masked woman possessed a truly terrifying swordsmanship. Others gasped in admiration as well. Go Xiao, junior brother. The members of the Yanzhou Academy wore somber expressions, shocked that their third-ranked disciple had been swiftly defeated by an unknown woman. Sister Xia is magnificent. The crowd from the Yanzhou Academy cheered, celebrating yet another victory. Xia Qingcheng sheathed her sword and stepped back towards the preparation area, while Song Yin couldn't help but steal a glance at her, feeling a flicker of admiration, being a sword cultivator himself. This battle, Huangong triumphs, Song Yin declared, eliciting a few grim expressions from the other palace leaders. Xuanji, you were right. The Yanzhou Academy is indeed experiencing a resurgence, marking their third victory. Princess Linglong remarked to the purple-clad girl beside her, seated in a protected area surrounded by armored guards. The truly formidable ones have yet to reveal themselves. Princess Xuanji replied calmly, her lavender eyes fixed on Dongfang Yuan and Dugu Yuming. Princess Linglong also directed her gaze towards the Huangong seats, aware that the gathering she hosted was suggested by the purple-clad girl, hoping to establish closer contact with Huangong. However, the individuals from Huangong are pure human cultivators, entirely unrelated to the demon race. Could it be that her master's predictions were flawed? The purple-clad girl mused. Haha, splendid. Director Lu Ming laughed heartily, his pride swelling as he witnessed Xia Qingcheng's remarkable performance, bringing glory to his role as mentor. The competition continued, round after round, with fierce intensity and frequent casualties. In the 9th round, when Dongfang Sanqing took the stage, he astonished many with his ferocious and domineering lightning techniques, effortlessly cleaving an opponent of equal rank into oblivion and securing an easy victory. The Ruins Palace triumphed with 4 victories, advancing 4 contenders. In the 11th round, Dongfang Yuan entered the arena, facing a genius from the Jianzhou Academy, a Soul Moon 7th layer practitioner. Dongfang Yuan revealed her true prowess. Her lightning techniques, powerful and expansive, countered her opponent's metal-based true essence, suppressing him from the outset. By the 3rd strike, she had decisively defeated him, who claimed that Dongfang Yuan was merely a Soul Moon 5th layer practitioner. Her strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of 8th or 9th layer cultivators. The palace masters were taken aback. Dongfang Yuan's capabilities could even challenge the top 5 of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Master Yi was equally astonished to discover that her cultivation had indeed reached the 7th layer of the Soul Moon. Had she been concealing her strength all along? The Ruins Palace boasted 5 victories. In the 14th round, Li Beier replaced Yu Yi and emerged victorious. 6 victories. In the 15th round, Bei Mingbao faced the top genius from the Nanhai Academy, a 7th layer Soul Moon practitioner. Just when everyone anticipated Bei Mingbao's defeat, he, with his 5th layer Soul Moon cultivation, fought valiantly against the Nanhai Academy's champion, leaving his opponent in a tragic state, resembling a desiccated corpse. Dark Arts. A powerful figure from the Yuzhou royal mansion exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Bei Mingbao's prowess. Huang'er, the Nanhai palace master, rose in fury, his fists clenched and eyes ablaze as he gazed at his fallen disciple. Master Yi, too, struggled to believe the astounding strength of Bei Mingbao. The Ruins Palace celebrated 7 victories. The Ruins Academy had achieved an astonishing record of 7 wins out of 8 battles, leaving many to question their previous assumptions about their inferiority. Fortunately, in the 18th round, a formidable warrior from the Tiger rankings displayed a lackluster performance and faced defeat. In the 19th battle, Yi Tianhui, a first-layer Soul Moon practitioner, clashed with a second-layer practitioner from the Yin Palace, resulting in mutual destruction, leading to both being eliminated according to the rules. In the 22nd round, Dugu Yuming encountered a formidable adversary. She faced Xiao Du. When she revealed her full strength as a fourth-layer Soul Moon practitioner, alongside the might of her celestial grade sword spirit, she engaged in an evenly matched contest with Xiao Du. This battle sent shockwaves through the audience. The celestial grade spirit. Dugu Yuming became the first among Xiang Chen's group to be forced to reveal her spirit, dazzling countless sword cultivators with her celestial grade sword spirit, manifesting into hundreds of radiant sword spirits, indistinguishable from one another. Even the illusory sword spirits possessed formidable offensive power, achieving speeds of 4 times the speed of sound. Although Xiao Du struggled for an extended period, he ultimately triumphed through his robust and profound true essence. As Dugu Yuming's true essence dwindled, she conceded defeat. Despite Xiao Du's victory, Dugu Yuming emerged as the focal point of everyone's attention. This woman, she is a treasure we must acquire for our heavenly sect. Chapter 796. The Ancient Beasts of the Middle Realm in the esteemed VIP section. A fair-skinned and elegant woman clad in a delicate lavender dress gazed at Dugu Yuming, her eyes shimmering with surprise, seemingly captivated by her presence. Fairy Luyun, have you taken a liking to this young girl? Inquired a handsome middle-aged man beside her, a smile gracing his features. An ethereal grade sword soul. Such a prodigy is truly a waste to be left untrained at our heavenly sword peak, the woman, known as Fairy Luyun, remarked. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune for this girl. Her future is bound to be limitless, the middle-aged gentleman responded with a chuckle. Qinyu, the second son of the Duke of Jin, now inheriting the title, yet lacking the Duke's decree, he possesses nobility but wields no real power. An ethereal grade divine soul. It is astonishing that such talent exists even in the Hollow Palace. Other palace masters cast envious glances at Dugu Yuming, recognizing that her ethereal grade sword soul would undoubtedly accelerate her progress in the path of the sword compared to her peers. This talent was palpable. As Dugu Yuming descended from the arena, she felt a twinge of guilt towards Xiang Chen and the others. I apologize, everyone. I couldn't secure a victory, she expressed, particularly feeling she had squandered Xiang Chen's assistance. It is of no consequence, senior sister. You simply encountered misfortune. Your performance has showcased the prowess of our Hollow Palace. Even in defeat, we hold our heads high, Xiang Chen reassured her. Indeed, Yuming, you have made many aware of the strength of our Hollow Palace's sword cultivators. Dongfang Yuan added with a smile. Reassured by her companions, Dugu Yuming's spirits lifted slightly as she remarked, It is a pity my brother could not be here. If he had not departed for his family mission, I am certain he would have triumphed. Though the absence of the brooding Shui was indeed regrettable, Xiang Chen responded cheerfully. No worries, we have Yuan and the others supporting us. Yes. The group turned their attention back to the competition, which had progressed through more than 20 rounds, continuing from morning until noon. By the 27th round, the initial elimination round of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings had concluded, with 54 participants, 27 of whom had been eliminated, leaving 27 remaining. Meanwhile, the Tiger rankings, which had a larger pool of contestants, proceeded with simultaneous eliminations in both arenas. By approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, half of the 90 participants in the Tiger rankings had been eliminated, resulting in 45 remaining. Within the Hollow Palace's Tiger rankings, Xiang Chen, Xia Qingqing, Li Bei'er, and Dongfang Sanqing all successfully advanced to the next round, while several others from the Hollow Palace were eliminated. In the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, Xiahou Wu, Dongfang Yuan, and Bai Mingbao also progressed to the next round, while Feng Yu was eliminated. Elder Song Yan surveyed the crowd and announced, the first round of eliminations has concluded. The second round will commence, and your opponents will no longer be mere mortals. Not mere mortals? The students were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Elder Song Yan continued, all participants advancing from the Dragon and Phoenix rankings and Tiger rankings shall enter their respective battle zones. As his words fell, the group complied, entering the designated areas. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a transparent barrier rose around the expansive competition area, spanning over 10 kilometers, enclosing the entire venue. With a crackle, a luminous barrier divided the two arenas at the center. All present were taken aback, gazing at their surroundings, trapped within the confines of two opposing arenas. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and two enormous underground passages erupted forth. A ferocious roar echoed from the depths, followed by the emergence of colossal forms from these tunnels. A deafening roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, filled the air as a creature measuring approximately 20 meters in length and standing 8 to 9 meters tall, akin to a small building, materialized in the arena of the Tiger rankings. This was undeniably a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex, brimming with vitality, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Its power likely reaching the mid-tier of the Soul Moon realm, comparable to a human cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of the same realm, perhaps even more formidable. Dinosaurs, the fierce beasts birthed in the ancient era upon this continent. Astonishingly, it was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiang Chen stared in awe at the creature with its menacing fangs, realizing this was a beast from the ancient times. Yet, it was not alone. Soon, 10 more Tyrannosaurus Rexes of similar cultivation emerged from the vast underground passage, their hungry gazes fixated upon the 45 individuals advancing in the Tiger rankings. On the opposing side, in the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, another 10 ferocious beasts emerged, terrifying giant apes, towering like buildings, their pitch-black fur glistening. Each stood around 20 meters tall, their presence exuding an aura surpassing that of the high-tier Soul Moon realm, with one even reaching the initial stages of the Celestial Ascendance realm. Was this edition of the Nine Palaces battle truly so exhilarating? Ancient ferocious beasts, Tyrannosaurus Rexes, and violent apes. Millions of spectators erupted in fervor, each brimming with excitement. There exists a distinction between ferocious beasts and demon beasts. The former are imbued with the chaotic essence of heaven and earth, making them difficult to shape, with inherently savage temperaments. However, due to this chaotic essence, ferocious beasts possess greater strength and physicality than either humans or demon races. The voice of Song Yan resonated. These ferocious beasts have been ravenous for quite some time. Our human race has forged its existence through battles against heaven, earth, other beings, and demon beasts, carving out a remarkable position from the bloodshed. The upcoming trials will be brutal. To survive amidst the assaults of these beasts until only 10 remain will signify the final showdown. Should anyone wish to concede midway, they may cry out, and my people shall rescue you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned pale. To endure the onslaught of these brutal killers until merely 10 remained was a daunting prospect. Among the 11 Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the Tiger rankings, one was of a higher Soul Moon level, while the others were mid-tier. My goodness, is this not too cruel? Such an approach was unheard of in previous years. Someone remarked, casting anxious glances at the towering, fang-bearing Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a fierce roar, the high-tier Soul Moon Tyrannosaurus Rex charged forward, its legs pounding the ground, transforming into a projectile that hurtled towards the crowd, its massive jaws wide enough to devour a rhinoceros, aiming directly for the group. The other Tyrannosaurus Rexes, their eyes ablaze, lunged toward the 40-odd individuals. "Run for your lives," shouted the crowd, scattering like mice pursued by a cat across the vast arena. "Bauer, Qingzhou, follow me," Xiang Chen bellowed, immediately fleeing, with Qingzhou and the others trailing closely behind. Bang! The Soul Moon's high-tier Tyrannosaurus unleashed a tremendous force, transforming its body into a projectile that soared forth, reaching a velocity thrice that of sound. A terrifying power surged forth, striking a solitary individual. A cry of agony erupted from this disciple of the Golden Palace as he was hurled away, his protective essence shattered, and his internal organs instantly crushed by the overwhelming force. The Tyrannosaurus closed in, and with a swift motion, it bit down upon him, reducing his body to fragments before lifting its neck and swallowing him whole. "Brother Lu, I'm done. I surrender, I surrender," a terrified disciple from the Golden Palace shouted in desperation. Upon hearing this, a formidable presence from the Lingxiao realm dashed in, seizing the student and escorting him out of the barrier, thus marking his elimination. This year's Nine Palaces battle is far more brutal than in previous years, an onlooker remarked in astonishment. "Indeed, the matches of your lacked such bloodshed, with few casualties," another replied, equally taken aback. "Ah, brother, You seem unaware of the underlying reasons. Another bystander said with a knowing smile. What do you mean? The curious individual inquired. My uncle, a colonel in the military, has informed me that in recent years, the great Xia has been vigorously training its forces, exhibiting tendencies towards expansion across the seas. Many graduates from the 9 palaces seek careers in the military, particularly those with exceptional talents. To become a distinguished soldier, one must possess formidable courage to maintain composure on the brutal battlefield and command effectively. Such ruthless competitions serve to rapidly refine their mental fortitude. I believe Lord Song orchestrated this severe contest with purpose, he explained, enlightening those around him. In the arena, the ferocious beasts roared, with 11 tyrannosaurs relentlessly pursuing the students. One tyrannosaurus expelled a stream of dark energy, transforming into a beam that struck a fleeing student, sending him flying with a horrified scream. Feral energy, a force within the beast, someone noted. I surrender, the terrified student shouted. But it was too late as the Tyrannosaurus lunged and claimed his life. Xiang Chen, Li Baobao, Dongfang Sanqing, and Qingzhou found themselves targeted by a Tyrannosaurus, which pursued them incessantly. The beast unleashed a feral energy beam directed at the group. Thunder Palm. Dongfang Sanqing turned, momentarily halting, as 2 blue arcs of lightning erupted from his palms, striking forth with ferocity. Boom. The clash of thunder and feral energy resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. Bao Bao. Aim for its eyes. Qingzhou, shield me. Xiang Chen commanded as he charged forward. Huh. Take this, Tyrannosaurus. Li Baobao shouted, producing 2 capsules that she launched at the beast. Upon impact, they exploded, releasing a noxious powder that filled the air. Roaring in agony, the Tyrannosaurus seemed to have encountered the most potent spice, squinting painfully. Meanwhile, Qingzhou unleashed a torrent of flames, followed by a sword strike imbued with lethal intent aimed directly at the Tyrannosaurus. Clang. However, as the sword struck the skin of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it seemed as impenetrable as the hardest steel, sparking upon impact, leaving only a faint mark while showcasing its formidable physical defense. The Tyrannosaurus swung its tail, crashing into the ethereal sword and sending it flying. Yet, Xiang Chen had already dashed to the front of the Tyrannosaurus, leaping into the air with a singular bound. Spirit Beast Transformation. Xiang Chen roared as the power of the spirit surged within him. He refrained from invoking bloodline transformation, knowing it was more potent, but wary of being detected by the ever-watchful old Song. In an instant, he transformed into a towering werewolf, over 3 meters tall. With a thunderous buzz, the dragon's blade manifested in his claws, expanding into a colossal sword over 10 meters in length before descending with tremendous force. Thunder slash. Xiang Chen bellowed, the blade descending, encircled by raging thunder, with the dragon's blade releasing its terrifyingly sharp aura. The enormous dragon's blade struck the Tyrannosaurus's neck with a resounding thud. With a squelch, the once invulnerable skin was finally cleaved open, blood erupting forth. Seal, Xiang Chen commanded, and the dragon's blade suddenly shrank from its massive form to the size of a palm, piercing the wound fiercely before unleashing its devouring power. The Tyrannosaurus let out a horrific cry as its lifeblood was voraciously consumed by the enchanted blade. Soon, its massive body weakened, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, its vitality utterly drained. What remained was a bloodless husk, the skin withered. Ha, splendid. Dongfang Sanqing chuckled. This lad wields a remarkably powerful artifact. Song Yan, witnessing Xiang Chen and his companions actively engage and slay a Tyrannosaurus, was equally astonished. The dragon's blade, having consumed the creature's essence, returned with an even more formidable aura. Let us see if you dare pursue us now. Li Bauer stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to the lifeless eyes of the Tyrannosaurus. The collaboration of Xiang Chen and his companions in vanquishing this beast was indeed commendable. Observing others still being relentlessly hunted across the vast arena. Several had already been slain and devoured, while more than 10 had abandoned hope in their dire moments. Damn it, why won't this beast leave me alone? Yi Tianxi's expression darkened as he couldn't help but curse. The high-level Soul Moon Tyrannosaurus relentlessly pursued him. However, Yi Tianxi was remarkably swift, his silver iron wings enabling him to reach 3 times the speed of sound. He glanced towards Xiang Chen and his group in the distance, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he changed direction, heading straight for them. The Tyrannosaurus thundered after him, moving with great speed. Yi Tianxi, you fool! What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Bauer shouted in anger upon realizing he was leading the Tyrannosaurus toward them. Ha ha ha, Xiang Chen, take your time. Yi Tianxi sneered, executing a sharp turn mid-flight. The Tyrannosaurus, now fixated on Xiang Chen and his companions, abandoned its chase of Yi Tianxi. Yi, you scoundrel! Xiang Chen could no longer contain his fury. The high-level Soul Moon Tyrannosaurus roared, charging directly at them, forsaking its pursuit of Yi Tianxi. Especially the scent of flesh and blood from Xiang Chen, Bauer, and the celestial wolf captivated it immensely. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, a group of prodigious talents was being relentlessly pursued by a horde of high-level Soul Moon violent apes, suffering greatly. For individuals had already fallen, 2 of whom were slain by a ferocious violent ape at the initial stage of Ling Xiao. Beast. Ji Cang was sent flying by a punch from a violent ape. Roaring in fury, with a primal scream that transcended human comprehension, an overwhelming force of bloodline power erupted from within him. His physique swelled, transforming him into a towering giant. Approximately 10 meters tall, with muscles bulging like drums, skin adorned with scales, sharp dragon claws extending from his hands, a sword-like dragon horn sprouting from his forehead, and a long lizard-like tail emerging from his rear. Ji Cang's strength surged dramatically. Dragon transformation. He had undergone the transformation exclusive to the royal family of the great Xia, empowered by his bloodline. Chapter 798, on the Divine Tiger Rankings. Beast, perish. Ji Xian roared, then unleashed his full power. His colossal, beastly form crashing forward with a ferocious punch aimed at the violent ape. Boom. The clash of their fists generated a shockwave that swept across the majority of the arena. The enormous body of the violent ape was unexpectedly sent reeling by Ji Cang's punch. Kill. Ji Cang lashed out with his tail, striking the violent ape's eye with such force that it burst. Grasping a massive heavy sword, he swung it down with ferocity. With a splatter of blood, the violent ape was cleaved apart, and Ji Cang, in a frenzy, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, tearing flesh and causing blood to spray everywhere, creating a gruesome spectacle. After reducing the violent ape to mere pieces, Ji Cang ravenously consumed the flesh, embodying sheer brutality. The flaw of the Ji family bloodline is that it easily leads one into a killing frenzy, resulting in extreme savagery, remarked a woman from the Tianzong Luoyuan, furrowing her brow. Indeed, this is also a consequence of the dragon's aura affecting the mind, added an elderly man in a Taoist robe beside her. However, Ji Cang's bloodline power must be at least 80%, making him a formidable contender. While Ji Cang rampaged against a violent ape, the others, lacking such formidable strength, opted for evasion to avoid direct confrontation, with agility becoming the deciding factor. Among the 20 or so participants on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, one by one, individuals were eliminated. On the other side, Xiang Chen and his companions faced a high-level Soul Moon Tyrannosaurus. Dongfang Sanxing unleashed a thunderous chain, striking the Tyrannosaurus's leg with a violent jolt of lightning, causing it to convulse with pain. The lightning chain ensnared its leg, restricting its movements. However, the Tyrannosaurus retaliated with its long tail, unleashing a terrifying force aimed at Dongfang Sanxing, who swiftly dodged. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered under the power of the tail. Ha Pai Long, receive my next strike, Bauer exclaimed, employing her previous tactic, launching 2 pills that transformed into beams of light. Yet this time, the Tyrannosaurus unleashed a fierce breath, obliterating the pills in an explosive display. Kill. Xiang Chen wielded a colossal blade over 10 meters in length, bringing it down with ferocious intensity. However, with a resounding clang, the strike merely left a shallow mark on his opponent's skin, the creature's defenses proving extraordinarily formidable. With a thunderous roar, the Tyrannosaurus Rex lashed out with its tail, moving as swiftly as lightning and producing a series of explosive sounds. Be careful, Tingchen commanded, as she leaped onto a flying sword, her back shimmering with the ethereal wings of a phoenix, her speed astonishing as she swiftly embraced Xiang Chen to evade the impending strike. By my grandmother's grace, this beast possesses an incredibly resilient physique. Xiang Chen's expression darkened, realizing that even the dragon's edge demon blade could not breach the creature's defenses. Chrysanthemum withers, counterattack. The dragon's edge demon blade emanated a nascent consciousness. Indeed, counterattack. Tingcheng, conceal my presence with your fire magic. You shall confront it head-on with your sword to draw its attention. Sanxing, Bayer, provide me cover, Xiang Chen instructed. Understood. Qingzhou responded without hesitation, her ethereal wings unfurling as she unleashed a torrent of flames, transforming into a massive wave of fire that surged towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex bellowed amidst the inferno, charging directly at Qingzhou. She deftly maneuvered her sword to evade, while Dongfang Sanxing conjured a palm-sized thunderbolt aimed at the beast's eyes. As the thunder struck its head, it merely left a charred mark. Take that, you brute. Bayer hurled a handful of medicinal pills, her prowess in alchemy evident. These pills detonated, enveloping the Tyrannosaurus Rex in a thick cloud of black mist. The creature inhaled deeply and then erupted into a fit of violent sneezes. In that moment, Xiang Chen concealed himself within the black mist, transforming into a fleeting shadow that slipped beneath the beast's massive underbelly. Beast, taste my counterattack. Chrysanthemum, 1000 kill. Xiang Chen's blade ignited with vigor as he thrust it upward from beneath the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth. F. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail arched in agony, unleashing a series of pained roars. In Xiang Chen's grasp, the swallowing sky evil vine morphed into a colossal serpent, its tip resembling a javelin, which then plunged mercilessly into the creature's underbelly, penetrating deep into its gut. Subsequently, the fangs and talons of the vine savagely tore into the beast, threatening to shatter its iron-clad stomach. The Tyrannosaurus Rex spewed forth a torrent of blood before collapsing to the ground, convulsing in a wretched demise. Xiang Chen, too, found himself drenched in blood. The dragon's edge demon blade penetrated the beast's body, commencing its feast on the creature's life force. This fool, how audacious! Song Yin observed the scene, momentarily at a loss for words, yet acknowledging that such a location was indeed a vulnerability for the ferocious beast. Damn it! Even this did not suffice to slay the fool. Yijiu's countenance darkened at the sight. Meanwhile, several other Tyrannosaurus Rexes began to emit agonized cries, powerful thunderbolts striking them from the lightning rings around their necks. One by one, these titans succumbed to the electric onslaught, collapsing and twitching in agony. Those who had either fled or stood their ground gazed in astonishment at the fallen beasts. As the dust settled, only 10 individuals remained in the entirety of the Tiger List battlefield. Xiang Chen and 3 others, Yi Tianxi, 1 from the Qingzhou Academy, 1 from the Yuzhou Academy, 2 from the Zhongzhou Academy including Ji Ning, and 1 from the Yin Palace's Tiger ranking, made a total of 10. With the conclusion of the battles in the Tiger ranking zone, 4 remained to enter the finals, earning a place on the Divine Tiger ranking. Song Yin spoke with indifference. Junior brother Xiang, senior brother Dongfang, and junior sister Xia, you all are magnificent. Haha. Our Wanggong has successfully placed 4 individuals in the Divine Tiger ranking. Who dares to look down upon us? It is astonishing that this session of the Wanggong has managed to send 4 into the Divine Tiger ranking. In that moment, the students of the Wanggong erupted in cheers, while disciples from other academies gazed in shock at the 4 who had defeated the formidable Tyrannosaurus, their expressions filled with disbelief. Ji Ning, Yi Tianxi, and the others turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen and the others, their eyes reflecting a chill. Song Yin looked at the 10 individuals and said, Now, we shall contend for the top of the Divine Tiger ranking. Among you 10, who dares to ascend and defend the title? Whoever can win 3 battles without defeat shall be crowned this session's champion. I am willing to take on the challenge. Ji Ning immediately declared with utmost confidence, being the most powerful among those present at the 6th level of the Soul Moon realm. Very well, step forth. If your strength earns the respect of the others, you shall claim the title of this session's champion. Song Yin nodded in approval. Ji Ning transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the towering platform, landing atop it and looking down coldly at Xiang Chen and the others, sneering, which junior brother dares to challenge? I will. One of them shouted, having awaited this moment. Chapter 799. A lesson for you. Yi Tianxi stepped forward, his footfall transforming him into a streak of light as he ascended to the battlefield. Junior brother Yi. Ji Ning remarked, slightly surprised that the first challenger was actually Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi clasped his fists and said, Senior brother Ji Ning, I seek your forgiveness. Ji Ning replied coldly, Junior brother Yi, now that you have stepped onto this ground, do not blame me for being merciless. Please. Yi Tianxi responded with a bow. Ji Ning gave a cold snort, and then a roar of a dragon echoed from within him, as waves of true essence surged forth, coalescing into 6 dragon-shaped manifestations of true energy. I have long heard that senior brother Ji Ning has awakened 6 portions of dragon essence. I have come today to seek your guidance. Yi Tianxi exclaimed, before transforming into a blue flash, attacking with a palm strike that unleashed a torrent of ice power, forming hundreds of icy blades that howled towards Ji Ning. Dragon Claw Technique. Ji Ning struck with both palms and legs, the 6 dragon essences roaring and intertwining to form a gigantic dragon claw that tore through the incoming ice blades. Subsequently, from within Yi Tianxi, a spiritual sword shot forth, expanding into a formidable size, erupting with sword light as it fiercely cleaved towards Ji Ning. The two engaged in an intense battle upon the platform. It is said that the royal family of the great Xiao, the Ji family, possesses dragon energy within, wielding tremendous power. Indeed, Ji Ning's energy field was formidable. Dongfang Sanqing remarked in astonishment, but he only possesses half the bloodline of a lower-tier dragon clan. Yi Tianxi is even more difficult to deal with. Oh, why is that? Dongfang Sanqing asked, surprised. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes as the moon eye awakened. He remarked, the ice and fire divine soul of Yi Tianxi has ascended to the celestial level, and within him lies a formidable growth-type magical artifact, immensely powerful. Although its rank is constrained by his cultivation, sealed at the 3rd tier of the spirit level, the energy contained within is astonishing. Dongfang Sanqing inquired, is it that pair of wings? Xiang Chen nodded. Those wings are likely a treasure left behind by an immortal in the spirit realm. As the two vied for the top of the divine tiger ranking, many watched this confrontation with keen interest. Ji Ning's true essence was imbued with the fierce might of dragon energy. However, when Yi Tianxi unleashed his ice and fire divine soul, an incredibly powerful cold wave surged forth, instantly freezing a significant portion of Ji Ning's true essence. Subsequently, Yi Tianxi delivered a crushing blow with his sword, striking Ji Ning fiercely, causing him to vomit blood and be sent flying off the stage, landing on the 9th tier. Yi Tianxi, challenge successful. Another genius whose divine soul has ascended to the celestial level. This generation of the 9 palaces is indeed brimming with talent, exclaimed the beautiful woman from Luoyuan. That young man is Yi Tianxi, a member of the Yi family from the wilderness state, now taken as a disciple by the Tiger Marquis. Chen Yu remarked with a smile. Could it be that he is the younger brother of Yi Tianjiao? The beautiful woman from Luoyuan gasped. Who is Yi Tianjiao? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled. Junior sister Yi Tianjiao is a prodigy we have taken from this mundane world. She has now been accepted as a direct disciple by our sect leader, with an immensely promising future. I recall she has a brother named Yi Tianxi. Could it be him? If so, the Yi family is truly producing remarkable talents and is destined to flourish. The beautiful woman from Luoyuan marveled. Accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader, Chen Yu was astounded. The sect leader holds a position of great importance. Even the emperor of the great Xia treats him with reverence. The prospects of his direct disciples are beyond measure. It seems prudent to befriend this Yi Tianxi, he mused. I never expected that brother Yi would be so formidable. Even senior brother Ji Ning is no match for him. The disciples of the Central State Academy were equally astonished by Yi Tianxi's prowess. Who among you dares to challenge me? Yi Tianxi proclaimed arrogantly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the crowd. Damn it, Yi traitor, my grandfather Dongfang Sanqing has come to settle the score for past grievances. Dongfang Sanqing shouted angrily, transforming into a streak of lightning and soaring upwards. The people from the wilderness palace harbored pent-up fury towards Yi Tianxi, and Dongfang Sanqing was especially incensed, bearing an old grudge. It is you, you reckless fool, Yi Tianxi sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Dongfang Sanqing. Prepare to pay for the pain of my severed arm. Dongfang Sanqing retorted coldly, stepping forward as the true essence of thunder erupted within him. Kill! He charged forth, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Unleashing a barrage of thunder strikes from his palm, dozens of bolts of lightning surged toward Yi Tianxi. In response, Yi Tianxi summoned his ice and fire divine soul, releasing a powerful chill that coalesced into an ice shield for defense. The thunder roared as it incessantly battered against the ice shield, which shimmered with lightning yet remained unshattered. Ice can attract lightning. Thunder divine soul. Dongfang Sanqing bellowed, as a potent blue lightning erupted from within him. In an instant, the power of the thunder doubled, morphing into colossal blue lightning serpents that struck the ice shield. Boom! The ice shield erupted, shattered by a violent force. Such formidable lightning magic. Countless onlookers were secretly astonished by this scene. Another celestial level talent. And a rare thunder spirit at that. What is happening in this world? Suddenly, so many celestial level spirits have emerged. Could it be that the day of our human race's unification is truly approaching? The beautiful woman, Lu Yun, stood up in shock, having discovered yet another celestial level spirit. Sit down. This is all my doing, exclaimed Xiang Ergu. Yi Tianzi, taken aback, swiftly dodged the onslaught of raging lightning, leaving craters in his wake. 3 bolts of lightning surged from 3 directions, impossible to evade. In a fit of anger, Yi Tianzi roared, and a pair of silvery iron wings burst forth from his back, each a yard in size, shielding him as the lightning struck against the wings, all being effectively blocked. Transforming into a beam of radiant light, Yi Tianzi charged towards the lightning, spreading his wings wide. Flowing immortal wings, 1,000-feather arrow technique. With a whoosh, countless feathers transformed into a dazzling torrent of silver light, relentlessly shooting towards Dongfang Sanxing, who brandished his lightning blade in defense. However, one feathered arrow pierced through his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As more arrows came raining down, intent on annihilating him, Dongfang Sanxing fought while retreating, his body being torn apart. Pieces of flesh ripped away. My flowing immortal wings are treasures bestowed by the immortals. Dongfang Sanxing, your end is nigh. Yi Tianzi sneered, flapping his wings and retracting the arrows before launching a pair of silvery beams aimed at Dongfang Sanxing with lethal intent. You coward, relying solely on your magical artifacts. Dongfang Sanxing roared in fury as his defenses were shredded by the wings, the lightning shattering around him. Blood sprayed forth as he was sent flying. A gaping wound torn across his chest. Kill. Yi Tianzi advanced with his sword, aiming directly for Dongfang Sanxing's head to claim his life. Just then, a massive black-red blade of light appeared before Dongfang Sanxing, blocking the fatal strike. A strikingly handsome youth, adorned in a dark blue robe, with snow-white hair billowing, emerged through the barrier, his gaze icy. Unfilial nephew, let me teach you a lesson, he declared. Yi Tianzi regarded the newcomer coldly. It was none other than Xiang Chen. Dongfang Sanxing, pale-faced, retreated from the battlefield as Xiang Chen tossed him a vial of rejuvenating elixir. Brother, this scoundrel is yours. My lightning techniques cannot breach his magical artifacts. Dongfang Sanxing said, his complexion wan. Rest assured, this battle is in my hands, Xiang Chen replied resolutely. Yet, he had dared to step into the fray. His cultivation at the Yuan Yang True Dan realm. Merely managing to reach the top 10 of the Divine Tiger rankings by sheer luck. Did he truly aspire to contest for the top spot? It was laughable indeed. In the Central State Academy, students from Yin Palace mocked him openly. Yi Tianzi gazed at Xiang Chen and laughed heartily. Xiang Chen, how audacious you are. Do you truly believe you can contend for the top of the Divine Tiger rankings? You arrived just in time. I was just thinking of personally ending your miserable existence. Yi Tianzi, you betrayed the Wild Palace and turned against your former comrades. If I do not make you call me father today, I am not Xiang Chen, he replied coldly. How foolish to utter such bravado. If you seek your demise, then let it be so. Come forth and meet your end. With these words, Yi Tianzi unfurled his ethereal wings, transforming into a blazing streak of light as he charged forward, wielding his spirit sword with ferocious intent. A chilling wave of ice, extending over 10 meters, descended upon his adversary. With a roar of fury, Xiang Chen unleashed his spiritual power, instantly morphing into a humanoid wolf. His strength and magical energy surging dramatically. Brandishing the dragon's edge, he retaliated with a swift strike. Thundercleave. A bolt of lightning sliced through the air, tearing towards Yi Tianzi's sword. With a resounding explosion, the blades collided, Yi Tianzi's strike shattering Xiang Chen's counter. The brilliant light of the sword surged upward. Employing the thunder step technique, Xiang Chen moved with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a flurry of blade lights that materialized in an instant. How astonishingly fast. Yi Tianzi's expression shifted as he gripped his spirit sword, conjuring a series of sword shadows to defend against the onslaught. The clashing sounds echoed continuously as Xiang Chen's speed overwhelmed Yi Tianzi, leaving him with little choice but to parry. How can this be? At the Yuanyang True Dan level, he has mastered such a rapid swordplay. My spiritual awareness is struggling to keep pace, exclaimed a disciple of the Soul Moon realm in astonishment. Curse this little wretch. His swordsmanship has reached such heights. Make way, Yi Tianzi bellowed. unleashing two beams of light from his wings, shattering Xiang Chen's relentless attack. With a powerful swing, Yi Tianxi struck, the force of his sword sending Xiang Chen hurtling away, the sheer power knocking him off his feet. Even in his wolf form, Xiang Chen found it exceedingly difficult to contend with Yi Tianxi, who stood at the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. In a flash, Yi Tianxi circled behind Xiang Chen, delivering a lethal blow aimed at claiming his life. Xiang Chen twisted to defend, yet the violent sword energy struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing onto the arena below. Instantly, he rolled away just as Yi Tianxi's next strike landed on the battlefield. Little brat, do you see now? This is the chasm that separates us. With your meager strength, you dare to challenge me and pursue my sister? Such delusions. Yi Tianxi scoffed. Now, I shall send you on your way, ice and fire spirit. As he spoke, Yi Tianxi summoned the ice and fire spirit, which erupted into a massive blaze of white flames, intense in its coldness yet devoid of any warmth. The arena froze upon its approach. Yellow Spring's forbidden tome. Xiang Chen roared inwardly, unleashing waves of chilling energy toward Yi Tianxi's ice and fire spirit. However, the power of the Yellow Springs was swiftly suppressed and turned against him, as the icy flames enveloped Xiang Chen. In an instant, Xiang Chen was encased in a massive sphere of white ice, his body trapped within. This is dire. Junior brother Xiang is in peril. The onlookers from the ruins palace gasped in shock at the sight. Such arrogance. Ji Ning scoffed, observing the battle from the 9th arena with keen insight. Xiang Chen, your fate is sealed. Yi Tianxi laughed heartily, unleashing his wings once more as two beams of light tore toward the ice-encased Xiang Chen. Is that so, Yi? I was merely warming up, came Xiang Chen's mocking voice, resonating with a playful spirit. With a thunderous roar, a formidable force surged within him, unleashing an overwhelming power, the essence of the sun. In that very instant, Xiang Chen radiated with the brilliance of a miniature sun, emitting a blinding light that caused the entire ice sphere to shatter with a resounding explosion. The two split wings of light were swiftly consumed by a torrent of solar flames, incinerating all in their path. From the 1st to the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, Xiang Chen's cultivation surged dramatically from the Yuan Yang True Dan realm to the 4th level of the Soul Moon. This young prodigy had concealed his true prowess. Song Yan's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had been oblivious to Xiang Chen's hidden strength. How could this be? This boy had concealed so much power while contending with brother Yi Tianxi. At that moment, all those observing with their spiritual senses were left in sheer disbelief, gazing at Xiang Chen, who resembled a radiant sun. How could this be possible? Yi Tianxi, unable to fathom the situation, squinted against the blinding light, his expression shifting in shock. When he first met Xiang Chen, he was merely at the innate realm. Now, after 2 years, Xiang Chen had nearly caught up to him in cultivation. Feel the love from your brother-in-law, you unfilial nephew, Xiang Chen sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Yi Tianxi. The latter's face contorted with rage, jealousy flaring within him at the sight of Xiang Chen's rapid advancement. He bellowed, so what if you have hidden your strength? I can still tear you apart. Ice and fire divine spirit, kill. With a thunderous roar, the ice and fire divine spirit transformed into a torrent of icy flames. More potent than before, Xiang Chen regarded the approaching flames with indifference, then unleashed a powerful punch, igniting the solar flames. Dragon Fist, Dragon Flame Force. As he struck, a dragon's roar echoed through the space. A surge of golden fire erupted from his fist, manifesting as a wave of golden flames that collided with the icy fire. The moment the white, icy fire met the golden flames, it dissipated in a hiss, as if confronted by its nemesis. How could this be? Yi Tianxi's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly evaded, a wave of flames brushing against his form. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen transformed into a streak of golden light, his Dragon K demon blade expanding to a colossal size, releasing an immense force. With a fierce roar, Xiang Chen wielded the Dragon K demon blade, unleashing a golden lightning blade that struck with the force of millions. 1,000 feather arrows. Yi Tianxi cried out, his wings launching a barrage of arrows. However, under the might of this strike, all arrows were sent flying, the blade crashing down upon Yi Tianxi's defensive wings. Boom! Yi Tianxi was sent hurtling like a ball, enveloped by his own wings, the overwhelming force causing him to spit blood. He plummeted to the ground, utterly crushed. Chapter 801. the malevolent two dogs in that moment. An uproar ensued. All who were watching the battle displayed astonishment. Yi Tianxi was utterly defenseless. How could this individual possess such terrifying strength to overpower Yi Tianxi? Jining, Mo Shang, and the members of Yan Palace looked on in disbelief, each one incredulous as they turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen. Investigate this fellow's background. The master of the Qingzhou Academy, Ji Cang, along with the leaders of the Qing Palace and Yan Palace, issued a command to their respective deans. The Night Palace Master and Dean Lu Ming gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their disbelief evident. What a remarkable young man. Ha ha ha. He has concealed such formidable cultivation. Dean Lu Ming exclaimed with laughter. Did you truly not realize that Xiang Chen was hiding his prowess? The Night Palace Master asked in surprise. Dean Lu Ming chuckled. This lad has always been enigmatic. How could I have known he possessed such profound abilities? Palace Master, this young man has truly astonished us. The Night Palace Master smiled, replying, this time, the other 8 palaces do not stand a chance against us. He then cast his gaze towards the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Noting that among the top 10, 3 hailed from the Wild Palace, Dongfang Yuan, Baiming Bao, and Xiahou Wu. Their achievement placed them among the top 3 of the 9 palaces. Incredible that this young man managed to evade my scrutiny, he mused. The purple-clad maiden, Princess Xuanji, also regarded Xiang Chen with surprise, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. Night Palace Master, you all have hidden your talents remarkably well, remarked Palace Master Xiao coldly. Ah, it's just standard practice. Why the rush, Palace Master Xiao? The Night Palace Master retorted with a sneer. Standard? Does everyone not remember how the Wild Palace performed previously? Palace Master Xiao huffed, with the other palace leaders sharing similar sentiments in their expressions. Alas, it seems we shall finish at the bottom this time, sighed the South Sea Palace Master inwardly, lamenting that their academy had not a single individual in the top 10. Xiang Chen, Yi Tianxi shouted as he staggered to his feet, his hair disheveled, roaring in fury. In that instant, Xiang Chen transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing behind him and delivering a decisive kick. Bang! Yi Tianxi was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Your brother-in-law is right here, cousin. What are you shouting about? Xiang Chen sneered, then surged forward like a flash of brilliance, landing another powerful kick. You shall perish. Yi Tianxi bellowed, turning to unleash a fierce attack with his wings. 2 beams of light slicing through the air. Xiang Chen retaliated with a punch infused with solar essence, invoking the might of the dragon and elephant. The strike, radiant as the sun, crashed down violently, shattering the 2 winged blades. His second and third punches followed in relentless succession, each blow delivered with primal ferocity, devoid of any formal technique. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianxi resembled a mere punching bag, reeling from the barrage as blood poured from his mouth, collapsing onto the arena, which bore the scars of Xiang Chen's relentless assault. His chest was visibly concave from the impact. As Xiang Chen descended, he planted his foot upon Yi Tianxi's chest, prompting another spurt of blood from him, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xiang Chen. What are you staring at? Xiang Chen raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap to Yi Tianxi's face, eliciting a pained scream and distorting his features. Submit, you wretched cousin. Xiang Chen crouched down, his foot pressing on Yi Tianxi's form, a wicked grin on his face. I yield to your grandfather. Yi Tianxi roared back, unleashing a gust of sword energy and defiance. Xiang Chen raised his hand and struck, shattering the sword energy effortlessly. He then delivered another slap to the other side of Yi Tianxi's face, coldly remarking, Yi, if it weren't for your sister's sake, I would have taken your life for your betrayal of the academy and your insults toward Qingzhou. Today, if I do not educate you into a model youth of virtue, then I am not Xiang Chen. As he spoke, Xiang Chen unleashed a flurry of slaps. The resounding echoes of each strike reverberated, causing many who had previously insulted him to instinctively cover their faces. The anguished cries of Yi Tianxi filled the air, sending chills down spines. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Brother Xiang, keep going. I feel like joining in and giving that traitor a few slaps myself. The crowd from the ruins palace cheered with fervor, their blood surging with excitement. Xiang Chen, stop. Call me brother-in-law. Yi Tianxi cried out amidst the blows. Xiang Chen sneered, his hands relentless. You insolent wretch, do not overstep your bounds. Yi Tianxi howled, his face nearing destruction. Gripping his hair, Xiang Chen slammed his face into the ground with tremendous force, causing his cheekbones to nearly shatter and his nasal bridge to fracture. Overstep? Cousin, where do I exceed you? You have betrayed the academy that nurtured you for years, betrayed your classmates, insulted my woman, and sent people to kill me. If it weren't for your sister, I would have torn you limb from limb. Now, call me brother-in-law, and I shall spare you. Xiang Chen laughed coldly, seizing the battered Yi Tianci. I won't call. Yi Tianci roared defiantly. In response, Xiang Chen delivered another brutal strike, the sound echoing as if the ground itself would crack. Yi Tianci was rendered unconscious, only to be jolted awake by the influx of healing energy, only to be struck again. I concede, brother-in-law. Yi Tianci cried out in despair, losing a tooth with the impact as his head felt as though it might explode. At last, Xiang Chen paused, mocking him. I wonder how resilient you truly are, Yi. Let me tell you, if you dare to scheme against me again, I will undoubtedly end your life, and your sister's pleas will be of no consequence. With that, he released Yi Tianci, who fell to the ground like a lifeless dog, bloodied and battered. A swift kick sent Yi Tianci soaring into the air with a cry. Tianci? Yi Tianhui exclaimed in anger, rushing to catch him. Xiang Chen. Yi Tianhui caught the barely recognizable Yi Tianci, gritting his teeth in fury. What? Do you dare to threaten me? Xiang Chen sneered, looking down upon him. Under the oppressive aura of Xiang Chen, Yi Tianhui was silenced, choosing to leave quietly while cradling his injured cousin. Yi, do not court death in the future. Xiang Chen called after the fallen figure of Yi Tianci, a cold smile on his lips as he gathered the symbols of power in his hand. During the earlier beating, he had already placed a curse on Yi Tianci. Standing atop the Divine Tiger rankings, he recalled a phrase of bravado and elegance. Is there anyone else? Xiang Chen stood at the pinnacle of the rankings, surveying the crowd below, including Ji Ning and the young Lord Mo. One by one, they lowered their heads, utterly subdued by the ferocity of Xiang Chen's earlier display. If you do not step forward, it shall become quite dull. That fierce crowing chicken. Why not challenge me? In truth, I am rather weak. I merely have a knack for countering Yi Tianci. Xiang Chen cast a cold smirk at Ji Ning, pointing a finger at him. Xiang Chen, do not overstep your bounds. Ji Ning, named and provoked, felt his lips turn pale with rage. Today, I shall be utterly audacious. Do you dare to engage in battle? Chapter 802, Monkey Friends and Dog Companions. When you provoked us at the Wilderness Palace, you carried yourself with such an air of dominance, exuding a certain arrogance that remains etched in my memory. What happened to that bravado when you bested Yi and the others? Have you, little one, lost your nerve? Xiang Chen continued to scoff, his gaze sharp as a blade. Ji Ning's expression darkened. He remained silent, refraining from challenging him. Very well, if you will not come forth, I shall descend. Lord Song Yan, may I challenge the second-ranked Ji Ning? Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards Song Yan. Upon hearing this, Song Yan's lips twitched. You are already the first on the Divine Tiger rankings, and yet you wish to challenge the second. Although there is no rule prohibiting such an action, there is also none that permits it. The choice is yours. Very well, thank you, sir. A grin spread across Xiang Chen's face as he leapt down to the 9th battle platform. Junior brother Xiang, give it your all. The students of the Wilderness Palace were filled with fervor, their cheers echoing. Junior brother Xiang, thank you. Yi and the others felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, realizing that Xiang Chen was standing up for them, reclaiming their honor. As Ji Ning watched Xiang Chen descend, a feeling of trepidation began to creep in before the battle had even commenced. Brother Chicken, I implore you to teach me. Xiang Chen replied with a cold laugh. With that, he stepped forward, unleashing the power of the sun's true essence. In an explosive moment, he transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Ji Ning. Brat, I shall fight you with all my might. Ji Ning's eyes burned crimson, having no retreat left. The true essence of a dragon surged within him as he wielded his spiritual sword, unleashing 6 streams of dragon sword chi. Xiang Chen's hands transformed the dragon-quelling demon blade into a radiant arc, cleaving through the air with a golden, thunderous blade. Thunderslash. With a deafening roar, a thunderous curtain of lightning, spanning over 10 meters, tore through the 6 streams of dragon sword chi, obliterating them in a violent explosion. At that moment, Xiang Chen's palm and sword converged. In a blinding flash of golden light, a beam coalesced into a nearly invisible line, shooting towards Ji Ning's right shoulder. Pointing the sun, Ji Ning, oblivious to this attack amidst the thunderous blade, was taken by surprise. With a piercing sound, blood erupted from his shoulder as if struck by a bullet, leaving a gaping wound the size of a thumb, surrounded by charred flesh. His sword clattered to the ground. Xiang Chen, with swift steps, closed the distance of several hundred meters, delivering a fierce punch to Ji Ning's body. With a resounding thud, Ji Ning's protective true essence was shattered by the overwhelming force of the sun's true essence, and he was sent flying by the violent punch. Ji Ning coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled away by the impact. Xiang Chen pursued him closely, delivering a kicking blow akin to a hook, striking Ji Ning's back. With a pained cry, Ji Ning was sent soaring into the air, utterly dominated. Brother Ji Ning. The individuals from the Qingzhou Academy witnessed this scene, and a wave of humiliating fury surged within them. Ji Ning was propelled into the sky, while Xiang Chen transformed into a golden light and pursued him. Subsequently, with a clenched fist, he struck down upon the ground, delivering a devastating blow to Ji Ning's chest. Ji Ning's chest was shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating fissures on the battle platform. His body convulsed violently. Blood gushed forth, leaving him on the brink of death. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xiang Chen unleashed a fiery sun orb that descended with a resounding boom, obliterating Ji Ning. The explosion of the fireball engulfed him in scorching flames, reducing his ceremonial robe to ashes. Stripped bare, he leaped off the battle platform in agony, crashing down to the lowest level in a catastrophic manner. Only then did Xiang Chen relent, casting a provocative glance at the students of Yanzhou Academy, a cold smile playing on his lips as he pointed his thumb downwards. A wave of indignation surged within all the students of Yanzhou Academy, their faces turning a deep shade of anger. Delightful, Brother Xiang's might. The crowd from the ruins palace erupted in ecstatic cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. The unfair treatment they had endured in recent days found a moment of release in this victory. Even the master of Ji Cang cast a glance in their direction, his expression darkening. It was clear that the ruins palace was intentionally targeting the Yanzhou Academy. The master of night and Dean Lu Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, their faces adorned with smiles. Having defeated Ji Ning, Xiang Chen soared back to the highest battle platform. Below, a multitude gazed at him with solemn expressions, none daring to challenge him. In a realm where countless were unaware, he had silently ascended to the pinnacle of the Divine Tiger rankings. Meanwhile, the battles on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings drew the most attention. Ji Zhan and Ji Xian unleashed their formidable prowess at the Soul Moon Great Heaven level, fiercely vying for the top position. Their strength was terrifying. The martial arts and magical techniques they unleashed rivaled those of lower-tier Lingxiao realm masters. Atop the highest Dragon and Phoenix battle platform, one exuded demonic energy, while the other transformed into a colossal dragon man, engaged in a frenzied clash. On the 9th battle platform, Li Qingyi faced Ji Ran, only to suffer a crushing defeat at Ji Ran's hands. After a prolonged battle, Ji Zhan narrowly triumphed over Ji Xian, sending him tumbling off the platform. Dongfang Yuan, a formidable thunder cultivator commanding powerful lightning techniques, secured the 6th position. Xiahou Wu remained in 10th place, but, unable to contain his impatience, began challenging the 9th-ranked Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm, possessed strength that was undeniably formidable against ordinary 9th-level opponents. Xiahou Wu activated the heavenly dual divine spirit, transforming into a terrifying giant over 10 meters tall. His power exponentially magnified. With a single punch, he shattered Xiao Shui's counterattack, and with the second, he sent Xiao Shui flying off the platform. This giant. What kind of divine spirit is that? It allowed him to grow to such an extent. A prodigy indeed. If he were to be trained in the Ministry of War, within 10 years, he would undoubtedly emerge as a victorious general in the Great Xiao army. High-ranking generals from the Ministry of War gazed with admiration at the towering figure of Xiahou Wu. What level of divine spirit did this young man possess? The sheer power of his latent abilities was astonishing, suggesting he was a born warrior. The beautiful matron, Lu Yun, looked on in awe at Xiahou Wu. His divine spirit and talents were coveted by countless female cultivators. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui, defeated by Xiahou Wu, wore a dejected expression, his eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. After vanquishing Xiao Shui with 2 decisive punches, Xiahou Wu pressed onward, facing his next opponent, the 8th-ranked Nangang Tianwen from Nanhai Prefecture. Nangong Tianwen, a water element cultivator at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm, adeptly defended against Xiahou Wu's overwhelming assaults. However, when Xiahou Wu suddenly transformed, shrinking to the size of a mouse, he concentrated his strength into a punch that struck like a sniper bullet, piercing through Nangong Tianwen's defenses and creating a gaping wound in his chest. Nangong Tianwen was defeated. Xiahou Wu continued his relentless ascent. In Chapter 803, titled God of War Xiahou, as Xiahou Wu surged up the rankings, another individual from the abandoned palace drew the astonished gazes of many, Beiming Leopard from the Eternal Night Society. Beiming Leopard, too, fought fiercely, overcoming the 7th rank Xiao Du, ultimately facing Dongfang Yuan. Both were from the abandoned palace, and Dongfang Yuan was taken aback by Beiming Leopard's formidable prowess, having also reached the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm. Their battle was spectacular. Dongfang Yuan's lightning techniques were formidable, while Beiming Leopard showcased an enigmatic agility and remarkable divine abilities, with defenses and recovery that were nothing short of extraordinary. During their clash, Dongfang Yuan sensed an uncontrollable turmoil within her own blood energy, significantly hindering her performance. Ultimately, she fell to a single blow, sent flying off the stage. Beiming Leopard advanced into the top 6 and proceeded to challenge the 5th-ranked Xianjun Gang, breaking into the top 5 of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. The essence of Beiming Leopard's cultivation bore a striking resemblance to that of Su Li Gu, suggesting he might be a pawn in Su Li Ji's game. Xiang Chen observed Beiming Leopard quietly from the Divine Tiger rankings. He then instinctively cast a glance at Su Li Gu within the abandoned palace. Though Su Li Gu was present on the Tiger rankings, he had not made it into the top 10, merely participating to learn and observe. However, Xiang Chen could not discern Su Li Ji's true cultivation level. He seemed to have adopted an exceedingly low profile, avoiding any ostentation. Xiang Chen was convinced that Su Li Gu possessed the strength to ascend the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, yet he remained concealed, allowing others to act as his pawns while he stayed hidden. Beiming Leopard had remained grounded for many years, not standing out. Yet it was surprising to discover such depth in his hidden power. Nonetheless, Xiang Chen pondered why he could not identify the attribute of Beiming Leopard's true essence. Dean Lu Ming remarked in astonishment, "He cultivates demonic arts, which carry a malevolent nature." The Night Palace Master spoke solemnly, "Demonic arts. This is perilous. It is easy to fall into madness. Although humanity does not prohibit demonic arts, it is indeed a treacherous path. Where did the mystical arts of the Beiming family originate? Could it be that he is not practicing the techniques of the Beiming lineage?" Dean Lu murmured to himself. The Shura sword. At that moment, Beiming Bao unleashed a blood-red sword curtain that tore through Xianjun Gang's defenses, striking him as he attempted to evade. Xianjun Gang let out a wretched scream, his body bursting forth with blood, and a torrent of crimson gushed from his pores. He fell to the ground, transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Beiming Bao secured a position within the top 5. At this juncture, a preliminary ranking had emerged. The top of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings was held by Ji Zhan. Second was Ji Xian, followed by Li Qingyi in 3rd, Ji Ran in 4th, and Beiming Bao in 5th. Xianjun Gang claimed 6th, while Xiahou Wu, Xiao Du, Nangong Tianwen, and Xiao Shui occupied the 7th to 10th positions respectively. The academies of Zhongzhou, Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Huangzhou, Nanhai, and Yanzhou all had representatives among the top 10 of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. As this ranking was first revealed, dusk had already descended, the sun tilting toward the west. This battle of the 9 palaces had lasted an entire day. Yet, were there still challengers for the rankings? Song Yin inquired of those gathered around the Dragon and Phoenix monument. Everyone maintained their positions at the battle platforms, with little response. At that moment, on the 7th battle platform, Xiahou Wu, who had been recuperating, suddenly stood up, his eyes ignited with golden flames. From the Huang Palace, Xiahou Wu challenges Ji Xian. He declared with a booming voice, brimming with fighting spirit. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the arena. This young man dared to directly challenge Ji Xian, the 2nd-ranked contender. Did he still possess the strength to do so? The crowd was astounded, gazing at the towering figure of Xiahou Wu. The other palace masters looked on in disbelief. Xiahou Wu, with the cultivation of the 4th realm of the Soul Moon stage, had achieved the remarkable feat of entering the 7th rank of the Dragon and Phoenix list. Yet he audaciously sought to confront Ji Xian, who had only narrowly lost to Ji Zhan. Ji Xian, taken aback, thought he had misheard, staring incredulously at Xiahou Wu. With a single stride, Xiahou Wu transformed into a beam of golden light, landing squarely on the 9th battle platform, a war spear materializing in his hand. This spear, a blood-gold weapon, measured a length of 10 feet, with a primary spear blade extending 1 meter. One side bore a razor-sharp edge, while the other resembled the serrated teeth of a shark. Once it pierced the human body, retracting the spear would likely extract the internal organs, emanating an aura of lethal intent, a divine weapon of war, capable of both piercing and cleaving. Named Tianke, it was a demonic weapon, crafted for Xiahou Wu using designs provided by Xiang Chen, a creation of Gongsun Shang. At this moment, Xiahou Wu's true essence and battle aura ignited, enveloping him in a shroud of golden flames, a terrifying battle intent radiating in all directions. This battle intent, the essence of combat, reached an extraordinary level of perfection. It is an extraordinarily peculiar truth that can enhance one's fighting will, strength, and defense during battle. Once battle intent is activated, there is no distinction between victory and defeat, and the combatant enters a state of unrestrained ferocity. In this state, one may even be oblivious to pain, with adrenaline surging to a staggering 300%. At that moment, Ji Cang, who had previously looked down upon the realm of Xiahou Wu, instantly changed his expression. The essence of battle and the aura he exuded reminded him only of seasoned generals who had experienced countless battles. Although Xiahou Wu had not transformed into the most powerful giant form, his muscles turned a deep crimson, resembling a raging bull that had begun to unleash its fury. Kill! Xiahou Wu uttered a single word, and with a thunderous roar, he transformed into a golden streak of light, charging forward, followed by a spear strike. Buzz! The Tianke battle spear vibrated as it tore through the heavens, descending with a golden radiance, akin to an unparalleled battle blade. Open! Ji Cang roared, brandishing a long-handled black battle knife, exuding a formidable demonic aura as he met the attack head-on. Clang! The clash of blade and spear unleashed a terrifying surge of power, creating a shockwave that echoed through the space, causing white energy waves to roll and sweep across a radius of several kilometers. The illusory trees conjured by the formation on the battle stage were all obliterated in the explosion. With a resounding thud, Ji Cang staggered backward, his arm numb and aching, gazing in disbelief at Xiahou Wu's terrifying physical strength. As the closest companion of Xiang Chen, the resources Xiahou Wu received from him were undoubtedly top tier, including several bottles of Songlong blood essence pills. The two then transformed into streaks of light, their spear and knife clashing incessantly. The fearsome combat prowess Xiahou Wu unleashed astonished the onlookers, drawing their full attention. Some even sent messages to the military department, prompting numerous high-ranking martial generals to arrive upon hearing the news. Great demonic hand! Ji Cang bellowed, summoning a massive black hand of demonic energy, its intricate symbols intertwining and brimming with terrifying annihilative power, aimed at Xiahou Wu. Chapter 804, The Arrival to Smash the Rankings. Dragon Fist, Crushing Dragon. Xiahou Wu unleashed a punch that shattered the air, a ferocious dragon-like inner strength surging forth, accompanied by the heavenly battle chi, coalescing into a golden dragon silhouette that roared as it charged. Unlike the dragon flame technique of the dragon elephant fist, the crushing dragon lacked searing heat, relying solely on overwhelming power. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, both disciples of the same master and brothers, shared a bond akin to that of senior and junior brothers. The inner strength and techniques of the dragon elephant fist were known to both. Yet Xiahou Wu showed little interest in delving into the medical and alchemical arts within the sacred scripture of returning heaven, focusing instead on nourishing his physical body and enhancing his recovery abilities. Roar! The crushing dragon technique roared as it collided against the great demonic hand, the violent energy clashing relentlessly. The great demonic hand was already a powerful martial art at the heavenly tier, and this young man's attack surprisingly matched its might. The leader of the Yanzhou Academy exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Yi Xingyue. Yi, the palace master, observed the battle with grave seriousness, recognizing that Xiahou Wu's martial arts were not from the academy. The thunderous roars echoed like a grinding mill as the chaotic energy of the great demonic hand continued to strive to obliterate the dragon force. However, under Xiahou Wu's control, this dragon force remained unyielding, holding firm against the onslaught. This young master does not believe it. You cannot prevail against me. Ascend! Ji Cang roared, unleashing the full force of his demonic essence, causing his arms to swell, veins turning dark as they expanded, resembling a pair of demonic limbs. Break for me. Boom. The might of the great demon hand surged dramatically, the colossal hand capable of shattering mountains. With a single strike, the dragon's shadow dimmed, ultimately culminating in a resounding explosion. The ground trembled as the formidable force of the great demon hand surged towards Xiahou Wu. With a powerful kick, Xiahou Wu unleashed a golden wall of energy to counter the blow, dissipating much of its power. Nevertheless, he was still propelled backward, his internal energy roiling. Kill! Ji Cang advanced with a determined stride, raising his battle blade high and summoning a blade light that spanned 5 zhang, embodying a formidable intent that reached a perfect state. Xiahou Wu steadied himself, grounding his stance, and then formed a series of intricate seals with his hands. 6 Gua secret blessing, 9 true words. In the presence of combatants, array yourselves and advance. Martial arts, slay. Wrath of the war god, unveil the hidden might of the flesh, unleash. Xiahou Wu roared as a terrifying golden battle aura erupted from within him. The Tianke battle spear resonated with this surge of power, instantly transforming into a colossal weapon over 10 meters long. My spear shall pierce through all, obliterating the heavens and the earth. My spear shall ensure my victory over foes. An invincible treasure. In that moment, the battle spear radiated an overwhelming battle intent, transforming into a beam of light that soared to meet Ji Cang's blade. Boom. The crimson battle aura soared into the sky as the Tianke battle spear clashed against the sword, shattering the momentum of Ji Cang's strike in an instant. The might of his blade was pierced through entirely, the blade light erupting and disintegrating. How can this be? Ji Cang exclaimed in astonishment. With a thunderous strike, Xiahou Wu gripped the Tianke battle spear and thrust it forward with unparalleled speed, rivaling the swiftest of Ji Cang's strikes. He infused the speed of thunder into his spear technique. The young lord's surprising prowess in martial arts was truly remarkable. Swoosh! The spear pierced through 100 zhang of empty space, penetrating Ji Cang's defensive true essence, driving through his body and creating a bloody wound in his right chest. Following this, Xiahou Wu thrust the spear deep into Ji Cang, impaling him completely, holding the spear with one arm as it pierced through Ji Cang's form. The scene froze in that moment. Countless onlookers left in stunned disbelief. Brother Xiahou has triumphed. Everyone from the Dongfang Yuan and the Qingzhou Academy gazed in incredulity at the young man, who appeared as formidable as a war god. Great Lord, rise! Great Lord, rise! Li Bei's excitement erupted into shouts, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What a promising warrior. This young man is truly to my taste. In that moment, numerous esteemed generals gazed at Xiahou Wu with gleaming eyes, wishing to take him under their wing for mentorship. I have actually been defeated by you, Ji Cang lamented, staring at the spear embedded in his right chest, his face a tumult of shock and unwillingness. Xiahou Wu withdrew the battle spear, allowing it to vanish into ethereal light, sparing Ji Cang's life without inflicting mortal harm. Ji Cang fell to the ground with a resounding thud, gravely injured. The Huang Palace is not the weakest, Xiahou Wu remarked coldly, surveying the astonished crowd, calming the terrifying energy within him. Soon after, white smoke began to emanate from his body, his skin appearing parched and shriveled, resembling someone on the brink of dehydration. He planted the battle spear firmly on the platform, settling into a meditative position to channel his true essence for recovery. The masters of the 8 palaces exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The spectacle presented by the Huang Palace had indeed been overwhelmingly impressive. Ji Cang's gaze was intense, yet filled with a sense of battle as he directed his attention towards Xiahou Wu. The spear Xiahou Wu had wielded moments ago instilled a sense of terror within him. Xiahou Wu, I have taken note of you. Shall you dare to face me? Ji Cang declared, extending an invitation. Xiahou Wu opened his eyes and regarded him with indifference, responding coldly, You are not my prey. Today, I am merely accompanying my brother to the summit. Ji Cang was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Xiahou Wu's intent. This individual possesses an overwhelmingly formidable strength. Those from Yin Palace and Qi Lu, who had persistently provoked Xiahou Wu, felt a chill. Their hearts gripped with fear as they recognized his true power, their gazes now tinged with reverence. Ji Cang furrowed his brow upon hearing Xiahou Wu's words, still unable to comprehend their meaning. Song Yan, equally astonished, observed Xiahou Wu with admiration, recognizing the remarkable combat prowess he possessed within the same realm. Who else wishes to challenge? Song Yin inquired once more. At that moment, the leader of the Divine Tiger rankings, Xiang Chen, announced his intention to disrupt the rankings by challenging the experts of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. As his words echoed, countless eyes converged upon Xiang Chen. Astonishment etched upon their faces. This individual dares to contend for the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. From the Divine Tiger rankings, Xiang calmly proclaimed, I shall accompany Xiang Chen to challenge the Dragon and Phoenix steel. Stepping forward, she positioned herself beside Xiang Chen, the two exchanging knowing smiles. Xiang Chen and Xiang, both poised to confront the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Goodness, is it to be this exhilarating? Surely, my arid palace will not seize all 5 positions on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. An excited student from the arid palace exclaimed, their cheeks flushed. The Night Palace Master and others gazed at the duo in disbelief, pondering the hidden depths of their strength. Night Palace Master, you all truly conceal your capabilities well. Are you aiming to dominate half of the rankings? Xiao Palace Master rose, his words laced with jealousy and indignation. The Night Palace Master cast a glance at him, feigning calmness, as if everything were anticipated, saying, Xiao Palace Master, do not be alarmed. Sit down. This is merely the usual conduct of my arid palace disciples. Xiao Palace Master's lips twitched in frustration. In truth, the Night Palace Master was well aware of nothing. Yet, the sensation of this pretense was oddly satisfying. Chapter 805. The most daring couple at this moment. All the students from the arid palace erupted in excitement, their gazes fixated on the pair, resembling celestial lovers. Others on the Divine Tiger rankings also turned their attention towards them, stirred by their audacious declarations. To disrupt the rankings and confront the Dragon and Phoenix steel. This was a bold move towards the top 5 of the Dragon and Phoenix. What a jest! A mere 4th-tier Soul Moon realm dares to challenge the 9 regions Dragon and Phoenix steel, Qi Lu remarked with envy. Little Qi, I too am at the 4th tier of Soul Moon. Do you have an issue with me? Xiahou Wu retorted with a cold smirk, his icy gaze piercing through the vast expanse towards Qi Lu. Qi Lu's expression shifted, and others suddenly realized. Indeed, Xiahou Wu was also at the 4th tier of Soul Moon, having ascended to the 2nd position on the 9 regions Dragon and Phoenix steel. Xiang and Xiang Chen shared this same cultivation level. Song Yin, equally astonished, turned to the pair and asked, you two intend to challenge the 9 regions Dragon and Phoenix steel? The Jiuzhou Longfeng Monument, in its truest essence, refers solely to the top 5. Indeed, the Divine Tiger list grants the power of challenge, as the esteemed elder has stated. Am I mistaken? Xiang Chen spoke calmly. Song Yin nodded and said, you are indeed qualified. However, to challenge the Jiuzhou Longfeng Monument, you must first defeat 2 of the 5 individuals ranked below you. At these words, a smile spread across Xiang Chen's face, his gaze fixating on Xiao Dushan as he coldly declared, I challenge Yin Gong Xiao Dushan. I challenge Xiao Shui. Xiao Qingqing added. The expressions of Xiao Dushan and Xiao Shui darkened. It was evident that this was a deliberate act to displace everyone from Yin Gong. The countenance of the palace master Xiao also grew increasingly grim. Aloud, Song Yin stated indifferently. Xiang Chen and Qingqing exchanged a glance, then soared into the air, landing on the 9th and 10th battle platforms. Xiang Chen regarded Xiao Dushan coldly, saying, make your move. I need only 1 strike to defeat you. Xiao Dushan's face twisted with rage as he retorted, you are far too arrogant, ignorant of your own mortality. I too require but a single strike to end you. As he spoke, Xiao Dushan stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of terrifying fiery true essence. Above him, a crimson light burst forth. Heavenly flame divine soul, activate. With a thunderous roar, waves of violent fiery energy erupted from the fiery divine soul, revealing a celestial grade flame manifestation. The power of the divine soul surged, doubling Xiao Dushan's true essence firepower. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingcheng had also alighted upon the battle platform of Xiao Shui, whose icy demeanor turned to one of trepidation as she observed the stunning woman before her, her own fire-based true essence surging forth. Kill, fire rain sword stars. Xiao Dushan formed hand seals, summoning a spiritual sword that shot forth, transforming into hundreds of meteoric fiery sword lights that hurtled towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen regarded the oncoming assault, his golden pupils gleaming with intensity. A piercing cry shattered the heavens as a golden three-legged crow phantom materialized behind him. An overwhelming divine pressure bearing down upon Xiao Dushan. The sheer weight of this pressure made Xiao Dushan's countenance shift dramatically, as he felt his divine soul's power suppressed by more than half. Behind Xiang Chen, a pair of sun-imbued three-legged crow wings unfurled, and with a powerful flap, a tempest of golden flames erupted, forming a wave of incinerating fire that surged forth. The golden fire rain sword lights were obliterated in a series of explosive bursts, consumed by the terrifying inferno. Not good. Xiao Dushan's expression changed as he retreated hastily. Yet at that moment, a horrifying sonic boom echoed, and a figure, moving at 5 times the speed of sound, barreled toward him. The sound of the sonic boom heralded Xiang Chen's arrival before Xiao Dushan. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed a black-red blade light, the Dragon K-blade. Thunderclap slash. With a sickening sound, Xiao Dushan's true essence was torn apart as the blade cleaved through him. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he felt searing pain erupt in his chest, his body blasted backward, blood spraying forth. Xiang Chen sheathed his blade, the solar true essence and the three-legged crow wings merging back into him, vanishing from sight. The battle concluded in an instant. On the other side, Xiao Shui gazed in horror at Xia Qingcheng, whose ice phoenix apparition had frozen her fire-based true essence, fear evident in her eyes. The sword of Xia Qingcheng hovered merely an inch before her throat, poised to pierce her windpipe at any moment. I have been defeated, Xiao Shui uttered, her red lips trembling in humiliation. With but a single move, she had succumbed. Xiao Du, grievously wounded, gazed at his own torn chest, and then turned his eyes to Xiang Chen, unleashing a roar of unwillingness towards the heavens before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing into unconsciousness. Defeated by Xiahou Wu, then by Yu and Bei Ming Bao, and now once more by Xiang Chen. He had been trampled upon like a stepping stone by the denizens of the abandoned palace. My son, the master of Xiao Palace, witnessed this scene, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a mere strike from both Xiang Chen and Xia Qingcheng, 2 adversaries had fallen. The students of the 9 palaces stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. The young attribute of true essence. This lad had clearly possessed a yin attribute in the past. Could he be the fabled body of yin and yang? Song Yin felt a tremor of astonishment at the power Xiang Chen had just unleashed. It dawned upon him that Xiang Chen possessed an entirely distinct true essence. It was not merely a variation in martial arts energy, but rather a foundational strength of 2 kinds. Our Flame Palace has been ousted from the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. How could this be? What kind of freaks are these from the abandoned palace? Were they not said to be the weakest? The students of the Flame Palace were deeply disheartened, having been thoroughly humiliated by those they had looked down upon. The abandoned palace, once in decline, had suddenly blossomed this generation with so many exceptional disciples. Was the abandoned palace on the verge of resurgence? Millions of spectators erupted in a cacophony of astonishment and discussion. At this moment, Master Yi, Dean Lu Ming, and the faculty and students of the abandoned palace basked in the glow of triumph, their hearts swelling with pride as they felt the admiring gazes of those around them. Ha ha ha, young Chen, strive for the top of the monument, surpassing all in the Dragon and Phoenix. Dean Lu Ming laughed heartily, reveling in the moment, heedless of the attention. Who would have thought that this lad could compose such beautiful poetry while simultaneously exhibiting such formidable prowess? Princess Linglong's eyes sparkled with admiration as she turned to her companion, Princess Xuanji, and remarked, Xuanji, your discerning eye is unmatched. The abandoned palace is indeed on the rise. Princess Xuanji remained silent, yet her gaze was firmly fixed on Xiang Chen. Just a moment ago, when Xiang Chen unleashed his spirit, she had sensed an energy unlike any other. Was that demonic energy I perceived? Murmured Princess Xuanji to herself, in a voice only she could hear. This year's Battle of the 9 Palaces was far more thrilling than in years past. These 2 young prodigies possessed a spirit unseen before, their pressure restrained. Surely they were on the brink of ascension to the celestial level. Indeed, the fortunes of our human race are flourishing, Lady Lu Yun remarked with a smile. After defeating Xiao Du, Xiang Chen, with an air of indifference, turned his gaze toward the lofty Ji Cang, declaring with fervor, Xiang Chen challenges you for the top of the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. Ji Cang. Chapter 806. The Battle of Hope. Xia Qingqing, 2. Issued a challenge to the 3rd place of the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. Li Qingyi. With her ruby lips parting, she directly challenged the 3rd rank. These two young individuals seemed intent on claiming all three top spots of the Dragon and Phoenix Monument in one fell swoop. As their declarations echoed, the millions of spectators fell into stunned silence before erupting into a clamor of astonishment. Goodness, have the students of the abandoned palace taken some performance-enhancing substance? Both male and female exhibit such vigor, directly challenging the first and third places, with the second also hailing from the abandoned palace. Are these students destined to defy the heavens? What is the origin of that beauty? Even with a mask, she appears so stunning. Xiang Chen and Qingzhou are truly audacious. In an instant, a myriad of discussions reverberated throughout the realm. It seems they are truly aiming for the top. Ji Cang gazed at Xiang Chen, his expression icy, a twinge of humiliation rising within him. Being challenged by the weakest champion of the tiger list was hardly a source of pride. At the Qingzhou Academy, Li Tai furrowed his brows and turned his sharp gaze towards Xiao. Ha, my friend, my sister, hurry up. I await your ascent to the pinnacle. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, unabashedly proclaiming his bold words. Xiang Chen and Xiao transformed into two streaks of light, landing directly on the first and third battle platforms. At this moment, all eyes and senses were fixated on these two arenas. Xiang Chen stood on the first platform, addressing Ji Cang with indifference. The student from the desolate palace you look down upon has arrived, Ji Cang. Come forth and strike. Ji Cang coldly replied. What do you amount to? If it were Xiahou Wu, I might regard him with a glance. But defeating Xiao Du does not confer upon you the right to be arrogant. You will soon find out what I am worth. Enough with the pleasantries. I am here to alter the history of the desolate palace, to show those traitors that the students from the desolate palace are no lesser than any other academy. Xiang Chen stated coldly. Ji Cang approached step by step, the ferocious power of his bloodline and true essence surging forth as he coldly declared, since you seek death, so be it. Brother Ji Cang, eliminate him. This boy from the desolate palace is far too arrogant. The disciples from the Yanzhou Academy fervently shouted their support for Ji Cang. Xiang Chen, the future of our academy rests upon this battle. Let us take him down. Dongfang Sanqing and others echoed their encouragement. Xiang Chen, let the other 8 palaces witness that our academy students are not inferior to theirs. The people of the desolate palace also roared with fervor, lending their strength to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, I implore you, our academy has never known glory. At this moment, the Night Palace Master and Director Lu both stood, their gazes filled with hope. The hopes of the entire desolate palace rested upon this battle. In this fight, I shall emerge victorious, Xiang Chen resolutely proclaimed. For too long, the desolate palace has endured humiliation. It is time to repay those academies with their own shame. Goodness is often taken for weakness. When the moment arises to showcase strength, the more humble you remain, the more others will trample upon you. It seems they have all placed their hopes for the future of the desolate palace upon you. In this battle, I shall shatter their hopes, Ji Cang sneered. Baring his fangs, in Xiang Chen's hand, the dragon blade materialized as he coldly remarked, You are welcome to try, you half-dragon of mixed blood. Kill, Ji Cang roared, transforming into a flash of light as he charged forth, executing the dragon step and accelerating to 4 times the speed of sound, unleashing a tempest of violent energy. Dragon Fist. Ji Cang struck with a punch, his true essence roaring as dragon energy surged, morphing into 8 shadows of dragon fists that hurtled towards Xiang Chen. Thunder Slash. Xiang Chen swung his blade, simultaneously retreating. Boom. The blade erupted with lightning, cleaving through the 8 dragon shadows, which exploded into fragments. However, the formidable force of Ji Cang's punch came crashing down, and Xiang Chen, with a single downward strike, split the force apart. Within Ji Cang's body, a radiant sword light erupted, transforming into a colossal black heavy sword that descended with a fierce strike, unleashing a tempestuous and astonishing sword energy. Xiang Chen raised his blade, gathering strength to parry the blow. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact, releasing a wave of explosive energy that sent Xiang Chen hurtling backward. Dragon Slash. Ji Cang roared, channeling the essence of serpentine dragons into his sword. Behind him, a golden dragon silhouette materialized. The roar echoed, its power surpassing the soul moon realm. As Xiang Chen steadied himself, he stepped forward, raising his blade toward the heavens. Wrath of thunder, severing the heavens. With a crackling sound, the dragon's demonic blade erupted with surges of violent thunder, rolling forth like the descent of a thunder god. He has actually mastered this technique. exclaimed Dean Lu Ming in astonishment. Kill! Ji Zhan brought his sword down, and the dragon's silhouette followed suit, resembling a divine dragon descending to crush its foes. The sword energy terrifying and overwhelming. In response, Xiang Chen concentrated golden lightning into a single strike, the thunder cleaving towards the dragon's silhouette. The arena trembled with the collision of the terrifying thunderous blade and the dragon's sword aura. Boom, boom, boom. The diamond battlefield around them shattered, sending debris flying, creating a massive crater over a meter deep, capable of obliterating life within a kilometer radius. This is utterly terrifying. Is this truly a battle of the Soul Moon realm? Countless spectators were left aghast, sensing the sheer magnitude of their confrontation. Suddenly, Ji Zhan's figure transformed into a darting dragon, his movements enigmatic as he wielded his heavy sword with blinding speed, aiming a lethal strike at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen swiftly evaded, his divine wings of the golden crow just emerging, but he was a moment too late. The sword grazed his chest, tearing through flesh and drawing blood. He narrowly escaped, retreating several thousand meters. Ji Zhan licked the blood from his sword, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Indeed, you possess the right to battle me. But this is where your journey ends. Ji Zhan sneered, as the bloodline of the dragon surged within him. With a roar, he transformed into a half-dragon being, a lizard-like tail sprouting from his form. With a deafening crack of thunder, Ji Zhan charged forth at an even more terrifying speed, his colossal dragon claw descending with lethal intent, crashing down upon Xiang Chen's blade, the horrifying force reverberating through Xiang Chen's body. With a resounding thud, Xiang Chen was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. The ferocity of that strike was akin to an initial master of the Ling Xiao realm. Damn it! Xiahou Wu's expression shifted, gripping his spear tightly. Junior brother Xiang. The others felt a tightening in their chests. Meanwhile, on the third battle stage, Xia Qingqing and Li Qingyi engaged in a duel, their blades flashing like two startled swans, the sound of their weaponry clashing resonating throughout the arena, drawing considerable attention. Both wielded sword intents that had reached perfection. Xia Qingqing, empowered by the wings of the Ice Phoenix, specifically countered Li Qingyi's domineering fire attribute, sword energy. Li Qingyi formed a sword technique, and a brilliant sword light suddenly emerged, piercing through the clash of sword energies and striking fiercely at the face of the enchanting Xiangqing. This strike landed directly on the mask adorning her cheek, shattering it instantaneously, causing Xiangqing to retreat in haste, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. The fragments of the violet crystal mask clattered to the ground, and Li Qingyi's gaze narrowed, momentarily captivated by the spectacle. At the same time, those observing the duel were equally astonished, their pupils dilating in shock as they beheld the unveiled, extraordinary beauty. What kind of visage was this? Flawless and exquisite. Her features seemed to be sculpted by the very forces of nature. Every inch of her skin, every contour of her eyes and lips, was resplendent and captivating, rendering onlookers breathless. Her eyes, like spring water, were as smooth as cream, adorned with delicate white peonies and soft gauze. Bright eyes and a jade-like nose framed by ruby lips, with charming ears and long lashes that resembled glistening jade. Her brows resembled slender willows, while her graceful neck appeared as a long white swan. Her skin was as smooth as honey, and her figure boasted a slim waist and alluring curves. Upon first sight, one could not help but feel she was a celestial being, dancing amidst the clouds of the celestial realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, she resembled a beauty emerging from a meticulously crafted painting of noble women. Though her beauty surpassed mere artistry, and her spirit was ineffable. How could it be? The students of the ruins palace stood agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xiangqing's appearance has returned. How beautiful! Is Sister Xiangqing truly so stunning? They murmured, confused by the sudden revelation, as whispers of her supposed lack of beauty echoed in their minds. Those who once relished her perceived flaws now gazed upon her with envious glimmers in their eyes, their hearts constricting at the sight. Is she not too beautiful? How could such a woman exist in this world? In that moment, a million spectators were entranced, their eyes fixated in awe at her unparalleled beauty. Even the renowned Princess Linglong and Princess Xuanji, celebrated beauties in their own right, felt a twinge of inadequacy in the presence of such splendor. Xiangqing touched her cheek, leaving a faint red mark, and her beautiful eyes grew cold. With a swift motion, she adorned herself with another crystal mask, concealing her revealed visage. Li Qingyi, suppressing his astonishment, spoke gravely. My lady, you are not my match. I have no desire to harm you. You may withdraw. He had not even exerted his full strength until now. Taking a deep breath, Xiang responded calmly. If he aims for the summit, I must stand by his side. In that instant, a formidable energy surged within her, a terrifying power igniting. The fiery phoenix essence erupted. Boom. At that moment, the conflicting energies of the ice phoenix and fire phoenix within her coalesced harmoniously under the influence of her inner Tai Chi force, amplifying her momentum exponentially. How is this possible? You were concealing your strength? Li Qingyi's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, the energy exuding from Xiao was unfathomably formidable and utterly terrifying. Within the icy essence of the ice phoenix's true energy lay the searing warmth of the fire phoenix's true energy, a harmonious fusion of yin and yang. Xiao concentrated her fingers, inscribing mystical runes, and lightly swept them across her spiritual sword, unleashing an even more dreadful sword aura. The divine art, Ice Flame Sword Lotus. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy erupted, coalescing around her into a resplendent, blooming ice lotus, with a fiery core pulsating at its heart. In a flash, she transformed into a beam of sword light, moving with unparalleled swiftness, her speed reaching an astonishing 6 times the speed of sound. So fast. Li Qingyi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his sword in defense. With a resounding clash, he was sent flying by a single strike. In an instant, dozens of sword lights surged forth, their velocity reaching an extreme. Sword control technique. Li Qingyi bellowed, his spiritual sword morphing into a massive sword shield for defense. Amidst the cacophony of clashing sounds, sparks flew, and he too was forced back. Li Xiang was suppressed. What is happening? How did this woman suddenly become so powerful? The onlookers from the Qingzhou Academy and the other 8 palaces gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Kill. At that moment, Xiao unleashed a concentrated strike. A sword lotus over 10 feet in diameter, icy exterior with a fiery heart, crashing against Li Qingyi's sword shield. The terrifying sword energy erupted, and in an instant, Li Qingyi's sword shield was shattered, a torrent of scarlet golden sword energy rending through his form. Ah! Li Qingyi screamed in agony, deep sword scars tearing into his body. Blood gushing forth. Xiao gracefully stepped forward, and with a swift thrust, her sword pierced through him. With a splatter, the blade pierced his chest, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Xiao sheathed her sword, the spiritual weapon returning to her with a terrifying sword aura as the energy coalesced. In that instant, the entire arena was mesmerized by Xiao, rendered speechless. She had triumphed in her challenge, securing a place among the top 3. Xiao is magnificent. The crowd from the Wild Palace erupted in excited cheers, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Some, in frustration, slapped themselves, lamenting why they hadn't pursued Xiao with unwavering dedication back when she was scorned by others. Had they shown her warmth then, perhaps they could have won her affection, stealing her heart from Xiang Chen. Li Qingyi, clutching his chest, gradually rose, gazing at Xiao with awe and astonishment, before bowing respectfully with his sword. Xiao acknowledged him with a cold nod. As he turned to leave, an indelible image of her beauty etched itself into his heart, a haunting memory that would linger for a century. What a stunning figure, so beautiful. This is my student. Haha, my disciple. Dean Lu Ming exclaimed, his face alight with pride. Meanwhile, the master of the Qingzhou Academy snorted in displeasure, his expression grim. The other palace leaders wore similarly sour faces. Thankfully, Xiang Chen could never claim the title of Dragon and Phoenix Champion. Otherwise, their dignity would have been trampled by the Wild Palace today. After Xiao victory over Li Qingyi, all eyes turned to the only remaining battle. It seemed unlikely that Xiang Chen could achieve success now. Someone sighed, glancing at Xiang Chen, who had been sent flying. Indeed, it seemed nearly impossible. Ji Cang was simply too powerful. If he were to succeed, the Wild Palace would truly be defying the heavens. All eyes were fixated on the ultimate and final battle. Bang! Xiang Chen's body was struck by a powerful blow, crashing against the barrier and rebounding, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as cracks formed in his bones. Ji Cang transformed into a half-dragon, grinning malevolently at Xiang Chen, declaring, "Boy, this is the chasm that lies between us. You have stirred my murderous intent. Watch how I rend you to shreds." With a thunderous roar, Ji Cang surged forward like a streak of light, his hands adorned with dense dragon scales. Wielding a sword that descended with ferocious might, Xiang Chen immediately raised his blade to counter, but the impact once again sent him reeling. Whoosh! Ji Cang then appeared behind him, swinging his heavy sword upwards with terrifying speed, intent on cleaving Xiang Chen in two. Xiang Chen tried to evade, but was a fraction too slow. The sword's energy grazed his back, leaving a gaping wound. The tremendous force sent him tumbling through the air. Die, boy! Ji Cang roared, pursuing relentlessly, his massive claws sharp as curved blades, shimmering with a dreadful brilliance, preparing to tear Xiang Chen apart. The fiend had entered a near-mad state, thirsting for blood and flesh to quell his frenzy. Chapter 808, Blood Boiling. Dragon Elephant Fist, Crushing Dragon Force. Xiang Chen bellowed, channeling the power of the crushing dragon into a single strike. Clang! His blade met Ji Cang's colossal claw, yet a surge of violent energy propelled him backward, the claw inflicting deep gashes upon him. He was sent flying, landing far away. Ji Cang was simply too powerful. Xiang Chen was no match for him. How foolish of him to challenge Senior Ji Cang. Tear him apart, Senior Ji Cang. The onlookers from the Central Continent Academy rejoiced, Ji Cang's overwhelming strength restoring their confidence. Xiang Chen's cultivation level was still too low. The members of the Wilderness Academy sighed in disappointment. The Night Palace Master and Director Lu Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Night Palace Master, you should persuade that boy to concede. Otherwise, he will be torn apart by Ji Cang, remarked the indifferent Master Ji Cang. Master Xiao scoffed. Your Wilderness Academy has indeed performed admirably this time, but to claim supremacy over the dragon and phoenix is still an unattainable dream. The fortunes of the 9 palaces do not reside in your Wilderness Academy. The Night Palace Master remained silent, transmitting a message to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, let it go. Your safety is paramount. If you are not his match, do not fight. You are still young, and there will be opportunities to surpass him in the future. On the battle platform, Xiang Chen rose to his feet, gazing at the claw marks that marred his chest, his expression grim. Rest assured, Palace Master. Our Wilderness Academy will surely ascend to the pinnacle. Xiang Chen replied resolutely. Ji Cang cracked his neck, exposing his fearsome fangs, stating, Boy, it seems you truly intend to perish here. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish, kill. Ji Cang, wielding his heavy sword once more, charged forward, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy. Damn it. It seems I must reveal some hidden trump cards to contend with this fiend, Xiang Chen thought. Then coldly declared, Do you truly believe you are invincible in the Soul Moon? When the tiger does not roar, do you truly think I am merely a husky? The moonlight shimmered in Xiang Chen's eyes. Heavenly Wolf Divine Soul, activate. He roared. Xiang Chen roared, instantly transforming into a towering werewolf. Drawing upon the powers of the moon charm, he infused this energy into his being. In that fleeting moment, the potency of the Taiyin True Pill surged dramatically from the Yuanyang True Pill realm to the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm. The energies of Taiyin and Taiyang erupted simultaneously in a fierce display. Behind the celestial werewolf, a pair of golden wings enveloped with Taiyang true energy emerged, creating an illusion of energy-laden wings. With a fierce strike, Xiang Chen cleaved forward, merging the energies of Taiyin and Taiyang into one, resulting in a tremendous escalation of power. However, this did not transmute into Tai Chi force. As the blades clashed once more, a wave of terrifying sword energy erupted. With a resounding boom, the formidable shockwave sent Ji Cang staggering backward, his arms numb, astonishment etched across his face. What on earth is happening? Ji Cang was astounded. Xiang Chen's energy field had intensified enormously in an instant. Can he also transform into a beast? Countless onlookers gazed at the beastly Xiang Chen, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Previously, Xiang Chen had undergone a beast transformation, but few had taken notice at that time. It was the strength of his spirit. His spirit was that of a beast. Some powerful figures sensed this spiritual force. Roaring, the celestial werewolf unleashed a beam of light, merging the Taiyin and Taiyang energies into a dual-colored beam several meters in diameter, striking forth with devastating force. Dragon Slash, Ji Cang bellowed, countering with a sword strike that transformed into a dragon-shaped sword force. With a mighty explosion, his sword shattered the incoming beam of light, unleashing chaotic energy in all directions. At this juncture, Xiang Chen surged forward with a devastating punch, channeling the powers of the celestial wolf and the golden crow. Dragon-breaking fist. What a joke. How could you possibly be my match? Ji Cang roared, retaliating with a claw strike. Yet, as the horrifying force collided with his claw, Ji Cang's expression changed drastically. He was thrown back with a tremendous impact, blood splattering forth, dragon claws and scales flying, his claws mangled and bones shattered. Ah, my arm. How can this be? Ji Cang cried out in agony, the muscles of his arm torn apart. Try facing this blade. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xiang Chen unleashed waves of solar energy, transforming into fireballs that bombarded and disrupted Ji Cang. Subsequently, he charged his dragon saber, merging Taiyin and Taiyang into a blade of energy. Thunderous blade of destruction. With a piercing sound, a blade far more terrifying than before tore through the air. The violent, thunderous blade extending over 20 meters, reminiscent of a strike from the thunder god. This strike could obliterate mountains. Ji Cang braced with his heavy sword. But as the blade's might erupted, the thunderous energy shattered his true energy defenses, bombarding him from all directions. With explosive sounds echoing, large swathes of dragon scales exploded from Ji Cang's body, blood gushing forth, and his heavy sword was sent flying. Impossible? At that moment, the expression of Palace Master Ji Cang shifted, springing to his feet. The others stood agape, witnessing the astonishing transformation of Xiang Chen, as if he had taken a miraculous elixir and unlocked extraordinary power. In an instant, Xiang Chen soared above Ji Cang, channeling all his strength into a single, crushing stomp. Divine Elephant Stomp. With a thunderous crash, the power of the descending kick surged forth, as if a divine elephant were shattering the very heavens and earth. The thigh descended like a colossal pillar, accompanied by a resounding roar. Ji Cang bellowed, crossing his arms in a desperate attempt to block the blow. Yet, amidst the cacophony, his arms shattered with a sickening crack, and he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Xiang Chen pursued relentlessly, unleashing his thunderblade. In a flash, the blade's radiance transformed into a multitude of slashing shadows that struck Ji Cang's body, eliciting a wretched scream as blood gushed forth. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 10 slashes. In an instant, over 30 lacerations adorned his body, severing countless meridians. The desolate palace would not tolerate any insult. Begone. With a fierce determination, Xiang Chen transformed his slicing blow into a crushing strike, the massive blade slamming down upon Ji Cang. Ji Cang's body collided heavily with the barrier, sending ripples through the air as his bones cracked under the impact. His colossal form fell to the ground like a lifeless dog. Ji Cang lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing, his furious red eyes fixed on Xiang Chen, disbelief etched across his face. If strength allowed one to freely insult others, then in the future, should I encounter you again, do not dare to look down upon me, for I shall retaliate. Xiang Chen approached, delivering a domineering kick to Ji Cang, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling off the battle platform. Thud! Ji Cang's body landed on the platform of Marquis Ho, only to be met with another kick from Xiahou Wu, sending him crashing onto the platform of the enchanting city. Subsequently, the enchanting city also dispassionately delivered a kick. You have gone too far. With a resounding clang, Xiang Chen stood atop the pinnacle of the battle platform, his dragon-s blade embedded within it, surveying the stunned audience in all directions. Gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand, his cold voice resonated through the air. Students of the desolate State Academy, I, Xiang Chen, defend my title. Those who are unconvinced, come forth for a battle. The youthful, audacious voice echoed, and the arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 809. Thunder covers the earth. Did I see that correctly? Brother Xiang has indeed triumphed, defeating Ji Cang. An astonished student from the desolate palace murmured, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly, a hand smacked against his face, leaving him reeling in pain. Brother, why did you hit me? He exclaimed in anger. His senior, snapping back to reality, replied, You felt pain. This is no dream. Brother Xiang has indeed triumphed. Our desolate palace has prevailed. Curse it, you madman. Why strike yourself? Ouch, my face. He lamented, but then added, Nonetheless, Brother Xiang has triumphed. Huh, our desolate palace has prevailed. This excitement was not limited to him. In that moment, the entire student body of the desolate palace erupted in jubilation, each face alight with fervor, standing tall and cheering loudly. Xiang Chen has achieved this. The Night Palace Master and Dean Lu Ming also stood, exhilarated. Gazing at the young man, their bodies trembling with excitement. Impossible. This lad has actually defeated Ji Cang. Is his spiritual power truly so formidable? The palace master Yan, Xiao Yan, and other lords, including Ji Cang, displayed their astonishment. I never expected to misjudge him. I failed to notice the depths of his concealed strength. Princess Xuanji's beautiful eyes sparkled, yet soon furrowed in contemplation. However, why do I sense a trace of demonic energy from him? That cannot be. He is clearly of the human race. Princess Xuanji murmured, lost in thought. This Mr. Xiang Chen is truly extraordinary. One cannot help but wonder about his age. Given such formidable strength, Princess Linglong also expressed her astonishment. The crowd was in an uproar, and in this moment, they were all stirred by Xiang Chen. This young lad possesses two entirely different soul powers. Could it be a dual soul phenomenon? Song Yin was equally astonished, having sensed the two distinct soul energies moments ago. How could this be? Brother Ji Cang has been defeated. No, this cannot be true. This young man must have cheated. There has to be some foul play. How could Brother Ji Cang lose to him? The crowd from the Central State Academy refused to accept this reality, with many vociferously accusing Xiang Chen of cheating. Xiang Chen looked at them coldly and said, "Cheating? Who claims that I have cheated? Come forth and challenge me." His gaze fell upon the group from the Central State. And under the weight of his fierce stare, they instinctively recoiled. Afraid, are we? A bunch of cowards who can only mutter behind my back. You dare not confront me, yet you look down upon the wild palace? Xiang Chen scoffed, his words dripping with arrogance. Do the students from the Central State lack the courage to face reality? Why should we from the wild palace not prevail? The students from the wild palace began to retort boldly. At this moment, Xiang Chen represented the wild palace and all of them. Song Yin interjected sternly, "Silence. In the battle just now, Xiang Chen did not cheat or violate any rules regarding forbidden treasures. In this match, Xiang Chen is victorious." With Song Yan's declaration, the matter was settled. The group from the Central State Academy was filled with anger, resentment, and frustration, feeling thoroughly defeated. Meanwhile, the students from the Wild Palace rejoiced, even mocking the Central State and other academies. "Master, this time, our Wild Palace shall claim the first position." Director Lu Ming's eyes glistened with tears. Master Yi also wore a smile of satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy. "Thank you, Xiang Chen," he said, glancing at the other masters whose faces were clouded with discontent. Lifting his head proudly, "Who would dare look down on me in the Wild Palace now?" It was astonishing. Who would have thought that the Wild Palace, often underestimated, would stage such an incredible comeback? Xiang Chen, where did this prodigious talent emerge from? A dual soul, a rarity among soul cultivators. Many senior generals gazed at Xiang Chen in awe. One who could surpass the best must undoubtedly become a formidable force, soaring above the rest in the future. As Xiang Chen surveyed the scene, no one dared to challenge him. Qi Lu, Xiao Du, and others bore expressions of shock. Yi Tianxi, having been humiliated, lay on a stretcher, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at Xiang Chen. When silence is broken, it is often remarkable. The second dog has risen, proving himself to be a dragon among tigers, rather than a mere shrimp. With no one daring to challenge him, Li Qingyi, upon recovering from his injuries, stepped up to challenge Beiming Leopard, who was defeated and dropped to 5th place. The previously injured Ji Cang, with too many broken bones, lacked the strength to challenge again, thus falling out of the top 5. The top 5 were essentially determined: Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Xia Qingcheng, Ji Xian, and Li Qingyi. The Wild Palace emerged as the greatest victor in this battle of the 9 palaces, claiming 5 spots in the top 10 and dominating half of the standings. Brother Xiang is magnificent. Junior Xia, your spear is truly magnificent. Sister Qingcheng, I apologize. Our careless words have caused you pain in the past. As Xiang Chen and his companions descended from above, a throng of individuals from the abandoned palace gathered around them, engaging in a cacophony of flattery and apologies. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Qingzhou, Beiming Leopard, and Yuan, you have all done splendidly. We are grateful to you for restoring dignity to the abandoned palace. The Lord of the Night personally approached to welcome them. Haha, little Chen, this surprise is overwhelming. Thank you, thank you. Director Lu laughed heartily. Xiang Chen replied, Lord Director, you are too kind. As students of the Academy, it is our duty to fight for its honor. Dongfang Yuan and the others echoed his sentiments, pride swelling within them. At this moment, he felt as though he were galloping triumphantly, akin to a scholar who has witnessed all the blossoms of Chang'an. once dreaming of leading 1,000,000 strong. Now, night had fallen. The sky was illuminated by floating crystal lamps, casting brightness akin to day. Song Yin announced, "The first day of the 9 Palaces battle has concluded. Tomorrow, if there are no significant changes in rankings or further challenges, we shall hold the awards ceremony in the afternoon. Ha ha. I fear many of you may not make it to tomorrow." At that moment, an arrogant voice reverberated through the venue. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy rippled through the heavens and earth as mighty spiritual, magical, and true essence energies erupted. Buzz. In the sky, a radiance burst forth, followed by a black network of thunder that enveloped the heavens, casting its shadow over a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers, encompassing millions of spectators. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of terrifying lightning descended from the sky, crashing into the earth below. Crackle. On the periphery, the lightning erupted. In an instant, screams filled the air. A cultivator stood on the ground, engulfed by the surging lightning that swept over him, and in a harrowing shriek, he was instantaneously reduced to a charred corpse. Whether at the Soul Moon realm or the Ascending Heaven realm, those who touched the lightning were instantly obliterated. Amidst the thunderous explosions, within a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers, lightning fell in a circle, transforming into pillars that surrounded the entire plaza, encasing countless structures. The ground was interwoven with a web of lightning, completely enveloping this expanse of earth and sky. The South Seas treasure, the Calamity Thunder Network. As the anomaly unfolded, fangs emerged, who would govern the tides of fate. In this moment, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Those with knowledge and profound cultivation gazed at the thunderous network with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Song Yin, the master of the 9 Palaces, along with other notable figures present, instantly activated their protective spells, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, a multitude of students and spectators leaped upward, attempting to evade the entwined network of lightning below. Yet, many on the edges cried out in anguish, caught unawares and struck down by the deadly thunderweb. Xiang Chen, Qingzhou, and Xiahou Wu, along with the other students of the abandoned palace, immediately took to the skies, their expressions reflecting shock as they beheld the vast expanse of lightning enveloping the ground. What had transpired? Above, the terrifying thunder clashed in a tumultuous display, intertwining with the electric brilliance that blanketed the arena. Among the countless spectators, figures surged into the air, ascending with fervor, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy and the essence of the sea tribes. Ha ha ha! Princess Linglong, master of the 9 Palaces, Song Yin. And so many imperial warriors, what an impressive catch we have here. A figure proclaimed with audacious laughter, his formidable presence materializing as he reverted to his true form. This individual possessed the physique of a human with a fish tail, towering at a height of 10 feet. Adorned with flowing blue hair and the visage of a middle-aged man with a square jaw, sharp fangs, and a pronounced nose. The mystical patterns on his body resonated with the lightning net, indicating his control over this extraordinary treasure. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Southern Songsi, Shark Tongtian. Song Yan's countenance shifted dramatically as he instantly recognized the figure. Among the onlookers, no fewer than 30 formidable beings transcending realms emerged, all sharing the same human fish hybrid form. At that moment, hundreds of masters from the Lingxiao realm also made their appearance. In addition to this assembly, a host of powerful entities radiating demonic energy revealed their true forms. A butterfly with a body entirely purple and wings spanning 100 feet, and a centipede-like creature over 100 meters long, bristling with sharp appendages. The most fearsome of all was a colossal silver ant, measuring 10 feet in length, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic power. The purple sky demon butterfly, the 1,000-legged demon, and the silver wind ant king. The remnants of the demon race had not perished. Song Yin gazed at these beings, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This was dire. Could the aberrations his master spoke of be these very creatures? Princess Xuanji's face reflected her astonishment. What on earth is happening? How could so many demons conceal themselves within the venue? Those were the Southern Song Sea's mightiest sea tribe, the Shark clan. Quickly, summon the Imperial Army for aid. In that instant, panic ensued among the crowd, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld this assembly of great demons and the sea tribe warriors of the Shark clan. The oppressive force of the thunderous net rendered many unable to lift their heads. What on earth is unfolding? Xiahou Wu exclaimed. his expression mirroring that of Xiang Chen as he sought clarification. Xiang Chen's countenance grew grave as he surveyed the scene, remarking, "It is evident that our adversaries have come to exact revenge, choosing this very moment to strike. It seems their target is the individuals from the 9 palaces. And perhaps even us, the future talents of humanity, along with the prominent figures drawn here to spectate." Qingzhou added, "These forces dare to act here, clearly having orchestrated their plans meticulously." Her face bore no trace of panic. "Everyone, remain calm and follow closely behind me," the Night Master commanded. Brandishing a jade-like artifact that emitted a powerful defensive aura, enveloping himself and the 100 or so individuals from the abandoned palace, their expressions grave. Dean Lu Ming's face darkened as he said, "Master, we are in serious trouble." The Night Master remained silent, his demeanor stern and unyielding. "The audacious Southern Shark Tribe. Do you dare to create chaos in the Imperial City without fear of our great Xia dispatching forces to punish you?" So exclaimed Song Yan. Princess Linglong and her companions were heavily surrounded and protected by formidable guardians. "Song Yan, the Minister of Justice, how dare a mere heavenly king challenge me?" The elder of the Southern Shark Tribe, Sha Tongtian, coldly gestured. With a thunderous roar, a violent bolt of heavenly lightning, over 10 meters in diameter, descended with terrifying power upon Song Yan. His expression changed dramatically as he expelled a pearl, conjuring a dense defensive barrier. However, the thunderstorm shattered his protective artifact, striking him directly. "Ah!" Song Yan shrieked, engulfed in a blaze of lightning. Moments later, with a resounding explosion, he was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, dissipating into nothingness. The man known as the King of Song, who presided over the 9 palaces war with an iron hand, was instantly struck down by a single bolt. Lord Song Yan." In that moment, his acquaintances and friends lamented, their voices echoing with fear at the might of the Southern Shark Tribe's treasure. The Thundernet, one of the most powerful artifacts of the era, would even pose a challenge to our royal ancestors. Princess Linglong's countenance darkened. "Now, you are but fish on our chopping board, rebels. Who dares to defy me?" Sha Tongtian's icy gaze swept over the masses. "Elder Sha, what do you intend to do?" "For many years, our great Xia dynasty and your southern Songxi tribe have maintained a peaceful coexistence," inquired Master Ji Cang. Sha Tongtian looked at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You great Xia dynasty are ambitious. Do you think I am unaware of your covert military buildup in the southern wilderness over the years? You have sharpened your blades, ready to strike against the Songxi. Rather than wait for your assault, I shall take the initiative to seize the advantage." He then turned his gaze to Ji Cang, sneering, "Ji Cang, royal kin, you shall be the first to taste my wrath." With a sweeping motion, Sha Tongtian summoned a torrent of terrifying true essence, morphing into a colossal blue hand laced with lightning, reaching for Ji Cang. "Protect the master." A throng of powerful warriors surged around Ji Cang, unleashing their artifacts and martial skills against the overwhelming thunderous hand. Yet, under that palm, their treasures were easily shattered, their true essence scattering in defeat. "Ah!" Ji Cang cried out, devoid of any means to retaliate, as the thunderous hand seized him. Surrounding Sha Tongtian, a swirling vortex emerged, revealing a gigantic blue shark encircled by lightning. A formidable sea fiend, the blue electric thunder shark. "No!" Ji Cang screamed in terror, only to be consumed whole. The massive blue electric thunder shark devoured him, unleashing a terrifying aura, its colossal eyes surveying all present. "Master!" A multitude from the Central Continent Academy shouted in anguish, many reduced to a state of shock. Chapter 811. Captured as hostages, the Azure Electric Shark is the innate sacrificial spirit of Shark Tongtian. The marine tribe of the Southern Shark clan nurtures their own innate sacrificial spirit, even drawing upon its power. Akin to the mystical abilities of Xiang Chen and the moon-eating celestial wolf, which allows one to harness the strength of deities. Shark Tongtian executed Song Yan and devoured Ji Cang, effectively instilling fear in many. "Qingcheng, Houzi, Bao Bao, Songxing, Yuan, stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 paces." Xiang Chen suddenly transmitted his thoughts to those beside him. The group nodded, albeit uncertain of Xiang Chen's intentions. With narrowed eyes, he gazed at the thunderous net in the sky. Wielding his ability to traverse the void several times, he could potentially rescue a few from this tempestuous snare. Yet, what would escape accomplish? Once outside, the terrifying powers of the adversary would likely seize him immediately. Thus, he refrained from acting unless absolutely necessary, especially since the crowd had yet to erupt into chaos. If all else failed, he possessed the ultimate bloodline enhancement, though its usage would leave him severely weakened and expose his identity, making it impossible for him to remain among the human race thereafter. For now, he resolved to observe the unfolding events quietly, maintaining a calm demeanor. He glanced at Qingzhou, who remained composed, and gently grasped her hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. "Do not fear. Should the sky fall, I will be here," Xiang Chen whispered softly. Hum. Qingzhou nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips, exuding tranquility. "Oh dear Lord. White furry. Qingzhou, what shall we do?" Li Baobao lamented, perched on Xiahou Wu's shoulders, her brow furrowed in distress. "Fear not, for I shall bear the sky upon my shoulders," Xiahou Wu grinned, displaying an unperturbed demeanor. "You can bear it all you want. I'm still on your head. If the sky falls, I shall be crushed first," Li Baobao retorted sharply. Princess Linglong stepped forward and addressed Shark Tontian, "Esteemed Shark Tontian, the nearest military camp is just 10 minutes away. Surely you do not intend to slaughter everyone present, for such an act would leave you no avenue of escape." "Your Highness, do not provoke this madman," a guard beside Princess Linglong warned in trepidation. "Fear not. Should Shark Tontian wish to kill me, I would be the first to perish," Princess Linglong replied, her expression calm and her poise unshaken, a demeanor that would make many men feel inadequate. "Ha. Truly the daughter of the Emperor of the Great Xiao, what a spirit you possess." Shark Tontian laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Princess Linglong, revealing a hint of admiration. 3 minutes have elapsed. You all have 7 minutes remaining," Princess Linglong continued. With a wave of his hand, Shark Tontian conjured a massive black bag that appeared in the sky, transforming into a vast spatial rift, as if a colossal tear had manifested in the heavens. "The Qian bag," Shark Tontian declared coldly. "Under the net of the thunderstorm, I can annihilate everyone present in half a stick of incense's time. We shall depart unhurriedly. Now, I offer you all a chance. Enter this Qian bag, or face obliteration beneath the thunder. What do you intend?" a general from the Great Xiao inquired. Shark Tontian turned his gaze toward him, clenched his hand, and a bolt of lightning descended. A thunderous roar echoed as the commander of the Great Xiao let out a wretched scream, only to be obliterated into ashes by a single strike of lightning. "What I intend to do requires no explanation at this moment. You need only heed my words, or face the fate of being reduced to dust." The presence of Shark Tontian was chilling, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Millions were engulfed in panic, their faces ashen as they gazed at the colossal universe bag suspended in the air. "Master, what shall we do?" a trembling disciple from the abandoned palace inquired. Many were rendered speechless, having never witnessed such a dire spectacle in their lives. "Everyone, remain calm. It appears that our adversary does not wish to annihilate us all just yet," the Night Lord declared, striving to maintain composure. When attendees entered the venue, they were subject to identity verification. How did these intruders manage to infiltrate? Lu Ming remarked with a grim expression. It was evident that the assailants had meticulously orchestrated their plan. There were likely issues within the Central State Academy. The Night Lord sighed heavily. "Princess, what should we do?" All eyes turned to Princess Linglong, the highest-ranking individual present, the daughter of the Emperor of the Great Xiao. Linglong gazed at the gaping spatial rift created by the immense universe bag, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Senior Shark Tontian, are you attempting to use us as hostages to coerce the dynasty?" Shark Tontian scoffed. "Princess Linglong, you have 10 breaths to deliberate. If you do not comply, you shall all perish." Every gaze fixated upon Princess Linglong as she responded. "Senior, I will offer myself as a hostage. Spare these 100,000 innocents." "Princess, no. Given your status, you cannot become their hostage. I shall protect the princess with my life." The experts surrounding Princess Linglong vehemently opposed her proposition. This Princess Linglong, indeed, possessed a proud spirit befitting her royal lineage. Xiang Chen silently admired her resolve, elevating his regard for her. "By the heavens, how can we allow a woman to be a hostage? Do you have any solutions?" Xiahou Wu urgently inquired. "I do," Xiang Chen replied. "What is it?" "Let us embrace death together. Such noble sacrifice renders the notion of hostages unnecessary." "Goodness, is this the time for jest?" Xiahou Wu was left speechless. However, Shark Tontian began to count, his voice resonating. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths. It was clear that he sought not merely Princess Linglong but the entirety of those present, including various commanders and the numerous prodigies from the academy. You have but 2 breaths remaining, Shark Tontian declared coldly. Senior, please wait. We shall enter, Princess Linglong responded with an icy countenance. Princess, the experts by her side turned red-eyed, prepared to fight to the death. As long as there is life, there is hope. Let us ensure everyone's survival first. Princess Linglong urged, biting her lip as she called out to Shark Tontian. Senior, cease this slaughter. We shall comply. With that, she soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as she dashed into the vast universe bag. Protect the princess. Her companions followed suit. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, each disheartened yet compelled to ascend into the sky, drawn toward the immense universe bag. No one wished for death, nor did anyone dare to question the capability of this southern sea treasure to annihilate them all. Let us set aside the treasure for a moment. The individual known as Sha Tongtian has already established himself as a preeminent force on the continent, a figure of legend, unmatched by any present. A multitude of human cultivators was coerced into the Qiankuan bag. A vast throng swept along. Follow the princess, the Lord of the Night Palace urged, his expression grim. For they had no other choice. Over 100 individuals from the ruined palace wore despondent faces, resigned to follow the surging crowd into the bag. Chapter 8:12. My hardship, what shall we do, Dogsy? Xiahou Wu inquired. There's nothing for it. We must simply follow, Xiang Chen replied as he soared into the air. Joining the throng, hundreds of thousands were compelled into the Qiankuan bag. One might question why such a multitude of cultivators did not unite to break free. Yet, with so many top-tier powers on the opposing side, along with the vast and lethal heavenly thundernet at play, who would dare risk their life to fill the gap? Outside the venue, beyond the reach of the thunderous net, countless onlookers gazed in astonishment at the dim sky, illuminated by the pervasive lightning. What has transpired? How can such a powerful, thunderous wave envelop the plaza of the Central State Academy? Countless cultivators and common folk, even hundreds of miles away, could see this formidable network of lightning that cloaked the land. Quickly, report to the army, inform His Majesty. Some powerful figures outside the Central State Academy shouted in urgency. At this moment, chaos reigned within the entire Central State Academy. With a caw, a crow with moldy feathers flitted overhead. Huh, what delightful chaos. The Sea Tribe has finally dared to undertake a bold venture. I shall seize this opportunity to plunder the treasury of the Central State Academy. Lord Sangliang has arrived. The crow grinned sinisterly as it headed straight for the Academy's treasury. At the very moment this incident unfolded, news had already reached the palace thousands of miles away. Within the vast expanse of the palace, a voice imbued with wrath and authority echoed, "Dispatch orders to the nearest Western military camp. The entire army must hasten to the Central State Academy." Understood. The startled responses erupted instantaneously. Whoosh! A colossal beam of golden light shot skyward. A dragon's roar resounded, reverberating through the heavens. This was a golden dragon, measuring 200 zhang in length, its formidable form adorned with fearsome fangs and crowned with unbranched horns. Its underbelly bore 4 limbs with 3 claws, sharp and lethal, exuding an overwhelming might. A true dragon of the lineage. The dragon bellowed, and atop its massive head stood a figure enveloped in golden light. Soon after, several other fearsome figures ascended into the sky, accompanying the majestic dragon. With a thunderous roar, the enormous dragon soared into the void, leaving a long wake in the air, its speed akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. The Western military camp, the closest to the Central State Academy, was now assembling over 400,000 regular troops, boarding warships. Hundreds of formidable vessels surged forward towards the Central State Academy. At the Dragon and Phoenix Plaza of the Central State Academy, millions swiftly entered the Qiankuan bag. Inside, the space spanned over 10 kilometers, considerably smaller than Xiang Chen's Qiankuan ring. 2 to 3 million people have entered this place, creating an extraordinary crowd. Panic is etched on everyone's faces, and the cacophony of noise melds into a singular tumult. Do not be alarmed. The Imperial Army will surely come to our rescue, Princess Linglong proclaimed, soothing the frayed nerves of the masses. Indeed, our great Xia possesses formidable strength. The dynasty will undoubtedly come to our aid. Have faith in our military. It seemed as though the crowd was engaging in a form of self-reassurance, gradually finding calm amidst the chaos. After all, they were cultivators, and their mental fortitude in the face of danger surpassed that of ordinary folk, preventing them from succumbing to utter disorder. Once everyone had entered, Sha Tongtian transformed into a human form, shedding his fishtail and assuming the guise of an ordinary man. Madam Dying, we owe you much for your inside information and support, Sha Tongtian remarked, directing his gaze towards a striking woman who had emerged from the massive violet butterfly. With a serene smile, Madam Dying responded, I trust that the Grand Elder will not forget our agreement. Rest assured, we are now comrades in arms. I shall not forget our pact, Sha Tongtian replied, revealing a grin that showcased his sharp, white teeth. His eyes turned toward the Central State Academy, and with a swift motion, he raised his hand. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal hand of primordial energy manifested, transforming into a lethal claw that descended upon a mountain peak. This was a spirit peak. With a resounding crash, the spirit peak was obliterated. Its formation shattered in an instant, collapsing 1,000-foot peak and its surrounding area of over 10 kilometers beneath the force of a single strike. What terrifying power this was! Subsequently, the great hand plunged into the earth, extracting a strand of spiritual light that exuded an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. It was the core of the spiritual vein, the spirit vein source crystal. After seizing this precious crystal, Sha Tongtian proceeded to annihilate 2 more spirit peaks, directly appropriating the source crystals of the 3 finest spiritual veins within the Central State Academy. From this day forth, the foremost academy of Great Xia was rendered inoperative. The silver ant transformed into a lean middle-aged man. Madame Dying coldly stated, in this realm of Great Xia, their resources have been built upon the corpses of our demon race. These exquisite spiritual veins rightfully belong to us. Well then, considering the time, the Emperor of Great Xia is soon to arrive. We must take our leave, Sha Tongtian remarked, having secured the 3 superior spiritual veins, not bothering to seize the ordinary ones. In the sky, the tempestuous thunderclouds dissipated, coalescing into a streak of lightning that fell into Sha Tongtian's grasp. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a black orb, resembling a spider's web, which was the true form of the Thunderbolt Heaven Net artifact. Yet, this small orb possessed an astounding level of power. Its grade remained a mystery. A group of individuals vanished into thin air, swiftly disappearing from above the Central State Academy. In an instant, tranquility returned. The Dragon and Phoenix Square lay desolate, marked only by remnants of terrifying thunder pits, a shattered magical sword belonging to Song Yan, and some broken artifacts of Ji Cang. 2 minutes later, when the army arrived and secured the area, it was already deserted. Master, Dean, brothers, and sisters, where have you all gone? Many ordinary disciples of the Central State Academy gazed at the empty square, scarcely able to believe the events that had transpired. Outside the academy, countless local residents and cultivators had gathered, engaging in fervent discussions about the unfolding events. It was certain that by the next day, this news would reverberate throughout the imperial capital, shaking numerous cities and districts. Within the Qingzhou bag, a group of individuals from the desolate palace, including Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Qingzhou, and Dongfang Sanxing, sat huddled together on the ground, their faces devoid of the earlier joy from securing first place. Instead, they wore expressions of deep despondency. The incessant hum of whispered exchanges was jarring to the ears. Alas, how unfortunate! How did we find ourselves entangled in such troublesome affairs? Dongfang sighed. Xiang Chen felt even more exasperated. His journey to the Eastern Sea had led him into warfare, and participating in a tournament had resulted in confrontations with the Sea and Demon clans seeking retribution against the Great Xia. What a stroke of misfortune! I am certainly not a harbinger of calamity. This is truly burdensome, he thought, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Dog, you are usually full of clever ideas. Is there truly no way out this time? Xiahou Wu quietly inquired, sitting cross-legged nearby. Back off, don't crowd me, he shouted over his shoulder. Xiang Chen, also seated on the ground, though this ground was merely a spatial energy barrier, responded through thought, I do have a way to leave here. Have you forgotten my ability? Indeed. You can traverse space, so why not do so? Traverse? With so many eyes upon us. And if I were to escape, would I abandon Lu Yuan and the others? Even if we managed to slip away, the formidable beings outside would undoubtedly pursue us immediately. Now is not the time, Xiang Chen retorted, exasperated. For now, we must remain observant and see where we are taken. He surveyed the dense crowd surrounding them. If Sha Tongtian truly intended to act violently, chaos would surely ensue, providing them a chance to flee. I can see the scene outside, Qingzhou whispered, as cherry blossoms blossomed at her brow, revealing a celestial eye. I can as well. It appears they intend to transport us somewhere, likely to the southern Song Sea, Xiang Chen noted. Utilizing his vision gifted by the moon eye and the spatial talent from the foolish fish spirit. At that moment, Sha Tongtian and his cohort were flying with astonishing speed, the landscapes below vanishing in an instant. In another area, Princess Linglong and her companions were also seated together, with Princess Linglong and Princess Xuanji at the center, surrounded by a protective circle of formidable beings from the Lingxiao realm. Xuanji, can you see the scene outside? Princess Linglong inquired. Princess Xuanji, possessing a unique mystical eye, replied. I can see vaguely, but not clearly. My observational ability is primarily focused on discerning the forms and fortunes of individuals, and my power of clairvoyance is not particularly strong. Princess, what do you think these rebels intend to take us? A nearby warrior asked. Princess Linglong replied gravely. They likely mean to return us to the southern Song Sea. If they do not kill us, it is to use us as hostages, thereby gaining leverage in negotiations with the great Xia to secure the greatest advantage. These wretched sea clans. Sooner or later, the great Xia will cleanse them from the four seas. Another warrior gritted his teeth in anger. Alas, Lord Song. Such a fine official. There are indeed those who reminisce about Song Yan. This calamity has served as a clarion call for the great Xia, revealing that remnants of the demon race still lurk within our lands, ever poised to disrupt our dynasty. Princess Linglong remarked coldly. The purple sky demon butterfly, the silver-winged ant king, and the thousand-legged demon king. These individuals ought to have perished in that battle, yet they re-emerge, aligning themselves with the aquatic tribes. It is likely that the remnants of the demon race have forged an alliance with the sea clans. The East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Should these marine factions unite with the demons, it would certainly spell a monumental disaster, threatening the stability of our great Xia. Previously, my master had predicted that a demon would incite chaos. The celestial phenomena must surely refer to this impending calamity. Princess Xuanji pondered. Regarding this matter, she could not help but cast a glance at the distant figures in the desolate palace. The celestial signs remain enigmatic, particularly concerning why they point towards the southeast, the direction of the desolate state. Moreover, the performance of the students from the desolate palace this year has been indeed peculiar and exceptionally formidable. Could it be that there is some connection between the desolate palace and this impending tribulation? Princess Xuanji mused silently. Time passed, and a group of individuals had arrived above a vast expanse of ocean. Elder, I have a request. Shark Tongtian and his companions sat atop his enormous blue electric thunder shark, which soared through the sky with the magnitude of a floating island, its speed astonishing. Shark Tongtian turned to the speaking Madame Dying and said, Dear friend, there is no need for such formalities. Speak your mind. Madame Dying replied, Among this group, there is one with whom I share a bond. Once we reach the South Sea Palace, I wish to take him away. Oh, who is it? Shark Tongtian asked with interest. The current champion of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, Xiang Chen, Madame Dying declared. Ah, that young lad. Shark Tongtian was well aware of Xiang Chen, having observed him from the audience. This boy possesses exceptional talent. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become another formidable figure among the human race. I wonder what Madame Dying intends for him. Does she perhaps wish to cultivate him for her own purposes? Shark Tongtian inquired, puzzled. Madame Dying shook her head and said, This young man is, in fact, of the demon race. He is the son of an old acquaintance of mine, and also one of my agents within the human realm. She was cautious, refraining from revealing Xiang Chen's true identity or his connection to Tengu, and certainly did not mention that he was the son of the Moonlight Demon Queen. Historically, the Sea clans were formidable adversaries of the demon race. In ancient times, the Sea clans were much stronger than they are now, with the continent predominantly under the dominion of the demons, and the conflict between the demon and sea races was far more intense. The Sea clans were forced to retreat into the vast ocean, losing significant territories surrounding the continent due to the demons' relentless efforts. However, the war between the demon and sea clans exacted a heavy toll on both sides. Coupled with the subsequent incursions by foreign powerful races, the human race swiftly rose from the ashes of the conflict, ultimately overthrowing the demon race and seizing control of the continent. As it stands today, the East Sea, dominated by the demon-led factions, Tengu, the Xiangyang family, and the Moonlight Demon Queen, remains in opposition to the Sea clans. While the various marine tribes across the four seas differ, harmony is far from achieved. In the present world, the human race reigns over the continent, while certain regions of the ocean are under the control of the demon race, and the vast sea is firmly the territory of the Sea clans. The realm beyond the heavens is indeed the most formidable domain for the cultivators of the human race. However, internal strife among the human sects is quite severe there, and they must also fend off external foes. Is that lad from the demon clan? The astonishment was palpable for Shark Tongtian, who initially failed to discern this fact. If it were Madame Butterfly Shadow and her companions, it would be understandable if they could not detect his true nature, given their considerable prowess, albeit inferior to his own. Yet for a mere ant like Xiang Chen, to elude his perception as a demon was utterly astonishing. Indeed, it is true, replied Madame Butterfly Shadow. How intriguing. The champion of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings turns out to be one of the demon race. Haha, I shall take this young man out for some amusement. Shark Tongtian chuckled heartily as he retrieved a bag of holding, opening its mouth and reaching into its depths. A gasp of horror erupted from within the bag. As panic ensued, suddenly, an immensely colossal hand descended from the heavens, targeting a group of individuals from the abandoned palace, many of whom were rendered motionless with fear. The hand swiftly grasped Xiang Chen, seizing him in its grip. Dog! Brother! Xiang Chen! Cried Xiahou Wu and others in alarm, as they rushed to rescue him. However, with a mere flick of its finger, the group was effortlessly sent crashing to the ground. Xiang Chen has been captured. What are they planning? Do they intend to strike at us? The students of the abandoned palace were thrown into disarray. Xiang Chen, roared the Night Palace Master, immediately soaring into the air alongside Dean Lu Ming to rescue him. Yet, they were met with an overwhelming force that far surpassed their realms, causing them to vomit blood and plummet. I am fine, everyone, do not act rashly, Xiang Chen bellowed, held between two fingers. Although he found himself unable to move, he sensed that the captor did not intend to crush him, but merely to take him away. Before the gaze of countless onlookers, he was whisked away. Upon the back of the blue electric thunder shark, a flash of light revealed Xiang Chen's form, landing upon the creature's back. The eyes of many powerful beings fell upon him. Shark Tongtian scrutinized Xiang Chen, and the latter felt a formidable probing of spiritual power attempting to discern his essence. Yet it yielded no results. Frowning, Shark Tongtian noted the absence of any detectable demonic aura. Xiang Chen, Senior Shark Tongtian still harbors doubts regarding your status as my embedded spy. You may now release your demonic energy, Madame Butterfly Shadow interjected with a smile. Xiang Chen's heart stirred as he turned to her, recognizing her shrewdness immediately. He quickly deduced the situation and respectfully clasped his hands. Addressing those present, Xiang Chen greets the lady and esteemed elders. Madame Butterfly Shadow's earlier remark had already unveiled much, including his current identity. Child, are you truly of the demon race? Why can I perceive no trace of demonic essence from you? Shark Tongtian questioned, bewildered. Esteemed elder, I am indeed of the demon race, but my innate talent allows me to perfectly conceal my aura, Xiang Chen replied with a slight bow, subsequently unleashing a wave of pure demonic energy. What pure demonic energy? It seems you are indeed a demon. What is your true form? Shark Tongtian inquired with growing interest. As a spectral manifestation of wolf fur adorned his hands, claws emerging forth, Xiang Chen proclaimed, my true form is that of a husky. No, I stand corrected, a wolf demon. Upon witnessing the transformation of Xiang Chen's arm, Sha Tongtian harbored no further doubts. He turned to Madame Daying with a smile, expressing his admiration for her strategic prowess. Madame Daying, your machinations are truly commendable. I did not anticipate that the foremost genius of the Wilderness Palace, the top of the 9 palaces ranking, would be under your aegis, which presents a sharp irony for the human race. Madame Daying replied, all of this is for the sake of our alliance, esteemed elder. Now that you have verified Xiang Chen's identity, may I request the release of my people? She sought to rescue Xiang Chen from this place, and he internally mused, I did not tend to you and your daughter in vain. I am not devoid of gratitude. How absurd, to accuse oneself of being ungrateful. Since he is under your command, you may arrange for him as you see fit. Sha Tongtian waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to deny Madame Daying her due respect for the sake of a mere ant. Thank you, esteemed elder. Madame Daying inclined her head in a respectful gesture. Xiang Chen, Your task has been accomplished. You may return to Wanhua Fortress, she instructed, casting him a glance that urged him to flee swiftly. Yet, Xiang Chen responded with utmost respect. Madam, I believe it would be prudent for me to remain concealed among the humans. Should they engage in discussions, I shall be in a better position to gather intelligence. He inwardly cursed. My closest brother and my beloved are both within. How could I possibly leave? Madame Daiying's brows furrowed as she regarded Xiang Chen, unable to suppress her telepathic warning. If your true identity is uncovered, peril awaits you. What purpose does your continued presence serve? Xiang Chen understood her reference to his lineage as the son of the moon demon of the Eastern Sea's Soup Valley. Thank you for your concern, madam. I am well aware of the risks. However, my continued presence here serves my own purposes, and I assure you, I shall not jeopardize your plans, he responded mentally. Resonating with her lingering thoughts, Madame Daiying gazed at him intently, continuing her telepathic communication. Does the Eastern Sea's Soup Valley wish to involve itself in this murky affair? No, I do not represent the Soup Valley. I merely have personal matters to attend to. Rest assured, I will safeguard my identity. With your protection, I can leave when I choose, and I doubt they will pose any obstacles. Very well, take care of yourself. When you wish to depart, simply call out. Madame Daiying nodded, relinquishing further insistence. Xiang Chen, understanding the subtlety of the moment, refrained from inquiring about their plans. Their operation was meticulously orchestrated, and the Eastern Sea's Soup Valley could not have anticipated it. Thus, Xiang Chen's solitary presence would not significantly alter the dynamics at play. Given their shared history and the aid he had rendered to her and her daughter, Madame Daiying acquiesced to his modest request. Sha Tongtian, aware of the telepathic exchange yet oblivious to its content, assumed they were merely discussing the demon clan's own schemes. Although the Kuan demon clan had allied with the southern Songxi, it was more akin to a cooperative alliance, with their own calculations at play. The demon race possessed deep roots on the continent and extensive information networks, which the aquatic tribes sorely lacked. Moreover, the demon clan sought to leverage the strength of the sea tribe for revenge, engaging in mutual exploitation. Esteemed elder, I must trouble you to escort me inside. Xiang Chen addressed Sha Tongtian with deference. Very well, Sha Tongtian acquiesced, opening the mouth of the Qingkuan bag, which drew Xiang Chen within with a powerful suction. His abduction incited considerable turmoil within the confines of the Qingkuan bag, as anxiety increasingly enveloped many, particularly the students who feared that the Sea Tribe would soon take action against them. It was the first on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, Xiang Chen, who fell victim. Prior to this incident, he had emerged as a central figure in the Nine Palaces battle, destined for renown. However, he suddenly plummeted from the upper realm, landing squarely atop a group of individuals, inciting a chorus of complaints. Brother, Xiang Chen, exclaimed Xiahou Wu and Xia Qingqing, rushing to help him to his feet. Are you all right? Did they trouble you? Xiahou Wu inquired urgently. Brother Xiang Chen, what were they after? You weren't wronged, were you? Xia Qingqing hastily checked on Xiang Chen's well-being, concern etched on her face. It's nothing. They merely summoned me for a few questions. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. By the way, how are the Palace Master and the Dean? He recalled that both Palace Master Lu Ming and Dean had been injured while trying to rescue him, leaving him somewhat touched. Nothing serious. But the Palace Master and the Dean were knocked unconscious. They'll be fine once they awaken. Goodness, what kind of formidable beings are out there? Xiahou Wu cursed. Having always regarded the Night Palace Master as quite powerful, yet witnessing their effortless defeat was disheartening. It seemed that their opponents were akin to earthly immortals. Xiang Chen thought with a bitter smile. If this news were to reach his family, he could only imagine their worries. Dongfang Yuan sighed, realizing how quickly what should have been a joyous occasion had turned into a calamity, highlighting the sorrow of the weak being at the mercy of the strong. I'm so hungry, Lord Duke. Li Bei'er's voice was faint as she languidly sprawled atop Xiahou Wu's head. Xiang Chen, the princess is calling for you. At that moment, a guard approached the exquisite princess, beckoning Xiang Chen to come forth. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, suspecting this was due to his earlier abduction. Please ask Her Highness to wait. I shall be there shortly, he acknowledged. Hurry, don't keep the princess waiting. The guard admonished sternly. I will attend to this matter briefly. Please take care of the Dean and the Night Palace Master, Xiang Chen remarked to those with him. Be cautious. Having just been summoned and now returning safely, others may harbor suspicions, Xia Qingqing advised, adjusting his attire and appearance. Xiang Chen smiled serenely. I understand. There is no cause for concern. Relax, sister. The princess is quite a beauty and seems to hold you in high regard. Granting you a jade token for unrestricted access to the princess's residence, Xiahou Wu, the oblivious one, blurted out, whether intentionally or not. As anticipated, Xia Qingqing's expression shifted, her hand gently grasping the wolf ears beneath Xiang Chen's hair, teasingly asking, "How much does she admire you?" I was unaware of this privilege. Xiang Chen shot a glare at Xiahou Wu, chuckling, "Don't listen to Hosie's nonsense. There's nothing to it. The princess merely thinks my poetry is commendable and has requested me to teach her when I have the time." Subsequently, Xiang Chen counterattacked, "Hosie, that lady who massaged your meridians at Wanhua Fort was quite lovely, wasn't she? You've been there for quite a while. It must have been quite comfortable for you." Upon hearing this, Xiahou Wu's expression changed, while the feeble pear blossom at his neck instantly perked up. "Massage? Well, great ho. Have you struck it rich? Daring to take me along for a massage? Come, let me give you a thorough rub-down on those meridians." As she spoke, Pear Blossom twisted Xiahou Wu's ears in a complete circle. Bower, I was wrong. It hurts. I won't do it again. It was all that dog-s doing. Dragging me along." Xiahou Wu grimaced in pain. "Enough of this nonsense, Xiang Chen. You two brothers are no good. Knowing he is a scoundrel, you still followed him." Xiang Chen was left speechless, caught in the crossfire, imploring, "Can we at least respect your wolf king? Enough. Stop chatting up the princess. Move along. Women like Princess Linglong have admirers who are either wealthy or noble. What sort of scandal do you think will arise if you associate with her? There are plenty in the imperial capital who would seek to deal with you," Xia Qingqing admonished. "Very well, I shall heed my wife's command. I shall resolutely refrain from flirting as long as my wife disapproves," Xiang Chen replied with a wry smile, questioning why he inspired such concern. "Indeed, a scoundrel. And now a scoundrel in name as well. From now on, I shall be known as the three-legged scoundrel." Xiang Chen proceeded, where Princess Linglong and Princess Xuanji awaited him. With her pale purple eyes, Princess Xuanji scrutinized Xiang Chen, making him feel rather uneasy as he carefully reined in his aura. "Princess, Xiang Chen has arrived. Xiang Chen, I pay my respects to your highness." He approached, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Xiang need not stand on ceremony. Allow me to introduce you. This is the personally taught disciple of the current national master, Princess Xuanji, who is also the daughter of the current prime minister," Princess Linglong said warmly, gesturing to the veiled figure beside her. Xiang Chen gazed at the masked lady and bowed again. "I pay my respects to the princess. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today, I finally have the honor of meeting you." Princess Xuanji nodded slightly, but remained silent. Princess Linglong gestured for Xiang Chen to take a seat, where a meditation cushion had already been placed. Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude and sat cross-legged, maintaining a straight posture as he looked at Princess Linglong. "Your Highness summoned me. May I ask for what purpose?" The gentle smile of Princess Linglong faded slightly as she spoke. "Today's events came rather unexpectedly. I did not anticipate that it would involve you and the others. It is a failure of our defenses in the Great Xia, which has also implicated you." Xiang Chen sighed. "The rebels are exceedingly cunning. None desired for such circumstances to unfold." Princess Linglong nodded. "Indeed, in recent years, our human race and the Great Xia dynasty have grown increasingly powerful, causing the barbarian tribes of the seas to fear us, making them resort to such despicable tactics. When they took you away earlier, they did not trouble you, did they?" The question arose, and Xiang Chen felt a shift within. This was indeed the crux of the matter, the primary objective of the other party. All eyes converged on Xiang Chen. The intense pressure from a group of Lingxiao realm experts, and even those surpassing it, was palpably overwhelming. Figures from the Xiao Palace, various palace officials, high-ranking martial generals, and the ethereal cloud fairy from the Tianzong surrounded Princess Linglong. Xiang Chen shook his head and said, "The other party did not make things difficult for me. They captured me merely because I secured the first place in the Nine Palaces battle. They sought to inquire about my martial arts. However, my techniques are inherited from the academy and my master, and my memories have been sealed by a forbidden law. When they were unable to extract any valuable information, they simply released me." This narrative had been crafted in his mind prior to his return. Indeed, these traitors were despicable, coercing others for their techniques, which is a grave taboo among the human race. Princess Linglong nodded, aware of her own beliefs regarding the truth. "Is it truly so simple? Did they not attempt to extract any intelligence from you? You have not betrayed humanity?" Master Xiao Yanfang questioned coldly. Xiang Chen raised his sword-like brows and regarded Master Xiao with indifference. What do you mean, Senior Xiao? What intelligence does Xiang Chen possess? Currently, our lives and deaths are in the hands of others. If they seek to know something, wouldn't it be more prudent to inquire of a figure such as Master Xiao, who undoubtedly knows far more? I am but a minor character, having gained notoriety only for vanquishing some of the Academy's lesser figures during the Nine Palaces battle. They were merely curious about my cultivation path, and thus apprehended me for questioning. Upon hearing this, Master Zhao's expression darkened, and a formidable pressure enveloped Xiang Chen as he exclaimed, "Whom are you insulting?" That particular remark about slaying some lesser figures was indeed directed at them, as those from the Academy had fallen to Xiang Chen's blade. Your Highness, Master Xiao wields considerable authority. He is unjustly placing blame upon me. I am truly aggrieved. Xiang Chen lamented, casting a pitiful gaze at Princess Linglong, his expression one of sorrow and indignation. Master Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a strong urge to silence Xiang Chen, who had previously displayed a ruthless demeanor yet now feigned innocence. How dare he? His shamelessness knew no bounds. Master Xiao, we are currently in a situation where we share both trials and tribulations. We must refrain from making hasty judgments that could harm morale, Princess Linglong stated calmly. Indeed, Master Xiao replied quietly, casting a glare at Xiang Chen. Old man, you dare bite me? You wish to ensnare me? You wretched old fool. Xiang Chen stuck out his tongue, making a grimace, inwardly cursing while provoking Master Xiao, who turned away, refusing to acknowledge this cunning individual. Princess Linglong, witnessing Xiang Chen's childlike behavior, could not help but stifle a laugh, her suspicion diminishing slightly. At that moment, Princess Xuanji spoke up for an unusual occasion. Young Master Xiang Chen, you are of the human race, are you not? This unexpected inquiry from Princess Xuanji caused a slight stir within Xiang Chen's heart. Aren't you aware, Princess? Of course, I am human, he replied in surprise, adding silently that he was not of pure blood. He was now aware of the origins of the demon blood within him, how the bloodline of the moon-swallowing wolf had come to be. His elder sibling had once mentioned that during his mother's pregnancy, the essence of the celestial wolf had merged with him through the ancient cauldron, perfectly integrating into his being, rather than resulting from any infidelity on his mother's part. Princess Xuanji remarked, however, when I observed young Master Xiang Chen in battle, it seemed that a trace of demonic energy manifested within you. Xiang Chen's heart tightened. This young lady was quite perceptive, having detected the demonic aura that even his own spiritual sense could not perceive during combat. Xiang Chen maintained a composed demeanor, his neurons racing as he spoke. Ah, so this is the reason behind it. Oh, what reason? Princess Xuanji inquired eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Chen replied, this is somewhat of a personal secret. Since the princess has asked, I shall share it. Observe. As he spoke, a radiant light emanated from his palm, revealing a demon core that exuded an otherworldly aura. A demon core, Princess Xuanji remarked with intrigue. The aura you emit is not from this core, but rather from within you. Xiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it originates from within me. What you may not know is that my spirit is that of a beast. If you don't believe me, look. Come forth, Pippi the Husky. He called, and a beam of silver light shot from his being. Before them appeared a snow-white wolf spirit, resembling an adorable little husky puppy, utterly charming. What a delightful spirit! Princess Linglong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Xiang Chen tossed the demon core to the wolf spirit, which promptly devoured it. Do you now understand? He asked. Your spirit can consume demon cores? Princess Xuanji queried in astonishment, while others gazed in awe at the small white dog. Yes, our spirits can indeed absorb demon cores, refining a portion of the energy to aid in my cultivation. Thus, it is inevitable that I also carry some residual demonic aura. Xiang Chen elucidated, inwardly marveling at his own cleverness. What a perfect excuse. A spirit capable of devouring demon cores? I have never heard of such a thing. One powerful figure exclaimed in surprise. I see, your spirit is remarkably solid, akin to a living being. What rank is it? Princess Linglong inquired with a smile, as the little white dog nestled into her embrace, playfully nuzzling her ample bosom, exuding a sense of intelligence. Ah, I possess a celestial grade spirit. Celestial grade. No wonder. You are indeed a rare talent with a remarkable spirit, Princess Linglong responded, relieved. Princess Xuanji no longer doubted the demonic aura and remarked, Xiang Chen, you must only be 18 years old. To possess such cultivation at this age, it surely correlates with your spirit's capabilities. Xiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, realizing she was likely gauging his bone age. You are merely 18, Princess Linglong gasped in astonishment. She herself was several decades old, though she was still considered young among cultivators. Xiang Chen revealed a hint of youthful shyness and nodded with a smile. At 18, you are already so impressive. What will you achieve in the future? However, historically, the number 18 has always held significance, embodying the most formidable techniques, such as the legendary 18 palms. The most poignant rallying cry, uttered at the moment of execution, is the proclamation, "In 18 years, I shall rise again." The longest prison sentence is also 18 years. And the most curious sign reads, "No entry for those under 18. Princess Linglong sighed, "I never expected you to be so young. Henceforth, I can no longer call you sir, but must refer to you as elder. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of our great Xia dynasty." Xiang Chen seized the opportunity, grinning. "Princess, you are still youthful and extraordinarily beautiful, renowned throughout the land." Princess Linglong shook her head with a smile. "In comparison to you, we are indeed aging." "Not aging, but rather in the prime of life," he retorted, "for as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older can bear golden bricks. At 30, she can embrace a kingdom. At 300, she can cradle a golden elixir. A woman of great stature surpasses 3,000, and she joins the celestial ranks. If she exceeds 30,000, she is fed by the Queen Mother. Should she surpass 300,000, she stands at the gates of the Buddha, surpassing 3 million. She reigns in the realm of immortals. Upon reaching 30 million, the 6 realms shall revolve around her, and at 300 million, she unifies the Jurassic era. Should she surpass 3 billion, Pangu becomes her brother, and at 3 trillion, she crafts the Milky Way with her bare hands. The greater a woman becomes, the more exquisite her beauty. Dear Linglong, after meeting you, my desire to strive has waned." Xiang Ergu rambled on, leaving Princess Linglong and Princess Xuanji momentarily stunned. "Hee. Dear brother, you are truly amusing and eloquent." Princess Linglong, regaining her composure, laughed melodiously like silver bells. After all, she is a woman, and even being praised by a younger, handsome man like Ergu elicits joy. It is not that my brother is eloquent. Rather, it is the sister who is indeed enchanting. Xiang Ergu, with the innocence of youth, smiled genuinely. I nearly believed that. In just a brief moment, they had already begun addressing each other as sister and brother, flattering and establishing connections. One cannot help but admire Ergu's charm. Xiang Zhixiu and Chunji, who are not of our common ilk, are truly beyond our reach. The admonitions of Xia Qingcheng had long been forgotten by Xiang Ergu, lost in the clouds. The corners of Xiao Gongzhu's mouth twitched upon hearing this. This lad is unabashedly shameless. His audacity is astonishing. What of the integrity expected from the top of the Dragon and Phoenix list? Once this calamity is past, I shall certainly recommend you to the heavenly sect for training. Your talents would be wasted if not nurtured in the outer heaven, and you will undoubtedly become a pillar of our great Xia in the future. Princess Linglong felt compelled to arrange a bright future for Xiang Chen in light of her compliments. Thank you, dear sister. I shall strive to be a person of value to our great Xia and the dynasty, to uphold life and ensure peace for our beloved Xia, not to disappoint you. Princess, Xiang Chen declared passionately, his visage noble, oblivious to the fact that he often criticized the Xia dynasty's governance behind closed doors. Such ambition. Princess Linglong nodded in approval. In this world, it is indeed the thick-skinned, cunning, and bold individuals who thrive. Just look at Xiang Ergu. To stand firm, mere ruthlessness is insufficient. Consider the rise of a certain Lu, whose history is marked by thickness of skin, cunning, ruthlessness, and decisiveness. Princess Xuanji, rendered speechless, remarked, "We are still in a predicament. Discussing such matters seems premature, dear princess. The Sea tribe has captured so many important figures. Their intentions are not trivial." At the mention of their current situation, Princess Linglong adopted a serious tone. "Now, our great Xia is eager to engage in war across the seas. It is likely that this is aimed at our future strategic deployments." Xiang Chen quietly listened as the two conversed, forgetting to be discreet about the presence of an outsider like him. Significant information slipped into his ears, including details regarding the Eastern Sea's Tang Valley. At that moment, a colossal blue electric thunder shark surged into the sea with a thunderous roar, plunging into the depths, reaching 8,000 fathoms below. revealing a vast underwater world gradually coming into view. Chapter 817, The Human Emperor of Great Xia. The following day, this incident spread throughout the imperial capital without a hitch, igniting a fervor across the city. Unbelievable. Has the Sea tribe gone mad? How dare they commit such a heinous crime within the imperial capital? Are they seeking to incite war? Princess Linglong, a prodigy of the 9 palaces, alongside numerous palace masters and countless human cultivators, has been captured. Such audacity from the South Song Sea clan is utterly astonishing. The Arid Palace, having finally secured the championship in the 9 Palaces War, now finds itself ensnared in this dire predicament. The ancient demon kings, such as the Purple Butterfly Demon King, Silver Wind Ant King, and Thousand-Legged Demon King, are inexplicably still alive. Throughout the bustling streets, taverns, and tea houses, discussions surrounding this event abound. Many individuals clutch newspapers, their contents shocking them profoundly. The front page bears a bold headline: Arid Palace Triumphs. Sea Clan disturbs the Central State Academy. 9 Palace Prodigy, Princess Linglong, captured. The fall of esteemed figures such as Lord Song Yan and Lord Ji Cang has dealt a severe blow to the Great Xia. The publication features 2 major sections, one detailing the 9 Palaces competition and the other recounting the Sea Clan's emergence and the capture of all individuals. The Observation Pavilion released a special edition that sold over 1 billion copies within just 2 hours, meticulously documenting the Arid Palace's ascendance to the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The Sea Clan, the Grand Elder Shark Tontian, and the remnants of the demon race capturing the 9 palace prodigies and countless cultivators. The imperial capital is in turmoil. With prominent families in shock, the 9 palace prodigies encompass numerous influential factions. Notable figures include the son of the Green King, Ji Cang, the son of the Shadow King, Ji Xian, and even the daughter of the human emperor of Great Xia, Princess Linglong, along with the daughter of the prime minister and the disciple of the national master, Princess Xuanji, the young marquis of the Golden Marquis Mansion, Qingzhou, and various high-ranking members from the esteemed families attending the event are all entangled in this web spun by the Sea Clan and the Kuan Demon Clan. A terrifying shadow looms over the imperial palace, shrouding an area of 800 miles in ominous clouds, crackling with thunder, a manifestation of the overwhelming aura from countless powerful beings. The palace trembles. In the human emperor's hall, ministers gather, their discussions rife with agitation and indignation evident on many faces. Over 100 civil and military officials, none beneath the realm of the sky ascendants, convene. At the forefront stand 2 distinguished figures. One, clad in a blue robe adorned with golden dragon patterns, possesses a striking visage and a long sword at his waist, exuding a profound aura. His sword-like brows evoke fear. He is the Green King, Ji Baixian. The second son of the human emperor of Great Xia, bestowed the title of 7 Pearl Prince. The other, draped in a black robe with golden dragon patterns, with black hair and eyes, emanates an eerie demonic energy that chills the air, instilling dread. He is the Shadow King, Ji Yuming, the third son of the human emperor, his prowess and talent rivaling that of the Green King, holding the title of 6 Pearl Prince. These 2 have been vying for the position of Crown Prince for nearly a century. His Majesty has arrived, announces Wei Wugang, the head eunuch, his voice piercing and grating. In an instant, the human emperor's hall falls silent, all heads bow in reverence. From the Dragon Gate beside the dragon platform, a towering figure clad in a golden imperial robe and crowned with a majestic diadem strides in, followed by a retinue of eunuchs and armed guards. He approached the dragon throne, gracefully sweeping his grand sleeves as he settled into the seat. His gaze was profound, akin to stars that pierce through the ages, while his aura was unfathomably deep, majestic as a deity, exuding a commanding presence that rivaled the might of a tiger. Every movement he made was imbued with imperial grace, a charisma far beyond that of the little emperor of the Yin family. Long live your majesty, 10,000 years. The entire court, comprising civil and military officials, as well as princes and noble lords, knelt in reverence, performing the ceremonial bow to the exalted one. All rise. A voice, resonant and authoritative, emanated from the ancient emperor of the Great Xia, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Thank you, your majesty. The ministers expressed their gratitude as they stood. Father, I have a matter to present. At that very moment, both Prince Qing and Prince Yu stepped forward almost in unison. They exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes momentarily icy. Prince Qing, the eldest, spoke first. I report to you, father, that the South Song Sea tribe dares to collude with the remnants of the demon race to commit such heinous crimes within the central continent's academy. Their intentions are treacherous and must be punished. I am willing to lead the 400,000 sword god army from Qingzhou to the South Song Sea to rescue Sister Linglong. Prince Yu, with a sinister chuckle, retorted, I report to you, father, that my elder brother is mistaken. If we march our troops now, we may not only fail to rescue Sister Linglong, the fairy Lu Yun, and the talented youths of the 9 palaces, but what if the Sea tribe, in their madness, resort to execution? Father, I believe that since the Sea tribe has captured so many individuals, they must have ulterior motives. There is still room for negotiation. We should first send envoys to discuss terms before planning a rescue. The Sea tribe is like an insatiable dog. Negotiating with them might result in losing both the sesame and the watermelon, Prince Qing scoffed. The two locked eyes, their gazes sharp and confrontational. The great Xia Emperor's voice rumbled, Prime Minister, what is your insight on this matter? Li, the Prime Minister and father of Princess Xuanji, stepped forward, bowing slightly. Your Majesty, the Sea tribe's actions are indeed audacious and suggestive of a deeper scheme. Currently, negotiation is the wisest course. We must ascertain their intentions before reaching a conclusion. However, this incident has severely insulted our great Xia dynasty, inciting public outrage. A significant tide of resistance against the Sea is already swelling among the populace, and we must retaliate. Yet, any military action should follow successful negotiations to secure the release of hostages, lest the enemy descends into madness, endangering the children and numerous captives. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister speaks wisely, echoed the officials who supported him. Prince Qing and Prince Yu fell silent. The Prime Minister was neutral, loyal solely to the Emperor, not to either prince. They refrained from offending him, recognizing that his advice spared the feelings of both sides, agreeing to negotiations while also supporting military action, albeit in the correct order. Minister Xiao Yi of the Foreign Affairs Department commanded the great Xia Emperor, his tone indifferent. I am here. A slender, upright minister, Xiao Yi, stepped forth, radiating righteousness. I task you with personally leading a diplomatic envoy to the South Song Sea to negotiate with the South Song Royal Palace and the Sea tribe, demanding the immediate release of the captured hostages, while ensuring the safety of Linglong, Xuanji, Fairy Lu Yun, and the numerous other captives. Should any harm befall these crucial hostages, it will be the day when our great Xia dynasty, in alliance with the powers beyond the heavens, unleashes its full military might against the South Song Sea tribe, leaving no one alive and staining the southern wilderness sea with blood. The emperor of the great Xia, with an air of indifference, remained inscrutable, his emotions unreadable. Yet, a terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from the palace, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers, causing the heavens and earth to stir, and the clouds to shift ominously. Minister Xiao Yi heeded the decree. The diplomatic minister, Xiao Yi, knelt to receive the imperial edict handed down by the eunuch Wei beside the emperor, clearly indicating that the emperor had already conceived a plan in his mind. Chapter 818. The abyss of the deep sea in the South Wilderness Sea, at the bottom of an abyss thousands of fathoms deep. The pressure of the ocean here is formidable. An area no larger than a palm bears the weight equivalent to that of hundreds of elephants. Sunlight is nearly absent in this realm, where one would not expect to see a single ray. A colossal fish, the size of a building, glided through the waters, its fearsome jaws displaying menacing teeth, while a bioluminescent orb hung from its head, illuminating a vast area around it. Many other enormous predatory fish and monstrous creatures traversed the seabed. The terrifying pressure of the ocean here is such that terrestrial creatures without the cultivation level of the great celestial realm cannot withstand it. The strength of land-dwelling beings is severely suppressed in this environment. Conversely, the aquatic races thrive in such depths. Experiments have shown that those of the aquatic race at the celestial level can leverage their environment to triumph over land creatures of the great celestial realm. This region is a vast underwater plain, dotted with countless palatial structures, resembling another world inhabited by innumerable aquatic beings. Within the city, towering spires, thousands of feet high, radiate intense light, illuminating the underwater expanse with the energy derived from solar fire crystals. In the South Song Sea King City, the blue electric thunder shark descended into the city, swimming towards a massive trench. as the Qingzhou bag opened once more, releasing a spatial exit. The resonant voice of the shark echoed within. All of you, come forth. Within the Qingzhou bag, 200,000 to 300,000 humans, upon hearing the command, soared into the depths. As they emerged, they were immediately met with the oppressive ocean pressure, compelling them to unleash their protective energy to withstand it. They found themselves within a vast abyss, surrounded by numerous enclosed stone prisons. As more individuals surfaced, they realized they were indeed at the ocean's bottom. Encircling them were countless warriors from the South Shark tribe, sporting shark tails and wielding magical artifacts, numbering in the tens of thousands, along with enormous sea serpents resembling dragons, their bodies adorned with fish fins and heads like serpents. The throng of 200,000 to 300,000 people stood in the abyss, bewildered by their surroundings. Is this the South Song Sea? The pressure is terrifying, they murmured, compelled to release half of their energy to counter the oppressive force, their powers significantly diminished. The crowd buzzed with anxious chatter, their voices rising in a cacophony. Silence! Shark Tontian commanded sharply, his voice reverberating through the tumultuous underwater currents, causing many to struggle to maintain their footing. Among the crowd were Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and others. Shark Tontian stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the multitude of humans before him. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the enchanting southern wilderness sea. I am Shark Tontian. Perhaps some of you have heard my name. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the current Grand Elder of the Southern Wilderness Sea Tribe, here on the orders of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Southern Wilderness Sea, to receive you. However, I must inform you that there is no tea here, only countless sea prisons. A wave of despair swept over the crowd. Alas, have we truly been captured and brought to the lair of the sea tribe? Will we ever escape? Will the Empire truly come to our rescue? The expressions of countless individuals turned despondent. Heavens! Am I destined to be entangled with the sea tribe and the ocean for this lifetime? Or is it merely a twist of fate? Xiang Chen's lips twitched. Having just returned from the Eastern Sea, he found himself ensnared once more in the Southern Wilderness Ocean. At this rate, if the Northern Wilderness and Western Wilderness Seas also capture us, we might as well consider it an indirect global tour. Dog, we've landed ourselves in quite a predicament. How shall we escape? Can you transform into a fish? Xiahou Wu inquired. Not yet. I haven't cultivated to that level, Xiang Chen replied tersely. However, he soon stroked his chin and remarked, the sacred text of 10,000 beasts and the sun and moon techniques can be freely chosen after reaching a minor success. Perhaps I should focus on water techniques. Now that we have mastered land and aerial combat, we are merely lacking in maritime prowess. The Xuanwu sacred beast is associated with the nourishing essence of Xianming, yet the thought of transforming into a turtle ancestor is somewhat unsettling. If you were to don a turtle shell, the scene would undoubtedly be splendid. At that point, even if you are not a turtle grandchild, you would still be one. Xiahou Wu chuckled. Go to hell. If I transform, I'll be a turtle ancestor. Take this, a monkey stealing peaches. Xiang Chen playfully lunged at Xiahou Wu, who let out a yelp of surprise. Oh, it's about to explode. Dog, you scoundrel, witness my 1,000-year kill. Why are you two still joking at a time like this? Li Bauer expressed her admiration for the two brothers, noting how they remained lighthearted even in the face of adversity. Bauer, just get used to it. These two have always been like this since childhood, Xia Qingcheng laughed. When separated, Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu were exceptional individuals, but together they resembled mischievous rascals, lacking any decorum. Several sea tribe warriors observed the two bickering, their expressions darkening. How brazen! Can you not show some respect for us, in this prison? Can you not acknowledge the ominous atmosphere? Do you truly believe you are here as guests? Silence. Grand Elder Shark Tontian glared at Xiang Chen, finding the little spy too exuberant. He then declared, now, everyone shall be divided into groups. Those from the 9 palaces. Each group must assemble separately. Princess Linglong will be held separately, and court officials will also be detained individually. The rest, a multitude in one prison, shall all be segregated. Understood. A multitude of sea tribe warriors began to spring into action, systematically detaining individuals. Those from the Central State Academy, step forward. People from the Qingzhou Academy, hurry up. Those from the Yanzhou Academy, cease your dawdling. A great number of sea tribe warriors commenced their task of separating the captives. The people from the Huangzhou Academy shall also be detained accordingly. Princess Linglong, we have prepared a private chamber for you. Please follow these 4 attendants. Shark Tontian said with a calm smile. For formidable women from the aquatic realm approached her, intent on taking her away alone. Your Highness, the guards of Princess Linglong naturally objected and rushed forward to intervene. However, after Shark Tongtian eliminated a few individuals, the remaining guards were quelled by fear. We are but fish on the chopping block. Let us not act rashly, for I shall be fine, Princess Linglong hastily counseled. Ultimately, her formidable protectors could only watch helplessly as she was seized. Princess Xuanji and officials like Chun Yu were also detained in batches. They found themselves in vast iron cages hewn from the cliffs of the abyss, where the seabed was composed of extraordinarily hard, deep-sea black iron. Reinforced by intricate runes and guarded by numerous sea beasts and soldiers, leaving little hope for escape. The iron prison was spacious enough to accommodate thousands. Yet a group was coerced inside, stripped of their possessions and storage artifacts. Upon the arrival of the ruined palace, several teachers and students were also imprisoned within, and as the thick iron doors closed, not a glimmer of light remained. In Chapter 819, Pursuit of the Departing Song, Xiang Chen had entrusted his most valuable possessions to his Qinquan ring, a treasure that could meld with his flesh. While the confiscated storage belt contained only a meager sum of riches, after being confined here, darkness enveloped them. The Night Palace Master summoned his true essence, conjuring a flame that coalesced into a sphere of blue light, illuminating the stone cell. Alas, what shall we do? How do we escape? Master, will the great Xia dynasty truly come to our rescue? The crowd gathered around the Night Palace Master and Director Lu, their faces etched with worry. Master, what are we to do now? The accompanying teachers wore expressions of anxiety. Let us all sit down. The Night Palace Master remained relatively composed, gesturing with his robe as he settled on the ground. The others followed suit, encircling him. Gazing at the anxious young faces around him, the Night Palace Master sighed inwardly. Who could have foreseen that what was supposed to be the dawn of the ruined palace's glory would descend into such chaos? The aquatic people have captured us without resorting to widespread slaughter, which indicates their intent to use us as hostages to coerce the great Xia dynasty into yielding benefits. Thus, from this perspective, we are not in immediate danger, he explained. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and responded, So, Master, are you suggesting that it now hinges on the great Xia dynasty's stance? If they choose to engage in direct conflict, we may not escape this calamity. The Night Palace Master nodded, affirming, indeed. Negotiations will undoubtedly ensue. Outright war is unlikely, especially given the number of noble heirs captured, including Princess Linglong. Such a breach would carry too great a cost. Director Lu frowned and inquired, but what if the aquatic people have grander designs and the great Xia dynasty, weighing the pros and cons, chooses to abandon us? The Night Palace Master shook his head, stating, I do not believe that will occur. Since they seek to gain something, they will likely present demands within the acceptable range of the great Xia dynasty. Thus, we should remain safe and sound. There is no need for concern. He reassured the group. Upon hearing the Master's analysis, they found it reasonable, and a sense of calm washed over them. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Qingzhou, Beiming Bao, and Yuyin. This time, during the Battle of the Nine Palaces, we owe our unprecedented morale to you all. The Night Palace Master smiled as he commended several individuals, deftly redirecting everyone's attention. Indeed, Brother Xiang, you have truly impressed me. From now on, I shall acknowledge your prowess. Haha, you have concealed your strength so well. I never anticipated you would be so formidable. Ji Cang is no match for you. Xiahou and Qingzhou have also showcased the might of our wild palace. Once we step outside, I shall relish seeing who dares to look down upon us. In the future, when we encounter disciples from other palaces, we can afford to cast them disdainful glances. As they discussed this matter, the group momentarily forgot their current predicament and became animated. Haha, indeed, I look forward to seeing who will dare to underestimate us again. After we return, we must celebrate with a grand revelry. No one shall leave sober. Xiahou Wu declared. Absolutely, we must indulge ourselves. It's quite cathartic. By the way, since we have some time to spare, let us engage in a game. To everyone's astonishment, someone pulled a pair of dice from their trousers. Goodness, Lao Zhen. How cunning of you to hide the dice there. Haha, you all know that my greatest joy lies in this. I managed to stash a set during the earlier chaos. Since we have nothing better to do, let us set up a table. The student who produced the dice chuckled. What are we playing with when we have no money? We can keep a tab. We'll settle up later. Are you in or not? Come. This fellow certainly possesses a unique set of dice. The atmosphere grew lively, causing them to forget their current status as prisoners. The youth's spirit is invariably simple, yet amusing. With nothing else to occupy himself, Xiahou Wu brought out a deck of cards, teaching others how to play. The penalty for losing was a resounding slap, a straightforward yet exhilarating method. Xiang Chen sat quietly in a corner, observing the group as they engaged in their games. With Qing Cheng silently accompanying him, his gaze drifted toward another pair in the distant corner, Bei Ming Bao and Su Li Ge. Su Li Ge had not made much of a splash during the Battle of the Nine Palaces, remaining rather low-key. The two sat together, avoiding interaction with the others. "I will go see them," Xiang Chen said to Qing Cheng, as he made his way to Su Li Ge. Su Li Ge, who had been feigning sleep, and Bei Ming Bao opened their eyes to regard Xiang Chen's approach. Bei Ming Bao immediately stood, intending to block Xiang Chen. However, Su Li Ge gestured for him to sit back down. Xiang Chen approached and settled at a distance of more than 10 feet from Su Li Ge, saying, "This Battle of the Nine Palaces was rather uncharacteristic for you, Su Li Ge. Your strength is more than sufficient to place you among the top 5. The corners of Su Li Ge's mouth lifted in a sardonic smile as he retorted, "Can you not even address me as cousin?" Xiang Chen scoffed. "Do you truly care about our familial ties? How can you claim to know my feelings?" Su Li Ge shot back with a cold grin. Xiang Chen gazed at him and inquired, "Do you not wish to consume me?" "I do, but the timing is not right. You are not sufficiently plump yet." Su Li Ge stated bluntly. "Ah, you are certainly direct." Xiang Chen cast another glance at the North Ming leopard and remarked, "The influence of the Eternal Night Society must be considerable by now. Recently, there have been frequent cases of people dying from withered blood in the wasteland. Your people are responsible, aren't they?" He had witnessed Su Li Ge devouring flesh, aware that this individual could absorb the vitality of others, practicing a malevolent and toxic form of sorcery. The North Ming leopard's gaze turned more frigid, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Su Li Ge smirked, saying, "I merely escort those individuals away from this filthy and weary world, Xiang Chen. What you desire aligns with my own ambitions. Let us not interfere with one another. At least for now, I have no intention of killing you, so do not provoke me." Xiang Chen's expression grew slightly colder as he replied, "Should you dare to strike, it would merely hasten your demise. I am here to warn you. Our affairs are our own. Do not entangle the Su family, and I shall not implicate your mother. I acknowledge her as my aunt. If you dare to commit any heinous acts, I too can enact the righteous act of familial betrayal." Su Li Ge, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly and closed his dark crimson eyes, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiang Chen observed him once more, leaning against the wall, and remarked, "You are not a creature of this world, are you? How can you tell?" Su Li Ge inquired with a gentle smile. "I have scoured the records of all known races across the continent, and there is no mention of your true form. Are you a being from beyond the heavens? Or perhaps a reincarnation?" Xiang Chen's words were conveyed through spiritual sound, his gaze piercing directly into Su Li Ge's being. Su Li Ge gazed at his own slender, pale fingers as fine scales emerged, sharp, blood-red claws extending forth. He spoke, "Thank you, mischievous cat, for the unsealing. Li Ge has stated that those who adore the myriad monsters are the most splendid beings." Chapter 820. The identity of Li Ge as a sacred beast. You must possess a considerable legacy of memories within your bloodline. Are you familiar with the Azura? Su Li Ge mused, observing his own fearsome claws. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The name struck a familiar chord within him. In a past life, within the cycle of 6 realms, one of them seemed to be known as the Azura realm. Isn't Azura merely an adjective? Or does this race truly exist? He queried. "It appears you are unaware." Su Li Ge replied, retracting his sharp claws, leaning against the wall with his hands resting on his knees, and continued, "The Azura is indeed a race. They are called divine beings, yet lack the benevolence of true deities, bearing similarities to demons. They possess divine powers, yet embody the malevolence of demons. Though they experience human emotions, they wield the strength of gods and the wickedness of demons. Thus, they are neither divine, nor demonic, nor human, but rather an anomaly existing between the realms of gods, demons, and humans. The Azura arose from the primordial blood of the world's inception, amalgamating the malevolent thoughts and desires of all beings. They are among the most formidable races in existence, ranking within the top 10 across the myriad realms." Su Li Ge spoke slowly, a peculiar cold smile gracing his lips. Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow, stating, "So, you are an Azura?" Yes and no. Su Li Gu replied ambiguously. No, your parents are Aunt Li Wan and my uncle. You must have inherited the Azura bloodline, thus becoming a half Azura? Xiang Chen gazed deeply into Su Li Ji's eyes, seemingly striving to uncover the truth. Su Li Ji's lips curled into a smirk, yet he chose not to respond to the inquiry. In the absence of an answer, Xiang Chen continued, regardless of your identity, I shall refrain from provoking you henceforth. However, you would do well to avoid stirring trouble for those in my vicinity. Otherwise, even if you are a creature of the abyss, I shall condemn you to the cycle of reincarnation. With that, Xiang Chen rose and departed. Su Li Gu watched his retreating figure, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Master, are you truly willing to allow this young man to grow unchecked? Are you not concerned that he may one day slip beyond your control? Bei Ming Bao inquired softly. With an arrogant laugh, Su Li Gu replied, slaying an immature sacred beast poses little challenge for me and serves no significant purpose. What I value is his potential for the future. Once he matures, he will become the sustenance I require to surpass my current limitations. It is akin to raising a pig. What meat could one expect from a mere cub? He revealed a wicked grin, adding, as for slipping from my grasp, his greatest weaknesses are already laid bare before me. He will undoubtedly remain under my dominion. Bei Ming Bao gazed at Xiang Chen's departing silhouette and remarked, I cannot shake the feeling that this young man is full of uncertainties and may evolve into your formidable adversary. Su Li Gu chuckled heartily. In this realm, there exists no one who can truly be my rival. Should I cultivate a worthy adversary only to eliminate him later? Would that not be a delightful pursuit? His haughty, imperious demeanor was compelling, not merely boastful. Once we leave this place, you are to join the house of the Shadow King. Su Li Gu instructed Bei Ming Bao. Understood. Bei Ming Bao nodded, then asked, when shall we depart? Now is not the opportune moment. Let us observe the negotiations between the Sea tribe and the great Xia dynasty. Should they reach an agreement, we may safely withdraw. If not, we shall reveal our powers and leave of our own accord, Su Li Gu stated. Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, its fabric unknown but stained with golden blood, he placed it to his nose, inhaling deeply, a rare expression of nostalgia crossing his features. Sister, I shall avenge you and eliminate that man. Su Li Gu clenched the handkerchief, his gaze turning icy and resolute, as the captives remained ensnared in their predicament. On the third day, a diplomatic delegation from the Great Xia arrived at an island city belonging to the Sea tribe in the southern Shaanxi. The southern Shaanxi tribe had also dispatched envoys to engage with the Great Xia diplomats. As anticipated, the southern Shaanxi tribe put forth their demands. First, the Great Xia dynasty must withdraw its military forces from the southern seas and refrain from deploying troops for a century. Second, they demanded the cession of 1,000 islands and the surrounding maritime territories. Third, the southern Sea tribe's crown prince sought to wed Princess Linglong. Naturally, Xiao Yi would not acquiesce to such terms. Even if he were willing, the Great Xia dynasty would not comply. After a protracted exchange of verbal sparring lasting approximately 10 days, the Great Xia's acceptable terms emerged. They would concede 100 islands in the southern sea to the southern Shaanxi tribe, while withdrawing 1/3 of their forces from the South Sea, with a 10-year moratorium on reinforcements. The matter of Princess Linglong's hand would require the emperor's deliberation. Ultimately, the Sea clan accepted the previous terms set by the Great Xia, albeit with the stipulation that Princess Linglong must be wed to serve as a hostage, ensuring that Great Xia would adhere to the agreement and refrain from launching a large-scale offensive against the southern wilderness and the Shaanxi. In the end, the emperor of Great Xia acquiesced, yet insisted that the marriage ceremony be postponed for a year. The Sea clan, in turn, agreed to release all cultivators except for the prodigies of the 9 palaces, allowing numerous noble heirs to return home, while retaining the prodigies as hostages to safeguard against any potential breach of the agreement by the emperor after the year's time. Once the news was announced back to the imprisoned individuals in the 9 palaces, it incited a wave of discontent and protests. To be confined for an entire year, to endure the indignity of being prisoners for such a duration was utterly unacceptable to these young talents. How dare they keep us locked up for a year? What nonsense is this negotiation? The emperor of Great Xia is a coward, willing to sacrifice his own daughter. If it were me, I would rather go to war. Xiahou Wu fumed as he gazed at the dispatch from the Sea clan. In this place devoid of spiritual energy, cultivation was a formidable challenge. While he could tolerate a year of seclusion for training, Being imprisoned for a year was intolerable. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he contemplated the announcement. A year was far too long. The uncertainties that lay ahead were innumerable. Who could predict what the world would look like a year from now? He could not afford to wait. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. With a sigh, he glanced at the people around him, unwilling to let his brothers and loved ones suffer such long confinement. Dog, Qingzhou, take this. Xiang Chen produced a dark, murky pill and handed it to Xiahou and Xiahou Wu. What is this? A divine antidote? Xiahou Wu inquired. We need to save these individuals. We cannot allow them to remain in ignorance of our abilities, Xiang Chen responded, surveying the agitated crowd around him. Indeed, you all can escape, but what about me? You think I can't get away? Qingzhou replied playfully. Oh, you all can slip away, but don't leave me behind. Laughter erupted among the group, and they began to devise an escape plan. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the corner, Su Ligay furrowed his brow and remarked, given the outcome of this negotiation, it is time for us to depart. He then summoned a portal of light, revealing his divine spirit. The black portal pulsated, deep and unfathomable, leading to an unknown destination. Su Ligay transformed into a beam of light and entered, followed closely by the beaming leopard. The divine portal silently closed behind them, vanishing from sight. 20 paces away, a thick stone prison within the abyss suddenly revealed a portal from which two figures emerged. In an instant, they transformed into crimson smoke, merging seamlessly into the ocean, drifting away with the currents. Blood escape. These two indeed possessed a means of evasion. Xiang Chen silently watched as they vanished from view. It is perhaps for the best that you have departed, otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to deal with you all. With a cold smirk, Xiang Chen retrieved a vial of divine elixir. As the elixir was poured forth, it seamlessly blended into the flowing water of the stone chamber. The medicinal potency spread throughout the chamber, permeating the atmosphere. Those at the Yuanyang realm are capable of extracting oxygen from the water, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy for survival. Before long, the students of the Wild Palace in the stone chamber succumbed to an overwhelming drowsiness, one by one falling into unconsciousness. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Qingzhou, and Bauer leaned against the corner of the chamber, rendered unconscious as well. What is happening to everyone? The Night Palace Master, with the highest cultivation level among them, and Dean Lu's expression shifted as he observed the surrounding individuals collapsing one after another. This is dire. There is poison in the water, Dean Lu exclaimed, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. He cast a doubtful glance towards the corner, where Xiang Chen appeared to have already fainted. Curse it, could it be that the Sea clan has poisoned us? The Night Palace Master's countenance darkened, his steps faltering as he nearly toppled, clutching the wall for support. If the Sea clan sought to eliminate us, such a thorough approach seems excessive. Just as Dean Lu finished speaking, his body went limp, collapsing entirely. Lu Ming, the Night Palace Master bellowed. Damn it, I cannot hold on any longer. Soon, he too felt a wave of dizziness, and with a thud, he fell. At that moment, Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and Qingzhou suddenly opened their eyes. Xiang Chen retrieved several vials of pills, the fragrant aroma wafting from the bottles. These are pills distilled from a millennium of intoxication, he declared. Each person will receive one. Although my cultivation level may not allow for a true millennium of inebriation, it should suffice to render them intoxicated for a year or so. The divine elixir, while potent, acts swiftly, but its effects fade just as quickly. The group nodded in agreement, promptly taking the vials to administer the pills to everyone. Besides Xiang Chen, the protective envoy sent by the Golden Crow, Hong Shui, had been fed this concoction and was still unaware of her slumbering state. After each individual received a small pill, Xiang Chen stored Xiahou Wu, Qingzhou, and Bauer within the spatial realm of his universe ring. The others who had lost consciousness were similarly collected. Once everyone was safely inside, Xiang Chen focused his moon eye, peering into the world outside. Thick layers of sea mystic iron guarded the entrance, with numerous Sea clan sentinels patrolling. Within the depths, powerful sea serpents roamed. It seems I must rely on you again, foolish Bone Yo. Stinky Tsong Long, I had intended to refine you later, but it appears I must utilize you here first. Xiang Chen summoned the spatial power of the silly fish spirit, and suddenly, a spatial passage materialized in the void. Subsequently, his ancient cauldron appeared, unleashing spatial energy, and a colossal creature emerged within the stone chamber. Xiang Chen stepped into the spatial passage and vanished. In the next moment, He found himself 3 kilometers away, beside a coral reef in the ocean depths. A Sea Clan sentinel swam directly overhead, prompting Xiang Chen to shrink to the size of a mouse, suppressing his aura and concealing himself in the shadows. In the stone chamber lay a formidable adult Songlong, measuring several hundred meters in length, gaunt and emaciated. "Brother Songlong, you have grown so thin that your ribs are visible." The young Songlong, yearning to weep, was unaware of how many years it had languished in the confines of the cauldron-esque space, starved and forgotten. Yet, unexpectedly, it was liberated. Once in the East Sea, it had devoured Xiang Chen, only to be drawn into the cauldron by Xiang Chen's will, where it had remained imprisoned until now, its hunger unquenched for an unfathomable duration. With a thunderous roar, the Songlong unleashed a sound reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami. It surveyed the stone walls surrounding it, and as it bellowed, a surge of blue light erupted forth, harnessing the power of the surrounding waters to strike against the stone door. With a resounding crash, the massive door trembled, the inscribed runes glimmering brightly, yet it remained unyielding. However, the commotion immediately incited the ire of the sentry outside. He activated the mechanism, intent on punishing the troublemakers within. The stone door groaned open. "Humans, do you seek your doom?" roared the sea warrior. In an instant, a colossal maw lunged forward, clamping down with ferocity. With a single bite, the sea warrior was devoured whole, his flesh and blood splattering within the Songlong's mouth. The Songlong felt tears welling up. Yearning for the taste of flesh, a sensation long forgotten, even the essence of the sea warrior's insides was a nostalgic memory. "Meat. I crave meat." "Oh, the great beast of the ocean." Outside, another sea warrior turned pale with fear. With a thunderous roar, the immense Songlong burst forth, seizing the hapless human in its jaws. "This is bad. The great beast of the ocean. How could it appear here? Quick, kill it." The surrounding sea warriors, along with the throngs of people, descended into chaos, rushing toward the Songlong. It roared once more, embarking on a rampage, indulging in a feast. The area erupted into turmoil, as countless warriors and powerful beings converged upon the scene. Transformed into a diminutive sea dog, Xiang Chen observed the chaos with a cold sneer, drawing the attention of the nearby sea warriors. As for him, Sea Dog Chen was preparing to bid farewell, having done enough to assist his fellow students. Let the others from the academy languish here for another year. The so-called sea dog merely adapted its paws into flipper-like appendages. Although peculiar amidst the oceanic depths, it was still a sea dog with cultivation. Amidst the pandemonium, no one among the sea warriors paid heed to this little creature. Like a sea dog, it drifted along, embracing life beyond the confines of the iron prison, dreaming of poetry and distant fields. Sea Dog Chen hummed a merry tune, paddling its flippers to glide through the water towards the abyss above. Ultimately, the great Songlong could not evade its grim fate, succumbing to the blades of formidable warriors drawn by the tumult. Yet, it likely met its end with a sense of fulfillment, having feasted before its demise, avoiding the fate of starving to death in Xiang Chen's cauldron, where the passage of time could have rendered it a mere specter of hunger. Meanwhile, Sea Dog Chen raced toward freedom and the horizon, but at that moment, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. Chapter 822. The Azure Cloud Thief Spirit. A colossal creature, the Dang Fish, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and adorned with an impenetrable bony armor, emerged grotesquely from the darkness, devouring the Sea Dog Chen in one swift motion. Yet, a fierce blaze of solar flames erupted from the fish's maw, causing it to emit anguished cries as its body writhed in agony. In a matter of moments, the entire flesh and blood of the Dang Fish were consumed, leaving behind nothing but a hollow skeletal shell. Emerging from the remnants, the Sea Dog Chen burped, forming a bubble. The flavor was passable, and he smacked his lips. This man, equipped with a built-in roasting system, was utterly ruthless. Soon, Chen meandered out of the depths of the underground abyss and into the submerged city. Gazing upon this peculiar subterranean metropolis, Xiang Ergu could not help but exclaim, pondering whether the legendary Atlantis, now lost to time, resembled this. However, traversing aimlessly seemed rather tedious. Previously, the old shark, Sha Tongtian, had concealed the 3 exceptional spiritual veins of the Central Continent's Academy within a treasure vault. Perhaps they still lay within. Why not seize an opportunity? Xiang Ergu stroked his chin, contemplating that if he was to embark on this journey, he could not do so empty-handed. "Hey, little Dragon K, what do you think?" The Dragon K demon blade emitted a faint, youthful awareness. Steal it. Why not? A theft truly brings delight. Haha, I couldn't agree more. Xiang Erge laughed heartily. Then his palm-sized, fish-like form glided toward the oceanic city. At the pinnacle of the azure clouds, in the realm of thievery, with me, Ergu, heaven shall be mine. I shall laugh skyward as I pilfer spirits. We, the bold, shall not suffer loss. To the treasure vault, I come. This audacious Xiang Ergu, having escaped yet not eager to flee, intended to exploit the resources of the oceanic race. As the saying goes, the bold feast while the timid starve. With fortune on his side and the halo of a protagonist shielding him, he feared nothing. Onward he went, retracing the memories of his path toward the ocean race's treasure vault. Before imprisoning them, Sha Tongtian had visited the ocean race's vault, where he had placed the superior crystal sources of the three spiritual veins, and Xiang Chen coveted them greatly, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. In the grand, majestic blue palace of the Nansong Sea King City, a sense of astonishment filled the air. What? A Songhai dinosaur has appeared in the abyss? Exclaimed Sha Tongtian. Indeed. Great Elder, we too find this peculiar. How could such a giant beast emerge? Only the Eastern Wilderness Ocean race and the Qili tribe can control and nurture such creatures. Could this be the doing of someone from the Eastern Wilderness? Replied a formidable ocean race warrior. Sha Tongtian furrowed his brow. There is indeed something amiss. Investigate thoroughly the individuals from the Eastern Wilderness and the Qili tribe within the city. By the way, what is the casualty report? Dozens of warriors have perished, all slain by me. However, the stone prison where the Arid State Academy's captives were held has been breached by that vile creature. None within survived, all devoured. The ocean race warrior reported. All the Arid State Academy members are dead. Sha Tongtian expressed mild surprise, then solemnly declared, this news must be sealed immediately. It must not reach the ears of the great Xia dynasty. Indeed, the Academy of Huangzhou lacks a substantial background and holds little significance within the great Xia dynasty. Its demise would hardly matter. Nevertheless, the repercussions of such news could ultimately hinder the crown prince's impending marriage to Princess Linglong. Furthermore, it is imperative to isolate and confine all royal disciples, such as Ji Zhan and Ji Xian, from the other academies, only to release them later. As for the rest, they shall be eradicated once Princess Linglong arrives. Sha Tongtian declared coldly. Is it not necessary to release them all? An astonished Sea Tribe warrior inquired. With a derisive smile, Sha Tongtian replied, only the nobility need be released. The others can be eliminated without consequence. The great Xia dynasty will not turn against us over a few inconsequential individuals, however promising they may seem. Retaining them poses a risk, as they could evolve into formidable adversaries for our kind. Understood. I shall dispatch personnel immediately to investigate the matter regarding the Songhai dinosaurs, the sea warrior responded before taking his leave. Little did Xiang Chen know that his act of leading the Academy of Huangzhou's disciples to safety had indeed saved their lives. In the sea city, numerous formidable deep-sea creatures wandered, all possessing formidable prowess, all manner of fierce beasts and sea demons. Xiang Ergu, transformed into a sea dog, blended in without drawing undue attention. Though he encountered several creatures intent on devouring him, all of whom he deftly turned into roasted fish. The sea tribe lived in a manner akin to humans, enjoying their marketplaces, shops, and entertainment venues such as brothels and taverns. However, within the buildings, water was absent, replaced by an atmosphere imbued with the essence of the sea. As he meandered through the city, he arrived at the entrance of a treasure repository. This so-called repository was, in fact, a towering pagoda, reaching a height of 1,000 feet and covering several thousand square feet. At its pinnacle radiated sunlight, while sea warriors stood guard around it. Such repositories were numerous. But Xiang Chen recalled that the 3 supreme spirit vein crystals were stored within this one, uncertain if they remained. Concealed behind a coral reef, he surveyed the repository, estimating the distance to be roughly 2 kilometers, well within his range of traversal. Subsequently, the spatial power of the foolish fish spirit surged forth, and the water rippled as Xiang Ergu's form suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, it was within the confines of the pagoda. Inside this spatial realm, the atmosphere was rich with spiritual energy. As Xiang Chen cast his gaze around, he beheld heaps of azure, crystalline gemstones, sea spirit stones. A glimmer of joy illuminated his eyes. There were countless sea spirit stones. These stones, born from the depths of the ocean, were infused with abundant water attribute spiritual energy. Huh, I have struck gold. Transforming back into human form, Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was merely the first level, where the abundance of sea spirit stones was staggering, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Mine, all mine, he exclaimed as his Qingzhou ring transformed into a vortex of space measuring several meters in diameter. With a resounding rush, under the influence of spatial power, the piles of sea spirit stones were swept into his Qingzhou ring. Oh no! Within the space of the Qingzhou ring, Xiahou Wu, Bao and Xiang Chen, who were engaged in a game of cards, found themselves suddenly buried beneath the deluge of sea spirit stones that cascaded down from above. Dog, what on earth are you doing? Xiahou Wu exclaimed as he crawled out from the pile of spirit stones. But his reprimand was abruptly silenced as he beheld the sea spirit stones that buried him up to his waist. The stones continued to tumble down, further entombing the three of them. In the first layer of the treasure tower, over 1 million sea spirit stones had been completely cleared by Xiang Chen. Subsequently, he eagerly proceeded to the second layer, which was filled with even more sea spirit stones. The third layer, too, was abundant in them, while the fourth layer revealed a plethora of valuable aquatic medicinal herbs. Xiang ergo gazed upon the vast array of precious medicinal materials, nearly moved to tears, realizing that the sea tribe's act of capturing him was indeed a great kindness. Chapter 823, Could it be too grand? He pondered. Among these herbs, he discovered a potted plant known as the extreme sea dragon snake herb. This herb, with its 9 elongated branches intertwined, resembled 9 sea serpents, adorned in shades of blue and white. It was indeed a supreme toxic medicinal herb. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached the extreme sea dragon snake herb. Within a radius of 3 zhang, a powerful toxicity permeated the air, leaving no other potted herbs in its vicinity. This herb could concoct antidotes for all poisons below the spirit level, or even brew a fierce neurotoxic poison capable of slaying those above the ascendant realm. Alas, should it evolve into the extreme sea poison dragon herb, it would reach the level of celestial medicine, potent enough to afflict even deities. Haha, I shall return and utilize the organic fertilizer from Tuan's urine. Perhaps it will evolve, Xiang Chen declared joyfully, unafraid of the poison as he boldly caressed the extreme sea dragon snake herb. Suddenly, as if possessing a spirit of its own, the herb's 9 serpentine heads snapped open, revealing fangs, and bit down on his hand, injecting a surge of potent venom into his palm. Xiang Chen felt as though his hand had turned black. The entirety of his palm became numb and devoid of sensation. However, he remained calm, channeling his true yuan into his arm to intercept the poison, preventing its further spread while simultaneously allowing his true yuan to voraciously devour the toxin, strengthening his energy. A flicker of instinctual awareness began to emerge within him. Indeed, with this poisonous herb, I can cultivate the toxic arts from the Return to Heaven sacred scripture, the Azure Sky Poison Hand. He pried open the jaws of the extreme sea dragon snake herb, which continued to thrash about. Oh, you think you're fierce, huh? Bite again, and I shall brew you into soup, he threatened with a wave of his soul's essence. At the sound of his words, the 9 heads immediately recoiled, curling into a quivering mass, realizing this human was not afraid of their poison. Time flowed differently within the ancient cauldron. If the medicinal herbs were placed inside, could they not age and mature in mere moments? Xiang Chen recalled another miraculous function of the mysterious ancient cauldron. It should work. He then absorbed all the potted medicinal herbs into the cauldron's space. Having thoroughly scavenged one layer after another, Xiang Chen amassed a wealth of high-quality deep-sea black iron, suitable for crafting treasures and spiritual instruments. Finally, he arrived at the 9th layer. Here, at the very pinnacle of the tower, he discovered 4 spirit vein crystal sources radiating immense celestial energy. Among them, 3 were seized from the Central State Academy, representing the pinnacle of 3 spirit veins. There lies another gem, a superior spirit vein crystal source, invaluable beyond measure. Indeed, it remains here, likely placed by the Sea Clan to enhance the spiritual energy of the ocean depths. Xiang Ergu, filled with joy, exclaimed that now it all belongs to them. He collected the 3 exquisite spirit vein crystal sources, alongside the superior one, into the enigmatic ancient cauldron. Within the South Song Sea King City, a towering treasure pagoda stands tall. The first level of the pagoda is adorned with numerous projection stone screens, displaying images from within the entire structure. An elderly sea clansman reclines in a chair, fast asleep, while one of the projection screens reveals the figure of Xiang Wu, awakening with a stretch. The elder casually released his spiritual sense to scan all the projection screens. Upon seeing the images, he was immediately startled, jolting upright. His gaze fixated on the empty tiers of the fifth pagoda. On the top level, a figure was actively collecting the spirit vein crystal sources. A crisis was at hand. The sea elder bellowed, promptly pressing a floating magic disc before the fifth projection screen. Instantly, the entire fifth pagoda erupted with the shrill sound of a conch alarm, glowing with a crimson light. Thieves have infiltrated the pagoda. Secure the premises at once. His furious voice echoed through the air above the pagoda. The nearly 1,000 sea warriors guarding the site turned pale, and the powerful beings of the Lingxiao realm rushed into the pagoda. The elder's shout sent a chill down Xiang Wu's spine. Not good. We've been discovered. Xiang Chen's expression changed. Who dares to steal from my sea clan's treasury? The elder's voice reverberated from a communication shell installed within the tower. I am your father. How dare you startle me like that? Don't you know scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Xiang Chen retorted, noting the surveillance stone hidden in the corner. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a brilliant beam of light that exploded the surveillance stone. The screen on the elder's side instantly went dark, yet Xiang Chen's voice still carried through. I am your father. How outrageous. If I do not personally crush you, I am not Shark Tiao Tian. The sea elder roared in fury, never having encountered such an audacious thief. Upon severing the monitoring, Xiang Chen swiftly employed his spatial abilities to vanish. Just as he departed, several Lingxiao realm powerhouses rushed in, only to be met with an empty space, their expressions turning to confusion. Where is he? Where are the treasures? The spirit vein crystal sources? Curse that little thief. The echoes of their enraged shouts reverberated across the sea. Meanwhile, a small sea dog, no larger than a palm, floated leisurely several kilometers away. Alas, I've been discovered. I can no longer steal, lamented the dragon K Demon Blade. Is that stealing? Mind your wording. This is a skillful acquisition, retorted Xiang Wu. What a pity. I had hoped to visit other pagodas, but it seems they too will be under lockdown. With a furrowed brow and a face of regret, he reflected on the audacious ambition of this endeavor, realizing his desire to abscond with all of the Sea clan's treasures. However, when one engages in mischief, one must understand the virtue of contentment. This unexpected fortune is sufficient to equip an entire army. One must not be overly greedy. Off we go. Farewell to the Nansong Sea clan. In the wake of his departure, Xiang Wu patted his backside, his fin-like claws swiping as he prepared to flee. Yet, merely a few hundred miles away, the surrounding waters suddenly transformed. A blue magical net, seamlessly integrated into the sea, ensnared him, encasing him within a grand water sphere, its strands wrapping around him like delicate threads. Xiang Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he felt his body instantaneously bound. Oh dear, princess, we have captured it. Look, such a magnificent little sea creature, exclaimed a woman's jubilant voice. Let me see. Soon after, a colossal entity emerged, gliding toward him. Xiang Wu feigned a trembling demeanor, gazing at the approaching giant, and immediately, blood gushed from his nose. Before his eyes was a vast, snow-white ravine, barely concealed by a shell-like garment of pink, shielding the revealing splendor beneath. This was indeed immense, akin to a snow-capped mountain, leaving him utterly transfixed. Chapter 824. Internal strife among the Yin and Huang clans. Before him appeared a gargantuan being, towering at over 100 meters. The upper half of her form was human. Her algae blue, curly hair cascaded down, adorned with an extravagant floral headpiece. Her enormous, striking eyes, black and white like a bull's, were extraordinarily beautiful. And she wore a flowing blue veil. Her arms were as white as giant lotus roots, and from her ears dangled exquisite earrings the size of hammers. Her figure was stunningly curvaceous, with a chest resembling majestic mountains and a flat, snow-white abdomen exposed. In proportion to her figure, she was remarkably slender, and her lower half transformed into a colossal sky-blue fishtail. A mere sea dog was but a tiny speck compared to her alabaster thumb. What an adorable little sea dog! The gigantic sea maiden gazed fondly at the sea dog, her deep, profound eyes reflecting affection. She gently poked the sea dog's head with her fingertip. Goodness, even mermaids cannot be this large, thought Xiang Chen, utterly astonished by the sheer size of this marine maiden. Princess, we could keep it in a large fish tank, remarked a nearby sea maid of normal stature, laughing. Though Xiang Chen had transformed into a sea dog, his shimmering silver fur was indeed striking. Surely, I cannot be captured again. Xiang Chen lamented internally, feeling utterly disheartened. He harbored no desires regarding such a magnificent mermaid maiden. Well, I have never seen such a beautiful little sea dog before. Little sea dog, I am Princess Xiaolin, and henceforth, you shall be my pet, the colossal sea maiden declared with a smile, producing a gigantic bottle to contain Xiang Chen, sealing it with a cork. As the magical net dissipated, Xiang Chen did not attempt to escape. The formidable sea maiden possessed terrifying prowess, having reached the 8th level of the Lingxiao realm. Beneath her fishtail, a massive sea serpent lay, an even more fearsome beast surpassing the Lingxiao threshold. The risk of escape was considerable. The colossal sea maiden, Xiaolin, shook the large vessel, causing Xiang Wu within to spin helplessly. Could this woman be the princess of the southern Song Sea tribe? The bloodline she possessed seemed extraordinary. Listening to the others' titles for her, Xiang Chen deduced her identity. Ahem, dear Princess Xiaolin, I am quite pitiable. Might you consider releasing me? Xiang Wu whimpered from within the bottle. According to the 5th rule of Brother Eight's notes on wooing, when encountering an innocent and endearing girl, feigning purity, charm, and a touch of sorrow is the way to win her over. It was not that he harbored any ulterior motives. He simply wished to escape. After all, he could not possibly satisfy such a giantess, lacking the divine talent of the monkeys to grow in size at will. Oh, what makes you so pitiable? Princess Xiaolin inquired with a smile, gazing at the bottle containing Xiang Wu. I have an ailing mother at home, awaiting my return from the hunt for food daily. Could you possibly release me? Without me, she would surely starve. Xiang Wu lamented, tears welling up in his eyes. How tragic. Perhaps I should capture your mother as well. I could care for both of you. You seem so feeble. Here you could easily become someone's meal, Princess Xiaolin remarked sympathetically, though her words only served to infuriate Xiang Wu. At present, the aura emanating from Xiang Chen was that of the Taiyin True Elixir. Yet he was merely at the Yuan Yang True Elixir realm, placing him at the lowest tier in this perilous underwater world. Never mind, my mother yearns for freedom. She would rather perish than be kept as a pet. Could you not release me? Xiang Wu pleaded, his eyes glistening with tears. Well, how about this? I shall keep you for a year, and once I grow tired of you, I will set you free, Princess Xiaolin proposed after a moment's contemplation. Goodness, a year of confinement? Xiang Chen felt a surge of frustration, cursing the heavens. Hadn't he been promised good fortune? Curse it. Misfortune seems to follow me. The heavens appeared indifferent, as if to say, when you had the chance to escape, you chose greed over prudence, and now you blame me? Thus, Xiang Wu was captured and confined within the vessel, while the immense Princess Xiaolin rode her sea serpent towards the magnificent palaces of the Sea King city. Meanwhile, turmoil brewed outside as news of the Arid State's victory in the Nine Palaces War and the subsequent capture of participants by the Sea Tribe spread throughout. The entire Arid State was engulfed in uproar. At the Yanzhou Academy's headquarters in Tianhua, tension filled the air. What news has arrived? What has happened to Qingzhou and the others? Wang Ziajizi inquired anxiously. Murong Tianhua's countenance was grave as he finished reading the reports transmitted from the Watching Sky Pavilion. After the president and the others secured first place in the Nine Palaces War, they were all captured. Every student from the Nine Palaces has been taken by the Sea Tribe, and negotiations indicate they will not be released for a year. A year. Damn it. Such a long time. Are they truly going to imprison Qingzhou for a year? What shall we do? Should we attempt a rescue? The members gathered at the Yanzhou Academy were all in a state of panic, for Xiang Chen was their core, their wolf king. Brothers, for the sake of our comrade, let us venture to the southern sea and rescue Qingzhou. We cannot allow him to be imprisoned for so long. Wang Ziajizi stood, releasing a potent aura of the second layer of the Soul Moon realm. Let us proceed, indeed. We cannot merely stand by while our elder brother remains imprisoned for so long. Others echoed in agreement. Everyone, remain calm. Murong Tianhua admonished. Indeed. Let us all take a moment to compose ourselves. Yangbin and a duo Ye urged swiftly. Wang Xiaoji retorted angrily. Calm down? While you can keep your cool. I cannot. I refuse to let Qingzhou endure such humiliation. How dare you? Do you wish to lead the president's hard-earned foundation to its demise? Murong Tianhua snapped back, his temper flaring. Wang Xiaoji stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Murong Tianhua. his demeanor shifting to that of a wolf ready to pounce. Morong Tianhua, Chen Gu entrusted you with managing Yanhuang. Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? I pledge my loyalty to Chen Gu, not to you. Listen to Tianhua. A voice, cold as ice, echoed from a corner, releasing a palpable aura of intensity that enveloped the room. A young man, resembling Xiang Chen, rose, his formidable presence overshadowing everyone present. Tianyu, do you not wish to rescue our elder brother? Wang Xiaoji asked, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Tianyu's prowess was undeniably among the top 3 in Yanhuang. He simply had not participated in the Nine Palaces battle. I wish to save him. Yet our elder brother has instructed that in matters of great consequence, his absence means we must heed Tianhua's guidance. Do you intend to defy his command? Tianyu replied coolly. Wang Xiaoji faltered, momentarily speechless. Xiahou, cease your antics. Anger and haste serve no purpose. Let us heed Tianhua, Zhang Dan advised soothingly. Very well. Wang Xiaoji shot a glance at Morong Tianhua, snorted disdainfully, and turned to sit down, though his face remained a mask of fury. Morong Tianhua regarded the assembly and stated, the Xi clan poses a formidable challenge to the great Xia dynasty. Our current strength would merely lead to our demise if we engage. Now that negotiations have taken place, we must adopt a singular course of action. Chapter 825, Delivering a City Silence. Morong Tianhua commanded, locking eyes with everyone. What we require now is composure. We must observe the unfolding events. Wang Xiaoji scoffed, are you suggesting we do nothing? That is our elder brother, the Moonlight Wolf King, the president of Yanhuang. Morong Tianhua cast him a glance and replied calmly, the president's adaptability and supernatural abilities far surpass our own. In this matter, we cannot assist him. The Southern Wilderness Xi clan has struck a blow to the great Xia dynasty's pride, and the dynasty will not remain passive. Now that negotiations have yielded a result, we must await the president's return. Our current capabilities are insufficient not only to rescue the president, but even to approach the vicinity of his captivity. Do you believe you can charge into the Xi clan with mere fervor to save him, risking the lives of many brethren? When the president returns, you, Wang Ying, would be the first to face his wrath. Morong Tianhua's words left Wang Ying speechless. Tianhua's analysis is sound. Xiahou, do not forget. Our elder brother possesses the ability to traverse space. What kind of prison could possibly restrain him? Yang Bin interjected. At that moment, Tianyu spoke. If our elder brother has not returned within a month, I will go to the South Sea to rescue him. You all shall await news. Morong Tianhua regarded the typically silent and stoic Tianyu without further comment. His mysterious nature and unfathomable strength had always been a source of intrigue. Wang Xiahou opened his mouth and softly remarked, surely we cannot remain idle. The thought of Brother Chun and Brother Ho possibly enduring hardship weighs heavily on my heart. Morong Tianhua replied, how could we possibly do nothing? Our duty is to execute the tasks assigned to us by the president. Yang Bin, Duoya, what is the current situation with the White Tiger Gang? Yang Bin stated, the White Tiger Gang has now ascended to become the 3rd largest faction in Guhuang City. Under the leadership of Elder Xiao Bai, we have dominated businesses across 4 districts, with our ranks swelling to over 10,000. However, the most formidable family in Guhuang City, the Gu family, seeks to subjugate us. Elder Xiao Bai is currently engaged in a delicate dance of negotiation with them. Morong Tianhua narrowed his eyes and said, indeed, the Gu family is not to be trifled with, as they possess a master within their ranks and are regarded as a second-tier power in the wasteland. If absolutely necessary, we could have Elder Xiao Bai feign allegiance to the Gu family, bide our time until the president returns, and then mobilize the Lu family or the Wan Yao Pavilion to assist in their downfall. Precisely, Yang Bin nodded in agreement. Jin Bai, Shui, provide me with detailed intelligence on the Gu family, including all pertinent information on their direct descendants. Additionally, I require intelligence on all high-ranking members of the largest gang in Guhuang City, the Tiandao Sect. Morong Tianhua suddenly addressed a man and a woman, who were none other than Jin Bai and Shu Yi, the overseers of the intelligence agency. Understood, I will immediately dispatch someone to compile the information, Shu Yi affirmed. Wang Ying, you all should focus on your cultivation. If you wish to present a grand gift to the president upon his return, it is essential to enhance your skills and strength during this time. Morong Tianhua instructed Wang Xiahou and the others. What do you intend to do? Wang Xiahou asked in astonishment. Morong Tianhua smirked and said, although we lack the strength to rescue the president, We must prepare some tokens of welcome for him before his return. I plan to gift him a city. Tianhua. You wouldn't dare to provoke the Gu family and the Tiandao sect, would you? The Gu family is affiliated with the Huanghou Mansion, Yangbin exclaimed in surprise. The Huanghou Mansion is indifferent to the shifts of these subordinate factions. They only care about whether their interests remain intact and if the newly risen powers can be controlled. Once we rise, we too shall be dependent on the Huanghou Mansion, providing them with benefits, thus ensuring they will not interfere with the dynamics of power within the martial world. However, I must ascertain what other forces are entwined with the Gu family and whether plotting against them might trigger any unnecessary repercussions. Murong Tianhua rose and walked through the hall, gazing at a detailed map depicting the distribution of notable powers in the wasteland, his expression contemplative. But the Gu family has a master. Yangbin furrowed his brow and remarked, with the president absent, Lin Kai may not heed our commands, and we cannot rely on the Lu family either. Murong Tianhua scoffed and said, if it were merely a matter of eliminating a few masters, with proper strategy, it would require little force. My concern lies in whether the eradication of the Gu family might provoke reactions from their allied interests. Therefore, I require comprehensive intelligence to support my plan. I trust you all wish for the president's return to be marked by our notable achievements, presenting them as gifts. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. Deep down, they yearned for the innate desire to conquer, wishing fervently to carve out their own dominion alongside Xiang Chen. Tianhua, if you truly manage to seize the ancient wilderness city, I, Wang Ying, shall never oppose you again, Wang Xiaoji remarked with a sly grin, for he was known to change allegiances quicker than one could turn a page. Indeed, Tianhua, we all harbor the desire to accomplish something. Since we cannot rescue Brother Chen, capturing the ancient wilderness would suffice. Otherwise, I fear we may soon feel like nothing more than useless bystanders. The other brothers echoed their sentiments in agreement. With such collective resolve, they decided to unite in purpose. However, every organization and faction must adhere to certain rules, even in the absence of the president. I hope everyone will abide by the regulations he established. Without rules, there can be no order. Only through organized and disciplined actions can we avoid the chaos of disarray and achieve great deeds. Murong Tianhua addressed the assembly with conviction. Let us capture the ancient wilderness city, came the unified response from the crowd. Seeing that the internal discord had subsided and that everyone's focus had shifted towards the ancient wilderness, Murong Tianhua felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that Xiang Chen was the cornerstone of the Yin Huang. Should anything befall him, chaos would ensue. Xiang Chen had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, and it was imperative to prevent a situation where the commander was absent and the troops were in disarray. President, old Xiang, rest assured, as long as I am here, Yin Huang shall not falter. Await your return, he pledged. As everyone returned to their respective duties, Murong Tianhua gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, a twinge of solitude creeping into his heart. Among the several hundred in the Yin Huang, he counted Xiang Chen as his only confidant. Silence. A word that is easily spoken yet profoundly challenging to embody. Not only was there turmoil within Yin Huang, but the entire Wilderness Academy was also engulfed in chaos. The principal's predicament had left the institution bereft of its guiding force. Although figures like Dean Dongfang held fort, it was still a struggle to stabilize the faculty and students, who felt like ants on a hot pan. Meanwhile, to the south of the wilderness, in the region of the southern wilderness, numerous small nations were rising, particularly the Great Chu Kingdom, which was currently facing a severe test due to recent events. Chapter 826. The atmosphere of war in the Great Chu Kingdom, which had been established for a year, the nation's strength had reached unprecedented heights. More importantly, in terms of livelihood, the Great Chu had achieved feats that the Shang Kingdom had never accomplished, prioritizing the people above all. With the promotion of Chu Ling rice, the Great Chu had eradicated instances of starvation on the roads, fostering a robust national cohesion and unwavering support for the Chu royal court. Over the past year, the transformation of spiritual energy in the world, the advancement of Chu Ling rice, and the establishment of cultivation academies had ushered the entire Great Chu into an era of universal cultivation. Furthermore, a harmonious coexistence between beastkind and humanity had emerged. Previously destructive plagues of insects and locusts were now countered by the aid of magical creatures, while these beings also assisted in agricultural endeavors. Registered magical beasts had even been integrated into the military ranks and civilian sectors, leading to an abundance of resources within the nation. However, such prosperity had its consequences. For no secret remains hidden forever. In the palace of the Scorpion Kingdom, a robust and imposing middle-aged man clad in a black royal robe surveyed a bowl of chu ling rice on the table, his gaze penetrating and contemplative. So, this is the chu ling rice of the Great Chu? The Scorpion King, Yang Hong, gazed at the minister kneeling before him and inquired, "Is it true?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." "Please do take a taste," the minister replied. Yang Hong deftly picked up a small clump of chu ling rice with his chopsticks, placing it into his mouth. He savored the soft, springy texture and the sweet, glutinous flavor, relishing every chew. As he swallowed, a wave of pure spiritual essence surged within him, rich and potent. Truly exquisite rice, Yang Hong could not help but exclaim. The minister continued, "The spiritual energy contained in this rice can even be regarded as a low-grade spiritual herb. Moreover, regular consumption poses no toxic effects and greatly aids in cultivation. I wonder where the Great Chu Kingdom procured such a remarkable variety of spiritual grain. It is currently being promoted for widespread cultivation, maturing at an astonishing rate, with 2 harvests in both spring and autumn. At this pace, the Great Chu Kingdom may surpass the southern wilderness nations within a decade." Yang Hong spoke gravely. "Does the Great Chu Kingdom engage in trade of this spiritual rice?" "Not at all." The minister shook his head. "The Great Chu Kingdom recognizes the significance of this rice and has prohibited all external trade. Furthermore, the merchant caravans departing are scrutinized with utmost rigor, preventing chu ling rice from circulating to other nations. Our spies have only managed to smuggle back 10 pounds of this rice after considerable peril. However, we have discovered that it cannot be cultivated successfully elsewhere. Only the royal family possesses the seeds for this spiritual rice, which they sell at a low price to the common folk for planting. Your Majesty, we must not allow the Great Chu Kingdom to flourish in this manner. Although the merchant kingdom has been vanquished, remnants of past conflicts linger. Should the Great Chu Kingdom grow strong through this, their ambitions will undoubtedly surface." The Scorpion King contemplated the chu ling rice, taking another bite. His expression turning steely as he commanded, "Summon the civil and military officials for a court meeting at noon, and establish contact with the ambassadors of Bei and Nandu." "Yes," the minister replied respectfully before withdrawing. As Yang Hong savored another mouthful of chu ling rice, he murmured, "What a remarkable treasure. Xiang Liang, do you truly believe the Great Chu Kingdom can monopolize and secretly develop this? Such aspirations are but a fool's dream." Within the Great Chu Palace, the formidable Xiang Liang, adorned in a black crown and a silver-threaded wolf robe, sat upon his throne. Below, 2 individuals stood, Xiao Mu and another young man with a fierce visage, marked by a blue wolf tattoo, Qing Feng. However, Qing Feng had now become one of the Tianlang tribe, his bloodline having transformed. Kneeling on one knee, Qing Feng reported, "My people have discovered that someone traversed the Xiahou mountain range and entered the Scorpion Kingdom. Indeed, Your Majesty, this occurred 3 days ago. One of my injured tribesmen returned to report that they were unable to intercept the individual," Qing Feng stated solemnly. Xiao Mu interjected, "Your Majesty, this coincides precisely with the period when the chu ling rice was stolen from the North City. It is likely the same perpetrator. The choice to traverse through the Xiahou mountain range suggests they are indeed from the Scorpion Kingdom. It is highly probable they are spies from that realm." The Xiang Wang's brows furrowed, his voice turning chilly. "If that is the case, then the matter of the chu ling rice has already been exposed." Xiao Mu nodded and immediately knelt, saying, "It is my subordinate's failure in monitoring and tracking. Please punish me, Your Majesty." The King of Xiang replied, "This matter cannot be solely blamed on you. Once the adversary succeeded, they promptly fled to the Misty Mountains. You had neither the chance nor the time to react. Rise, come forth," the king commanded. Outside the hall, the guards swiftly entered, awaiting orders with utmost respect. "Summon the Tianqing Division, Qing Meng, and hasten to bring General Wang Tian and General Long Yu back to the court for a meeting. Also instruct the dark web operative, Manha, to see me at once," the king decreed. Yes, the guards immediately departed to convey the message. "Your Majesty, are you summoning General Wang Tian, who is stationed at the human frontier, and General Long Yu from the northern border? Do you intend to wage war against the Scorpion Kingdom?" Xiao Mu inquired, astonished. However, he quickly bowed his head and fell silent, realizing the gravity of his question. Nevertheless, the king did not treat his loyal subordinate, who had once risked his life to protect the young master, as an outsider. It is not that I wish to wage war against the Scorpion Kingdom. Rather, it is they who may soon find themselves unable to remain idle. A fierce glimmer flashed in the king's eyes, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. The significance of chuling rice is paramount. It pertains not only to the livelihood of the people, but also impacts the cultivation world. It is a formidable strategic resource. I know Yang Hong of the Scorpion Kingdom all too well. Once he learns of the existence of chuling rice, he will undoubtedly be unable to contain himself. If the fugitive is indeed from the Scorpion Kingdom, then the fuse for war has already been ignited. It is merely a matter of time before it explodes. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. Although the Great Chu has only been established for a little over a year, its strength far surpasses that of the former Xiang. With you at the helm, we need not fear the Scorpion Kingdom. The king tapped his fingers on the armrest, narrowing his eyes. Yang Hong knows full well that he cannot single-handedly swallow the Great Chu. However, what if he seeks alliances? The resource of chuling rice is sufficient to incite envy in others. Are you suggesting that he would form alliances with other nations to attack the Great Chu? Xiao Mu's expression shifted slightly. Most likely, the king affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a figure entered the hall, a middle-aged Taoist priest named Hai Chung, holding a cane and dressed in a Taoist robe. Minister, is there something amiss? The king inquired with a smile. Your Majesty, the turmoil of war is imminent for our Great Chu. Hai Chung intoned solemnly. I have observed the celestial phenomena. 3 ominous signs of military conflict have appeared in the heavens above Great Chu, positioned in the north, south, and west. Chapter 8:27. The Trinational Conclave. The ominous signs of military conflict are in the south, west, and north. Upon hearing this, the king furrowed his brows, saying, to the south of Great Chu lies the vast southern river, across from which is the southern Dipper Kingdom. To the west is the Scorpion Kingdom, and to the north is the northern Wilds Kingdom. Do you mean to imply that these 3 nations will wage war against our Great Chu? Indeed, the minister replied. Moreover, I have further divined from the Book of Changes, and these 3 nations exhibit the sign of a python devouring a golden dragon. However, the precise reasons require your Majesty to dispatch someone to investigate. The workings of heaven and earth follow their own laws. All things are thus governed by the inexorable rules of fate. The diviners are those who study these influences to glean secrets from the heavens, allowing them to sense the future. Those with profound mastery in this art can even manipulate the destinies of others. Minister, you truly possess extraordinary insight. Xiao Mu could not help but exclaim. Just a moment ago, the king mentioned that the Scorpion Kingdom might conspire with other nations to attack our Great Chu. The Xiang King nodded in agreement, stating, it seems that the predictions of the state minister align with my own deductions and speculations. While I am uncertain about the other nations, it is likely that the Scorpion Kingdom intends to stir up the winds of war. Oh, the Taoist Hai Chung furrowed his brows in confusion and inquired, Your Majesty, what is the reason for this? Although he possessed divinatory skills, he could not ascertain every detail with precision. The Xiang King replied, there was a recent homicide involving a farmer who was murdered, and the precious Chu Ling rice was stolen. Meanwhile, the people of Qingfeng intercepted an individual attempting to traverse the Misty Mountains, but unfortunately, the person managed to escape. The timelines of these 2 incidents align perfectly, leading me to conclude that a spy from the Scorpion Kingdom is involved. The allure of Chu Ling rice is too great. Once the surrounding nations become aware, they will undoubtedly resort to warfare to seize it. The Taoist Hai Chung nodded. Indeed, the Chu Ling rice, coveted by Princess Tuan Tuan, pertains to the future of the nation and the foundation of its people. It appears that my divination was not mistaken. Your Majesty, we must be vigilant. This battle may very well determine the fate of our Great Chu. The Xiang King agreed. Indeed, I have already sent out scouts. Soon, I will instruct the Liao network to closely monitor the movements of the other nations during this period. Excellent. Your Majesty, since you are so assured, I can rest easy. By the way, has there been any news regarding His Highness, the young martial king, who went to participate in the 9 Palaces battle? The Taoist Hai Chung inquired about Xiang Chen. Given the remoteness of their location, even the capital of Huangdu had just received news about the 9 Palaces battle. It would likely take some time for further updates to reach them. The Xiang King shook his head. No news has yet arrived. Xiao Mu suggested, Your Majesty, should we inform the young master? He has amassed remarkable strength while in the Huang Palace. With his assistance, we may find things considerably easier. Xiao Mu had profound confidence in Xiang Chen's abilities, having witnessed him single-handedly alter the tide of fate over the past 2 years. The Xiang King smiled faintly. There is no need. Let him enjoy his life in the academy. I can manage the affairs here without requiring my son to weather the storms on my behalf. Then, the Xiang King's expression turned serious as he suddenly recalled something. I remember that Shun has a sworn sister named Adoya. Is she from the Jurchen? Yes. That is indeed the case, Xiao Mu affirmed. Upon hearing this, the Xiang King fell into deep thought. Moments later, a radiant light flickered from his hand, revealing a scroll that he unrolled to unveil a map of the western wilderness. To the south of Great Chu lies a vast lake, its azure waves stretching endlessly, where mighty rivers converge. This is the Southern River Lake, which has nurtured countless inhabitants on its banks. One of its tributaries flows into our Great Chu, referred to as the Chu River within the nation. This river traverses the entirety of our land, serving as the mother river of Great Chu. Opposite the Southern River Lake lies another nation, known as the Southern Dipper Kingdom. The powers of the Western Wilderness can be summarized as follows: 13 nations of varying sizes, all of comparable strength. The Scorpion, Southern Dipper, and Northern Wilds are 3 nations that align with Great Chu, occupying an area of over 6,000 kilometers in radius. The sky, a delicate azure, is shrouded in misty rain, while the ethereal white fog lingers over the Southern River. A gentle drizzle falls from the heavens. 3 grand vessels approach from distinct directions, converging upon a small island nestled within these waters. Once home to dozens of residents, the island now bears witness to a massacre. With bodies submerged in the lake to nourish the fish and shrimp, hundreds of formidable guardians encircle the island. Within a modest yet dignified thatched hall, representatives from 3 factions gather, seated in separate sections. Among them is none other than the Scorpion King, Yang Hong. Another figure, a slender middle-aged man, is the sovereign of the Southern Dipper Kingdom. The third, a burly man clad in a wolf fur coat, adorned with a wolf tooth headband, exudes a wild and commanding presence. He is the sovereign of the Northern Wilds. The leaders of the 3 kingdoms convene to prevent any leaks regarding this assembly. The innocent residents of the island were ruthlessly slaughtered. This embodies the chilling aspect of the world that Xiang Chen abhors, where sovereign power reigns supreme over the lives of all. Speak plainly, Scorpion King, and waste no time, the Northern Wilds sovereign gruffly declared, as he carved into a roasted leg of lamb, indulging in his feast. Brother Yang, the letter sent by your envoy pertains to the fate of our 3 kingdoms. What does it mean? The Southern Dipper sovereign inquired calmly, delicately lifting a cup of steaming tea and blowing away the froth. Present the guests, commanded the Scorpion King to his subordinates. Immediately, 2 bowls of fragrant Chuling rice were placed before the 2 leaders. The Northern Wilds sovereign sneered, Scorpion King, what is the meaning of this? You summoned us merely to present a bowl of rice. However, the Southern Dipper sovereign, being from a land renowned for its rice and fish, discerned the unusual quality of the grains. This rice, known as Chuling rice, embodies exceptionally pure and concentrated spiritual energy, comparable to low-tier spiritual materials, and can be produced in large quantities. I invite you both to have a taste, the Scorpion King proclaimed. The 2 sovereigns signaled to one of their attendants, and 2 herbalists stepped forward to test for poison, only daring to allow their masters to consume it after confirming its safety. Upon tasting the rice, they were astonished by its flavor, texture, and the energy it contained. Such excellent rice. From whence does it come? The Southern Dipper sovereign asked, clearly delighted. Even the Northern Wild sovereign, who typically eschewed rice, displayed an unexpected appreciation for the Chuling rice. A slight smile crept upon the lips of the Scorpion King, Yang Hong, as he remarked, since this rice is named Chuling rice, it naturally belongs to the Great Chu Kingdom, which is now engaged in large-scale production. I summoned you both for this very reason. The Great Chu Kingdom. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this was the nation established by the fallen Xiang Wang following the demise of the Shang regime. Chapter 828. The early layout. Upon hearing this, both the Northern Wilds and Southern Dipper sovereigns fell silent for a moment, savoring another bite of the Chuling rice, growing increasingly fond of its exquisite taste. The Northern Wild sovereign quickly finished his portion, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint as he stated, Scorpion King, please get to the point. The Scorpion King replied, the seeds for this spiritual rice are exclusive to the Great Chu Kingdom and are prohibited from foreign trade. Consider the implications. This spiritual rice has become a strategic resource for cultivation. At present, the situation may seem unremarkable. Yet if the Great Chu utilizes such resources to nurture its populace and military, what will the landscape be like a decade or two hence? The strength of the Great Chu will undoubtedly ascend dramatically. At that juncture, will it remain compliant? The ruler of the Southern Dipper narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You intend to incite war to preemptively stifle this threat in its infancy?" The Scorpion King nodded and replied, "Indeed, we shall annihilate the Great Chu, seize the seeds of the Chu Ling rice valley, and subsequently cultivate them across our three nations. United, we could potentially carve up the entirety of the Western wilderness. By then, the 13 kingdoms of the West might very well be our dominion." This proposal sparked a glimmer of intrigue in the eyes of both men. The ruler of Bei let out a cold chuckle and said, "This suggestion aligns perfectly with my inclinations. The ambitions of the Great Chu, seeking to monopolize such precious resources, leave us no choice but to instigate war." The ruler of Bei shared a mutual understanding with the Scorpion King, who displayed a smile. However, the ruler of the Southern Dipper frowned, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Why do you still hesitate, Southern Dipper?" the Scorpion King inquired. The Southern Dipper expressed his concerns, stating, "While this resource is indeed valuable, should we gain control and the information leak, we would become the target of collective ire. What is there to fear? Once we acquire this resource, we can seal our borders and cultivate it in secrecy, withholding it from the common people, thus minimizing the risk of exposure. In a decade or two, which nation in the Western wilderness could possibly rival us?" The ruler of Bei sneered. The Scorpion King nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the folly of the Great Chu lies in their willingness to entrust such resources to the common populace, thereby heightening the risk of leaks. If we cultivate it covertly, who would be the wiser? Brother of the Southern Dipper, there is no need for concern." After a moment of contemplation, the Southern Dipper finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well. I too consent to instigate this conflict. What are your plans?" The Scorpion King responded, "Our three nations shall unite, with our combined might, exceeding 1,000,000 soldiers. The Great Chu is destined for destruction. We will advance from the northern pass, the Tiger Gate, and along the southern river, converging swiftly to obliterate the Great Chu royal family." "That is feasible. I agree." The two exchanged glances, each affirming their consensus. Subsequently, the trio deliberated on the specifics of their strategy, including the allocation of future spoils. A storm of war was brewing, drawing ever closer to the Great Chu. 2 days later, within the halls of the Great Chu Palace, reports were being delivered. The King of Chu, along with the general from the northern pass, Li Tai, and the water supervisor of Chu River, Xiang Hung, were gathered around a sand table, engaged in discussion. At that moment, a woman clad in a black dress, strikingly beautiful and alluringly curvaceous, entered the room. She was Man He, the head of the Liaowang network. The network comprised 2 factions, the Fangya, led by Qian Lan, responsible for assassination, and the Dark Web, overseen by Jin Bai and Shu Yi, focusing on intelligence. Man He served as the intermediary between the 2 factions, coordinating their efforts. "Your Majesty, there is news." Man He approached and offered a slight bow. "Oh, speak quickly," Xiang Wang urged. Man He continued, "According to reports from the Scorpion, Southern Dipper, and Bei nations, the 3 kingdoms are mobilizing massive troop withdrawals and redeploying forces." Wang Tian, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Indeed. The king and the prime minister's calculations were not in vain. The 3 kingdoms have allied. Chu Lingmi has, after all, leaked the information." Xiang Hung frowned in contemplation. The king of Xiang spoke calmly. "When do we anticipate the troops of the 3 kingdoms will be fully assembled?" Man He replied, "Based on current estimations, it is likely to be completed the day after tomorrow." The king of Xiang immediately turned his gaze to the sand table and said, "Look here." The assembly turned their attention to see the king of Xiang pointing to 3 routes for the 3 kingdoms to conquer the Chu. They would undoubtedly employ the swiftest means to conclude the war. The Scorpion Kingdom, with the Demon Fog Mountain Range as a barrier, would most likely launch their assault through Tiger Gate, the quickest point of breach. The king of Xiang indicated Tiger Gate and then added, "However, if I were a commander of the Scorpion Kingdom, I would also dispatch troops to maneuver through these areas to achieve tactical penetration." He pointed to several locations on the sand table. "Wang Tian, you must be vigilant in these areas, laying ambushes. No, we could even consider a preemptive retreat from the city to execute a counter-encirclement, adhering strictly to our prior strategies." The king of Xiang instructed Wang Tian. a veteran with nearly a century of military experience, revered as the god of war in the western wilderness. His military acumen was not mere rhetoric. He had studied every terrain and tactic of the western wilderness, and those like Xiao Bai had merely gleaned fragments of knowledge from him. Understood. Wang Tian nodded and solemnly saluted, declaring, "I shall annihilate the invading forces of the Scorpion." Third brother, the king of Xiang, addressed Xiang Hong. "You command the naval forces of Dechu, with your primary adversary being the waterways against the southern Dipper Kingdom. However, I can only mobilize a mere 100,000 naval troops for you, alongside 5,000 from the demon tribes. You will be facing a formidable fleet of 300,000 from the southern Dipper. Do you have confidence?" The king of Xiang gazed at his own brother, Xiang Hong. "Rest assured, elder brother, I shall safeguard the Chu River." Xiang Hong replied earnestly, "I will deploy the aerial forces of Qingming to assist you." The king of Xiang declared. Li Tai. The king of Xiang then turned his attention to this former general of the previous dynasty, who had been captured through cunning by Xiang Chen. "Your knowledge of the northern wild kingdom is unparalleled. Maintain the same tactics as Wang Hong, feigning defeat, while Long Yu remains in Yuqing. At that moment, we shall strike when they are enclosed." The king of Xiang instructed. Li Tai smiled and responded, "Your Majesty, Northern Wolf Qing is exceedingly impulsive. He is currently unaware of the changes in our forces at the northern front. Under full assault, our defeat would be expected. Should we retreat, he will inevitably advance recklessly and fall into our trap." The king of Xiang nodded with a smile. "Then I entrust the northern front to you." "What of me?" Lord Xiahou Ba inquired. "Iron, you possess an even more significant role. Now, mobilize your troops to advance along this route and cut off the enemy's retreat. This time, as the three kingdoms dare to unite, I intend to uproot their claws entirely." The king of Xiang sneered, striking the sand table with his fist, causing it to scatter into disarray. "Esteemed colleagues, I beseech you." The king of Xiang's gaze swept over the assembly. "We shall devote ourselves tirelessly until death." The assembly resounded in unison. "I assure you, within a decade, the entire western wilderness shall be united under one banner, that of Dechu. Together, we shall inscribe our names in the annals of history." The king of Xiang's gaze remained steadfast upon them. The hearts of the assembly ignited with fervor, their spirits surging with ambition, ready to conquer and establish their legacy across the world. This is the dream cherished by all valiant sons. Chapter 829, The Return of the Enchantress. The day after Ergo's departure, thoughts of him consumed me, but what folly. Ergo has already embarked on a blissful life akin to that of a goldfish princess, happily fed in a glass tank. Let the raucous crowd be. Let him indulge in his meal of earthworms a few days longer. At the border of the Great Chu, at the Tiger Gate, the ground trembles, as if the heavens themselves are collapsing, dust swirling in the air. In the distance, an endless tide of iron is surging forth. Ahead lies an army of 100,000 cavalry, each clad in armor, wielding 3-meter-long spears, their faces concealed by helmets and masks. Their mounts, though not dragon steeds, possess the bloodline of fierce beasts, and there are dragon cavalry among them, albeit numbering only 7 or 8,000. With a thunderous gallop, the cavalry advances, shaking the earth. Following them are 100,000 archers, clad in light armor, swift as the wind, all possessing martial prowess, trailing behind the cavalry. In the rear stands 500,000 infantry, forming a solid line. Moreover, colossal war chariots carry siege engines, ladders, and catapults, preparing for battle. 70,000 troops, their morale soaring, charge towards the Tiger Gate like a mighty torrent of steel, causing the ground to quake. At the forefront, an imposing general sits in a chariot drawn by 8 dragon steeds. It is General Yang Yan of the Scorpion Kingdom. Beside him is a strikingly beautiful woman, the Scorpion Enchantress. The Scorpion Kingdom's total military strength hovers around 900,000, and for this battle, Yang Hong has mobilized 70,000 troops, indicating the gravity of the situation, leaving the homeland's defenses somewhat vulnerable. At the Tiger Gate, General Wang Tian, shouldering a massive heavy sword, gazes solemnly at the advancing army. The city walls of the Tiger Gate are already brimming with vigilant soldiers, preparing boulders, wolf teeth, and bundles of arrows for defense. Such a formidable force indeed. It appears the Scorpion King is resolute in his intentions. Wang Tian watches with a cold smile as the enemy draws nearer, mere miles away. Have the residents of the city been safely evacuated? He inquires of his aide, Li Chuan. Rest assured, General, they have all been relocated outside the city, and everything has been meticulously arranged by our trusted allies. There will be no errors, Li Chuan replies respectfully. Good, Wang Tian nods. The enemy advances swiftly, now only a few miles from the Tiger Gate, where a single cavalry charge could reach them. However, in siege warfare, cavalry is not suited for the initial assault. Their role is to shatter and infiltrate the enemy ranks after the walls have fallen. As the distance narrows to 2 or 3 miles, the opposing army suddenly halts with a resounding boom, trained to perfection, and the world seems to fall silent. Yang Yan, why do you invade? Wang Tian bellows, his voice echoing. The 8-horse war chariot slowly rolls forward, and Yang Yan, gripping his sword, coldly retorts, Wang Tian, you and your band of rebels in the Great Chu, led by the traitorous Xiang Wang who has slain his own sovereign. Such actions defy the heavens and violate the principles of lord and vassal. We, the Scorpion Kingdom, heed the will of heaven and the voice of the people, and have come to punish Chu. In warfare, one must adhere to the principle of just cause, cloaking oneself in a grandiloquent pretext. How dare you, scoundrel? Yet, our esteemed General Wang defies convention, unleashing a torrent of invective, a pack of ambitious wretches. You squander the gift of peaceful existence, prattling about treason and rebellion. The merchant king deserves his fate. This is a matter for our own nation. So mind your own business and return to the Scorpion Kingdom at once, or the Tiger Gate shall become your grave. Yang Yan's expression darkened as he remarked, Wang Qian, should you choose to surrender, a prosperous future awaits you. Your standing in Dechu will remain intact under our Scorpion Kingdom. Do not court your own demise. Surrender is your sole option. Bah! Wang Qian spat defiantly, I am born of Dechu, and I shall die as a spirit of Dechu. You vile brigands, if you wish to besiege the city, come forth. Impudent! Cried several commanders of the Scorpion Kingdom in anger. Stubborn as you are, let it be known that your Scorpion Kingdom shall serve as the funeral procession for Dechu. With a frigid demeanor, Yang Yan unsheathed his sword and commanded, commence the assault. The clarion call of battle reverberated instantly. Kill! In that moment, 500,000 infantry roared, the cavalry parting as each soldier raised their shields, charging toward the gates of Tiger Gate. Loose arrows! Wang Qian bellowed. On the city walls, the bows twanged like thunder. Amidst the cacophony of bowstrings, a deluge of arrows surged forth, raining down upon the advancing army like a tempest. With a resounding whoosh, the air was filled with the sound of whistling arrows. An iron arrow, propelled with tremendous force, struck a shield, embedding itself without piercing through. Alas! Amidst the relentless barrage, some were caught unawares, their cries echoing as they fell. The torrent of arrows claimed the lives of 1,000 or 2,000 souls. Catapults, fire! Wang Qian barked again, and with a clatter, hundreds of catapults sprang into action. Boom! In an instant, a multitude of fire stones, propelled with terrifying momentum, descended like meteors. A single fire stone detonated amidst the throng, shattering shields and turning several into mere flesh. The explosion sent others flying, or met their end in a violent demise. The air thickened with smoke, and the wails of the fallen filled the atmosphere, as life itself seemed fragile and ephemeral. Archers, retaliate. Catapults, advance and provide cover. Yang Yan commanded with fervor. Immediately, the enemy archers followed their infantry, raising their bows to unleash a counterattack. The whistling of arrows met the air, yet the defenders on the walls were shielded, making it difficult for the arrows to find their mark. However, amidst the clash of arrows in midair, many collided, neutralizing a portion of the onslaught. The catapults of the Scorpion Kingdom retaliated with force, launching massive firestones that crashed against the city walls, some exploding upon impact with the shields, claiming the lives of those who bore them. The enemy infantry surged forward, many reaching the foot of the city walls, swiftly erecting ladders to mount their assault. The thunderous rumble of rolling boulders echoed as spikes and logs cascaded from above, mercilessly crushing numerous Scorpion soldiers attempting to ascend the ladders. Yet, there were formidable Scorpion warriors who, with a mere leap, soared 100 meters into the air, charging towards the city walls to engage the defending army, igniting a brutal siege. My apologies, Night Empress, Yang Yan addressed the Scorpion Demoness, Night Empress. A cold smirk danced upon her lips, her eyes gleaming with vengeful light. Annihilate the Chu people, she bellowed, transforming into a swirling mass of dark energy that ascended into the heavens. Soon, a colossal scorpion, over 10 meters in length and as white as jade, emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, its cultivation at the 6th level of the Soul Moon realm. At that moment, Chapter 830, a wave of explosions. Among the crowd, dozens of Yuan-Yang demon scorpions surged skyward, enveloped in black poisonous gas, heading straight for the skies above Tiger Gate. Night Empress Wang Qian observed the approaching figures with a chilling laugh, then commanded, "All troops, consume the detoxification pills." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers quickly retrieved prepared pills, specifically concocted by the Tianjin Pavilion to counteract scorpion venom. Master Hua had acquired a significant portion of Xiang Chen's medical knowledge, rendering him quite proficient in healing arts. White Tiger Guards advance. Wang Qian commanded. With a roar, 300 imposing warriors transformed into half-human, half-tiger beasts, their demonic energy surging, all at a level above the Yuan-Yang realm. Kill! The 300 White Tiger Guards howled, leaping into the air, armed with battle blades. They charged into the oncoming wave of demons. Within that cloud of demons, hundreds, if not thousands, of demon scorpions awaited. Strike! The White Tiger Guards swung their blades, unleashing countless golden arcs that tore through the swarm, the powerful blade energy enveloping the mass of demon scorpions. A significant number of them were cleaved apart, exploding into fragments that rained down. What is this demonic energy? Night Empress's expression shifted as she watched. Then, in a fit of rage, a massive scorpion tail pierced through the air, slicing through the sky for hundreds of meters. With a thud, the tail struck a White Tiger Guard squarely in the chest. The guard roared, wrapping his arms around the tail, then opened his mouth wide, biting down fiercely. With a crack, the hardened tail was surprisingly severed. Enraged, the scorpion demoness whipped her tail violently, attempting to shake off the White Tiger Guard. However, she was ensnared. 7 or 8 White Tiger Guards surged forward, undeterred by her venom, biting down relentlessly on her tail, nearly breaking it off. In agony, she swung her spirit sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sent the White Tiger Guards flying. Venomous witch, behold my blade. Just then, Wang Qian, embodying the White Tiger Guard, struck down fiercely upon the scorpion's tail. The strike was swift as a shooting star, and the Night Empress cried out in anguish as her tail was severed. Wang Qian, now a formidable 5th-level expert in the Soul Moon realm, exhibited a terrifying strength after transforming. The Scorpion army faced a devastating counterattack from the White Tiger Guards, suffering heavy losses. Nonetheless, the assault from the Scorpion Kingdom remained relentless, overwhelming in numbers. As the battlefield erupted in chaos, both sides locked in a fierce struggle. Damn it! It seems I must rely on that special strike force to breach their defenses swiftly, Yang Yan mused, his expression dark as he surveyed the battlefield. In the misty fog mountains, a formidable army, clad in light armor and numbering approximately 30,000, navigated through the rugged terrain. On the opposite side of the human pass lay the peaks of the misty fog mountains. Strangely, General, we seem to have encountered no beastly creatures along this route, remarked a subordinate officer, perplexed. It is indeed peculiar. However, we are currently in the winter season, during which many beasts hibernate. It is best that we have not encountered any. Everyone, proceed with utmost stealth, commanded General Yang Sai, a formidable warrior of the Soul Moon realm. His mission was to traverse the misty fog mountains and infiltrate the human pass, with the objective of breaching the city and aiding in the assault. This was undeniably a sound tactical decision. The army advanced swiftly through the forest, shrouded in silence, the only sound being the faint thud of footsteps. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as birds took flight, soaring into the sky. A piercing cry echoed above, causing the 30,000 troops to halt in their tracks. Before them appeared a colossal azure golden avian creature, its wingspan stretching 20 to 30 meters, its feathers shimmering with iridescence, exuding an overwhelming aura of beastly power. Indicative of a Soul Moon realm creature. It was the extreme wind divine falcon, Qingming. Behind her trailed thousands of other beastly birds, including demonic eagles and hawks, resembling a dark cloud racing toward them. Take cover, Yang Sai ordered, and the troops crouched, concealing themselves within the forest, their eyes wide with astonishment at the legion of avian beasts soaring overhead. The piercing gaze of the extreme wind divine falcon scrutinized the concealed army below, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her beak. In her massive claws, she clutched a bundle of ignited bombs. Indeed, these were bombs. crafted from the gunpowder formula passed to the Gongsun family by Xiang Chen. Though merely composed of simple black powder, a mixture of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, this concoction was akin to a homemade recipe one might find online, yet the nation promised a lifetime of free sustenance and even a reincarnation package as a reward. Release. Qing Ming commanded icily. With a swift motion, dozens of bombs, each larger than a human head, plummeted from her grasp. Thousands of beasts carried their own payloads, and soon the sky was raining down bombs like a torrential downpour. The 30,000 soldiers stood in stunned disbelief at this aerial assault. Suddenly, a bomb landed before one soldier, who picked it up to discover the fuse was nearly burnt to the end. What is this? Fireworks? A flurry of questions raced through the young soldier's mind. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resounded, obliterating him into fragments, shrapnel piercing several others nearby, resulting in the immediate demise of 7 or 8 men. A series of deafening explosions followed, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. No, echoed the anguished cries of the 30,000 troops amidst the chaos. As bodies were hurled through the air, ancient trees splintered, and the flames of battle erupted. Following a relentless aerial bombardment, Qing Ming and her airborne forces retreated. What exactly is this? Is it a thunderstone? The thunderous explosions persist, claiming the lives of no less than 20,000 individuals, either dead or gravely wounded. Yang Sai seethes with fury. He remains unscathed. For such bombs are insufficient to annihilate a cultivator of the Soul Moon realm, unless they are subjected to missile strikes. However, the ordinary troops have suffered catastrophic casualties, rendering his surprise attack force utterly incapacitated. Kill. At this moment, the mountains and forests resound with battle cries as over 10,000 soldiers from the Great Chu ambush emerge. Roars echo through the woods, accompanied by various ferocious beasts and a multitude of wolf demons. A colossal black-scaled serpent, measuring 50 to 60 meters in length, adorned with fiery wings, charges forth, emanating a terrifying aura of the Soul Moon realm as it lunges at Yang Sai. Hey, General, we have fallen into a trap. What shall we do? Panic ensues among the ranks, as many have perished or been grievously injured. Those who do not wish to die, surrender immediately. A general within the Great Chu army bellows. Surrender, we surrender. Many bewildered and severely injured warriors of the Scorpion Kingdom hastily capitulate to preserve their lives. Chapter 831. A trap for the king. This wave of bombardment has thoroughly stripped the ambush force of any will to resist. Those who fought to the last were, of course, slain. Great Chu, I shall fight you to the end. Yang Sai draws his sword and, with a fierce cry, transforms into a streak of light, launching himself towards the encircling Great Chu army. As a result, a massive tail, wielding terrifying power, lashes out at supersonic speed. With a resounding thud, Yang Sai is sent hurtling backward, his protective true essence shattered by a single strike, and he is sent flying by the tail of the black-scaled serpent. The formidable demonic power of Dahe, the black-scaled serpent, is immense, having reached the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, far surpassing human combatants. Yang Sai is severely injured by this blow and is soon confronted by the blades of the advancing Chu army at his throat as they seize his arms. Strip them of their garments. We shall don them, commands a leader of the Chu army. The soldiers hastily remove the clothing of the Scorpion Kingdom warriors and adorn themselves, tying red scarves around their arms. The king truly possesses foresight. They indeed launched a surprise attack from here, one soldier remarks with a sigh. Indeed, the king is a divine strategist for our Great Chu army. However, the airborne army is truly formidable. That bombardment completely incapacitated these adversaries, and we hardly had to lift a finger, another rejoices. This is an army formed under the orders of the young martial king. Could it be anything less than impressive? The White Tiger Guard, the Divine Dragon Guard, the airborne army, and the Beast Camp, all are elite forces. Furthermore, I have heard whispers of a special Black Tortoise army. The soldiers engage in light-hearted banter over their effortless victory. Quickly, everyone, there is still a grand performance to come, commands the general of the Soul Moon realm. His name is Xiang Shu, a veteran subordinate of the Xiang family. Qing Feng, we have no time to manage these captives. They will be entrusted to you and the Beast Camp. Xiang Shu directs the young man with wolf ears beside him. Leave it to us, Qing Feng nods. As the number of captives approaches 10,000, the individuals clad in the attire of the Scorpion army pressed onward towards the Tiger Gate city. determined to assist their comrades in executing a daring surprise assault. Meanwhile, the front line at Tiger Gate was engulfed in fierce combat, with one side attempting to breach the city while the other valiantly defended it, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. However, the Scorpion army bore the brunt of the losses, having suffered over 70,000 fallen, while the Great Chu forces had lost nearly 10,000. What on earth is delaying Yongzhou? Yang Yan gazed at the stalemated battlefield, anxiety swelling within him as he sensed an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a cry rang out. The Scorpion army was advancing from the rear. Kill! At that moment, the air was filled with the battle cries from within Tiger Gate City. A lookout, stationed atop a towering structure, spotted their troops charging into the city from the misty mountains, and joy surged within him. Report to the commander. General Yongzhou and his forces have breached the city, exclaimed the lookout with exhilaration. Splendid news. Yang Yan rejoiced, bellowing, all troops, advance. Launch a full-scale assault on the city and rendezvous with General Yongzhou. The horns signaling the charge echoed through the air. Kill! The observing cavalry, comprising 100,000 strong, along with all archers and reserves, surged towards Tiger Gate. Deploy all bombs and thunderstones, and retreat to the rear city, commanded Wang Tian, issuing orders without hesitation. In that instant, the defenders unleashed every bomb and thunderstone they possessed, filling the air with the cacophony of explosions. The relentless assault from the enemy was momentarily halted, and the area of detonation transformed into a vast expanse of chaos. Meanwhile, the defenders began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Shortly thereafter, as the explosions subsided, the Scorpion army, enraged, charged toward the city with fervor. The siege engines crashed against the city gates, which offered no resistance, collapsing in mere moments. Kill! Enter and annihilate the Chu forces. The cavalry surged forward, leading the charge into the city, the momentum of their assault becoming unstoppable. Hundreds of thousands of Scorpion soldiers poured into Tiger Gate, overwhelming the city. The residents had been evacuated at the onset of the conflict, leaving the area in front of Tiger Gate desolate. Today marks the day of our glorious conquest. The vast territories of Great Chu shall be ours to reward. For every enemy slain, 100 gold coins await. Yang Yan commanded a relentless pursuit. With fervor ignited, the Scorpion army surged into the city, yet this was merely the beginning of their misfortune. Ha ha, Yang Yan, you have fallen into our trap. Came Wang Tian's booming laughter from the skies. A multitude of demon birds soared overhead, many clutching large wooden barrels in their talons. What is this? So many flying creatures. The Scorpion army looked up in astonishment as hundreds of demon birds approached. Whatever they are, archers, prepare. Shoot down any demon birds that dare to attack. Yang Yan commanded. Release, cried the leader of the demon birds, a Qingfeng eagle. At that moment, the entire flock dropped their wooden barrels, plunging hundreds upon thousands of them towards the ground. Fire away, commanded the general of the archers. In a flurry of whistling arrows, a torrent of furious projectiles soared into the sky. Soon after, the wooden barrels erupted, releasing a cascade of golden liquid that fell like raindrops, drenching many individuals and saturating the ground and buildings. What is this substance? Someone inquired, dipping their finger into the liquid to catch a whiff. Grease. It's oil. Others quickly recognized its nature. Huh, how foolish, Wang Tian. Do you intend to ignite this oil to incinerate us? Yang Hong laughed derisively. The flames of ordinary oil can scarcely harm our Scorpion army. We are not mere mortals. From a distance of over 10 miles in the rear city, Wang Tian smirked. The surprise is yet to come. Unleash the arrows. Consequently, in the divine arrow camp, over a dozen highly skilled disciples, trained by Xiao Bai and possessing formidable cultivation, prepared their arrows. With a swift release, the flaming oil arrows were launched towards the front city area. Boom. Instantly, upon contact, the oil ignited, transforming into a sea of flames. Charge! Yang Yan bellowed, undeterred by the inferno, leading his forces into battle. However, the fire spread rapidly, igniting mounds of grass and barrels of gunpowder hidden within the houses. Kaboom! The deafening explosion of an entire building sent shockwaves reverberating for 100 meters, akin to a full-force strike from a Yuan Yang master. The horses screamed in terror, and numerous nearby cavalrymen were hurled into the air. It felt as if they were flying, an exhilarating yet terrifying sensation. Amidst the explosive chaos, propelled by an indomitable spirit, a chain reaction ensued. Boom! One building after another detonated, engulfing the entire street and city block in a cataclysmic explosion that overwhelmed hundreds of thousands of soldiers. No. Oh. We've been ensnared. The air filled with cries of anguish and the cacophony of explosions as cavalrymen were blasted from their mounts. Horses were reduced to mere fragments, and unfortunate souls were torn to shreds. In an instant, nearly the entire army, spurred by Yang Yan's command, surged towards the gates of the underworld. No, Yang Yan, shielded by the powerful soul moon true essence, observed the devastating scene in despair. He had survived the blast, but was nonetheless thrown by the violent shockwave. His surrounding troops, however, were all propelled skyward, countless individuals screaming as the explosive force shredded them into pieces. The earth trembled beneath the roar of explosions. Meanwhile, over 300,000 defenders of the Chu army stood in stunned silence, gazing at the infernal explosion zone 10 miles away, profoundly shaken. By heavens, such power! It surpasses even the might of firecrackers. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Does your firecracker possess such ferocity? This is the black fire bomb invented by our esteemed Marshal King. A nearby officer retorted. Alas, so many houses have been destroyed. After the war, we shall need to assist the villagers in rebuilding their homes. The Scorpion Kingdom has been utterly devastated. Over 300,000 troops stationed at the border gazed in shock at the cataclysmic explosion that engulfed half of Human Pass. Its intensity lingering for what felt like an eternity, approximately 10 minutes. By the time the explosion subsided, the landscape had transformed into a desolate wasteland, ablaze with fierce flames. "Oh, my legs!" cried the surviving Scorpion soldiers, their bodies charred and dragging themselves along the ground, their limbs shattered. Brothers! No. In the aftermath, the city echoed with wails of despair, corpses strewn everywhere. From the 60,000 troops, perhaps only a mere 10,000 survived, most grievously injured. The air was thick with cries and lamentations. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yang Yan, his body blackened, knelt on the ground, staring vacantly at the bodies surrounding him. Just over 10 minutes prior, he had been brimming with ambition, commanding hundreds of thousands, vowing to conquer the great Chu kingdom, to seize this land and etch his name into the annals of Scorpion history. Yet, in a mere 10 minutes, nearly his entire army lay decimated. Disaster had struck, and he was left a defeated general with nothing. Yang Yan's eyes burned crimson as he knelt, gazing skyward with a mournful wail, tears streaming down his face, evoking profound sorrow. At that moment, Wang Qian arrived with over 300,000 troops, surveying the shattered battlefield and rounding up the survivors. He approached Yang Yan, standing 10 meters away, and coldly declared, "Yang Yan, you have been defeated." Kneeling, with his long hair obscuring his face, Yang Yan replied, "I have lost. But I do not understand. Where are my ambushing troops?" His eyes, red with despair, turned towards Wang Qian. Wang Qian, indifferent, stated, "The king has guarded this place for many years and knew well that your rapid assault would involve a detachment sneaking through the Demon Mist Mountains to launch a surprise attack. We had set an ambush in place long ago, and our forces masqueraded as yours to orchestrate this ruse, aimed at luring you into the city for annihilation." King Xiang. King Xiang. Who would have thought that even in his absence, he could lead to my downfall? Yang Yan lamented, his laughter tinged with profound melancholy. Despite his years of leadership, he could not outshine that man. However, I do not understand. How did you know we would assault the city? How could you prepare everything in such a short time? Yang Yan pressed on. Wang Qian smirked. That question I cannot answer. The Mouse Clan's intelligence network has spread throughout the wild state, and not only them, but the entire region is ensnared within this web of information. Coupled with the predictions of the Sea God and King Xiang's deductions, preparations were made long before the war commenced. What were those explosions? Fire thunderstones? Yang Yan, still bewildered by his defeat, continued to inquire. Wang Qian replied, "No, they were bombs, inventions of the lesser Marshal King, far more potent than mere firecrackers." Bombs. The lesser Marshal King, Xiang Chen, the one who helped establish the kingdom for King Xiang? How ironic. I have yet to see his face. And I have already succumbed to the prowess of both the lesser Marshal King and King Xiang. How fortunate is the great Chu kingdom to possess such a father-son duo. Yang Yan chuckled bitterly, sensing the impending fate of the Scorpion kingdom after this defeat. Wang Tian, I implore you for a favor, Yang Yan said. Speak freely. Wang Tian nodded. As soldiers, It is their duty to fight for their homeland, and Wang Tian held great respect for Yang Yan, even in defeat. For he honored the spirit of a warrior. Spare the lives of the surviving brothers. I shall atone with my own death, Yang Yan proclaimed. This is not an issue. We of the Great Chu do not slay captives. Yang Yan, you might consider surrendering to the Great Chu. My sovereign would not only accept you, but would surely honor you with high office. Wang Tian sought to persuade his adversary, though he knew it was a slim chance. How could that be? Loyalty is the code and faith of a general. Even when a nation falls, when soldiers surrender, when a king capitulates, we, as generals, cannot yield. I have tasted the bitterness of defeat in this battle, and I am ashamed before the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Yang Yan, in a moment of despair, drew his sword and took his own life. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth as he severed his neck. Clutching his long sword, he leaned against it, bowing his head, gradually fading from existence. The spirit of the sword, sensing its master's demise, began to dissipate, and the blade fractured, splintering under the weight of sorrow. A noble general remains loyal to one sovereign, and a fine sword recognizes but a single master. Wang Tian gazed at Yang Yan, who stood resolute in death. Unyielding and unrepentant, he saluted solemnly with one hand across his chest. Farewell, General Yang Yan. He sighed heavily afterward. Alas, the fall of a loyal general means the loss of an enemy but the gain of a heroic spirit. This is the essence of a soldier, not that of a cultivator. Were it a common soul of the moon cultivators, they would have fled long ago, escaping at the first sign of explosion. This spirit and unwavering loyalty are ideals that countless cultivators could never comprehend or fathom. Cultivators adhere to the belief that a fellow's death is inconsequential as long as they survive. They center their existence around themselves. In contrast, soldiers dedicate their lives to the nation, undeterred by fortune or misfortune. When there is war, they shall return at the call. Men, retrieve the body of General Yang Yan and ensure he is buried honorably. Cleanse the battlefield. Those who resist shall be slain. Surrenderers are to be imprisoned, not harmed. Wang Tian commanded his army. Shortly thereafter, over 100,000 magnificent steeds arrived as reinforcements, all dragon steeds, tame beasts from the mists of the Dragon Mountains. Half an hour later, Wang Tian mounted his horse, sword raised, and shouted, "All troops, heed my command. Our target is the Scorpion Kingdom, the capital of the Scorpion King. Kill! Kill!" Wang Tian reorganized the troops, transforming nearly 400,000 border soldiers into an army of conquest, surging forth like a torrent towards the Scorpion Kingdom, commencing a counteroffensive. Following this battle, the Scorpion Kingdom found its military forces severely depleted and scattered across other regions, presenting a prime opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 833, A 1,000-Mile Dash to Jiaqing Pass. Upon exiting the Tiger Gate, 18 kilometers away lay the border of the Scorpion Kingdom, Jiaqing Pass. Beyond Jiaqing Pass lies the territory of the Scorpion Kingdom, with its capital 800 miles distant. Should the city fall, a cavalry charge could reach the capital in less than 3 hours. Jiaqing Pass originally boasted nearly 400,000 defenders. However, after this battle, the Scorpion Kingdom had nearly exhausted its forces, leaving just over 10,000 soldiers to guard the city. It is likely that the Scorpion Kingdom never anticipated such a defeat in this conflict. Pray tell, what is the current state of the battlefield? Inquired a soldier of the Scorpion Guard, casually stationed atop the watchtower. Who can say? However, with an army of 700,000, and under the direct command of the formidable General Yang Yan, it is likely that the Tiger Gate of the Great Chu Kingdom cannot withstand the siege for long. Perhaps the city has already fallen, replied another soldier nearby. Indeed, this time it is a coalition of 3 kingdoms. Once the gates are breached, the Great Chu will have no reinforcements left. It won't be long before the territories of the Great Chu become the dominion of our Scorpion Kingdom. The 2 watchtower soldiers exchanged thoughts. Suddenly, they noticed a vast shadow creeping across the distant plain. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonated from 3 to 4 kilometers away, growing ever louder. What is happening? The sentinel squinted into the distance, observing a multitude of cavalry charging forth, all clad in the armor of the Scorpion Kingdom. It's our men. What brings them back? Have they returned for reinforcements? Could it be that the battle has concluded so swiftly? The 2 sentinels were astonished, failing to discern that these were soldiers of the Great Chu disguised in their armor. As the cavalry approached, coming within a kilometer, the soldiers stationed atop the two watchtowers, situated 3 kilometers from the Jiaqing Pass, finally sensed something amiss. "They are Chu soldiers, not ours," one exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, a flurry of arrows was already hurtling towards them, as the watchtowers had entered the range of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp arrows rained down, and 4 sentinels atop the towers let out horrifying screams, pierced like hedgehogs, before they could alert the border garrison. "Signal the crimson blood within the city," commanded Wang Tian. "Yes," replied one, promptly retrieving a cloud-piercing arrow and launching it into the sky. Whoosh! The arrow soared into the heavens above Jiaqing Pass, and with a resounding explosion, it blossomed into a fiery flower. The soldiers defending the Jiaqing Pass gazed in confusion until they finally spotted a massive cavalry force charging towards them. "It's our men." Meanwhile, within a tavern in the city of Jiaqing, the establishment had closed its doors early that day. Inside, approximately 400 individuals gathered across the upper and lower floors, each possessing a formidable presence, radiating an aura of ferocity. Among them sat a burly man with a scarred cheek, adorned in mercenary leather armor and a tiger-striped cloak. His arms crossed over a blade as he rested on a bench. This was Xiang Chen's brother, known as Zhu Qi, the leader of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, one of the earliest to ally with Xiang Chen. His formidable prowess had reached the 5th realm of the Soul Moon stage, possessing the bloodline of the White Tiger. This place served as a stronghold for the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps at Jiaqing Pass, with over 1,000 of the 3,000 White Tiger guards hailing from their ranks. "Brother, the signal has arrived," shouted Luo Hongyu, a captain of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, as he rushed down the stairs. Zhu Qi's eyes widened, a glint of fierce determination igniting within them as a sinister grin spread across his face. "Brothers, the time for glory has come. Let us slay. Kill, kill," roared the 400 Crimson Blood White Tiger guards as they surged forth from the tavern. A throng of around 400 surged into the streets, exuding an aura of menace that caused many passers-by to retreat in astonishment. This formidable group advanced toward the city gates with a momentum akin to that of a ferocious tiger. At the gates, over 100 guards stood vigilant, encircling the entrance. "Kill!" Suddenly, the 400 roared as they charged forth, transforming into monstrous beings with the heads of tigers and towering heights. The guards, overwhelmed by fear, were momentarily paralyzed. "Kill!" Zhu Qi, taking on the form of a half-demon white tiger, let out a thunderous roar and, with a single sweep of his blade, struck down upon a group of soldiers from a distance of 100 meters. An explosion of light erupted from the blade, resulting in the demise of over 10 men. Roaring in unison, the other members of the Red Blood White Tiger Guard surged forward, wielding their weapons with ferocity, swiftly annihilating the guards at the gates. "What is happening? How dare you?" shouted the soldiers from atop the city wall and within the encampment, rushing to witness the chaos. "Open the gates," commanded Zhu Qi immediately. Several individuals hurried to unfasten the massive iron bolts, pushing open the heavy gates. "Kill them," bellowed a general. "Kill." Thousands of soldiers poured forth, charging towards Zhu Qi and his men. "Defend the gates," Zhu Qi roared, brandishing his weapon and engaging the enemy. The formidable Red Blood White Tiger Guard held their ground, felling thousands and preventing them from nearing the gates. Suddenly, the earth trembled as a brigade of cavalry charged at breakneck speed. These were the Dragon Steed Cavalry. Within mere seconds, they closed the distance of 1 kilometer. "Kill!" The great Chu Iron Cavalry thundered as they stormed through the open gates of Jiaqing Pass. 100,000 riders surging into the stronghold at unparalleled speed. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the battle was over. Over half of the 10,000 defenders at Jiaqing Pass had been slain, with 4,000 surrendering. As the infantry of 290,000 finally caught up, 1,000 were left to guard the captives while the cavalry continued their relentless assault toward the Scorpion King's capital, followed closely by the infantry brigade. "Continue the pursuit," commanded Wang Tian. The newly victorious Dragon Steed Cavalry wasted no time, launching into an 800 li dash. "Haha, old Zhu, we owe you much. Without your aid, breaching the city would not have been so effortless," Wang Tian said, seated upon a fearsome tiger mount, turning to Zhu Qi with a grin. Zhu Qi replied with a hearty laugh. "Haha, we all serve Great Chu, the young master, and the king. By the way, the Scorpion King's capital still boasts around 50,000 elite troops, which cannot be underestimated. However, Our Red Blood Mercenary Corps has 800 brothers and Deputy Commander Chen Hai already embedded within the Scorpion King's stronghold, preparing to break through the western city gates. My men will coordinate with us to seize that entrance. One cannot help but admire the young master's foresight. He anticipated our conflict with the Scorpions and strategically positioned us within their capital beforehand, which proves invaluable now. Wang Tian could not help but marvel at the arrangements left by the young master, which had greatly aided them in this endeavor. Indeed, I find myself wondering about the young master, as it has been nearly a year since our last encounter. I truly miss him. Previously, I received a batch of blood elixirs delivered on his behalf. In Chapter 834, titled The Battle on the South River, as the two conversed, a formidable cavalry of 100,000 surged forth, with infantry hastily following in pursuit, creating an extended line of troops. Fortunately, they all possessed martial prowess. Otherwise, traversing 800 miles would surely exhaust any man. The thought of this grand undertaking to vanquish the enemy nation invigorated every warrior of the Great Chu, who were eager to reach the capital of the Scorpion Kingdom and bring down its flag. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conflict, the waters of the Chu River were alive with activity. Over 100 large ships, carrying 10,000 soldiers of the Great Chu Navy, embarked towards the South River. Under the command of Xiang Hong, the third uncle of Xiang Chen. It is noteworthy that Xiang Chen's family, aside from his father, has been transformed by his bloodline, now bearing the traits of the celestial wolf. Thus, this individual, not content with merely his own transformation, has turned his entire family into wolves, an act quite uncouth. Nonetheless, this transformation bears its advantages. Possessing his direct bloodline means that as he advances in cultivation, his relatives will also experience a degree of enhancement, their bloodline growing stronger in tandem. These 100 ships, though mere wooden vessels, lack the capabilities of the ethereal ships of the great Xiao, which could traverse the skies and had formidable firepower. Nevertheless, these vessels were equipped with traditional cannons, whose might should not be underestimated. They were undoubtedly superior for engaging ships beneath the ethereal level. On the South River, over 300 warships of the Southern Dipper Kingdom were rapidly approaching the Chu River area, accompanied by a grand fleet of over 300,000 naval forces. The Southern Dipper Kingdom, with its extensive water network and fertile lands, boasts a powerful navy comprising over 300,000 troops. Although these ships lacked cannons, they wielded formidable crossbows and enchanted arrows, delivering impressive firepower. Governor Nan Tao, commanding the fleet from the flagship, gazed into the hazy distance of the Chu River. Governor, we are merely 20 kilometers from landing. Ahead lies the city of Chu, with the Chu River flowing directly into it, a general remarked beside him. Indeed, instruct the sailors to advance at full speed, Nan Tao replied, nodding in affirmation. Below deck, a multitude of individuals operated the ship's machinery, as the rotating propellers propelled the vessel forward at an impressive speed of 80 to 90 kilometers per hour. In contrast, the ethereal ships relied on magical mechanisms for propulsion, achieving even greater velocities, while these smaller nation-s vessels were still human-powered. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the water's surface, so thick that ordinary soldiers could scarcely see their own hands. The fog has descended, it is quite thick. Visibility is lost, the captains of the vessels called out, lighting lanterns to signal caution against collisions. What an extraordinary fog! How could it have appeared so suddenly? Nan Tao mused, his brow furrowed in concern at the bizarre emergence of the mist. Unbeknownst to them, shapes resembling turtles emerged from the depths, exhaling vast quantities of white mist. Fog concealing demon turtles. In an instant, a tremendous commotion erupted from the water. Subsequently, a colossal black serpent, adorned with immense crimson wings, surged forth from the depths, its gargantuan form measuring 50 to 60 meters. It collided violently with a warship, eliciting cries of alarm from the soldiers aboard. Many were hurled into the water, and the entire vessel was capsized with a resounding crash. In the tumultuous waters, numerous monstrous fish and serpents roared, advancing towards the unfortunate souls who had fallen overboard. Water demons, no? A soldier shrieked in horror as a 5 to 6 meter long demon fish devoured him whole. A massive water python, spanning over 10 meters, plunged into the crowd of drowning individuals, snatching one and consuming him entirely. Meanwhile, the red-winged black serpent relentlessly crashed into the warships, its massive body rearing up as it unleashed a terrifying conflagration of serpent fire that engulfed the vessels. It's on fire. The air filled with anguished screams as yet another warship ignited in flames. What on earth is happening? Nan Tao's expression darkened as he heard the cries and chaos from the rear fleet, prompting him to extend his senses. This is dire, Governor. Water demons are launching a surprise attack. Came the panicked shouts from behind. Water demons? How dare they assault our ships? The first mates of each vessel sprang into action, commanded by Nan Tao to retaliate against the water demons. Just then, beneath the surface, a massive form akin to a small mountain surged upward. With a tremendous roar, 3 warships were overturned in an instant. Emerging from the depths was an astonishingly large turtle, over 150 meters in size. The Four Seas turtle has arrived. The turtle unleashed an immense surge of demonic energy, and a colossal waterspout erupted, rising skyward, ensnaring 3 warships and 3,000 soldiers within its vortex. What a gigantic demon turtle! My heavens, how can such a formidable water demon exist in the Nanjiang Lake? The Southern Daodu Navy was rendered speechless, recognizing the creature's aura as distinctly exceeding the Sol Moon's minor celestial rank. We must slay it, Nan Tao bellowed. In response, several dozen formidable cultivators at the Yuanyang realm unleashed their true essence, soaring into the air to confront the Four Seas turtle. Suddenly, a massive serpentine tail burst forth from the water, sweeping across 4 of the cultivators and eliminating them with a single strike. This is bad, Governor. Look, at that moment, as the mist lifted, a fleet of 100 ships appeared just a couple of kilometers away. Demon Camp Water Demons, dive deep. The Great Chu Navy, fire at will, commanded Xiang Hung from one of the warships, brandishing his sword. All ships, open fire. Ship 1, ignite. Ship 2, ignite. Hundreds of Chu vessels ignited their black powder cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous explosions resonated as the cannons erupted, propelling cannonballs towards the Southern Daodu Navy's ships. Whistle, whistle, whistle. The projectiles soared through the air, crashing into the Southern Daodu warships. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions erupted as hundreds of cannonballs detonated, engulfing a vast stretch of water in chaos. The cannonades erupted, creating gaping holes in the southern ship, resulting in the immediate demise of numerous soldiers, while others were violently hurled into the water. Amidst the explosion, the aquatic warriors of the Great Chu's demon camp plunged beneath the surface to evade the onslaught of cannon fire. The thunderous blasts reverberated incessantly, as the primarily wooden construction of the southern battle vessels succumbed to destruction, accompanied by the harrowing cries of the wounded. Great Chu, what manner of weaponry is this? On the southern vessel, the cries of anguish rose and fell like a mournful symphony, with countless ships succumbing to the explosions. Enraged, Nan Tao roared, unleashing the formidable power of his Sol Moon realm, charging directly towards the Great Chu fleet. Ha ha ha! Nan Tao, the admiral of the Southern Navy, has arrived just in time. Continue the bombardment. Xiang Hung bellowed, his Sol Moon aura surging, as he transformed into a celestial warrior with his sword in hand, rushing towards the adversary. Chapter 835, Tactical Interception. Xiang Hung confronted Nan Tao, both warriors at the Yuanyang realm, while the airborne soldiers engaged in fierce combat above. Within the Great Chu Navy, a unique unit emerged. The 300 Divine Dragon Guards, possessing the bloodline of the Celestial Serpent, exhibited unparalleled combat prowess in the water, wielding control over the elemental energies within. Following the artillery barrage, merely 20 or so vessels remained of the Southern Navy, which had suffered over 300,000 casualties, with many more slain by the Demon Camp's forces. Each warrior stood upon the water's surface, utilizing the water avoidance charm to engage in battle, while the aquatic forces of the Demon Camp coordinated their efforts. The Southern Navy faced a resounding defeat. After more than an hour, the Southern Navy was nearly annihilated, with a scant few managing to flee and over 80,000 taken captive, the losses proving grievous. Admiral Nan Tao was also defeated and captured by Xiang Hung. In contrast, the Great Chu Navy sustained a mere 4,000 casualties, achieving a significant victory at an insignificant cost. However, the Great Chu Navy refrained from launching a large-scale assault on Wang Tian's army due to insufficient forces. The southern nations still boasted over 200,000 infantry, making a direct land assault perilous. Nan Tao, do you concede? Xiang Hung inquired with a cold smirk, addressing the bound and restrained admiral. How did you manage to control the water demons within the southern river? How did you anticipate our assault? Nan Tao queried, his expression darkening. Ha ha. Our king possesses an uncanny foresight, and the prime minister comprehends the celestial alignments, having foreseen the collusion between your southern nation, the Scorpion Kingdom, and the northern wilds. Setting a trap for you long before your arrival, Xiang Hung retorted with a sneer. Nan Tao's countenance darkened further as he coldly remarked, "The Scorpion Kingdom's hundreds of thousands of troops are already encroaching upon your borders. Even if we are defeated, with your borders compromised, can you withstand the combined onslaught of the Scorpion and northern wilds?" Xiang Hung scoffed in response. "The battle at the Tiger Gate has concluded. The Scorpion Kingdom? They are now in disarray themselves, and may succumb before you do. As for the northern wilds, they are unlikely to fare much better. Report." At this moment, a celestial eagle descended from the heavens, alighting upon the warship and articulating in human speech. "I am the falcon of the 2nd Battle Team of the Sky Army, reporting to Governor Xiang Hung. General Wang Tian's forces are nearing the capital of the Scorpion Kingdom, expected to conquer it within the hour. In 3 hours, we shall complete the strategic encirclement of the southern Dou Kingdom's mainland. I urge the Grand Commander to efficiently manage the waterways of the southern Dou Kingdom to assist General Wang Tian in overcoming it." Xiang Hung nodded, responding, "Very well. General Falcon, you have worked hard. Relay to General Wang Tian that I have defeated the southern Dou Navy and will immediately deploy to control the key waterways, ensuring our dominance before his assault on the southern Dou Kingdom." "Understood. I take my leave," the eagle replied, preparing to take flight. "Wait, what is the situation at the North Pass?" Xiang Hung inquired further. The Falcon leader answered, "The 600,000 troops of Bei have already set out and are likely at the North Pass. Our commander Qing Meng has dispatched 5,000 Sky Army brothers to provide support, while Prince Xiahou has traversed the snowy cliff mountain, strategically infiltrating the Bei Kingdom." "I see. Thank you for your efforts," Xiang Hung acknowledged with a nod. "I take my leave," the eagle proclaimed and soared into the sky at a velocity akin to sound, delivering the battle report. Upon hearing that the Scorpion Kingdom had been breached, Nan Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Xiang Hung regarded him coolly, stating, "When the sun rises tomorrow, the capital of the Western Wilderness will surely display the battle flag of our great Chu." He then bellowed to the entire army, "All troops, heed my command. The Demon Navy will lead the charge, assaulting the military docks of the southern Dou Kingdom to seize control of the waterways." "Yes," the soldiers affirmed. "Set sail, warship No. 1. Warship number 2. Set your course for the military docks of the southern Dou Kingdom." 100 warships, accompanied by the 100,000 strong naval forces of Great Chu, surged forth, while numerous water demons under the command of Gui Sihai raced toward the southern Dou Kingdom, traversing the vast and tranquil waters of the southern Jianghu North Pass. The northern winds howled, bringing an icy chill, as this region was perpetually shrouded in unmelting snow. Yet, in this moment, the fervor of battle ignited the very air with heat. Kill. The sovereign of Bei had personally taken command of this northern campaign. Slay. The 600,000 strong Bei army relentlessly assaulted the city of the North Pass, while 200,000 defenders fought valiantly against the fierce onslaught. The sounds of arrows raining down, the explosive clashes of energies, and the detonations of talismans filled the air. Such overwhelming forces made the defense of the city exceedingly arduous. Roar. A 10-meter tall, fur-covered mammoth thundered forward, relentlessly battering against the iron gates of the North Pass. The gates trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a roar, a massive black dragon descended, its gaping maw opening wide as it clamped down on the mammoth, lifting it effortlessly into the sky. Dragon's might. The mammoth let out a pained bellow as it was hoisted hundreds of meters into the air, only to be released. Its colossal form came crashing down amongst the Bei forces. With a thunderous crash, the falling mammoth crushed dozens of soldiers beneath its weight, its own bones fracturing in the impact. Nevertheless, other mammoths, under the control of Bei's beast masters, continued their furious assault on the gates. The black dragon roared as it charged towards the army below, unleashing torrents of dark flames that engulfed the masses, leaving them to scream in agony as they were incinerated. The tyrant, the ruler of the North Wild Kingdom, bellowed, his soul moon realm cultivation erupting as he drew a colossal bow, knocking an arrow as thick as a man's arm. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, striking the dragon thousands of meters away, shattering its scales and rendering its body a bloody mess. In a fit of rage, the dragon let out a furious roar, attempting to surge forward, but received a command to retreat. Reluctantly, it howled in defiance. Despite its sole Moon Realm 6th tier prowess, it was compelled to flee. The ruler of the North Wild Kingdom laughed heartily at the sight of the dragon's retreat. Ah, what a magnificent beast! Once I breach the city, I shall feast upon your flesh and blood. Retreat. Archers, suppress with full force. Everyone else, fall back, bellowed General Li Tai of the Northern Front. 30,000 archers began their aerial assault, while the soldiers defending the city started to withdraw from the walls. Meanwhile, the enemy's forces surged forward, intensifying their assault on the city. Then, with a thunderous crash, the gates were shattered by a colossal beast. Charge! Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, a myriad of North Wild soldiers, driven mad with bloodlust, surged into the city. At that moment, within the city, thousands of mystical birds, demonic eagles, cranes, owls, and falcons, led by a massive wind god rock, soared overhead, clutching explosives as they dove towards the North Wild army. Release! Shouted Qingming. With a flurry of sound, thousands of fire-imbued bombs plummeted from the skies, raining destruction upon the advancing enemy forces, granting precious time for the retreating defenders. Chapter 836. My Empire. The North Wild army gazed up in horror as immense iron projectiles cascaded from the heavens, forcing them to raise their shields in defense. The sound of impact echoing like thunder. What is this? One soldier exclaimed, staring at a smoldering iron mass the size of a basketball that had landed at his feet. Hey, it's still smoking. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion enveloped him, reducing him to mere fragments. The surrounding soldiers were likewise caught in the blast, their lives extinguished in an instant. Hey, it explodes too. The ground trembled as deafening blasts erupted, smoke billowing, flames spreading, and chaos reigning, as cries of anguish filled the air. The vanguard, which had charged into the city, found themselves ensnared in the bombardment. What the hell is this? Cried out a soldier as the vanguard suffered devastating losses. Tens of thousands falling victim to the aerial assault. Damn it! Archers, fire! Shoot down those mystical birds! Roared the ruler of the North Wild Kingdom, drawing his great bow and releasing a deadly arrow. A mystical bird screeched as it was pierced and fell from the sky, and the ruler mistakenly believed it to be a fire thunderstone, a rare natural bomb, a strategic resource in short supply. The archers behind unleashed a rain of arrows, felling dozens of mystical birds. The wind god rock, Qingming, roared with an earth-shattering voice, shattering the eardrums of many North Wild warriors. Ascending to greater heights, it continued its aerial bombardment. With a shrill cry, the green mist commanded thousands of monstrous birds to ascend into the higher skies. Yet, one of these creatures plunged down from above, its wings trembling. A tempest ensued. A deafening roar of demonic energy erupted, coalescing into a fierce gale, with arcane symbols manifesting in the wind, forming blades of air that descended to tear through a legion of soldiers. The gruesome sounds of flesh and bone shattering echoed, as hundreds were engulfed by the storm, ripped apart, and slain by the wind blades. This green mist, now having attained the third realm of the Soul Moon stage, wielded formidable power. The aerial troops continued their relentless bombardment, impeding the North Wild army's advance at the city gates. Meanwhile, the remaining 180,000 troops of the Great Chu's northern defense were afforded the time to retreat through another gate, making their escape from the city. Cursed beasts! The ruler of North Wild seethed with fury, launching himself through the air in pursuit of the green mist, his curved blade cleaving through the air. A 10-meter arc of brilliance slicing towards her. The green mist evaded with astonishing speed, while the adversary's strike obliterated a towering military barrack. Observing that the northern defense troops were nearly evacuated, she promptly commanded her forces to withdraw, following suit in her flight. You shan't escape, the ruler of North Wild bellowed, brandishing his blade as he pursued. However, as the wind god rock, the green mist's velocity was terrifying, exceeding 8 times the speed of sound in an instant, covering several kilometers in a heartbeat, leaving the ruler unable to keep pace. Cursed be this beast, how can it move so swiftly? The ruler's expression darkened. Then he shouted, all troops, pursue. March towards the Chu royal capital. Slay. The North Wild Army's battle cries resonated through the air as they stormed into the city, chasing after the retreating forces of the northern defense. Soon, the entirety of the North Wild Army flooded into the city, weaving through the streets towards the opposite gate. At that moment, The green mist returned with 100 flying creatures, dropping hundreds of bombs. Whoosh! A bomb landed upon a building, resulting in a thunderous explosion. This detonation triggered several barrels of explosives within the structure. Boom! Amidst the terrifying cacophony of explosions, the entire edifice erupted. The power of the blast radiating for hundreds of meters. Over 100 soldiers traversing the vicinity were sent soaring into the air by the explosion. Boom! Boom! Subsequently, a scene reminiscent of the human pass unfolded, as numerous barrels of explosives were detonated by the airdropped bombs, the terrifying force enveloping the entire street, obliterating the area. No. The ruler of North Wild's pupils dilated as he beheld the sudden inferno erupting around him, a cry of despair escaping his lips. Boom! The entire city was engulfed in explosions, the ground trembling. Even the snow-capped mountains outside quaked, causing avalanches of snow to cascade down. The northern defense city was ablaze, with the clamor of explosions deafening, akin to the roar of thunder. Outside the city, the 180,000 evacuated troops of the northern defense stood in shock, their eyes wide with horror as debris rained down before them. The black powder devised by our young master is far too potent. It has the potential to alter the battlefield for small nations. Li Tai gazed in astonishment at the devastation engulfing the city. Our home is lost. Outside the city, many of the fleeing residents looked on sorrowfully at the scene. Do not fear, for after the war concludes, our Northern Defense Army will surely assist in the reconstruction of your homes, and you shall possess even more land. Trust in us. The officers within the military consoled the civilians who had long since been evacuated. We place our faith in the Baiguan Army and in King Xiang. Over the past 2 years, the reforms have garnered the unwavering support of the entire Chu populace for the Chu court, and the Baiguan Army is trusted to protect the common folk. I find no satisfaction in this. I still prefer face-to-face combat. The robust figure, Long Yu, remarked coldly. Yet, such an approach would lead to grievous losses, and it is uncertain whether we could annihilate the enemy entirely, Li Tai replied with a wry smile, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the continuing explosions in Baiguan City. This explosion signifies the demise of hundreds of thousands. Alas, were it not for the overwhelming disparity in forces, I would not resort to such a strategy, but I must concede that the king's military prowess surpasses my own. He was a relatively traditional commander, believing that such tactics were unbecoming of a soldier. Nevertheless, he prioritized the lives of his men and would not recklessly sacrifice them against an overwhelmingly stronger foe. The explosions persisted for over 10 minutes, leaving Baiguan City strewn with corpses, the remains of the charred Beye soldiers littering the ground. The sovereign of Beye, clad in dark attire, surveyed the devastation around him, his expression vacant and dazed as he knelt amidst the carnage, surrounded by no more than a few thousand survivors. My great Qing is no more. No, it is my Beye that has perished. Following the cessation of the explosions, the 18,000 troops at the border surged into the smoke-filled city, delivering merciless blows to the wounded Beye warriors. The Beye sovereign found himself encircled by the advancing army. Li Tai and Long Yu approached him. The Beye sovereign glared at Li Tai, his eyes bloodshot with fury, before unleashing a thunderous roar. Li Tai, I shall kill you, he bellowed, channeling his formidable essence toward Li Tai. Kill. However, surrounding him were hundreds of divine dragon guards, whose immense power shattered his celestial prowess. The Beye sovereign screamed as he was violently hurled away, blood gushing from his mouth. In a swift motion, Li Tai launched his spear, which pierced the sovereign's chest, pinning him to the ground. Beye, your kingdom is finished. Chapter 837. Surrounding and striking reinforcements. King Xiang, have the courage to battle me to the death. I refuse to yield. The Beye sovereign thundered from his place upon the ground. At that moment, a transformed sea eagle descended from the sky, taking human form and respectfully addressing General Li Tai. General Long Yu, Lord Xiahou has sent word. Oh, how fares the Lord? Li Tai inquired eagerly, reporting to the general. The Lord has completed the tactical penetration and now awaits General Li Tai to lead the troops to besiege the Beye royal capital, the demon camp leader replied. Haha, splendid. The Lord truly values swift action, Li Tai exclaimed with delight, then commanded, leave 5,000 men from the first banner army. The rest shall advance with me to the Beye kingdom and besiege the royal capital. Understood. First banner army, retain the 1st and 2nd regiments. Assemble the 2nd banner army. Assemble the Third Banner Army. Li Ting's army of over 100,000 swiftly gathered, charging forth toward the Beiyue royal capital, while the Beiyue sovereign was captured, spared from death, destined instead for a fate of heart-rending consequences. 600 miles from the capital of Beiyue, the army arrived in just 2 hours, encircling all 4 city gates of the royal city. The capital of Beiyue was in shock. How could hundreds of thousands of troops be defeated and surrounded? There remained merely 50,000 imperial guards within the city. Li Ting chose to besiege rather than attack, opting for a strategy of confinement. To the south of Beiyue lay the borders of the Nandu Kingdom, where an additional 200,000 troops were stationed at the frontier. Upon learning of the siege, the Prince of Beiyue immediately led an army of 180,000 towards the capital to rescue the kingdom. Luo Feng Gorge. This expansive mountain range stretches for hundreds of kilometers, with a canyon several dozen kilometers in length, which is typically the essential passage between the capital and the frontier. Flanked by majestic snow-capped peaks and dense snow forests, it is a desolate land where birds do not soar and human footprints are absent. Suddenly, a cavalry of 70 to 80,000 surged from the distance, stirring up clouds of snow and dust. Following closely were nearly 100,000 infantry, advancing rapidly. At the forefront of the throng was a robust man riding a colossal woolly mammoth, wielding a massive long-handled battle axe, none other than the guardian general of the frontier, the Prince of Beiyue. The mammoth galloped swiftly, with the iron cavalry in pursuit, causing the earth to tremble as the army entered Luo Feng Gorge, stretching their lines for 5 or 6 miles. "My lord, how could the king have been defeated? This is utterly inconceivable," exclaimed a general beside the prince, unable to fathom the reality. "It is a plea for aid penned by the queen herself, bearing the phoenix seal. It cannot be false. This treachery must be the work of my brother, who has fallen into a wicked scheme of the great Chu kingdom." The Prince of Beiyue, a stout man clad in a snow leopard fur coat, replied coldly, "Hurry. The northern frontier troops of Great Chu are few. If we can coordinate with the imperial guards remaining inside the city, we may still turn the tide against the northern forces." "Quickly," the prince commanded, urging his men to hasten their pace. "Ha ha ha, coordinate? I fear you shall not have that opportunity." At that moment, a resonant, audacious laughter echoed from the edge of Luo Feng Gorge. A figure stood atop the snow-covered mountain, clad in blood-red battle armor, robust in stature, with a thick beard and fierce brows reminiscent of Xiahou Wu. Indeed, a father and son resemblance. "Xiahou Ba." The expression of the Prince of Beiyue shifted dramatically as he recognized the man. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," Xiahou Ba sneered, his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, from the peaks and snow forests flanking the gorge, a dense throng appeared. Xiahou's 10,000 troops emerged, all equipped with sharp arrows. "Fire!" Xiahou Ba commanded without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended like a deadly storm, the judgment of Yama himself, raining down from both sides of the gorge. "Quick, defend!" roared the Prince of Beiyue. Yet it was too late. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows striking flesh was relentless. The canyon echoed with screams as the unsuspecting soldiers of the Beiyue frontier were mercilessly mowed down, the barrage of arrows continuing unabated. "Charge out!" Prince Kitano roared, wielding a battle axe that cleaved through every incoming arrow, rendering him impervious to the hail of projectiles. Mounted upon a mammoth, he surged forward with his army, defending as they advanced. Thunderous explosions erupted ahead, causing mountains to collapse and enormous boulders to tumble down in a catastrophic avalanche. Amidst the cacophony, snow and dust filled the air, completely obstructing their path. The retreat was equally perilous, as the detonations had obliterated the mountains, sealing their escape. The troops of the Kitano frontier found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. The relentless barrage of arrows decimated their ranks, leaving them in a state of despair, as over 100,000 soldiers fell victim to the merciless assault from the high cliffs, with countless others wounded, leaving the entire army severely crippled. However, Xiahou Wu refrained from deploying black powder bombs, for such an explosion would trigger a deadly avalanche, endangering his own forces. "Brothers, follow me into the fray," Xiahou Ba bellowed, drawing his sword. "Charge!" 100,000 warriors, fierce as tigers, surged forward, descending upon the beleaguered frontier troops. Prince Kitano, resolutely defending his ground, faced the onslaught of Xiahou Ba's forces, which, at the cost of over 4,000 casualties, ultimately annihilated the Kitano frontier army. Prince Kitano met his demise. Beset and slain by a throng of commanders, the last formidable force of the Kitano kingdom was utterly vanquished. This battle was a strategic maneuver, designed not merely to attack the capital of the Kitano kingdom, but to lure the frontier army into a trap, with the objective of eliminating this threat. In the ravine, rivers of blood flowed, staining the snow crimson. Xiahou Ba instructed his messenger, "Inform General Li Tai that we may commence the full assault on the capital of Kitano. We will provide immediate support." Yes, the messenger soared into the sky, transforming into a mythical bird as he sped away. "You, relay the message to the capital. Inform the king of our resounding victory at Luofeng Gorge. I shall immediately coordinate with General Li Tai to conquer the Kitano capital, expecting to see our wolf flag fluttering above by dawn tomorrow." Xiahou Ba commanded another messenger, who promptly obeyed, taking flight like a mythical eagle. Haha, in the land of the three kingdoms, I, Xiahou Ba, have never imagined we could expand our territory so extensively. Rejoice, my brothers. Tonight, the fine wines and beauties of the Kitano dynasty await you, Xiahou Ba proclaimed. Dressed in the armor of Kitano warriors, his troops, disguised as the enemy, cheered excitedly as they charged once more towards the capital. By evening, Xiahou Ba arrived, masquerading as reinforcements. The eager defenders of the Kitano capital, desperate for aid, opened their gates, only to find that the supposed allies had transformed into ravenous wolves, tearing through their defenses and breaching the city. The Kitano kingdom fell. The royal family's fate sealed. Chapter 838. The king approaches in the evening. The capital of the Scorpion Kingdom also succumbed to a powerful breakthrough. However, an unexpected turn of events in the Scorpion Kingdom compelled King Xiang to intervene personally. The father of Yang Hong, the former Scorpion King Yang Lai, was still alive and had ascended to the realm of the Celestial Master. Amidst the chaos of battle, he captured Wang Qian alive, compelling the opposing forces to retreat. Upon the regal palace of the Scorpion Kingdom, a man clad in a black robe, his hair flecked with white and his countenance stern, emanated an overwhelming force of energy akin to the celestial realm. In his grip, he held Wang Qian by the throat, her face flushed with distress. Over 300,000 troops lay encamped outside the palace, deterred from mounting an assault. Yang Lai, father of Yang Hong, had not anticipated that this small Scorpion Kingdom would harbor a master of the celestial realm. Such masters are regarded as elite in the wasteland, often revered as elders by various powerful factions. In regions like this, where spiritual energy is scarce and resources limited, even a monarch may not possess the wealth available to elders of larger powers, who must also labor to govern their realms and attend to the welfare of their people. Thus, small nations typically lack formidable warriors. Most cultivators ultimately seek longevity, centered on self-interest, striving to extend their lives within their finite time. Even those aspiring to thrive within a national framework often gravitate toward the Grand Xia dynasty, aiming to command vast armies and enjoy superior resources and privileges, which surely surpass those of a petty kingdom's ruler. Though Yang Lai was a minor master of the celestial realm, his prospects in the capital would undoubtedly outshine those in the Scorpion Kingdom. Nevertheless, individuals possess varied aspirations. Some may covet the respect and wealth of their homeland, preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. Yang Lai, I truly did not expect you to still be alive, Wang Qian remarked coolly, maintaining her composure. I too did not foresee that a mere sub-general from the past would rise to command such an army. Achieving this level of cultivation, Wang Qian, withdraw your forces from the Scorpion Kingdom, and you may yet have a chance to survive, Yang Lai threatened, tightening his grip on her throat. Ha! The fruits of our labor, wrought from the blood and toil of so many brothers, cannot be relinquished for the sake of one individual. A true man fights for his country and meets death on the battlefield. There is no need for a shroud of horsehide. Soldiers, heed my command. Prepare the catapults. Archers, ready your bows. Fire upon Yang Lai, slay the old scoundrel. Wang Qian laughed heartily, exhibiting no fear of death as she issued her orders. General, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of border soldiers glistened with determination. They could not falter now. You seek death. Who dares to breach our defenses? I shall make you all suffer. Yang Lai bellowed, and at that moment, a scorpion-tailed blade soared forth, slicing into Wang Qian's arm. With a cry of agony, Wang Qian's arm was severed, pain coursing through her as she gritted her teeth in silence. Old fool, if you dare to harm my general or lay a finger upon my brethren, I will annihilate your entire clan. Suddenly, A deep and wrathful voice reverberated through the air. With a thunderous sound, a cerulean divine rock descended at an astonishing speed. Upon its back stood a formidable and majestic man, donned in dark crimson battle armor, a flowing red cloak billowing in the wind, wielding a halberd of formidable might. The king of Xiang has personally come to battle. It is indeed His Majesty, the king. In that instant, the hundreds of thousands of Dechu soldiers erupted in fervor, revering this man as a deity. Wang Qian's eyes glistened with emotion. The king of Xiang. Yang Lai gazed at the approaching figure, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment at such remarkable speed. The extreme wind divine hawk came to a halt, suspended in midair. As Xiang Liang gripped his Fang Tian Hua Ji with a chilling stare directed at Yang Lai. You old fool, you are still alive. Having reached the Lingxiao realm, instead of pursuing your ambitions in the great Xia, you remain here, indulging in the earthly splendors, Xiang Wang remarked calmly. Ah, you young upstart, seizing power from the Shang. And now, having suffered defeat in the Scorpion, the 13 nations of the Western Wilderness hail you as a military deity. Indeed, the title is well-deserved. Xiang Liang, take your army and leave, or I shall not hesitate to slay you and your troops, Yang Lai retorted coldly. The great Xia dynasty has decreed that masters must not personally intervene in the wars of lesser nations. Do you intend to defy the laws of the great Xia? Xiang Liang questioned indifferently. Ha ha ha, what folly! If you do not withdraw your troops, I shall slaughter you. At worst, I shall flee to the ends of the earth or join the dynasty. How could they possibly hold me accountable? Yang Lai laughed mockingly, his voice icy. The combat prowess of a master is vastly superior to that of mere mortals, leading to indiscriminate slaughter. To preserve the foundational population of humanity, the rule forbids masters and those above from meddling in the conflicts of lesser nations. Otherwise, a single master could obliterate a city lacking a substantial regular army, or even a small nation. The species operates like a pyramid. A larger base of population at the bottom allows for a higher and more formidable upper tier. After all, in a nation under imperial rule, there are some constraints on powerful cultivators. Killing a few mortals might go unpunished. Even hundreds might elude scrutiny, for you are a master. A rarity among thousands. However, annihilating an entire city of mortals is a transgression that the dynasty would not overlook. Of course, if the nation ascends to the status of a sovereign state, such limitations cease to apply. Sovereign states are permitted to possess master-level combat capabilities, provided they submit to the Great Xia and pay a requisite tax. Wang Tian shouted, Your Majesty, do not concern yourself with me. We cannot allow the blood and sweat of so many brothers to be in vain. Xiang Wang replied, You have been my brother for decades. How could I disregard you? His gaze then turned cold. Yang Lai, release Wang Tian, and I shall face you in a one-on-one duel to determine our fates. Do you dare accept? Oh, you possess the audacity to challenge me? You are but a mere 9th layer of Soul Moon. What courage do you have? Yet I must admit, your rapid ascension at such a young age in this place is indeed astonishing, Yang Lai mused, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. Enough of your nonsense. Do you dare or not? Xiang Wang demanded frostily. Yang Lai's aged eyes narrowed. Capturing Xiang Wang would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than seizing Wang Tian. As long as you can withdraw your forces to outside the Scorpion capital, I will release Wang Tian and engage you in battle, Yang Lai proposed with a cold smirk. Agreed. The army shall retreat 10 miles, away from the Scorpion royal city, Xiang Wang responded without a moment's hesitation. Understood. The commanders, hearing the order, swiftly led their troops to retreat, for they were his loyal subordinates. Xiang Wang's gaze turned icy as a flicker of dark golden flame ignited. The army has retreated. Release him. Yang Lai snorted coldly, tossing Wang Tian behind him. Chapter 839. The passion of the elderly Yang Lai gazed at Xiang Wang with scorn, declaring, Xiang Liang, your unwavering loyalty as a general has led you to be outmaneuvered by the merchant king. As a ruler, your excessive attachment to sentiment has compelled you to forsake the hard-won dominion for a mere subordinate. Truly, you display remarkable folly. A sovereign must be devoid of sentiment. Xiang Wang replied with indifference. Some possess loyalty and righteousness, while others are deceitful and unscrupulous, employing any means necessary. Different individuals lead divergent lives. The benevolent perceive kindness, while the wise discern wisdom. To those with narrow minds, the world is shrouded in darkness. Yet, for those with expansive hearts, genuine affection is abundant in this realm. I would exchange a heart full of courage for 1,000,000 loyal souls, a concept beyond your grasp. Yang Lai scoffed derisively, retorting, such naivety. What do you possess to defeat me, Xiang Liang? Your demise is at hand. With a thunderous stomp, Yang Lai unleashed a torrent of profound celestial energy, akin to an erupting river, overwhelming in its might. The surging black energy surged into his scorpion blade, transforming it into a gleaming arc over 20 meters long. With a swish, this strike was potent enough to rend mountains asunder, manifesting as a blinding blade slicing through the air. Xiang Liang, wielding the Fang Tian Huaji, stared impassively at the approaching strike. As the lethal blow drew within 100 paces, he sprang into action, launching a fierce counterattack. The spear thrust was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, creating a resonating shockwave. With a clash, the scorpion blade, which had been altering its trajectory, was deflected by the spear. In that moment, a wave of dark golden light erupted from Xiang Wang's eyes, signaling the full force of his cultivation, the celestial realm. A terrifying wave of spiritual intent surged into Yang Lai's mind, causing his expression to change dramatically, followed by a piercing scream as he was engulfed in intense agony. You have attained the celestial realm. Yang Lai howled, as at that instant, his soul was enveloped in a dark golden flame. With a flash, the spear lunged forward with unparalleled speed. The spearhead, over a foot long, pierced through Yang Lai's chest with brutal force, blood erupting forth as it shattered his heart and veins. Yang Lai's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, blood spilling from his lips. The first emperor. The remaining thousands of royal family members in the palace gazed on in stupefied silence, unable to utter a word. Their ancestor had been slain in an instant by a single thrust. Xiang Wang lifted Yang Lai with the spear, then unleashed a tremor. With a resounding bang, Yang Lai's body exploded, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. Xiang Wang's hand grasped the remnants of Yang Lai's soul, which ignited into dark golden flames, surging into his own being. Ah, the realm of the soul moon. How overly reliant you are on your own sight, Xiang Wang sneered, wielding his spear as he traversed the void with an aura of dominance. While the younger generation engaged in treachery, the elder generation was ablaze with fervor. The king had ascended to mastery. Wang Tian stared in awe at the unfolding spectacle, a wave of ecstasy washing over his face. The great Chu has a master. Meanwhile, the army that had not fully retreated from the city halted, many stunned by the scene, before erupting in a chorus of cheers. Long live the king! Brothers, charge! Hundreds of thousands of soldiers roared, frantically rallying back. Xiang Wang concealed his aura, retreating into the 9th layer of the soul moon. The members of the Scorpio royal family appeared ashen, collapsing to the ground in despair. The father of the Scorpio king, Yang Hong, was equally lost, sinking to his knees in a state of utter desolation. Xiang Wang approached, his spear raised, advancing step by step towards Yang Hong, and coldly inquired, "Will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you?" Yang Hong lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, and roared at Xiang Wang. "Xiang Liang, I will perish alongside you. Kill me." With that, he reversed his true essence and charged towards Xiang Wang, intent on self-detonation. In a swift motion, a spear struck his dantian, effortlessly piercing through Yang Hong's inner sanctum. The blow cleaved him in two from his lower abdomen, with his soul being consumed by the cycle of the 9 hells. The Scorpio king was no more. To perish together? You overestimate yourself, Xiang Wang remarked coldly as he withdrew. The members of the Scorpio royal family wept in anguish, kneeling as one. Xiang Wang approached and helped Wang Qian to his feet. "How are your injuries?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I've merely lost an arm. I shall have Elder Huang mend it shortly." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." On ascending to the realm of Lingxiao, Wang Qian replied with a pale smile. "This matter shall remain confidential," Xiang Wang instructed. "Understood, my lord," came the reply. "Kill." At that moment, the army returned to engage once more. "Root out every last one." Xiang Wang cast a detached glance at the Scorpio royal family, though he held affection. It did not imply leniency. Wang Qian bellowed, "Slay them all, leave no survivors." With a force of hundreds of thousands, they descended upon a mere few thousand. "No, Xiang Wang, spare me. I surrender," cried out a voice in despair. "Xiang Liang, you are merciless. I shall become a vengeful spirit and haunt you." The cries of thousands echoed in the air, a mournful lament. In Xiang Wang's palm resided a sphere of dark golden flame, forming a vortex in the air. resembling a fiery black hole, as soul lights were drawn in and consumed, refined. Before me, you are unworthy even to become ghosts. The 9 hells shall refine you. The Scorpio royal family was annihilated. None could fathom the extent of Xiang Wang's power after absorbing so many souls. Despite Wang Qian's severe injuries, Xiang Wang personally led the charge from the border between the Scorpio and Southern Dipper nations, advancing into the Southern Dipper territory by land. With an 800-mile stretch of clouds and moon and a 1,000-mile encirclement strike, Xiang Hung attacked via the Southern River, seizing all waterways. Already severing an arm from the Southern Dipper nation, Li Ting and Xiahou Ba convened, with Li Ting remaining to secure their position while Xiahou Ba led an army of 100,000 to encircle and return to the Southern Pass, entering the Southern Dipper from there, flanking the nation from 3 fronts. When the royal family of the Southern Dipper found themselves besieged, they promptly surrendered, completely abandoning any resistance. Xiang Wang forcefully entered the royal capital of the Southern Dipper, as the flag of the Southern Dipper fell, replaced by the great Choose Wolf flag, slowly rising in the light of the newborn sun. After a day and a night of relentless combat, and with days of meticulous planning, the Scorpio nation, the Southern Dipper nation, and the Northern Wild nation faced annihilation. The Scorpio and Northern Wild royal families were utterly eradicated, and the Southern Dipper nation bowed in submission. The territory of Great Chu expanded nearly 4-fold in an instant, now encompassing an area of over 6,000 kilometers, including Great Chu, Southern Dipper, Northern Wild, and Scorpio. In the southern region, the state of Nanzhou was renamed Nanzhou County, while the state of Beiyi became Beiyi County, and the state of Tianxia was transformed into Tianxia County, all becoming territories under the dominion of the Grand Chu. Subsequently, Nanzhou County was occupied by Prince Xiang Hong, Beiyi County was granted to the rule of King Xiahou, and Tianxia County remained directly governed by the royal family of Grand Chu, designated as the private domain of Prince Xiahou Wu, Xiang Chen. Generals Wang Tian and Li Ting were appointed as first-class military officials of the Grand Chu, stationed in Tianxia County and Beiyi County. It was common knowledge that the black powder bomb invented by Xiang Chen played an immensely pivotal role in this war. Little did Xiang Ergo know that he inexplicably acquired a vast personal territory exceeding 1,000 kilometers. While one navigates the waters of life, territories fall from the heavens. A son ventures into the world, while a father fortifies his realm at home. Chapter 840. One more heist. After narrating the catastrophic downfall of a nation sparked by a mere 10 pounds of rice, attention shifted back to Xiang Ergo, who had spent several days adrift. In the South Song Sea, within the princess's chamber, lay a grand water tank made of diamond glass, spanning thousands of square meters. In his impoverished childhood, the only valuable possession was the large iron lock at the entrance. Whenever it rained, he would weep and rush to the door, clutching the lock, imploring, "Oh, dear iron, do not rust, do not decay." In the tank, Haigo Chun recounted tales to the magnificent and beautiful Princess Xiaolin. It was a daunting task, having narrated for several days, yet her interest only intensified. A small fly, feasting upon excrement in a latrine, inquired of its father. The larger fly, "Why must we consume such filth?" The elder fly, in annoyance, replied, "Do not pose such revolting questions during mealtime. Swiftly, while it's warm. Remember that it tastes best fresh." Princess Xiaolin erupted in laughter, her immense eyes crescent-shaped in delight, her tail swishing animatedly. "Your dinner has arrived, princess. Remember to savor it while it's hot." Just then, a handmaiden presented a dish of charcoal-grilled tuna, causing a wave of nausea to wash over Princess Xiaolin inexplicably. Continuing his tale, Xiang Ergo said, "Once upon a time, there was a great elephant and a little rabbit. When the elephant needed to relieve itself but found no paper, it used the nearby rabbit instead. The next day, at dinner, the elephant, lacking a napkin, asked a nearby squirrel, 'Little squirrel, may I borrow you to wipe my mouth?' The squirrel, utterly bewildered, responded, 'Brother, I was the rabbit yesterday. The excrement has dried, and I have changed color.' At this, Princess Xiaolin, who had been eating, could no longer contain herself and retched. 'Xiang Ergo, you are utterly revolting. I shall not listen any longer. I am going to sleep.' With that, the princess, now devoid of appetite, turned to retreat. 'Oh dear princess, do not leave. It is not over yet. I have 300 more ludicrous stories to share,' he exclaimed. The third tale involves an elephant who got food stuck in its teeth. And there was a hedgehog nearby. Ah no, I refuse to hear any more. It is too disgusting. Princess Shaolin hastily escaped. Xiang Haigo exhaled in relief, a sly smile creeping across his face. This woman has such a spirited demeanor. I have recounted hundreds of tales, and yet she has not slumbered for days. With a wry smile, he noted the absence of others around him at last. No, within the aquarium, there exists a mesmerizing array of other exquisite and precious fish species. What are you staring at? Have you never laid eyes on such a magnificent sea dog? I shall devour you. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen bared his fangs, his form swelling to a colossal size, sending a swarm of curious fish scattering in fear. Finally, he could depart. Subsequently, he summoned his spatial power, his figure eerily phasing through the aquarium, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared in the princess's palace, a sly grin gracing his lips. The Southern Sea Treasury. Brother Chen has arrived, haha. During these past few days, he had not been idle. Princess Sharklin had taken him on a whirlwind tour of the Southern Song Imperial Palace, revealing to him the location of the royal treasury. Xiang Ergo swam confidently through the palace, his silver wolf fur glistening, resembling a seal with his webbed paws. Many of the palace guards recognized him as the princess's pet. As he glided past a massive golden pagoda, heavily guarded, he ventured several kilometers away to a scenic coral, hiding in a nook, gazing intently at the towering golden structure. This pagoda was one of the royal treasuries of the Southern Songsi clan, guarded exclusively by formidable experts of the Ascendant Realm, with some even surpassing that level, bolstered by powerful defensive formations. I am curious to discover what treasures lie within. Xiang Chen smirked, his eyes shining like twin moons as an invisible force emanated from his gaze, penetrating the pagoda. Everything within its confines was laid bare before him. My goodness, what on earth? Upon discerning the contents of the pagoda, Xiang Chen was left utterly astounded. Alas, lacking in eloquence, he could only express his shock with a simple exclamation. Within the first level of the pagoda, there lay an abundance of spirit crystals and spirit sources, far surpassing ordinary spirit stones, capable of nurturing spiritual energy and veins. Though not of the highest quality, there were hundreds of them in various sizes. The second level housed high-grade ores, while the third was filled with top-tier spiritual herbs, and he even spotted celestial herbs that exceeded the spiritual grade. The fourth level was stacked with powerful spiritual artifacts, and the fifth brimmed with an array of finished elixirs. At the pinnacle, he beheld 12 exquisite spirit sources, encircling a thumb-sized white crystal, pulsating with astonishing energy. A celestial-grade crystal source. Xiang Chen gasped, nearly drooling at the sight. The spiritual energy birthed from these sources was channeled through formations into the seabed, forming spiritual veins, with spirit stones and energy suffusing vast oceanic realms, creating a haven for cultivation. All of this is mine. A wave of greed instantaneously threatened to engulf Xiang Chen's reason. No, I must not touch that. He shook his head, slapping himself to suppress his avarice. He discerned that the top level was intricately rigged with lethal formations, which would trigger instantly upon intrusion. Upon closer inspection, he realized that nearly every level was fortified with such arrays, save for the first level, which likely served as the foundation and lacked the instant kill formations. Alas, it seems I can only pillage from the first level. Xiang Chen sighed. However, one must not be overly greedy. The sheer quantity of ordinary spirit sources on the first level is still quite remarkable. Burying them beneath the ground of Dechu would ensure a bountiful emergence of spirit stones in the future, even if their quality is not exceptional. Xiang Chen resolved to execute this plan and flee immediately. Surely, he could not be so unfortunate as to be captured again. With a swift motion of his claw, a spatial black hole materialized, allowing him to traverse through it and instantaneously arrive at the first layer. He then unleashed the spatial devouring power contained within the Qingzhou ring. In an instant, hundreds of mid-tier spiritual veins and sources were frantically absorbed into the Qingzhou ring. At that very moment, it seemed to trigger some form of alarm array. The entire golden tower illuminated, and an alarm blared loudly. A circle of golden lights swiftly enveloped the area surrounding the tower, extending over a kilometer. In that instant, the tower guards and the powerful beings within the palace were roused. On the surveillance screens, Xiang Chen's figure appeared. However, his face had already been replaced with that of a familiar individual through the 1,000 illusion mask. Xiao Yan. It seemed that Xiao Yan was indeed sitting in prison while his troubles descended from the heavens. Little thief. The furious shouts erupted from all directions, as this time, People finally discerned his face on the screen. Yet, it soon blacked out. When the guards hastily opened the astonishingly fortified tower doors and rushed in, they found it utterly vacant. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, a silver little sea dog wagged its tail leisurely. Xialala, the Southern Song Sea Clan, and Princess Jufeng, in time. You'll embrace my tender heart with your vast warmth. Truly, the Southern Song Sea Clan are good people, aware that I have so many brothers to support, and they provided such abundant resources. After a moment of gratitude, I hope to visit often. Xiang Ergo chuckled shamelessly, vanishing swiftly, while a powerful escort team passed by, heading toward the treasure tower, oblivious to the fact that this little sea dog of the princess was the true culprit. Chapter 841. The scapegoat hero throughout this journey. Xiang Ergo dared not let his guard down. He activated his moon-watching eyes with full force, fearing that he might inadvertently stumble into another trap and be captured once more. An hour later, on the tranquil sea surface, a figure shot into the sky, revealing itself to be a snow-white husky. Xiang Ergo shook off the water from his body, now distanced from the southern wilderness sea's royal palace. Before him, a snow-white crane appeared, embodying the spirit of the celestial crane. He transformed into human form, altered his appearance, and concealed his cultivation at the Yuan Yang True Dan realm. Subsequently riding the celestial crane and transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the void. Prior to his departure from the Sea Clan's treasure tower, a group of Sea Clan experts gazed at the empty first layer of the tower, their expressions icy with rage. Over 100 spiritual vein source crystals had vanished without a trace. Damn little thief. The guard responsible for the watch roared in anger, his yuan power surging, exuding a heavy murderous intent. Sir, we have identified the image of the little thief. Look. At that moment, one of the experts presented a jade talisman. The guarding expert infused his true essence into it, and a figure coalesced into a luminous projection. Who is this person? Does anyone recognize him? The guarding expert inquired furiously. It's him, sir. I recognize him. He is the master of Yin Palace. Xiao Yin, Xiao Yin. One individual exclaimed with anger. Xiao Yin indeed. Infuriating. He is one of the 9 palaces. Come, follow me to the abyss of the sea. Enraged, the guarding expert immediately assembled a team and rushed toward the underwater abyss, where the Yin Palace students were imprisoned. With a resounding boom, the grand doors swung open, and the scholars of the Yin State Academy stood in awe, their gazes fixed upon a menacing assembly of sea clans. Master Xiao Yin also rose to his feet. Xiao Yin, how dare you steal from my sea clan? What trickery have you employed? Bellowed the formidable guardian. Xiao Yin, bewildered, stared blankly at the sea clans. What? I stole your treasures? Just as he attempted to clarify, the furious tower guardian roared. Sever his divine cultivation. I shall personally interrogate him. Yes. The fierce sea clans lunged forward, and with a piercing scream, Xiao Yin felt a spirit sword impale his divine core. It's a misunderstanding. Fellow sea clans, I know nothing. He pleaded. Take him away. Subject him to 18 tortures until he reveals the stolen treasures. Poor Master Xiao, utterly unaware, fell victim to the schemes of the treacherous Ergo. This year's most wronged scapegoat, Master Xiao, the best young trickster, and the notorious Ergo. On the surface of the sea, under a bright sky, on a picturesque little island, Xiahou Wu was foolishly laughing, counting coins and spirit sources from Xiang Chen's Qianquan ring. Qingzhou and Bao Air were busy preparing a seafood hot pot over an open flame on the rocky shore. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson, Master Xiao found himself burdened with the hot pot, while a shameless youth lay half-naked on the golden sands, reveling in the sun's embrace. Humming a carefree tune, exuding a cocky demeanor that seemed to demand sunglasses and a cigarette. Ah, such a carefree life. Xiang Chen grinned, swaying his small wine flask, and took a hearty swig. Haha dog, we've struck it rich this time. Good heavens. There are 121 spirit sources and a staggering 897,622 spirit stones. I can hardly believe it. Haha. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, his mouth agape in disbelief. Look at you, such ambition. Soon, this world will belong to us brothers. Come, let us toast. Xiang Chen raised his small flask. Haha. To our toast. Now, the funds for our soul moon realm cultivation are all secured. Xiahou Wu seized a large wine jar nearby and took several hearty gulps. Oh, delightful, he exclaimed, reclining with a carefree laugh. No need to mention the soul moon realm. Even the Ling Xiao realm is well within reach. Xiang Chen rested his head on one hand, his leg draped over Xiahou Wu's. Great Lord, fluffy white hair, let us dig into the hot pot. The seafood hot pot is simply splendid. Bao called from a distance, announcing that the hot pot was ready. Coming. The two men dusted off the sand and made their way to the hot pot. Brother Xiang Chen, when will you help the night palace master and the others sober up? Qing Chen asked, placing a fresh fish meatball into Xiang Chen's bowl. Great Lord, I told you, don't make noise while eating. Slow down, or you'll be reborn as a starving ghost. Bao admonished, striking the ravenous Xiahou Wu's hand with her chopsticks. What do women know? A man eats like a tiger, while a woman nibbles like a mouse. Hua Xiong's rebuttal was met with a resounding blow to the ear. In Xiang Chen's possession, certain items were perpetually present: pots, bowls, chopsticks, and an array of miscellaneous seasonings. Habitually, Xiang Chen exhaled a puff of warm air, savoring a fishball as he remarked, "We'll only reveal it once we return. I still have yet to figure out how to explain this matter." He then offered a piece to the little white tiger, who was seated beside him alongside the large basin of food. Meanwhile, Lord Yi and their fellow students remained blissfully intoxicated. There was no need for concern. When the time came, they could simply feign ignorance. Qing Cheng interjected, "Regardless, they will be oblivious to whether it was us or someone else. Indeed, we shall adapt as circumstances dictate. Here, have a piece of this tuna sashimi, add a touch of vinegar, and dip it in wasabi. It's simply exquisite." Xiang Chen served Qing Cheng a slice of sashimi, and the two couples indulged in their leisurely lives together. The following day, the quartet set forth, continuing their journey aboard the celestial crane. By evening, having traversed the vast ocean, they finally entered the South Sea region, a territory occupied by the human race. However, they soon observed that the skies above the South Sea were frequently patrolled by the aerial forces of the great Xia dynasty, mounted upon griffins, far more vigilant than before. It wasn't long before they encountered a squadron of these patrols. A group of beings, with lion-like bodies and eagle wings, descended upon them, surrounding Xiang Chen and his companions in their celestial carriage. "Halt! Who are you?" one of the formidable figures demanded. "Reporting to you, sir. I am Xiang Chen of the Dragon and Phoenix list, having fortuitously escaped from the South Sea prison. I seek safe passage," Xiang Chen replied, clasping his fists in respect. Are you Xiang Chen, the champion of the Nine Palaces battle?" the strong man exclaimed in astonishment. The name Xiang Chen had gained considerable renown across the realm. Winning the Nine Palaces battle was akin to being crowned the top scholar in the martial examination. "Indeed, this is my scholarly identity token. I implore you to grant us passage," Xiang Chen affirmed, presenting the jade insignia that bore the official seal of the great Xia dynasty's bureaucratic department. After inspecting it, the strong man expressed his surprise. "It truly is you. You were released early from the Sea clan?" Xiang Chen shook his head and began to elucidate. "During our confinement, a colossal sea beast suddenly invaded, shattering the prison gates. Amidst the chaos, we managed to escape. Luckily, we survived. However, the Sea clan's malice is undeniable. Other compatriots from the academies remain imprisoned in their dungeons." As he spoke, Xiang Chen's expression was one of righteous indignation, vehemently condemning the Sea clan. "Rest assured, we shall liberate them in due course. The great Xia dynasty shall settle this score," the patrol leader reassured him, patting Xiang Chen on the shoulder. "Indeed, those who offend the great Xia shall be pursued, no matter the distance. I must hasten back to the academy to cultivate diligently, preparing to serve my country and vanquish the sea bandits," Xiang Chen declared, his countenance reflecting fervent determination. "Well said. Stay safe on your journey," the patrol leader replied, not obstructing their passage, for they were all prodigies of the Dragon and Phoenix, destined for greatness. Xiang Chen and his companions performed a respectful bow before soaring into the skies. What a group of optimistic and spirited youth. In them, I seemed to glimpse the youthful exuberance that I once possessed, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The patrolling strongman sighed, watching the figures of Xiang Chen and his companions fade into the distance. It would be prudent to report this matter to the higher authorities." Xiang Chen and his companions successfully entered the South Sea, traversing the continent and arriving at the South Sea Prefecture after nightfall. With the guidance of the star spirit compass and the dubious navigation system, they pressed on relentlessly towards the direction of the Wilderness Prefecture. It was only on the fourth day that they returned to the wilderness. In the wilderness, atop a magnificent peak within a range of ordinary mountains, the group descended. Upon entering the wilderness city, A sense of calm finally settled in their hearts. Let us remain incognito for a bit, Xiang Chen instructed Duke and Qingzhou, preparing to release the others. A radiant light enveloped the mountaintop from his universe ring. Subsequently, over 100 students, teachers, and the Night Lord, all still in slumber, were released, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, deep in sleep, their snores thunderous and utterly unshakable. The 1,000-year drunkenness, a potent elixir capable of inducing a slumber lasting a millennium, was no exaggeration. Although Xiang Chen's concoction was not quite so powerful, a year and a half of stupor was certainly achievable. He had prepared an antidote in advance, which his companions administered to the sleeping individuals. After everyone had taken a sip, Xiang Chen and the others feigned sleep alongside them, with Xiang Chen cradling Qingzhou and Duke embracing Bao Air, joining the chorus of snores. Half an hour later, someone finally stirred, shaking off the remnants of their stupor. "Oh my head feels heavy." The individual groaned, opening their eyes to find themselves on a grassy mountaintop, surrounded by shrubs. The Night Lord, Dean Liu, and others also gradually awakened, each expressing their bewilderment as they scanned their surroundings. "How do we end up here? Where's this place? What has transpired? Is this not the Sea Tribe prison?" they exclaimed, astonished and perplexed by their environment. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and others had merely taken a nap and feigned awakening alongside the rest. "What is going on?" The Night Lord and Dean Liu, expanding their senses, shared the same look of confusion. "Everyone, I recognize this place. This is Xiaocang Mountain, within Wilderness City. I once visited here with my girlfriend to immerse ourselves in nature." One student exclaimed joyfully. "Xiaocang Mountain? How could that be? Were we not in the Sea Tribe prison?" Another questioned in disbelief. "Indeed, what is happening? Am I dreaming?" The group found it hard to fathom the bizarre circumstances they faced. "Lord, do you have any idea what is going on?" Lu Ming asked in astonishment. The Night Lord furrowed his brow, shaking his head in uncertainty. "I vaguely remember dreaming that a dog rescued us," Dongfang Sanqing murmured, scratching his head. "Dog, you fool. It was a wolf." Xiang Chen silently cursed, unable to suppress a kick towards him. "Brother, why did you kick me? There was a poisonous bug on your backside. I helped you remove it." "Oh, thank you. Why did you and I share the same dream?" Dongfang Yuan inquired, astonished. These two brothers share a remarkable connection, don't they? A dog? How absurd. The people around them scoffed. I, too, found myself in a daze, having dreamt that an ancient deity saved us, claiming to be a divine being from the desolate land. Xiang Da, with a face full of feigned seriousness, remarked, "Alas, Dogsy, how could you resemble the old deity from my dream? Was he not a hideous, hunchbacked figure who called himself the 3-second Yangwei Immortal?" Xiahou Wu exclaimed, pretending to be utterly convinced. Xiang Chen shot him a glare. "You scoundrel, who are you cursing? In my dream, the deity was a handsome, majestic, and imposing figure. Our dreams diverge, and thus, our paths do not align." With a swift kick, Xiang Chen sent him sprawling. "Dare to curse me? Watch your step. Could it be that an ancient deity truly rescued us? It seems plausible. How else can we explain this?" Awakening from slumber, we found ourselves back in the desolate land. How surreal. Even a melodramatic novel would not dare to weave such a tale. Enough of this discourse. We must hasten back to the desolate palace and investigate, urged the Night Palace Master. The group concurred, and together, they were swiftly transported back to the desolate palace by the Night Palace Master's formidable powers. Soon after, they beheld the grand sight of the desolate academy. Moved to tears, "We have returned. We have claimed victory." Their return reverberated through the entire desolate academy. Directors such as Dongfang and Baiming rushed over, accompanied by throngs of welcoming faces. "Palace Master, you have finally returned. Are you all unharmed? The celestial records reported your capture. What transpired? Indeed, what is the truth behind this? And is it true that our desolate palace triumphed over the dragon and phoenix?" Crowds gathered in droves, encircling the group, bombarding them with an array of questions. The Night Palace Master and others struggled to elucidate their return, eventually mentioning the so-called ancient deity from the desolate land who rescued them. However, when the news of their victory at the desolate palace was confirmed, a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted, echoing through the air. "Xiang Shidi is magnificent. Xiahou Shidi is magnificent. Xia Shimi is magnificent." Laughter and jubilation filled the atmosphere as the crowd celebrated their triumph, proclaiming, "Our desolate palace has conquered the 9 provinces. Who would dare claim we are the weakest among the 9 palaces?" The crowd surged with excitement, their cheers resonating loudly. Many gazing in awe at Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who were hoisted aloft by a throng of admirers. How astonishing it was that two students, having only entered the academy for 2 years, could bestow such immense honor upon the institution. Yet, was their return truly a cause for celebration? Chapter 843. An urgent matter. Upon their return, the academy held a welcoming ceremony to honor Xiang Chen and the others for their remarkable achievements, bestowing upon them substantial rewards. Xiang Chen, Xiao and Xiahou Wu were each granted access to the academy's celestial-level martial arts. Among these, Xiang Chen chose the singular technique of movement from the 4 celestial-level martial arts, the Kuan-Tian escape technique. More precisely, this is the earth-based technique within the 5 elemental escapes, which, upon perfect mastery, allows one to meld with the earth and instantaneously traverse vast distances. As for the martial prowess in battle, he has already mastered quite a few techniques. His spatial evasion method, while the most formidable of all, cannot be freely utilized in public. It is primarily a means of self-preservation. Moreover, his current cultivation level restricts the usage of spatial evasion to short distances. When combined with the Kuan-Tian evasion technique, his chances of escape are assured. In this world, the primary concern should not be how to kill, but rather how to survive. Qingzhou has chosen a celestial-level swordsmanship, while Xiahou Wu has opted for a celestial-level palm technique, focusing on offensive capabilities. Within the Grand Hall of the Yanzhou Association, 56 high-ranking brothers and sisters have gathered. Together with Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Xiao Chen, and Gongsun Xingtian, the number reaches 60. Currently, Yanzhou boasts not only these 60 high-ranking members, but also 300 capable subordinates, along with an additional 1,200 brothers who possess the celestial wolf bloodline. However, only a handful possess the direct bloodline of Xiang Chen. Brother Chen, Brother Ho, sister-in-law. Everyone has been incredibly worried about you since your incident. We are so relieved to see you back. Wang Xiaojiji exclaimed, rushing toward Xiang Chen for an embrace, only to be politely rejected. It is good to be back. Indeed, we have all been quite concerned during this time, Tianhua remarked with a gentle smile. Avoiding overly complicated words, Xiang Chen, seated at the head position, sighed. We have indeed experienced many extraordinary events lately, causing much worry among you all. Tianhua, has everything been relatively peaceful during my absence? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaojiji's heart sank slightly, casting a timid glance at Morong Tianhua. Morong Tianhua shook his head, responding, nothing significant occurred, just a great deal of concern for your well-being. However, during this time, the brothers have been planning an operation, preparing a grand gift for your return. Little did we expect you to come back early. Wang Xiaojiji sighed in relief, expressing gratitude with a glance, refraining from mentioning the impulsive internal conflict. Oh, a grand gift? What is it? Xiang Chen inquired with keen interest. It pertains to our strategy regarding the ancient wasteland city. This is a comprehensive proposal I have formulated. You may review it. With your return, the plan is all the more secure. Morong Tianhua presented a thick document detailing the strategy. Xiang Chen took it, meticulously studying its contents. After a considerable time, he burst into laughter, declaring, a splendid plan. With Tianhua's wisdom, the ancient wasteland city is as good as ours. Now that I have returned, we can set this into motion. Xiang Chen nodded in firm agreement with Morong Tianhua's proposal. By the way, Brother Chen, there is something you may not yet know, Wang Xiaojiji interjected. What is it? Lord Xiang has successfully conquered the Scorpion Kingdom, Northern Wild Kingdom, and Southern Dipper Kingdom. It is truly impressive. One cannot help but admire Uncle Xiang Liang. In just one day and night, he managed to subdue 3 nations and annihilate 1 million enemy troops, an extraordinary feat of overcoming the odds. The Scorpion Kingdom has now been renamed Scorpion Prefecture, becoming your private territory, Brother Chen. Wang Xiaojiji enthusiastically recounted the expansion of the Great Chu. With the expansion of the Great Chu, the Wang family also flourished. As his father oversees the Ministry of Revenue, the greater the Great Chu grows, the more power they acquire. Oh, how swiftly the 3 kingdoms have been conquered. Yet, given my father's temperament, it seems improbable that he would have instigated a war leading to rivers of blood. Surely, it must have been the 3 kingdoms that initiated the conflict against our esteemed Chu. Xiang Chen, upon hearing this, was indeed surprised, though not excessively so. He had anticipated that the burgeoning power of the Great Chu would incite trepidation from neighboring states, potentially prompting them to strike. Wang Xiaojie nodded and remarked, indeed, The exposure of the Chu Lingmi affair has ignited envy among the three kingdoms, leading them to conspire against us. However, thanks to Uncle Xiang and the Prime Minister's foresight, they were preemptively outmaneuvered, resulting in the downfall of the three kingdoms. The expansion of the Great Chu is indeed a cause for celebration. In the future, we shall emerge as the preeminent power in the southern wilderness, Xiang Chen mused, feeling elated. He resolved to return home soon to extend his heartfelt congratulations to his father and visit his mother. The expansion of the Great Chu is undoubtedly a positive development. However, our national strength remains somewhat lacking. At this juncture, it is imperative that we focus on recuperation, nurturing our populace and our nation, rather than embarking on further ambitious military campaigns. Morong Tianhua suggested. Indeed, our current strength and military capacity are insufficient to safeguard extensive territories, Xiang Chen acknowledged. Having recently subdued the three kingdoms, it is essential to quell any remnants of rebellion and stabilize the hearts of the people. Otherwise, internal collapse is inevitable. Managing a nation is a formidable endeavor. Many formidable individuals possess the capability to establish their own realms, yet they prefer to submit to the great Xia, finding a more comfortable existence with power at hand. This is akin to entrepreneurship. Some choose the arduous path of starting from scratch, risking bankruptcy and instability, while many opt for the security of contributing their talents to established enterprises, where they can assume managerial or even executive positions. Chairman, compared to the Great Chu, with the presence of King Xiang and various capable officials, we need not overly concern ourselves. However, we have pressing matters of our own that require resolution, Morong Tianhua interjected. Xiang Chen replied, Tianhua, please continue. Morong Tianhua continued, as winter has now arrived, the devastating locust plague has swept in from the eastern wilderness, which will inevitably affect the growth of spiritual herbs at the Wan Yao Pavilion. Moreover, Qian Yaofang has been severely suppressing our business. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen furrowed his brows, asking, what is the current situation with Lin Kai? How is he responding? Lin Kai, the chief steward, has organized a team to combat the locusts and has recruited numerous temporary mercenaries in preparation for defense. As for the Qian Yaofang, he has been exceedingly accommodating, striving to avoid significant conflict with this power, as we are currently not their match, Morong Tianhua explained. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed, stating, the locust situation can be managed with relative ease. As for Qian Yaofang, they are becoming increasingly presumptuous. I have not provoked them, and mere tolerance is not a sustainable strategy. Enduring such behavior will only embolden them further. Against a wolf, one must wield a hunting rifle. Indeed, yielding one step only invites further encroachment. The more one tolerates, the more infuriating it becomes. What is this Qian Yaofang? When shall we rally our brothers to extinguish them? Speak up, brother, Xiahou Wu exclaimed, slamming the table and rising to his feet. Eradicating them is not a solution to every problem through violence. Qian Yaofang is a leading force in the wilderness, with several formidable practitioners at the Lingxiao realm. How many brothers are you willing to sacrifice to resolve this? Xiang Chen shot a glare at the boisterous Xiahou Wu. Embarrassed, Xiahou Wu sat back down, chuckling sheepishly. Xiang Chen tapped his forehead, saying, this is where intellect resides, not a mere vessel for empty thoughts. Chapter 844. The prodigal son of Xiang. The other brothers found amusement in the scene of Xiahou Wu, who typically refrained from retorting, rendered speechless. The only man capable of silencing Xiahou Wu in matters of significance was Xiang Chen, while in personal matters, only Bauer could coax his compliance. Xiahou Wu was no fool. He merely adhered to the military's methodology, opting for brute force when feasible. Xiang Chen, adept in resolving issues through strength, preferred to avoid unnecessary banter, resorting to cunning when force would not suffice. Xiang Chen rose and strolled around the hall, hands clasped behind his back, stating, the Qianyao workshop ranks as a mid-tier power among the first-rate forces, boasting 5 masters at the Lingxiao realm. Among them, the workshop's leader has attained the 7th level of the Lingxiao realm. Confronting them head-on would be futile. Do you understand, you simpleton? He cast a glance at Xiahou Wu. Such a formidable entity as the Qianyao workshop, Xiahou Wu replied, shrinking his neck, uncertain of the circumstances. Otherwise, what do you think? A forceful approach would only lead to our detriment. By Mao Mao, kindly express yourself without resorting to insults directed at the Grand Marquis. He is unaware of the situation. Please enlighten him, Li Bauer interjected, unable to contain her protective instincts. Silence. In matters of importance, my brother's words are paramount. Xiahou Wu retorted sharply. You dare to raise your voice at me? Very well, you shall face dire consequences tonight. Bauer shot back vehemently. Startled, Xiahou Wu quickly conveyed a silent apology, promising to kneel on durian upon their return, yet maintaining the facade of brotherly camaraderie in front of their peers. Morong Tianhua remarked, it appears the president has already acquainted himself with this force. Xiang Chen nodded. Upon assuming control of the Wanyao Pavilion, he had begun monitoring the powers affiliated with it. The underworld agents of the Qinyao workshop had been under surveillance, but for now, the pressing issue of the ferocious locusts took precedence. Summon Qingming to my side. I must visit the Wanyao Pavilion. Tianhua, accompany me. Understood. I shall dispatch a message immediately, Morong Tianhua replied. In the eastern wasteland, specifically the eastern region of the wasteland state, lies a vast expanse of plains and grassy terrain. This unique geographical setting has given rise to a fearsome insect, the ferocious locust, a creature even more formidable than the common locust. Typically, these locusts thrive on the eastern wasteland's prairies, where food is abundant. However, as winter approaches and the lush grasses wither, these ferocious locusts, facing food scarcity, embark on massive migrations in search of sustenance, wreaking havoc wherever they go. Moreover, they do not confine their diet to vegetation. They also consume flesh. Buzzing filled the air along the borders of the eastern wasteland, a cacophony that was deafening. In the distance, a billowing mass of dark clouds surged forward. Within this ominous cloud were locusts the size of a human's fist, their crimson eyes gleaming with menace, their mandibles sharp as pincers. Each of these creatures weighed a pound or more. A flock of sheep grazing nearby, upon sighting the swarm of ferocious locusts, was instantly paralyzed with fear, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The locusts descended like a barrage of cannonballs upon the sheep, enveloping them entirely. The anguished bleating of dozens of sheep echoed through the air, soon drowned out as they were overwhelmed by the ravenous swarm, devouring the meadow with reckless abandon. The ominous locusts leaped and bounded as they voraciously consumed every morsel in sight. The recently grazing flock had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to a scattering of wool, their bones gnawed clean. Meanwhile, the locusts slowly approached the barren lands, drawing nearer to vast fields, woodlands, and the verdant Qingshan Mountains. The mountains, in turn, had been entirely acquired by the Wanyao Pavilion for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Whenever the locusts passed through, devastation ensued. Yet with the arrival of spring on the eastern plains, life would once again flourish, and the locusts would retreat. The eastern plains, plagued by the locust disaster, had fallen into dire poverty. Within the Wanyao Pavilion, Xiang Chen sat in a lofty chair, surveying the bustling city below, while Lin Kai stood behind him. What? Investing in the development of 100 taverns, and at such a steep price? 1 spiritual coin for 30 locusts? Pavilion Master, surely you jest? Exterminating locusts shouldn't necessitate such extravagant expenditure, Lin Kai exclaimed, utterly astonished by Xiang Chen's plans. Moreover, I require the urgent hiring of 1,000 chefs. I intend to personally train them, Xiang Chen continued. Lin Kai contemplated reaching out to feel Xiang Chen's forehead, questioning whether he was feverish. The locusts are imminent. And you wish to open taverns? Recruit chefs? What on earth are you thinking? The so-called extermination is merely a matter of monetary outlay. If 1 spiritual coin accounts for 30 locusts, then they must number in the billions. Will the Wanyao Pavilion not be stripped bare? Pavilion Master, are you certain you are not jesting? Lin Kai queried in disbelief. Do I appear to be jesting? Xiang Chen rose from his chair, turning to regard Lin Kai with an indifferent gaze. I truly cannot fathom your intentions, Lin Kai replied, lowering his head. Acutely aware of the precarious grip Xiang Chen held over his fate, and thus refrained from further dissent. Do not dwell on that which you cannot understand. Proceed to prepare the funds, but do not make it known. Just wait for the fortune to arrive, Xiang Chen instructed, turning back to his chair. His hands folded placidly in his lap. Fortune? You will be left with nothing. Pavilion Master, what is amiss with your reasoning in appointing him as your heir? Lin Kai muttered silently to himself, though he dared not voice his thoughts, merely nodding in reluctant agreement. Very well, indulge your extravagance. When you find yourself bereft, do not seek me for solace. The Wanyao Pavilion is doomed with such a pavilion master, he lamented inwardly. Despite his dissatisfaction, Lin Kai resigned himself to executing Xiang Chen's orders, for he was indeed the master, the leader, and should he choose to act recklessly, all must accompany him in his folly. After Lin Kai departed, Murong Tianhua regarded Xiang Chen with a perplexed expression and inquired, "President, what is the connection between opening so many taverns and chefs with the locusts?" Xiang Chen smiled faintly, responding, "Tianhua, have you ever tasted locusts? Can locusts even be consumed?" Murong Tianhua replied, bewildered. Xiang Chen elaborated, "Locusts can be deep-fried, which is the most delectable method of preparation. Clean the locusts and soak them in a strong saline solution to sterilize and infuse them with flavor for about an hour. Then, remove them and drain the excess moisture. Combine flour, starch, cooking wine, chicken essence, and salt with water to create a batter. Heat oil to around 60%. Then fry the battered locusts over medium heat until they turn a golden brown. Voila, a culinary delight. The flavor is something you have yet to experience. One bite, and the crunch will resonate. Your teeth will shatter with delight. Oh, how I yearn for that taste. It has been an eternity since I last savored it." As Xiang Chen spoke, saliva flowed from his lips, prompting Tianhua to consider checking his temperature. The notion of consuming the fearsome locusts is utterly repugnant. I resolutely refuse to partake in such an endeavor. Murong Tianhua shook his head, already discerning the intentions of Xiang Chen. "I believe you will incur losses. Is that so? Let us wager. Do you believe we shall amass great wealth?" Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. "I do not believe so," Tianhua countered, shaking his head. "Oh, you are one who will not relent until faced with the river of yellow earth. Just wait and see," Xiang Chen said with a subtle smile. Turning to gaze upon the bustling metropolis, squinting as he remarked, "In the not-too-distant future, this city shall be prostrate at our feet." Chapter 845. A gracious dream. Merely 2 kilometers from the headquarters of the Wan Yao Pavilion lies a street adorned with a commercial edifice, Qian Yao Fong. This establishment, similarly centered on the trade of medicinal materials, ranks among the foremost powers within the arid capital. When Chun Feng established Wan Yao Pavilion, he did so with the intent of overshadowing Qian Yao Fong. Ling Yao Tang, Qian Yao Fong, Wan Yao Pavilion, the triumvirate of medicinal powers in arid capital. However, Ling Yao Tang primarily focuses on alchemical products, using medicinal trade as a supplementary endeavor, occasionally sourcing raw materials from the other two, thus fostering more collaborative than competitive relations. At the headquarters of Qian Yao Fong, a high-level meeting is underway. At the head of a long table, exquisitely carved from jade, sits a middle-aged man clad in a vibrant crimson robe, Su Chun, the master of Qian Yao Fong. Master, with the onset of winter, the locust plague is imminent and is expected to reach the Qingbei mountain range in a few days. Consequently, the medicinal crops cultivated by Wan Yao Pavilion will undoubtedly face severe repercussions, an elder reported. Another elder chimed in. The official locust extermination unit of the Eastern Wilderness has already established connections and refrained from taking action. Thus, this locust invasion is poised to be the largest in decades. When the locusts pass through, the medicinal base of Wan Yao Pavilion may very well be left barren. A smile crept across Su Chun's face as he remarked, "Well done. Last time we failed to bring Wan Yao Pavilion to its knees, but this time they shall be left reeling. Elder Tang, how fares the market acquisition?" Responding was a notably corpulent middle-aged man, his eyes nearly obscured by layers of flesh, who replied with a grin. "We have already procured a substantial quantity of medicinal materials from numerous small traders in the market. Following the locust invasion, when Wan Yao Pavilion faces a scarcity of resources, we shall hoard them and sell at a premium." Su Chun nodded, stating, "We must ensure the market remains firmly under our control. Last time, Wan Yao Pavilion weathered the storm due to its profound foundation. Let us see how they contend with this challenge. By the way, have there been any updates on Pavilion Master Chen?" Elder Tang shook his head, responding, "Pavilion Master Chen has not made an appearance for over a year. According to our informants embedded within Wan Yao Pavilion, it has come to light that he has been wandering the world, and Lin Kai is currently in charge. The appointment of Xiang Chen as the Pavilion Master remains a closely guarded secret, known only to the heads of the various branches, who are sworn to silence." Lin Kai, the master of Qian Yao Fong, scoffed, "This young man lacks substantial roots and is devoid of any backing. I am eager to see how he copes with this locust onslaught. In the vast grasslands of the Eastern Wilderness, there once existed a dedicated locust extermination unit. However, they have now been bribed by Qian Yao Fong and are standing idly by, resulting in the unprecedented emergence of this locust plague. The medicinal herb base of Qianyao Workshop is naturally unaffected, as it is not situated in the Qingbei mountain range. However, there are insidious manipulations at play behind the scenes. The Lu family, specifically at Honglian Lake, harbors a small lake within its confines, spanning approximately 7 to 8 kilometers. In winter, the lake blossoms with vibrant red lotus flowers. A small wooden boat drifts leisurely upon the surface of Honglian Lake, where a handsome young man and 2 enchanting women are navigating the waters. The man, strikingly beautiful, is adorned in a white snow fox fur coat, his silver hair cascading down, with wolf-like ears and captivating golden pupils. One of the women, dressed in white palace attire, possesses a breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. The other, clad in a delicate blue skirt, exudes purity and charm. Sister Qingzhou, do you think I look good wearing this? Lu Ximing inquires, plucking a red lotus flower and adorning her hair with it. You look magnificent. It has indeed dazzled someone's eyes. Summer Qingxing responds with a smile, also gathering a lotus flower to inhale its delightful fragrance. Xiang Chen, what do you think? Lu Ximing asks the young man reclining at the bow of the boat, one hand holding a small wine bottle and the other peeling lotus seeds for snacking. Oh, very pretty, Xiang Chen yawns, his response lacking sincerity. Pretty, you say? You haven't even looked, Lu Ximing retorts, crouching down to splash water on Xiang Chen playfully. He rises, smirking, and wraps an arm around Lu Ximing's waist while the other encircles Qingqing's, planting a kiss on one of their cheeks and exclaiming, "Both of you beauties are indeed heavenly, truly captivating my heart." Bah, a dog cannot spit out ivory. Lu Ximing blushes, turning her head away, feeling bashful. Although she has confessed her feelings to Xiang Chen once, their relationship has yet to progress substantially. Using your words, Xiang Chen, you are quite the rogue, Qingqing chides him. Haha, let me be a rogue then. Just ask the flute player about the past. I once learned the dance of the blooming years. To become a pair in life. Who cares for death? I wish to be a mandarin duck, not envying the immortals. 80,000 blossoms compete in beauty, while Qingqing and Ximing astonish the red lotus. Xiang Chen shamelessly embodies the notion of drunken revelry, intoxicated while pairing with beauties. Morally, he is scorned, yet inwardly, he finds it quite delightful. By the way, I have recently developed a new recipe for a potent wine. In due time, I shall surprise you, Lu Ximing suddenly declares. Oh, what kind of wine? Xiang Chen inquires, intrigued, as he too is a lover of wine, often indulging without restraint, relying on his innate protection against intoxication. I call it falling dust spirit, but it is still in development. It will take a bit longer. This wine, upon first consumption, can double one's soul power, aiding in the condensation of the soul moon. Even those at the great heaven level of Yuan Yang can potentially manifest the soul moon early. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Ximing proudly states, lifting her chin. Doubling one's soul power upon first consumption? Both Xiang Chen and Summer Qingcheng are astonished. Haha, how is my Ximing so exceptional? Come, let me have another kiss. Xiang Chen brazenly leans in again, creating a scene that induces extreme discomfort. Xia Qingcheng remarked, the most challenging aspect for most individuals in breaking through to the soul moon realm lies in the accumulation of soul power and the condensation of the soul moon itself. If such a wine were to exist, it would eliminate the bottleneck for those at the soul moon realm and the primordial yang great heaven position. Indeed. And the ingredients for this wine are not particularly rare. It can be brewed using cold moon tea combined with some restorative herbs, allowing for mass production, Lu Ximing added. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, Ximing, you haven't disclosed the recipe for this wine, have you? Not at all, currently. Only Sister Qingcheng, and you are aware of it. Lu Ximing shook her head. Good. Please keep the recipe confidential. When the wine is eventually produced, you may announce it. But you must not mention its potential for mass production. Otherwise, it could incite turmoil within the cultivation world. Just state that the ingredients are rare and precious. Xiang Chen cautioned earnestly. Lu Ximing nodded obediently. By the way, I have some gifts for you. What gifts? Lu Ximing inquired. With a flourish of his hand, Xiang Chen summoned a radiant light that enveloped himself, Lu Ximing, and Qingqing. The spatial power of the ancient cauldron erupted, and in an instant, the three vanished, leaving behind only a heavy black ancient cauldron that crashed onto the boat, puncturing it and causing the cauldron to sink into the lake. The cauldron was far too heavy for a wooden vessel to bear. Lu Ximing blinked, and suddenly they found themselves on a vast expanse of land. Surrounding them were countless potted spirit herbs, numbering in the thousands. Such an abundance of spirit herbs. Lu Ximing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely captivated by the herbs. Take whatever spirit herbs you desire for brewing, Xiang Chen smiled. Really? Hee. I have already spotted numerous materials suitable for crafting high-grade spirit wine. I shall begin my selection. Lu Ximing declared joyfully as she rushed towards the herbs. Ximing truly possesses remarkable talent for brewing, Xia Qingqing noted. Indeed, she might even find a path to enlightenment through her winemaking, Xiang Chen remarked, smiling at Lu Ximing, who was as jubilant as a lark. However, Qingcheng furrowed her brow slightly and said, yet, she is entangled in a significant karmic issue that needs resolution. Xiang Chen squinted. Are you referring to the Huanghou residence and the young Lord Mo? Yes, Qingcheng confirmed with a nod. They are bound by a marriage contract from their elders, and the current situation is ultimately unjustifiable and could lead to considerable trouble. This certainly poses a dilemma, Xiang Chen mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Lu Ximing selected a plethora of precious spirit herbs, all of which Xiang Chen allowed her to take, even providing her with 300,000 spirit coins to assist in her research on spirit wine. As they exited, they reappeared in the lake, the boat having been destroyed. They decided not to continue their leisurely exploration of the lake and lotus flowers, as Lu Ximing was eager to delve into her studies on spirit wine, determined to perfect the falling dust spirit wine for Xiang Chen. In the afternoon, when Xiang Chen and Qingcheng returned to the 10,000 medicine pavilion, Qingming also arrived, bringing along a cage containing several formidable locusts. Wow, these locusts are enormous, Xiang Chen exclaimed, astonished by the size of the fearsome locusts captured in the cage. The fearsome locusts vary in size, some as large as a fist, while others are comparable to a cat. These were captured by Qingming at the eastern border of the wasteland. Qingming remarked, I have tasted them. The flavor of these locusts is truly exquisite, infused with vital energy and spiritual essence that can be absorbed. As a Peng, you naturally find the taste delightful. However, for human consumption, they require some preparation. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Can they really be eaten? Qingqing asked in surprise, observing their unappealing appearance. Haha, just wait and see. By the way, summon Tianhua. I shall show him what culinary delight truly is. With a confident grin, Xiang Chen waved his hand, and spatial energy enveloped them, conjuring a stove beside him, complete with oil, salt, flour, and various seasonings. Bring the pot. Xiang Ergu bellowed flamboyantly, summoning a special large iron pot that landed on the stove with a clang. He poured in a bucket of oil and ignited the flames. Using the three-flavored true fire, the oil quickly began to bubble. Meanwhile, Tianhua arrived, watching silently alongside Qingqing. As for frying the locusts, typically, one would immerse them in oil heated to about 50 to 60%, but due to the thick, hard exoskeleton of these fearsome locusts, they required full heat. Xiang Chen spoke while tending to the pot. Under the terrifying temperature of the three-flavored true fire, the oil was already boiling and emitting black smoke. The locusts, previously soaked in brine, were swiftly plunged into the pot with a sizzling sound, commencing their frying. Once they turned golden, they were promptly retrieved, seasoned with salt and cumin powder. Subsequently, the oil temperature was lowered, and eggs were beaten into the flour to coat the fried locusts before being fried again until the egg coating reached a perfect golden hue. All right, it's time to taste. Xiang Chen presented a large plate of fried locusts before the two. The aroma wafted through the air, making their mouths water uncontrollably, to the point where even nearby children were drooling. Can they truly be eaten? Tianhua asked, swallowing hard. Of course, it's explosively delicious, Xiang Chen declared, taking a large locust and biting into it, the sound of crunching filling the air. So fragrant. His eyes sparkled as he savored the locust, which contained rich blood essence and spiritual energy, tasting far superior to ordinary locusts. I trust you, brother Xiang Chen, Qingcheng said as she took a knife, cutting off a piece and tasting it. Instantly, her eyes lit up. The locust was crispy on the outside, tender and succulent within, awakening every taste bud on her tongue. I must try some too, Tianhua joined in, picking up his chopsticks. Once he started eating, he found it impossible to stop. Despite his strong self-control, he was utterly captivated by the delightful flavor. Tianhua, how does it taste? Xiang Chen inquired with a smile. Delicious, Tianhua exclaimed after finishing a large one, unable to suppress his delight. I, Murong Tianhua, have endured the pangs of hunger, and should I fall into unforeseen depths, I would not refuse to eat locusts again. Truly, it is fragrant. Who was it that said such a revolting thing would never be eaten? Xiang Chen teased. Clearly no one could escape the allure of true deliciousness. Murong Tianhua chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Your culinary skills are astounding. Now, I fully understand your intentions. Ha ha ha, just wait and see. It won't be long before this exquisite locust dish becomes a staple among the aristocracy of the wasteland. I plan to open several hundred restaurants with the modest goal of earning 100 million, and then expand and strengthen our endeavors to achieve greatness." Xiang Chen chuckled heartily, for he carried within him the culinary legacy of 5,000 years of gastronomic artistry. "Brother Xiang Chen, where did you learn these peculiar culinary skills?" asked Qingzhou. "I seldom see you practicing your cooking." Having finished a locust, she exclaimed, "It's truly delicious." Hee indeed. The culinary master Xiahou Wu is not to be underestimated, and I have gleaned knowledge from various culinary programs and literature celebrating the flavors of our dragon land. Just ask if it's fragrant, and that suffices. Fragrant indeed. President, fry a few more. I shall assist you in marinating the fierce locusts. Seeing the remaining locusts being devoured by Qing Meng, Murong Tianhua could not resist the temptation to indulge further. Is 2 large pots sufficient? If not, we can always add more. Remember to starve the fierce locusts a bit first, so they can relieve themselves, then soak them in salt water for flavor. Meanwhile, Lin Kai had summoned 1,000 chefs, all of whom were hired by Xiang Chen, who proceeded to instruct them on how to prepare the fierce locusts, imposing a ban to prevent the craftsmanship from leaking outside. He was determined to dominate this industry, monopolizing sales entirely. Wanyao Pavilion was also actively acquiring storefronts across the wasteland, preparing to open restaurants, and would later need to mobilize personnel from Dechu and Hongqinfang City to assist in the establishment of these venues. Before the arrival of the fierce locusts, Xiang Chen had meticulously prepared everything, laying plans in advance. Little did the locusts realize that awaiting them would be countless frying pans and dining tables. On this day, Lin Kai presented a dossier before Xiang Chen. "Master, the scale of the fierce locusts has increased significantly over the past 2 years. There is indeed something amiss. According to our informants who ventured to the eastern wasteland, we have gathered this information." Chapter 847, 100,000 Locust Hunters. Xiang Chen scrutinized the data in the report, his gaze growing somewhat frosty. The locust extermination forces in the eastern wasteland had not intervened in the past 2 years, having been compromised by Qian Yaofang. This matter is indeed inextricably linked to Qian Yaofang, Xiang Chen scoffed, setting down the documents. The information had been extracted from a drunken conversation between one of our informants and a member of the Eastern Wasteland Locust Extermination Squad. The scale of the locust plague had grown so immense over these 2 years, and the medicinal herb base of Qian Yaofang was not situated in the Qingbei mountain range, but in the Nanling Mountains, thus remaining unaffected. They reaped the benefits while we suffered the losses. Lin Kai continued. Moreover, they have been aggressively acquiring and hoarding medicinal herbs, likely anticipating a time when we are in decline to act more forcefully. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Since they resort to underhanded tactics, I cannot be blamed for deviating from commercial ethics. Let them hoard. We shall not compete with them. Lin Kai furrowed his brow, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately sighed in resignation. By the way, is the funding all in order? Xiang Chen inquired further. The current liquid funds are prepared. However, if your information leaks, we may find ourselves short on cash, Lin Kai replied with a wry smile. Not to worry. I shall supplement any shortfall, Xiang Chen reassured him, for he was now quite affluent, having seized a portion of the Sea clan's treasury. The fierce locusts are expected to reach the Qingbei mountain range by tomorrow, Lin Kai added. Have all the restaurants in various locations made their purchases? The store has been purchased, and only minor renovations are needed. Excellent. You may take your leave. Tomorrow morning, secure the front page of the Guantian Daily to disseminate this news. Yes, I take my leave. Lin Kai exited the room and, upon closing the door, let out a deep sigh. The following morning. Extra, extra. Major news. Wanyao Pavilion is offering rewards for anyone who can capture locusts in the Qingbei mountain range. 30 locusts can be exchanged for 1 spirit coin. Extra, extra. Wanyao Pavilion is showering money throughout the streets and alleys. Newsboys from the Guantian Pavilion's Huangzhou branch echoed these proclamations. Upon purchasing the news, the populace was astounded by the announcement. 30 locusts for a spirit coin? Wanyao Pavilion must have money to spare. Is locusts truly so valuable? What value do these locusts hold? They are present in the Qingzhou mountain range, where Wanyao Pavilion has its medicinal herb base, suffering significant losses annually. Wanyao Pavilion seems intent on exterminating the locusts. Yet, such an extravagant approach to pest control seems excessive. Haha, who cares? It's a free opportunity to make money, brothers. A great deal awaits. This news sent shockwaves through the cultivation community of Huangdu. Numerous cultivators of modest rank and those at the innate level immediately took action, flocking to the Qingzhou mountain range. Many mercenary groups also mobilized to capture the locusts. When this news reached Xianyao workshop, disbelief spread among its members. Has Wanyao Pavilion lost its mind? Such extravagant spending to capture locusts? One elder exclaimed in shock. Haha, it seems they are at their wits' end with the locusts, resorting to this desperate measure. Another elder chuckled. Master, could there be some ulterior motive behind this? Someone inquired of the head of Xianyao workshop. The head narrowed his eyes and replied, the locust swarm must number in the hundreds of millions. Does Wanyao Pavilion truly have such funds to combat them? Even if they succeed in exterminating the locusts, they would incur substantial losses. The value of the herbs cannot possibly justify such an expenditure. This situation seems rather suspicious, yet I cannot pinpoint the flaw. Perhaps they truly have no other option. Should we intervene? Elder Tang suggested with a smile. After much contemplation, the head of Xianyao workshop declared, organize personnel to assist Wanyao Pavilion in eradicating the locusts. If they refuse to pay, we will have just cause to confront them. Thus, Xianyao workshop assembled a considerable force to aid in the extermination of the locusts. In the Qingzhou mountain range, the ominous sound of swarming locusts filled the air as vast clouds of them approached, striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld them. Meanwhile, at the front of the medicinal herb base in the Qingzhou mountain range, no fewer than 100,000 cultivators had gathered, crowding the mountaintop. As the locusts advanced, the eyes of these cultivators gleamed with anticipation. Ha ha ha, the locusts are here. Brothers, it's time to get to work, shouted the leader of a mercenary group. Capture the locusts. His call prompted dozens of mercenaries to spring into action, rushing towards the swarm, their vital energy shielding them, wielding specialized nets for capture. Soon, a throng of over 10,000 joined the fray, charging towards the locusts to seize them. Amidst the tumultuous swarm of locusts, there existed one monstrous creature, colossal and fearsome, resembling a bull in size. Its crimson eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of so many humans. This was the Locust King, its prowess comparable to that of the Soul Moon realm, yet lacking in intellect. Slay these humans, it roared, issuing commands. In an instant, a deluge of locusts surged downward, converging upon the crowd. Spirit-binding net, a vast net, spanning dozens of meters, unfurled explosively into the sky, ensnaring hundreds of locusts of all sizes. As the net was drawn in, a multitude of locusts writhed helplessly within it. Haha, this net must be worth at least 10 spirit coins. Keep capturing. The individual exclaimed joyfully, subsequently utilizing true energy to crush the captured locusts, storing them within a spatial artifact. Catch them, brothers. Such an opportunity is rare. It is akin to striking gold. Hurry, hurry, capture more. The spectacle of 100,000 individuals capturing locusts was truly magnificent, employing various artifacts and martial techniques to ensnare the creatures, all while exercising caution not to shatter them, as the 10,000 medicinal pavilion would not accept broken locusts. They must remain intact. On a mountaintop, Xiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene with a faint smile. The efficiency is astounding, murmured Morong Tianhua. Indeed, the power of wealth is unparalleled. No matter how severe the locust disaster, it cannot withstand the infusion of money. By the way, Tianhua, how goes the acquisition of land in the eastern wilderness that I instructed you to undertake? Xiang Chen inquired. It has been accomplished. The land prices on the vast plains of the eastern wilderness are utterly trivial. We secured over 1,000 kilometers for less than 50,000 spirit coins. And we have permanent usage rights, replied Morong Tianhua. Xiang Chen chuckled. The land in the eastern wilderness is undervalued due to its thin spiritual energy. Moreover, with the rampant locust plague, its worth diminishes. Just wait and see. In the future, it will be different. Once we drive up the prices of these locusts, this land will transform into a treasure trove. We might even end up exterminating the locusts entirely. Thus, we must prepare in advance. We may need to consider artificial breeding and purchase an additional 4 to 5,000 kilometers. Indeed, the prospects for the future are already becoming evident. Murong Tianhua nodded with a smile, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, recognizing the foresight of his leader, realizing he had much to learn. Chapter 848. The foolish and the wealthy. The sheer magnitude of the locust swarm was daunting, and it would not be easily vanquished. Powerful locusts battled fiercely against human cultivators. The higher the cultivation of a locust, the more valuable it became. Ordinary locusts fetched 30 for a spirit coin, those at the innate stage approximately 10 spirit coins each, while those at the Yuanyang realm commanded 100 spirit coins, and locusts of the Soul Moon realm were even more precious. Beyond their culinary value, Xiang Chen recognized the medicinal potential of the locusts. They could be used to alleviate coughs and asthma, proving effective against whooping cough and bronchitis. Suddenly, a Soul Moon locust lunged at a cultivator, piercing through their protective true essence and severing their neck with its formidable mandibles. "Ah!" the cultivator cried out, only to be further assaulted as the locust's razor-sharp claws struck down upon another victim. Just then, a massive azure rock, over 10 feet in length, descended upon the locust king with terrifying speed, delivering a ferocious blow. The roar of the insect king echoed in despair, its body, as formidable as a treasured artifact, pierced by the sharp claws of the extreme wind divine Peng, pinned beneath its grasp. However, the extreme wind divine Peng refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as Xiang Chen had instructed that it must be captured alive. Alas, with so many cultivators and ferocious locusts, what a hefty sum we must expend this time. Indeed, Chief Steward, why do you not counsel the pavilion master against such extravagance? At the foot of the mountain, another venue had been erected, where Li Tai and other division masters gathered. Here, a substantial amount of spirit coins had been prepared, awaiting the capture of the locusts for exchange. I wonder if the pavilion master is even capable of listening? Li Tai scoffed, harboring his own frustrations. Well, at least we managed to preserve the medicinal herbs. Yet this loss is monumental. I can already envision the mockery from the 1,000 Herb Workshop as they capture the locusts. One of the division masters lamented self-deprecatingly, expressing confusion over the old pavilion master's choice in appointing such a young man as the chief. An hour later, the once overwhelming swarm of locusts was entirely captured by 100,000 cultivators, and soon, lines formed for the exchange. I have caught 100 locusts, 10 of which are of innate realm, and not a single spirit coin can be missing. Look, I've captured a locust of the Yuanyang realm. We agreed on 100 spirit coins each, no reneging. The crowd formed several long lines, eagerly awaiting their turn to exchange. Everyone, please remain calm. Our pavilion master will ensure none of you are shortchanged. Yang Bin and his group were distributing coins to those trading in locusts. Ha ha ha, Chief Steward Li Tai. Your Wanyao pavilion is indeed wealthy. Our people have also captured quite a few. See this large cage? We calculated its worth at 80,000 spirit coins, and we're even throwing in the storage artifact. The master of the 1,000 Herbs Workshop approached with a group, carrying numerous locusts packed in storage bags. Li Tai forced a smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Master of the 1,000 Herbs, how commendable of you to personally partake in capturing locusts. The master of the 1,000 Herbs replied with a faint smile, as you do good deeds and spend generously, how could our 1,000 Herbs Workshop not lend a hand? With Pavilion Master Chen absent, can your Wanyao Pavilion withstand such turmoil? Li Tai snorted quietly, cursing inwardly that this was all due to the reckless antics of their Pavilion Master, yet he dared not voice such thoughts. Instead, he replied coldly, give the Master of the 1,000 Herbs an extra 100 coins as a reward. Ah, how generous. The Master of the 1,000 Herbs was unperturbed, allowing his associates to collect the exchanged spirit coins. I am quite curious to see what you managed to accomplish. The cost of capturing locusts has already exceeded the value of your medicinal herbs, he murmured with a low, mocking laughter. That is of no concern to you. Li Tai replied indifferently. I look forward to witnessing your grand banquet and the inevitable collapse of your lofty ambitions. The master of the 1,000 Herbs laughed derisively before departing. The exchange continued for over an hour, culminating in more than 10 million spirit coins being traded. The liquid assets of the Wanyao Pavilion's various divisions were thoroughly drained, with Xiang Chen supplementing an additional 3 million spirit coins. Chun Feng's elder brother initially bequeathed him a staggering 30 million spirit coins, accumulated over 9 years. Thus, he remained unperturbed. for he also possessed a substantial quantity of spirit stones, medicinal herbs, spiritual artifacts, and treasures. The locusts he exchanged were piled high, numbering in the billions. All these locusts have been preserved by Xiang Chen, ensuring their freshness, while the Wan Yao Pavilion has ceased its purchases. Could it be true that such a fortune was spent to exterminate the locusts? Over 10 million spirit coins for pest control, my heavens. Is the Wan Yao Pavilion truly so affluent? It is hard to fathom. Even if the herbs were saved, could they fetch such a price? Indeed. What is the Wan Yao Pavilion up to? In the barren city, many gazed at the halted purchase announcements and the exposed expenditures, utterly astonished. The news of spending 10 million spirit coins for locust extermination spread throughout the barren city, rendering the Wan Yao Pavilion an object of ridicule among countless powerful enterprises. Many believed that the head of the Wan Yao Pavilion had lost his senses. In the living room of the Lu family, where the esteemed ancestor Lu Qi resided, he exclaimed, "Chen heir has arrived. Haha, come, take a seat. It has been ages since I last saw you." Xiang Chen had come to pay a visit to the venerable Lu Qi, who was naturally overjoyed. Each time he visited the Lu family, he would aid in curing a number of individuals afflicted by intoxication. "Grandfather Lu," Xiang Chen greeted with a respectful bow. "Come sit. I have heard that you triumphed in the 9 Palaces battle, securing the first place and standing out among the young talents of the realm. You are now renowned as the young martial champion across the world. Your arrival is perfectly timed for a celebratory feast." Lu Qi chuckled, increasingly fond of the young man before him. Such praise for the martial champion is unwarranted. This matter is still pending. Xiang Chen humbly replied with a shake of his head. He was indeed meant to meet the emperor of the great Xiao for a reward. But due to the chaos caused by the Sea tribe in the 9 Palaces, followed by negotiations, this minor affair had yet to be arranged. After all, compared to state matters, his concerns were trivial, and it was uncertain whether they would even be considered. Lu Qi comforted Xiang Chen, saying, "In due time, all will find resolution. Do not be anxious. Alas, it is unfortunate that you were delayed by the tumult caused by the Sea tribe. Once the situation settles, the dynasty will surely remember you." Xiang Chen was not particularly concerned. His fervent efforts in the 9 Palaces battle were meant to bring honor to the academy, where he had studied for 2 years, and to his classmates. "Grandfather Lu, I would like to personally arrange a dish for the celebratory feast. Would that be acceptable?" Xiang Chen inquired with a smile. "Of course, there is no issue at all. For your celebration, you may arrange it as you wish. We shall also invite all the prominent figures of the barren city." Chapter 849. The pinnacle of marketing at present. Xiang Chen exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation, a quality that Lu Qi deemed even more critical than Xiang Chen's medical skills. At such a young age, he had already achieved unparalleled status among the young elites of the 9 provinces, and his future prospects were boundless. Should he rise to the ranks of nobility, he would undoubtedly become a formidable support for the Lu family. At Lu Qi's age, potential and talent were nearly exhausted, and cultivation progressed slowly. He was more inclined to mentor the younger generation. He had contemplated marrying off a direct descendant of the Lu family to Xiang Chen, but alas, Xiang Chen had not accepted. Although Xiang ergo may be frivolous, he is not excessively so. The question of whether he is worthless is contingent upon the prevailing views of men and women in this world, where human lives are often regarded as insignificant. And the ideology of male superiority is alarmingly pervasive. Ultimately, everything hinges on one's strength and status. For instance, Princess Linglong, despite being a woman, holds a position that surpasses that of many men. Yet, she is still subject to the authority of the human emperor, who has the power to dictate her fate and future. On the following day, the Lu family adorned their premises with festive decorations, inviting guests from near and far. This time, the true protagonist was none other than Xiang Chen. Renowned forces from across the wasteland, including the Tianai clan, the Yi family, the Dongfang family, the Feng family, and the Lingyao Hall, among others, sent representatives to extend their congratulations. Even the Marquis of the Wasteland made a personal appearance. Yi Tianxi and others were brought along by their elders. Yi Tianxi regarded Xiang Chen with a mixture of 3 parts animosity and 7 parts trepidation. Having sustained severe injuries at the hands of Xiang Chen, he was sent away for treatment, thus narrowly escaping the clutches of the Sea tribe. It seems that misfortune can indeed bring unexpected blessings. Throughout the banquet, voices of congratulations resounded, praising Xiang Chen as a young hero with an immensely promising future. With many prominent figures expressing a desire to forge connections, Clearly, among the 9 provinces, Xiang Chen's future is destined to be smooth sailing. Ah, what dish is this? At the banquet, a particular dish captured the attention of many. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence to celebrate with me. I, Xiang Chen, raise a toast to you all and ask for your forgiveness for any shortcomings in hospitality. Xiang Chen lifted his cup and drank heartily. Well done, young Master Xiang. Your capacity for alcohol is commendable. Cheers and praises echoed around the table. Ah, young Master Xiang, what is this dish? The flavor is remarkably unique and exquisite. After years of indulging in the culinary delights of the wasteland, I have never tasted anything so delectable. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the dish known as the golden locust and inquired. This person could not possibly be a plant sent by Xiang ergo, could they? Who would ask such a question at a banquet? Indeed, this dish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A true culinary masterpiece. I must admit, I have never had the pleasure of tasting this locust before. With this mention, many others began to take notice of the dish. Xiang Chen chuckled and proclaimed, to be candid, this dish is a specialty from the Wan Yaohong Chen Lu, known as the wealthy hall locust. The primary ingredient is the fierce locust, known for its delicious meat and its nourishing effects on vitality and vigor. This dish costs 100 spirit coins. The premium version of the wealthy hall locust is even more expensive. This fellow acquired 30 fierce locusts for a single spirit coin, using 10 locusts for this dish, selling it for 100 spirit coins, averaging 10 spirit coins per locust. Who would have thought that a dish made from fierce locusts could be so delectable? I have never had this fierce locust before, but the name Wealthy Hall Locust is quite appealing. I must give it a try. Many distinguished guests who had yet to taste the dish grew intrigued upon hearing about its ingredients and eagerly dug in. The ensuing chorus of approval only grew louder as they lauded its exquisite flavor. My lord, please indulge in this exquisite dish before you, the prosperous pavilion locust. A supreme delicacy crafted from the formidable locust of the Yuanyang realm, priced at an astonishing 2,000 spirit coins per serving. Yet it remains a rarity in the market. Xiang Chen eloquently introduced the dish to the desert marquis, who had yet to taste it. Haha, splendid. Since it is revered by the young dragon and phoenix of the 9 provinces in our desolate state, I must savor it, the marquis chuckled, and proceeded to relish the dish. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. Even a noble of his stature could not resist indulging further, giving Xiang Chen a thumbs up and exclaiming, I cannot believe such exquisite flavors exist in this world. What a delightful, prosperous pavilion locust. Haha, I am glad you enjoyed it, my lord. The staff of the Wan Yaohong Chen Lu have prepared an additional serving for you, which will be delivered to your residence shortly. By the way, their manager has requested that I ask if you would be willing to provide a handwritten plaque as a favor, Xiang Chen said with a charming smile, realizing he had inadvertently become the most formidable spokesperson for the desolate state. Well, if they have gone through the trouble to invite you, I shall grant them this courtesy. The marquis replied with a hearty laugh. Bring forth the ink and brush. Thank you, my lord. Quickly, fetch the plaque and writing materials. Xiang Chen commanded, and soon a large plaque that had been prepared in advance was presented. The marquis took the brush, channeling his true essence into the ink. With a flourish, he inscribed, Heavenly Delicacy, Prosperous Pavilion Locust, inscribed by the Desert Marquis. The characters were robust and vigorous, infused with the unique aura of his true essence, representing a powerful advertisement for the desolate state. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Wan Yaohong Chen Lu, Xiang Chen said, bowing in respect. He then instructed someone to carefully store the plaque, raising a toast before excusing himself to honor others with drinks. Suddenly, holding a cup of wine, Xiang Chen approached the table of the younger members of the Yi family, where Yi Tianxi sat. Yi, my brother, Xiang Chen exclaimed, placing his hand on Yi Tianxi's shoulder, startling him. Xiang Chen, Yi Tianxi replied, his expression a mix of complexity and discomfort, his mouth twitching slightly. What is this? Have you forgotten your brother-in-law so soon? My dear brother, I saved your life, you know, Xiang Chen said with a warm smile, leaning closer to whisper in Yi Tianxi's ear, making it seem as if they shared a close bond. Yi Tianxi's expression soured as he remained silent. Come now, call me brother-in-law again. Let us hear it, Xiang Chen said, tightening his grip on Yi Tianxi's shoulder, causing him discomfort. Spare me some dignity. Don't go too far, Yi Tianxi growled, trying to endure the pain. Too far. Haha, Xiang Chen replied with a sly grin. I have something even more outrageous planned. I've recorded our battle using a sound and shadow stone. If you refuse to speak, I will have multiple copies made, and by tomorrow, it could be showcased in the martial arts gallery of the desolate state, revealing the moment you were bested by me to the public. Yi Tianxi's forehead pulsed with rage as he clenched his teeth, visibly agitated. And furthermore, Xiang Chen continued, if I were to host a sparring match and specifically invite you, I fear the events of the central state would replay themselves. Would you like to relive that experience in front of our fellow townsfolk? Yi Tianxi, pale with fear, quickly replied, No, I'll call you brother-in-law. Chapter 850. The pitiful Tianxi Yi Tianxi found himself utterly defeated by a person he never expected. To be frank, ever since he had opposed Xiang Chen, not a single one of Xiang Chen's followers had perished. Instead, many of his own had perished due to Xiang Chen's machinations. Ultimately, his sister had also fallen victim. Go ahead, I'm eager to hear it, Xiang Chen said, leaning casually on his shoulder while holding a small wine cup. Call me dad. Isn't it supposed to be brother-in-law? Yi Tianxi's expression darkened. If I say to call, then just call. Stop your incessant prattle, Xiang Chen replied curtly. Call me dad. The humiliation washed over Yi Tianxi, and through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, Daddy. Oh, Xiang Chen choked on the wine he had just sipped, staring at Yi Tianxi in bewilderment. Good heavens, I merely wish to be your brother-in-law. Yet you aspire to call me your father. This cannot disrupt the generational order. Otherwise, your sister would have to call me daddy, and that would be quite embarrassing. Xiang Chen quickly dismissed the notion. But you told me to call you that. Yi Tianxi's eyes blazed with anger. I asked you to call me brother-in-law, not father. Let us start over. Call me brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, Yi Tianxi bit out resentfully. Ah, good nephew, Xiang Chen replied with a wicked grin. Then, with an arm around Yi Tianxi's neck, he smirked. Nephew, do not be so reluctant. Your sister has long been one of us, and we have already shared a marital bond. Calling me brother-in-law is not a loss for you. What? Yi Tianxi's face turned pale with disbelief as he glared at Xiang Chen, then stood up to shout. You're talking nonsense. How could my sister possibly? The people around him were startled at his outburst, their gazes turning toward him. Haha, everyone, please enjoy your meal. I was just discussing the Xi clan with Tianxi. He seems quite indignant, heated even, Xiang Chen explained with a smile, prompting the crowd to resume their conversations. Keep your voice down. Xiang Chen slapped him on the back of his head. Do you want your sister's reputation to be ruined? Yi Tianxi sat down, transmitting his anger through thought. You're spouting nonsense. How could my sister ever be involved with you? If you keep this up, I swear I will fight you. Oh, nephew, you still don't believe me? Xiang Chen sneered. You and your sister are twins, and when you were 3, you fell into a brazier, leaving a significant burn around your rear, correct? Yi Tianxi's expression shifted, instinctively reaching to touch his backside, his face darkening. How do you know that? Of course, your sister told me. She also has a crimson birthmark on her back, doesn't she? Xiang Chen continued with a cold smile. Yi Tianxi's complexion turned ashen. Could it be that his sister had truly succumbed to this beast? Hey, nephew, accept your fate. Don't worry, I will treat your sister well. Just refrain from using tricks against me. If you respect your brother-in-law, perhaps he can elevate you and take you along for a ride. Xiang Chen patted Yi Tianxi's shoulder and departed with his wine cup in hand. How could this be happening? Sister. Yi Tianxi felt utterly lost, contemplating the horrifying reality that his sister was entangled with this man. Tears threatened to flow, and despair enveloped him. He felt as though he wished to perish. Xiang Chen, holding a wine cup and a flask, approached Su Chen at the Qianyao pharmacy. Young Master Xiang, congratulations, congratulations. The pharmacy owner rose to extend his greetings. Haha, esteemed Elder Su, I am grateful for your presence. Allow me to toast you, Xiang Chen said with a smile, pouring a glass of wine for the owner. Unbeknownst to him, the pharmacy owner was unaware of any connection between Xiang Chen and the Wanyao Pavilion. Haha, young Master Xiang, having triumphed in the 9 palaces, you have made your name resound throughout the world. Your future is undoubtedly bright. I take this opportunity to extend my early congratulations on your impending titles and accolades. The pharmacy owner remarked, thinking little of it, and downed the wine laced with Xiang Chen's concoction. I also wish you prosperous business in the future, esteemed Elder Su. Xiang Chen replied cheerfully, yet a cold smirk formed within him. You old fool, you seek to usurp the legacy left by my brother. No wonder my heart has turned dark. The banquet concluded flawlessly, fulfilling Xiang Chen's intentions. Firstly, to promote the dish fugue tanghua, or fried locusts, within the upper echelons of the desolate city, securing an endorsement from the esteemed Duke of the Wilderness, along with his inscription. Secondly, to outmaneuver Su Chun and the pharmacy owner. On the most bustling street of the desolate city, a lavishly purchased establishment was renamed Wangyao Hongchen Restaurant. The sound of firecrackers erupted as dragon and lion dances captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are inaugurating the Wangyao Hongchen Restaurant. Today, all beverages and dishes are offered at an 8% discount. We present a delicacy unlike any you have ever tasted, the fugue tanghua, a culinary delight that even the Duke finds irresistible. Be sure to come and savor it, announced Yang Bin, striking a large gong in front of the restaurant. Is there truly a dish that even the Duke would praise? Voices of skepticism arose from the crowd. Haha, do you not believe? Just take a look here, behold. Yang Bin chuckled, gesturing towards the plaque. As the red cloth was drawn away, the shimmering words came into view. Fugue tanghua, a delectable delight. Endorsed by the Duke of the Wilderness. The crowd gasped in astonishment, recognizing the Duke's aura emanating from the characters. Who would dare to forge such a signature? Furthermore, this dish was the pride of our desolate city, the congratulatory main course of young Master Xiang Chen, a delight to partake in and bask in his good fortune. Yang Bin proclaimed loudly, "We must taste it. A dish revered by the Duke and young Master Xiang cannot be lacking." Soon after, throngs of people surged into the restaurant, filling it with lively chatter. Simultaneously, hundreds of Wangyao Hongchen restaurants opened their doors. Those who had tasted the dish were unanimous in their applause. The name fugue tanghua was melodious, and not just anyone could afford it. Yet, the desolate city was not short of wealthy patrons, being the heart of the state. And even the cheapest serving, priced at a single spirit coin, was within reach. In merely 2 days, the fugue tanghua dish gained immense popularity among the elite of the desolate city. Subsequently, this dish became a sensation throughout the entire region, revered even by the noble lords, and celebrated as the congratulatory dish of the esteemed scholar Xiang Chen, with word of mouth spreading like wildfire within mere days. The dish's fame, reputation, and sales surged dramatically in the region. Accompanying this was an influx of patrons, soaring sales, and substantial profits. The investments made by Xiang Chen previously were now yielding remarkable returns. In just 3 short days, the restaurant known as Wangyao Hongchen Pavilion exploded in popularity, while the luxurious dish, rich and noble locust, also gained immense traction. The majority of establishments were perpetually bustling with guests. Many affluent youths, eager to showcase their status, placed private orders, ensuring that gatherings were incomplete without the presence of rich and noble locust. With a population of several billion in the region, although not everyone could afford it, the demand was undeniably immense, with some even forming long queues. In addition to rich and noble locust, the fiery locust could be barbecued, and the butter-hot pot brought by Hongchen Pavilion, alongside many renowned dishes from Xiang Chen's past life, also gained popularity. On the pavilion's rooftop, Morong Tianhua, Lin Kai, and others gazed in awe at the long lines forming on the street, their eyes filled with admiration for Xiang Chen. "Tianhua, you have lost this wager," Xiang Chen remarked with a serene smile. Tianhua accepted his defeat gracefully. Morong Tianhua sighed in admiration. Lin Kai and others were visibly astonished. Their previous skepticism about Xiang Chen's sanity now replaced with smiles of approval. The pavilion master is truly astute. Haha. Our investment in acquiring fiery locust and opening the restaurant has already returned, and we've made over 100 million. Haha. We still have plenty of fiery locust in stock. One of the sub-pavilion masters laughed heartily. Who was it that claimed the pavilion master was mad? Yang Bin sneered. Indeed. We were short-sighted, the sub-pavilion master admitted awkwardly. Lin Kai, do you concede? Xiang Chen asked with a gentle smile. The pavilion master is wise and far-sighted. I am thoroughly convinced, Lin Kai replied, bowing deeply. Xiang Chen gazed at the throngs of people below and said, while the flavor of rich and noble locust is appealing. For many, it is the novelty that drives demand, amplified by the noble lord's fame. This exemplifies the celebrity effect and the tendency for people to follow trends. Lin Kai remarked, this time, not only have we preserved all the medicinal ingredients, but we've also profited handsomely from the fiery locust. I've calculated our inventory, and it seems we might earn around 5 billion. 5 billion. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes widening with astonishment, as if they envisioned mountains of gold. Xiang Chen smiled and said, "Now is the time to capitalize on this momentum. Let us open 100 more restaurants beyond the region. Once we achieve scale, we can regulate the supply of fiery locust, employing hunger marketing to drive sales of other dishes. We must avoid oversaturation, as it would diminish the dish's value." "Understood," Lin Kai responded respectfully. "Furthermore, I have my eye on the chefs I trained. We cannot allow them to be poached by other restaurants. Naturally, we must also ensure our compensation remains competitive," Xiang Chen advised. Lin Kai remarked, "I have already taken care of this matter. I have gathered the complete residential addresses of these individuals. None shall dare to betray us, as the remuneration we offer is undoubtedly the most generous in the entire culinary realm of the desolate city." "Indeed," Xiang Chen nodded, appreciating Lin Kai's capabilities. Many matters did not require his direct intervention, as Lin Kai had already taken proactive steps. "By the way, esteemed leader, our financial resources have surged dramatically. I propose we offer a substantial sum to hire some formidable experts of the Lingxiao realm to ensure our stronghold. What do you think?" Lin Kai inquired. "That is certainly feasible. However, most experts of the Lingxiao realm have their own aspirations. Are there still any unattached Lingxiao experts in the desolate city?" Xiang Chen asked in surprise. "There are indeed," Lin Kai confirmed. "I am acquainted with 2 masters who have not aligned themselves with any faction. They simply run 2 martial arts academies and enjoy a leisurely life. If we offer them ample compensation and sufficient freedom, I am confident I can persuade those 2 masters to join us." "Very well, proceed with your endeavors. We must ensure we can rely on our personnel. The monthly salary can be as high as 100,000 spirit coins," Xiang Chen agreed, recognizing the necessity of recruiting strong allies to safeguard their substantial wealth. In prominent families, the monthly remuneration for a Lingxiao master would not be less than 50,000 spirit coins, along with various cultivation resources, rendering the offer quite attractive. "I fear Qian Yaofeng will soon regret their decisions," he added with a slight smirk. "Qian Yaofeng? What? This Wanyao Hongqian Tavern is actually established by Wanyao Pavilion." The master of Qian Yaofeng exclaimed in anger, rising from his seat. Elder Tang sighed regretfully. This Wanyao Hongqian Tavern was opened prior to the Locust Plague, specifically to prepare for its arrival. No one anticipated that Wanyao Pavilion could utilize the locusts to create such delectable dishes. Now, the original locusts, which were once commonplace, are being sold for 1 spirit coin each, whereas they were previously acquired by Wanyao Pavilion at 30 locusts for 1 spirit coin. Hearing this, the master of Qian Yaofeng felt as though he might vomit blood. They had captured no fewer than 1,000,000 locusts for Wanyao Pavilion in exchange for several thousand spirit coins. It seemed they had incurred a loss exceeding 1,000,000 spirit coins. How could Wanyao Pavilion devise such a strategy, transforming locusts into a culinary delight? The other elders were equally astonished. "Wanyao Pavilion, Lin Kai, how underestimated I have been." The master of Qian Yaofeng's eyes reddened with fury, fists clenched. He had tasted the dish of locusts at Lu's residence, being among the first to do so. However, he had never imagined that it was a product launched by Wanyao Pavilion. Wanyao Pavilion, a mere purveyor of medicines. How could they have ventured into the tavern business? He pondered. Are there any locusts left? Can we still catch them? We could seize this opportunity to capture locusts and sell them for a profit. The master of Qian Yaofeng quickly inquired. Alas, they are no more. Most of the locusts that emerged during the plague have been completely harvested by Wanyao Pavilion. A few stragglers remain, but they hardly constitute a significant quantity, Elder Tang replied with a rueful smile. In the past, when the locusts appeared, it was a mad scramble to flee. Now, when they arrive, it's a rush to cook. The locusts, as victims of circumstance, chimed in. This situation transpired quite unexpectedly. Previously, when people saw us urinating, they were terrified. Now, when they see us salivating, they are enticed. We are equally perplexed as to where the fault lies. In their endeavor to confront us, they have devised 18 forms of torture: deep frying, stir-frying, barbecuing, and braising. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? Have we, the insect tribe, become too gentle, or have you, the human race, developed an insatiable palate? I earnestly implore, protect the fierce locusts. Cherish the ecological environment. Everyone has their own responsibilities, yet it remains exceedingly difficult, utterly futile. Cursed be it. The proprietor of the 1,000 Medicine Workshop slammed his fist onto the table, filled with discontent. What tremendous profits have been squandered, allowing the myriad medicine pavilion to monopolize them. Subsequently, a chilling glint ignited in his eyes as he proclaimed, "The success of his tavern business must inevitably impact our industry and infringe upon the interests of others." "What do you mean?" Elder Tang gazed at the Thousand Medicine proprietor in astonishment. "The Myriad Medicine Pavilion has set this trap for me. How can I idly watch them thrive? Contact the master of the Wanfu Tavern for me. I refuse to believe he can remain unmoved by such substantial profits being seized by another. I shall unite with Wanfu Tavern to obliterate the Myriad Medicine Pavilion." The Thousand Medicine proprietor declared, his eyes ablaze with resentment and jealousy. "Very well, I shall immediately reach out to Wanfu Tavern." Elder Tang nodded. "Chen Feng, regarding medicinal herbs and tavern businesses, how many can you afford to offend? Ultimately, this world still relies on the strength of one's fists." The Thousand Medicine proprietor's smile darkened, gradually contorting into a semblance of ferocity. The Myriad Medicine Pavilion is ultimately weakened by a lack of formidable adversaries. And with Chen Feng absent, the Thousand Medicine Workshop harbors no significant fear of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion's might. Chapter 852. You are poisonous. Within a lavish private room of the Myriad Medicine Tavern, a group gathered, engaged in business discussions. Among them were Li Tai, Xiang Chen, and two others. One, an old acquaintance of Xiang Chen, Elder Lu Tsang of the Lu family, who oversees the Tianlu Tavern, the leading establishment in the desolate city's tavern scene. Behind the Tianlu Tavern lies the esteemed Lu family, one of the top clans in the desolate city. The other individual was a plump middle-aged gentleman named Jin Wanf, the head of the Wanfu Tavern, which is also a first-rate power in its own right. The nature of their business is self-evident from their name. Today, Li Tai hosted a banquet for these two gentlemen, with Xiang Chen acting as a middleman and concealing his identity as the master of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion, merely presenting himself as a shareholder of the Myriad Medicine Tavern. Li Tai inquired with a smile, "Elder Lu Tsang, Master Jin, what do you think of my proposal? Let us collaborate. The locust from the rich hall can be sold at your esteemed tavern. We shall provide the materials and chefs, while the sales will be split equally between us." "Haha, Chief Lin, you are practically giving money away. Who does not know that the locusts from the rich hall are the most sought-after dish in the desolate city?" Elder Lu Tsang chuckled. "Indeed. Since young Master Xiang is our intermediary, we cannot let you suffer losses. A 3-7 split, with us taking 3 and you 7, will suffice," Master Jin observed, nodding kindly at Xiang Chen. "Look at how you two speak. We, the Myriad Medicine Pavilion, have yet to apologize for hastily intervening in the tavern business. And it is thanks to young Master Xiang's promotion that we have achieved this sales volume. There is wealth to be gained, and we should earn it together." Li Tai raised his glass, smiling cheerfully. Elder Lu Tsang erupted into a hearty laughter and remarked, "Manager Lin, your words are quite pleasing. Let us all profit together. In that case, let us proceed as follows. You 6, us 4. We have merely provided a venue, and as you extend your regard to young Master Xiang, we too must show respect to our own young master." "Very well, let us proceed as Elder Lu suggests," Xiang Chen interjected with a smile. "Agreed then. Come, allow me to toast to young master, Elder Lu, and manager Wanfu." Li Tai rose to raise his glass and salute. "Cheers." They all echoed in unison, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. One cannot help but admire Xiang Chen's astuteness, aware that venturing into the restaurant business might provoke resentment within the industry. He preemptively reached out to these two, conceding a portion of the profits to transform formidable competitors into cooperative partners. In this way, he positioned himself as a mediator, thereby cultivating valuable relationships. At that moment, a guard entered and whispered something in Manager Wanfu's ear. "I have been informed that Su Chun wishes to see me." "You may withdraw for now," Manager Wanfu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly before waving the guard away. Xiang Chen's ears perked up, catching the guard's words, and he chuckled. "Manager Jin, do you have pressing matters at hand?" Manager Jin shook his head, saying, "Young master, what you say is true. No urgent matter should interrupt our drinking. It is nothing significant, merely that Su Chun of Qingzhou Workshop wishes to invite me for a gathering." Upon hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flickered as he glanced at Xiang Chen and discreetly conveyed a message. Xiang Chen nodded, and Li Tai smiled lightly. "So it is the Master Su Chun." "Manager Jin, to be candid, I believe Master Su is likely seeking you for matters pertaining to Wangyao Pavilion." "Oh, what makes you say that, Manager Lin?" Manager Jin inquired. Puzzled, Li Tai elaborated, Xianyao Workshop has persistently sought to undermine our Wanyao Pavilion, attempting to swallow us whole. Now that we are profiting greatly from the restaurant, it is probable that he wishes to sow discord between us and your esteemed establishment. You are a perceptive person, I am sure you understand. Manager Jin's eyes narrowed into a thin slit, and after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying reasoning. Wanyao Pavilion's sudden involvement in the restaurant business could indeed affect their own operations. If Xianyao Workshop sought to contend with Wanyao Pavilion, Wanfu Restaurant could become a viable ally. However, they were now partners with Wanyao Pavilion. Manager Jin chuckled. Manager Lin need not worry. Our relationship is not something Su Chun can easily disrupt. I shall not engage in his machinations. In truth, participating in the meeting could be feasible. A superficial engagement would suffice, as they all occupied the same sphere. Destined to cross paths again. Yet Xiang Chen spoke up with a smile. Manager Jin, you are indeed correct. As per your suggestion, I shall attend the meeting this evening. But I am well aware of what must be said. Haha, let us speak of other matters. Come, let us drink. Later that evening, Manager Jin did indeed meet with Su Chun. However, regarding the collaboration proposed by Su Chun, he remained vague and non-committal, and they consumed considerable amounts of wine. The master of Xianyao Workshop felt exceedingly frustrated. Following the banquet, he retreated to the renowned establishment known as Huqian Tower to indulge in revelry. That night, Master Su Chun vented his dissatisfaction amidst the pleasures of the night, unable to comprehend why Manager Jin would refuse a collaboration that seemed to hold no drawbacks. At this moment, within him, the woman's dark energy infiltrated his body, triggering a terrifying poison that had been lying dormant for several days. This malevolent force erupted from his liver, coalescing into a serpentine pattern of toxic veins. As this venomous pattern exploded forth, the master of the Thousand Medicine Workshop let out a harrowing scream, and his liver disintegrated into toxic blood. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of poisonous blood, splattering the beautiful woman beside him. The lovely maiden was utterly terrified, screaming in shock. Then, she glared furiously at the master, murmuring, "You are poisoned." Subsequently, his body stiffened, collapsing onto the woman. A paralyzing toxin, capable of slaying the soul, surged into his spiritual sea. The poison was from the extreme sea dragon snake herb. The woman's terrified screams echoed throughout the room. That night, at the break of dawn, the Thousand Medicine Workshop was in turmoil. The four elders gazed in shock and fury at the body lying in the center of the hall, covered with a white cloth, the eyes dark and lips blackened. The master of the Thousand Medicine Workshop having succumbed to poison. Master, how could this happen? What on earth transpired? Who could have poisoned him? The four elders seethed with rage, a terrifying aura enveloping the room. I ask you, who committed this act? Did the master utter anything before his demise? Elder Tang seized the guard by the neck, bellowing his inquiries. Sir, I do not know. The master simply went out for a drink with a woman, and she has been apprehended. She claims to know nothing. The guard replied, panic-stricken. Did the master say anything before he passed? Another elder inquired coldly. The master seemed to have muttered, "You are poisoned," the guard stammered. The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of disbelief and horror. The master of the Thousand Medicine Workshop, Su Chun, had suddenly succumbed to poisoning after his engagement with the Flower Pavilion and the Golden Manager of the Wanfu Restaurant. The Golden Manager, a figure not to be trifled with, led to the woman being interrogated for answers. This incident plunged the Thousand Medicine Workshop into a turbulent storm of internal power struggles. Chapter 853. The chaos at Thousand Medicine. Thunder rumbled in the night sky, dark clouds looming ominously. Soon, torrential rain began to pour, drenching the vast urban expanse in a deluge. Xiang Chen stood atop the Red Dust Tavern, gazing into the distance at the brightly lit headquarters of the Thousand Medicine Workshop. He swirled the crimson wine in his goblet, sipping delicately, each movement exuding elegance. At times, Xiang Chen was an enigma, oscillating between playful mischief akin to a rogue and, at other moments, emanating a regal grace from the depths of his soul, a blend of the refined and the mundane, leaving one to ponder which facet truly represented him. My king. At that moment, a figure approached from behind him. It was a woman clad in a brocade garment, adorned with mouse-like ears. Jinbai, what news from the Thousand Medicine Workshop? Xiang Chen inquired, taking a seat at the table. Jinbai replied, the master of the Thousand Medicine Workshop has perished from poison. Now, the workshop is in disarray, embroiled in heated disputes over the appointment of a new leader. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen coldly smiled and remarked, "It is time to completely crush and annex Qianyao. How goes the excavation of the tunnels?" Jinbai replied, "Shu Yi has already led his team to fully connect all the underground tunnels of Qianyao, enabling us to transport their medicinal stock at any moment." Xiang Chen nodded and instructed, "Inform Shu Yi to proceed." "Yes, I take my leave," Jinbai responded before exiting. Meanwhile, Morong Tianhua chuckled. "Once we discard this stockpile and they have exhausted all the medicinal resources they've gathered, the penalties from their numerous large orders will surely bring them to their knees." Xiang Chen smiled faintly and poured a drink for Tianhua, saying, "This is merely their self-dug grave. Was it not better for everyone to profit individually? They chose to set their sights on me instead. With Qianyao downfall, we shall acquire their medicinal bases, and henceforth, no one shall rival us in this desolate land." Xiang Chen added, "This grand commercial web is well woven, and now it is time to turn our attention to Guhuang City." The treasure vault of Qianyao was an immense warehouse, its walls forged from steel and reinforced with dark iron, patrolled relentlessly by formidable guards. Inside, various bundles of dried medicinal herbs lay stacked, worth perhaps billions of spirit coins. Suddenly, beneath the warehouse, the thick steel foundation was breached by a horde of mice with fearsome, sharp teeth. In no time, a substantial hole was gnawed into the foundation, with dark iron shattered. A massive golden mouse emerged, spat out the dark iron, and then transformed into a human figure, gazing at the warehouse filled to the brim with medicinal herbs. Eyes gleaming with desire. "Move everything," Shu Yi commanded. Immediately, thousands of demon mice surged forth, swiftly relocating all the herbs into the underground tunnel, absconding with them. In less than half an hour, the entire stockpile of medicinal herbs from Qianyao had been silently and completely relocated. Outside the warehouse, the guards were still engrossed in discussions about the poisoning and death of the master of the Fong, oblivious to the happenings within the warehouse. Once the warehouse had been emptied, heaps of firewood were brought in, drenched with extracted oil and set ablaze. With a thunderous roar, the entire warehouse erupted into flames. Shu Yi departed, instructing that the tunnel be filled in. Thick smoke billowed forth, followed by a raging fire consuming the warehouse. "Fire! Quick, extinguish the flames." The cries for help echoed throughout Qianyao, plunging the place into chaos. In no time, the warehouse was reduced to ruins. The medicinal herbs worth billions of spirit coins seemed to have turned to ashes. This calamity only compounded the woes of Qianyao following the master's demise, throwing the entire establishment into disarray. Clients, partner pharmacies, and alchemy houses soon arrived, demanding delivery. However, Qianyao had nothing left to deliver and ultimately faced massive penalties, depleting their resources to the point of insolvency. Various factions united to demand repayment, mounting pressure that threatened to obliterate Qianyao entirely. The Qianyao workshop was surrounded by countless individuals from various factions. "Could you possibly grant us a few more days?" "Just 3 days. Is that too much to ask?" Elder Tang and his companions bowed and scraped, uttering every flattering remark they could muster before the powerful factions. "No, you must compensate us. If you cannot deliver the goods, what will happen to our business?" An elder from the Lingyao Hall bellowed with fury. "Indeed, either compensate us or deliver the goods," echoed the other merchants, pressing relentlessly. Elder Tang and his companions wore expressions of bitter despair. They were devoid of both goods and funds. The Qianyao workshop had exhausted its finances, leaving only some immovable assets. "If you cannot provide the money, you may come to our Lingyao Hall and sign a servant contract, selling yourselves to serve us. Otherwise, you shall either pay or deliver the goods, or face death." The representatives of the Lingyao Hall took a firm stance. The people of Qianyao workshop were in a state of panic, for escaping their predicament was no longer an option. "Elder Tang, we from the Wanyao Pavilion can assist you with the funds." A figure emerged from the crowd with a calm smile. "Lin Kai?" Upon seeing this individual, Elder Tang's eyes turned bloodshot. He unleashed a terrifying aura, the true essence of Ling Xiao surging forth as he roared, "Speak! Was it your Wanyao Pavilion that set the fire? You are truly despicable, Lin Kai. If you do not clarify this today, you shall accompany us to the grave." Elder Tang's murderous intent was palpable. He was a formidable master of the 5th level of Ling Xiao. "Humph. Do you have any evidence to support your claims? If you wish to act, feel free to try," Lin Kai retorted with a cold smirk. Behind him, 2 men, one tall and one short, stepped forward, emanating the powerful aura of Lingxiao masters. Gauda Wangrun. Elder Tang recognized these two masters, and his expression shifted. Have these two pledged allegiance to the Wanyao Pavilion? Lin Kai sneered. Elder Tang, I have come to save your lives. I possess 80 million spirit coins that could alleviate your urgent predicament. Will you refuse it? Elder Tang was incredulous upon hearing this. Are you willing to lend us money? What is the interest rate? Lin Kai waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, No, this is not a loan. It is a transaction. If you are willing to transfer ownership of the Nanling mountain range to us, this 80 million spirit coins shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Elder Tang's countenance darkened immediately. Lin Kai, you are exceedingly unscrupulous. The Nanling mountain range is worth at least 1 billion. Do you think you can acquire it for 80 million? Dream on. Lin Kai laughed heartily. If you are unwilling, then seek your own salvation. Do you believe that if you cannot present the money today, those present will allow you to leave alive? You will either serve as slaves for the rest of your lives. Elder Tang and his companions felt as though they had swallowed a fly. Lin Kai's words struck at their vulnerabilities. Yet what could they do? The power of numbers was against them. Outside, a throng of creditors awaited. Without the funds, they would surely tear them apart or force them into servitude. Very well, we shall sell. Elder Tang nearly screamed this phrase, his heart bleeding. Hand me the land deed. This is the 80 million spirit coins from the Daxiao Bank. Lin Kai responded readily, producing 8 million, represented by 8 golden spirit crystal cards. Bring me the land deed. Elder Tang shouted to his subordinates. Elder, are we truly selling? Behind him, the people of Qianyao Fong were equally distressed. Bring it here. Elder Tang bellowed. Yes. The man replied, frightened to speak further, and went to retrieve the land deed. In a short while, a scroll was brought forth. After Lin Kai verified it, he confirmed that it was indeed the land deed for the medicinal herb base in the South Spiritual Mountain Range, at which point he handed over 80 million spirit cards to the other party. Thank you, Elder Tang. A pleasant cooperation, Lin Kai remarked, nearly provoking Elder Tang's ire. Pleasant? More like a desire to feast upon your flesh and gnaw your bones. Manager Lin, congratulations. However, do not forget our contract. The master of Lingyao Hall transmitted with a smile. Rest assured, Master Meng, our Wanyao Pavilion shall not go back on our word. The herbs we provide to Lingyao Hall in the future will surely be 30% lower than market prices, Manager Lin responded. The invitation from Lingyao Hall for debt collection, coupled with this fiery endorsement, naturally implied vested interests. Otherwise, why would they assist you? Haha, with young Master Xiang willing to act as your guarantor. I have every confidence in you, Master Meng said with a grin. They primarily dealt in pill concoction and would undoubtedly require a substantial supply of herbs from Wanyao Pavilion moving forward. Now that Qianyao Fong was devoid of resources, only Wanyao Pavilion could meet their needs at a reduced price, making them eager to assist. Meanwhile, the people of Qianyao Fong were thrown into disarray. With the herb base gone, what fate awaited these hired hands? Qianyao Fong had officially succumbed to bankruptcy. Ladies and gentlemen, should you wish to continue thriving in the herbal market, I invite you to join our Wanyao Pavilion, where the benefits will undoubtedly surpass those you received at Qianyao Fong. Lin Kai called out loudly to the people of Qianyao Fong. This proclamation caused Qianyao Fong to lose all semblance of support. I wish to join Wanyao Pavilion, Manager Lin. Do you think I am suitable? A powerful figure at the Soul Moon realm immediately stepped forward to pledge allegiance. A former captain of Qianyao Fong's guard. Haha, Captain Qian. Welcome aboard. Lin Kai chuckled. We also wish to join Wanyao Pavilion. A large group of martial artists from Qianyao Fong soon followed suit, requesting membership. With Qianyao Fong's downfall, they could no longer sustain themselves, rendering their loyalty to the faction meaningless. Everyone was simply seeking a means of survival. They would serve whoever could provide resources. Elder Tang and his companions watched the scene unfold, like monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree, with expressions as dark as stormy waters, yet no one could intervene. Having settled their debts, they were now akin to homeless dogs, devoid of a foothold. Elder Tang, why not join our Wanyao Pavilion? We would be more than happy to welcome a powerhouse like you. How does a monthly stipend of 60,000 spirit coins sound? Lin Kai said cheerfully. Gazing at Elder Tang, you must be dreaming. I would never join your Wanyao Pavilion. Don't think I am unaware. This is undoubtedly your scheme, Elder Tang retorted angrily. Old fool, still ungrateful. Lin Kai scoffed inwardly, deciding that Elder Tang could not be allowed to remain. A future threat indeed. Manager Lin, regarding that monthly stipend. Can I join Wanyao Pavilion? One of the 4 elders from Qianyao Fong inquired. Ah, Elder Imo, how delightful to welcome you. Similarly, the monthly offering is 60,000 spirit coins, Lin Kai chuckled. Elder Tang's face turned ashen as he gazed at the individual before him. Elder Imo, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Elder Tang, I too was merely an external elder. Now that the Qianyao workshop has collapsed, remaining here serves no purpose. My sincerest apologies. Elder Tang's lips twitched. Yet he remained silent. Haha, Elder Tang, the doors of the Wanyao Pavilion are always open to you. Let us depart. Lin Kai laughed heartily, his pride evident as he led his entourage away. When they arrived, they had not been accompanied by such a large group. Yet, upon departure, they were joined by a throng of rebels from the Qianyao workshop. Elder Tang and the others stood rooted in place, left with merely a dozen loyal followers. Sighing deeply, Elder Tang addressed the remaining 2 elders and others. Alas, we should divide the remaining 600,000 spirit coins among ourselves and pursue our own paths henceforth. His gaze fell upon the sign of the Qianyao workshop, his expression dimming. The enterprise he had once passionately built alongside the workshop owner had now met its demise. The others exchanged glances, sharing a collective sigh, yet uttered no further words. At the headquarters of the Wanyao Pavilion, Xiang Chen, Morong Tianhua, and others continued their deliberations, while Lin Kai returned in jubilant spirits. Chief, it is accomplished. The Qianyao workshop has completely crumbled, and we have secured the medicinal base in the Nanling Mountains. Elder Mo from the Qianyao workshop has also pledged his allegiance to us. Lin Kai placed the land deed upon the table. Indeed, when Meng, the head of the Spirit Herb Hall, pressured the Qianyao workshop for debts, they could no longer withstand the pressure. Lin Kai looked at Xiang Chen with genuine admiration. To transform disaster into fortune, to swallow the Qianyao workshop. How swiftly this has unfolded, in less than half a month. The wealth and influence of the Wanyao Pavilion have expanded tremendously. Xiang Chen accepted the land deed, examined it, and remarked, Well done, Manager Lin, your efforts are commendable. Not at all, it is all thanks to the chief's astute planning. Lin Kai responded with a smile. In the future, in the realm of medicinal resources, the Wanyao Pavilion shall stand unrivaled. All others will merely be insignificant merchants and small factions. Indeed, our ambitions extend beyond just Huandu, encompassing the entirety of the Jiuzhou. Xiang Chen stated as he secured the land deed for safekeeping. This deed is recognized by the great Xia dynasty. However, we must proceed to the Huandu Ministry of Revenue to complete the transfer of ownership. The subordinates will handle that. Now, we can fully focus on confronting the ancient wilderness city. With the power we currently command, even confronting the Gu family and the Tiandao sect will pose no challenge. Morong Tianhua added with a smile. Regarding the matter of the ancient wilderness city, it seems this task must be entrusted to you, Tianhua. Recently, I have felt my realm's bottleneck loosening, and I fear I must enter seclusion for a time, Xiang Chen said to Lin Kai. Manager Lin, if Tianhua requires assistance, please do your utmost to accommodate him. Rest assured, Chief. Brother Tianhua, feel free to call upon me whenever necessary, Lin Kai replied with a smile, bowing to Morong Tianhua, who returned the gesture. Lin Kai is the type of individual who only submits to those more capable than himself. Presently, he has begun to acknowledge and take seriously the abilities and talents of Xiang Chen. Those with ambition in their hearts only yield to those who can overpower them. Much like Sima Yi and Cao Cao. As long as Cao Cao lived, Sima Yi dared not betray him. However, with the passing of Meng Da, who can restrain the reclusive dragon that is Sima Yi in the entirety of Wei? Morong Tianhua nodded, assuring, you may focus on your cultivation. With me and Chief Steward Lin here, there will be no issues. With 2 capable aides, Xiang Chen felt reassured and took his leave. Take care, President. They bid him farewell. The 2 then turned their attention to the necessary internal restructuring of the Wanyao Pavilion, which had recently absorbed a significant number of individuals, necessitating consolidation and management. Currently, the Wanyao Pavilion boasts formidable experts at the Lingxiao realm, including Lin Kai, Gauda, Wang Run, and the newly joined Elder Mo, reaching a level akin to a first-rate power. Their financial standing is also above average among first-rate factions, and it is anticipated that their scale will continue to expand. Xiang Chen returned to the Yulong Peak of the Qingzhou Academy to cultivate, where he now possessed a personal cultivation chamber. At this juncture, Xiang Chen had nearly become a legend within the academy, his exploits during the 9 Palaces battle reverberating throughout, rendering him a mythical figure among the students. Many sought to join the Yanzhou society, eager to be part of his legacy. In his cultivation chamber, Xiang Chen retrieved 3 blood qi elixirs and 10 moon shadow spirit stones. The moon shadow spirit stones, akin to the sunfire essence, contain the essence of lunar energy and command a price exceeding 10,000 spirit coins each, sourced from meteorites on the moon. With the foundation of the sun scripture firmly established, it was now time to elevate the prowess of the moon scripture as well. Xiang Chen consumed a blood qi elixir, allowing the 10 moon shadow spirit stones to hover above his head as the moon scripture began its operation. The manifestation of the foolish fish spirit surged forth, letting out a resonant cry as it devoured the 10 moon shadow spirit stones, entering a fervent process of refinement. Within Xiang Chen, waves of refined lunar essence began to surge forth. The foolish fish spirit possesses the most formidable refining capability among the 3 divine spirits, with scarcely any energy beyond its capacity to absorb and refine. Within it lies an inherently powerful absorption and refining system. As the lunar energy enveloped the chamber, a surge of solar energy also emerged, creating a dichotomy within Xiang Chen as he experienced both frigid and scorching sensations. The chamber was half ablaze with fiery warmth while the other half was cloaked in icy frost. Xiang Chen skillfully balanced the energies of the solar and lunar forces to maintain the equilibrium of yin and yang, recognizing that solar energy could aid in refining the lunar essence, for they are inherently interdependent. Gradually, a Tai Chi-like pattern materialized above his head, radiating a mystical aura, seemingly encapsulating the profound truths of the universe's creation, shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, far away in the central state, within the imperial palace, the issues surrounding the desolate palace had stirred considerable unrest. In the court, the energy avatar of the Emperor of the Great Xia sat regally in the court, with only a handful of individuals present below. The court meetings of the Great Xia typically occurred biannually, during which all officials would gather, or summoned by the emperor himself. In ordinary circumstances, ministers would visit independently when matters arose. However, on this occasion, only a few were present: the Prime Minister Li, Princess Xuanji, as well as King Qing, King Yu, and the National Master, Yin Shuzi. Princess Xuanji, the exquisite princess, had already been released, yet the individuals from the 9 palaces, along with several high-ranking generals, remained as hostages to the Sea tribe, fearing that the Emperor of the Great Xia would not honor the marriage pact set to be fulfilled in a year. Beixian, is what you say truly the case? Have the people of the Ruins Palace returned? Inquired the Emperor's energy avatar. The Emperor, despite his elevated status, was also devoted to cultivation. Often, he would dispatch his energy avatar, a manifestation of his formidable power, imbued with a fragment of his soul, to manage state affairs. The Emperor of the Great Xia was not only the highest authority in the realm, but also possessed a cultivation level that was perhaps among the most formidable in the land. Your Majesty, it is true. My sources have informed me that the individuals from the Ruins Palace, including Yi Xingyue and his entourage, have indeed returned to the Ruins Prefecture, replied King Qingzhou Beixian. This information had actually been relayed to him by Marquis Huang. How could this be? How could the people of the Ruins Palace be released prematurely? Questioned Prime Minister Li in astonishment. King Qing responded, this situation is indeed peculiar. The other 8 palaces remain under the captivity of the Sea tribe. Why, then, was the Ruins Palace released? Your Majesty, it is evident that this operation by the Sea tribe must have had an insider facilitating such precise timing for their success. Is it possible that there is treachery afoot within the Ruins Palace? His implication was unmistakable, suggesting betrayal from the Ruins Palace, possibly by that very insider. King Yu Ji Yuming frowned and remarked, are you suggesting that the Ruins Palace has betrayed us? It is not without merit, King Qing replied. King Yu sneered. If the Ruins Palace were traitors, their release at this juncture would only serve to draw attention. Why not wait until a year later for a simultaneous release? I find that possibility rather slim. Slim, you say? What if it were indeed them? Moreover, the recent 9 palaces competition has struck me as exceedingly strange. The Ruins Palace, with its geographical disadvantages and lack of resources, has somehow emerged as a standout. Could it be that someone is covertly providing them with support? We cannot dismiss the potential involvement of the Sea tribe behind this, King Qing continued. Furthermore, Your Majesty had intended to abolish the Ruins Palace. It is not implausible that, in a bid for self-preservation, they might have allied with the Sea tribe. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Li remarked, "Your Highness's conjecture is not without reason. Yet we must not wrongfully accuse the ruins palace, as they are one of the 9 palaces. A thorough investigation must be conducted before reaching any conclusions." At that moment, Princess Xuanji interjected, "Your Majesty, regarding this matter, a detail comes to mind." "Speak," the Emperor of the Great Xiao replied indifferently. Princess Xuanji continued. On the way to their capture, Xiang Chen of the Ruins Palace, who is the foremost among the 9 provinces' dragon and phoenix representatives, was summoned by the Sea tribe but returned shortly thereafter, unharmed. Might there be a connection? Xiang Chen, the Emperor of the Great Xiao, furrowed his brow slightly, as he recalled the 9 palaces competition and the matter of the 9 provinces' dragon and phoenix. To which family does Xiang Chen belong? What is his background? The Emperor inquired. In response to His Majesty, "I have perused the dossier concerning this matter. This individual, known as Xiang Chen, hails from a remote little kingdom in the southern expanse of the wilderness state. His parentage is clear, and he is undoubtedly of the human race. However, any potential ties to the Sea tribe remain uncertain." Princess Xuanji articulated this while casting a glance toward the elder seated to the left of the human emperor, her mentor, Yanzhou. The investigation into the abandoned palace was, after all, a directive from her teacher. "Master of the National Affairs, what is your perspective on this? Might your prior predictions hold true?" At this juncture, the human emperor's gaze also fell upon the white-bearded elder, who had remained silent throughout. The national master of the Great Xiao, Yanzhou, spoke in a steady tone. The prior astrological predictions indicated that the source of this monstrous aura indeed lies in the southeastern wilderness state. Should there be any anomalies within the abandoned palace, it would align with the celestial signs. However, the heavenly mechanisms are now obscured, and the star patterns have devolved into chaotic disarray. I am loath to assert any direct connection between the abandoned palace and the current turmoil involving the Sea tribe and the demon race, particularly as it pertains to an academic institution. Your Majesty may need to dispatch special envoys for a thorough investigation. Any rash judgments leading to slaughter could potentially alienate the hearts of the people in the wilderness state. It would be prudent for Your Majesty to send individuals to investigate. Upon hearing this, the human emperor of the Great Xiao pondered for a few moments before responding. "Your words hold merit, National Master. Who do you believe is fit to undertake this vital mission?" The National Master replied, "The investigator must embody the royal authority, preferably a member of the royal family." The human emperor then turned his gaze towards the princes Qing Wang and Yo Wang. "Father, I am willing to embark on this quest for the truth." "Father, I too am eager to undertake this journey." Almost simultaneously, Princess Beishuan of Qingzhou and Princess Yoming of Yozhou spoke in unison, stepping forth. They exchanged glances that hinted at rivalry. The human emperor regarded them and declared, "Since both of you are so determined, then you shall proceed together. It is imperative that we uncover the truth of this matter." "Understood, we shall comply," they replied in unison, casting a cool glance at each other. "Very well. You may withdraw." The human emperor gestured dismissively. "We take our leave." The two bowed and exited the court together. "National Minister, how progresses our strategy concerning the Southern Sea?" The human emperor then directed his gaze towards Minister Li. "Your Majesty, all preparations are complete. On the day of the princess's wedding, when the Sea tribe is at ease, it shall be our moment to strike decisively." Minister Li responded respectfully. "Excellent. This time, I demand the complete annihilation of the Southern Sea tribe, exacting the most excruciating toll." The human emperor's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke icily. The recent ambush had severely tarnished his reputation and that of the Great Xiao, especially as the opposing faction sought to wed his daughter. Thus, the human emperor could not possibly acquiesce without a fight. That very night, in the imperial capital of the central state, 2 majestic dragon carriages, drawn by colossal Jialongs, soared through the skies, accompanied by a multitude of formidable guardians, en route to the wilderness state and its capital. As dawn broke the following morning, the sun ascended over the wilderness state, casting golden rays upon the land. 2 resounding dragon roars echoed over the capital of the wilderness state. Behold, 2 Jialongs, each measuring 70 to 80 meters in length, one golden and the other black, pulled 2 massive carriages, descending with a host of mighty warriors at the capital of the wilderness state. The Marquis of the Wilderness promptly led the formidable forces of the capital to extend a warm welcome. In the presence of the esteemed Lord Huang Mo Huang respectfully greeted His Highness the Qing King and His Highness the Yu King. Lord Huang immediately knelt, honoring the two royal princes. The formidable entourage of the Huang residence also bowed in reverence, not daring to utter a sound. The Qing King and Yu King, exuding the unparalleled majesty of royalty, advanced towards the assembly. The Qing King spoke, "Lord Mo, please rise." He stepped forward to assist Lord Huang, who, as a lord of a state, held significant stature, albeit the Huang state was known to be the most impoverished among the 9 states. "Thank you, Your Highness." Once Lord Huang stood, his followers dared to rise as well. "Lord Mo, it has been a while. I arrived in haste and brought no gifts. Knowing your fondness for fine cuisine, I have arranged for some of the finest delicacies from the central state, and I hope you will not find them lacking," the Yu King added with a smile, commanding that a gift be presented. "Your Highness is exceedingly gracious." "Thank you, Your Highness. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit to the Huang residence?" Lord Huang inquired. "Ah, please follow me to the hall," he continued, hastily inviting the two royals inside. As they walked and conversed, the Qing King remarked, "We come at the behest of our father, the Emperor, to conduct an investigation into the Huang residence and the Huang Academy." Upon hearing this, Lord Huang's expression shifted slightly, and he exclaimed, "By the Emperor's decree, has something occurred?" He pondered internally, convinced he had not committed any transgressions to incur the Emperor's wrath. "Fear not, Lord Mo. Our primary purpose is to examine the Huang Academy. Recently, the sea monsters conspired to disrupt the imperial capital, inciting the Emperor's fury. It appears that this turmoil may be closely linked to the Huang Academy. Thus we have been dispatched to ascertain the truth," the Yu King stated with a calm smile. Lord Huang felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he asked in astonishment, "Does His Majesty suspect the Huang Academy of wrongdoing?" Indeed, both princes affirmed. "Regarding the incidents in the Southern Sea, I have heard some whispers. The 9 palaces were captured, and individuals from the Huang Academy were released prematurely. Was this not a result of negotiations with the imperial capital?" Lord Huang inquired, believing that the release of the Academy's members stemmed from imperial intervention. "Not at all," the Qing King replied, shaking his head. Lord Huang's brow furrowed. "If that is the case, then this matter indeed harbors some intrigue." The Yu King continued, "Thus, we hope for your cooperation in our investigation. Should the Huang Academy prove to be suspect, the Emperor has stated that we may take decisive action, potentially enlisting the military strength of your residence to quell any insurrection." "Certainly. The Black Xian army of the Huang residence is already under the command of the great Xia, and we shall fully comply with the Emperor's orders. Should I summon all the senior members of the Huang Academy to the residence?" Lord Huang offered. "No need. We intend to visit the academy ourselves. What do you think, third brother?" The Qing King glanced at the Yu King. "I have no objections," the Yu King responded. The two princes showed no signs of discord in their pursuit of the truth, as this was a matter that required the direct investigation of the Emperor himself. "Very well. Then let us share a breakfast at my residence before we proceed to the Huang Academy." Lord Huang acquiesced to their wishes. After a breakfast at the Huang residence, Lord Huang led the way, and the entourage set forth towards the Huang Academy in a grand procession. In the desolate State Academy, several entrance gates were entirely sealed off by the troops of the Marquis of Huang. Upon the arrival of the two princely figures, Night Moon, leading the 8 esteemed deans, naturally came to offer his respectful welcome after receiving the announcement. The Azure Prince stated, "Knight Master, we have urgent matters to investigate. Please escort us directly to the reception hall." Both princes wore solemn expressions, causing a sense of foreboding to stir within Knight Master, who surmised that their sudden escape might be somehow involved. "Very well, Your Highnesses, please follow me." Knight Master rose and guided them toward the reception hall. A contingent of individuals proceeded directly to the Grand Hall. Upon entering, the Azure Prince and the Shadow Prince took their seats upon the 2 principal thrones, while the Marquis of Huang sat to the side, listening attentively. Below them, Knight Master and the 8 deans stood respectfully, and flanking the hall, 2 rows of 10 formidable warriors stood vigil, powerful beings brought by the Shadow and Azure Princes, surpassing the heights of the ethereal realm. "Others from the Huang Palace may withdraw for now. Knight Master, you shall remain here," the Azure Prince declared. The 8 deans exchanged glances with Knight Master before bowing respectfully and exiting the hall. Inside, a sudden surge of powerful golden true essence emanated from the Azure Prince, enveloping the entire hall and forming a sound transmission barrier. His gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Knight Master. Knight Master lowered his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with the two princes. The Azure Prince sneered, "Knight Master, do enlighten us on how you conspired with the Sea clan." At these words, Knight Master's expression shifted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Your Highness, what do you mean? Conspiring with the Sea clan? What do you mean by that?" The Shadow Prince thundered, "Bold Night Moon, do you still dare to deny it at this juncture? If you were not colluding with the Sea clan, how could you have escaped from their heavily guarded prison? Unjust!" Night Moon cried out in protest, "Your Highnesses, our Huang Palace has always been loyal to the human race and to the great Xiao. We hold no treacherous intentions. I implore you to see the truth." The Azure Prince's expression turned frosty as he retorted, "If you were not in league with the Sea clan, how could you have fled from their clutches? You must provide an explanation that satisfies His Majesty. Your Highness, our escape is indeed extraordinary, and we hope you will hear our account," Knight Master urged. On that fateful day in the Sea clan's prison, suddenly, everyone experienced a wave of dizziness, and we lost consciousness. When we awoke, we found ourselves in the Huang capital. During our unconscious state, we had a prophetic dream from an immortal who intervened. A being from the desolate state rescued us, enabling our escape from the Sea clan's prison. We absolutely did not conspire with them. An immortal's rescue? Both princes exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they were being mocked. The Shadow Prince coldly remarked, "Knight Master, do you take us for naive children?" Knight Master swore earnestly, "I speak no falsehood. If I do, let malevolent spirits invade my being, and may I meet a wretched end." Knight Master invoked a solemn oath. Both individuals furrowed their brows, and the expression of the Night Lord conveyed an earnestness that suggested neither was lying, especially as they readily swore an oath. The heavens above! Such a heart-demon oath is not something to be taken lightly. What you have stated is indeed quite perplexing. You and Lu Ming were together? So silence your tongue and refrain from clandestine communication. I shall question him again. The Qing King instructed him to step aside and subsequently dispelled the true essence barrier, summoning Lu Ming to enter. Upon inquiry, Lu Ming echoed a similar sentiment, exhibiting no signs of deception and likewise swore an oath. Eventually, several participants from the Huangzhou Tiger list, who had endured the Nine Palaces chaos, were summoned to inquire about the matter. The two also enveloped each other with formidable spiritual energy to discern whether these students were being untruthful. The result was that all students responded with clear hearts and stable spiritual fluctuations, devoid of any semblance of deceit. The notion of Huangzhou immortals intervening? Are there truly immortals in Huangzhou? This revelation indeed left both men incredulous, yet their questioning yielded no discernible clues. Ultimately, the Yu King even ordered torture to be inflicted upon one student, who happened to be Yu Yi. "Ah, Master, save me. I am not lying, Your Highness. Spare my life." Yu Yi screamed in agony, restrained as his flesh was methodically sliced away with a blade, enduring the cruel punishment of lynching. Lu Ming's heart ignited with fury, suppressing his wrath. He implored, "Your Highnesses, if you must employ torture, let it be upon me. He is merely a child." "Continue," commanded the Qing King coldly. Yu Yi's cries echoed relentlessly, and ultimately, after sustaining over 1,000 cuts, he succumbed, losing consciousness. Yet, he still did not divulge anything beyond the initial narrative shared with the Night Lord and the others. Once Yu Yi was carried away unconscious, this interrogation yielded no useful insights. Everyone's accounts were fundamentally alike, having fainted and awakened in Huangzhou, suspecting it was the work of immortals. If Your Highness wishes to inquire further, then turn your attention to me. I recall there exists a soul-refining technique within the dynasty. If you remain unconvinced, kill me, refine my soul, and extract my memories to see if I have spoken falsely, declared the Night Lord icily, her inner fury barely containable. The Qing King let out a hearty laugh, remarking, "Night Lord, you exaggerate. We have merely come to ascertain the truth of the matter, and to clear the Huang Palace's name. No need for such hostility." The expressions of the Night Lord and the others darkened, leaving them silent. "Since the Huang Palace is innocent, we shall rest easy. Third brother, let us depart," stated the Qing King to the Yu King. The Yu King cast a glance at the others and rose from the hall. "We bid farewell to Your Highnesses, my lord." The Night Lord and the others clasped their fists, their faces devoid of emotion as they saw them off. "Curse it, what a colossal burden, attempting to cast it upon us. The dynasty is truly excessive," Director Lu Ming could not help but complain. The Night Lord's countenance darkened as she replied, "Indeed. Our return from the Sea tribe is unorthodox, and suspicion is inevitable. However, this matter bears no relation to us. We act with righteousness, and the worst outcome would merely be soul refinement and memory extraction. Should it come to that, I would willingly sacrifice my life to prove the Huang Palace's innocence." "No, my lord. As the head of a palace, it should be I who makes this sacrifice," Director Lu Ming interjected promptly. "Master Gong, Brother Lu, the situation has not escalated to that extent. There is no evidence to suggest that our arrogant palace is at fault. Surely, the two princes Wu and Ti indiscriminately cast aspersions upon us, as we have no enmity with them," remarked Director Dongfang. "Let us hope that is the case. Yet an unsettling feeling has arisen within me," sighed Master Yi. The two princes emerged from the palace, making their way towards the outskirts of the arrogant palace. "Brother, you cannot truly believe their words, can you? What savior could possibly come to our aid?" scoffed Prince Yu from the side. "If you do not believe, how could I?" retorted Prince Qing, casting him a sidelong glance. "But do we possess any evidence? Can we prove they are the traitors?" Prince Yu smirked darkly, saying, "Currently, the great Xia is engulfed in public outrage due to this matter. What the emperor desires is for someone to quell the discontent regarding the royal oversight and defense failures. We need scapegoats, and our arrogant palace, aligning with the predictions of the national master, is the perfect candidate to bear the blame." Upon hearing this, Prince Qing narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that we pin this blame squarely on the arrogant palace?" Prince Yu laughed coldly. "This is an opportunity presented to us. If you do not seize it, I shall take it upon myself." The arrogant marquis, overhearing their exchange, was left trembling in fear, pretending not to have heard anything. Prince Qing turned, surveying the vast arrogant academy, his gaze gleaming coldly. "Indeed, upon careful reflection, what the emperor craves is someone to shoulder the responsibility and deflect the blame from the royal family. It seems this burden shall rest firmly upon the arrogant palace." The two exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding revealing a sinister intent to shift blame, reminiscent of those who maliciously conspire to frame others to divert attention from their own misdeeds. Meanwhile, the arrogant marquis, feigning ignorance, silently lamented that the arrogant palace was destined to become a sacrificial lamb. "Lord Marquis," Prince Qing called to him. "At your service," the marquis replied. "Over the next few days, seal off the entire arrogant academy. No one is to enter or leave, understood?" "Yes," the marquis nodded. "I will immediately deploy the Black Xian army to encircle the palace." "Third brother, you should know how to report this matter appropriately," Prince Yu said with a cold smile. "This is something I need not be instructed on by you." "Second brother," he replied. After their departure, a large contingent of the Black Xian army, clad in armor and all at the peak of the Yuanyang realm, was mobilized to secure the entire arrogant academy. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the academy, as numerous students attempting to exit were intercepted. On the third day, boom, a powerful shockwave of energy enveloped the stone chamber, within which a silver-white celestial wolf absorbed vast amounts of lunar essence. Its realm surged, breaking through to the fourth level of the Soul Moon realm without encountering any bottleneck. Xiang Chen's cultivation of the lunar true scripture also advanced to the fourth level of the Soul Moon realm. The convergence of lunar and solar energies formed a Taiji pattern beneath him, embodying the profound mysteries of yin and yang. Soon after, a terrifying celestial aura enveloped Jade Dragon Peak. Suddenly, fierce winds swept through the heavens and earth. On Jade Dragon Peak, many spiritual and towering trees swayed violently in the gusts. What is happening? A formidable pressure from the heavens and earth loomed. At that moment, upon the summit of Yulong Peak, all practitioners lifted their gazes skyward, their eyes drawn to the ominous clouds gathering above. Many, in a state of alarm, hastily exited their chambers, feeling an oppressive weight upon them. Suddenly, the sky rumbled as dark clouds surged forth, coalescing above Yulong Peak. This pressure heralded a tribulation, a heavenly trial. A voice exclaimed in astonishment, "Who has broken through to the Soul Moon realm?" As realization dawned, they beheld a figure soaring from the peak, standing upon a black and crimson heavy blade, ascending into the heavens. The clouds followed in pursuit of him. It is junior brother Xiang Chen. The tribulation clouds are following him. Could it be that he is undergoing his trial? Many recognized Xiang Chen and gasped in disbelief. By heavens, the tribulation has finally arrived. As Xiang Chen soared through the air, he glanced back at the clouds trailing him, inwardly reflecting, with both the yin and yang breaking through to the soul moon realm. I have finally completed my cultivation of the 10,000 demons sacred method at this stage. And now, the heavenly trial has come. O heavens, as I face my first tribulation, I humbly beseech you to be gentle. He gazed at the thickening clouds above, silently praying. How audacious of me to challenge fate. When I have been so arrogant in the past. Xiang Chen descended upon a desolate mountain range several dozen kilometers from Yulong Peak, landing atop one of its peaks. It was evident that this range bore the scars of past tribulations, pockmarked and charred. It served as the designated site for trials within the Yanzhou Academy, known as the Longmen Mountain Range. Its name held a beautiful connotation, akin to the carp leaping through the dragon gate, bestowing blessings upon practitioners to successfully transcend their tribulations and enter the soul moon realm. Why are there so many troops outside? At that moment, Xiang Chen's gaze inadvertently fell upon a distant gate of the academy, where numerous soldiers clad in black armor stood guard, encamped in temporary tents. However, he could not dwell on this for long, as he looked up to see the clouds thickening ominously above. With a resounding boom, the clouds revealed lightning spots the size of millstones, growing ever larger. Everyone, come quickly. Junior brother Xiang is facing the 9 heavens tribulation. How could this be? Didn't he already reach the soul moon realm? Has he not yet faced his tribulation? Indeed, it is true. Look towards the Longmen mountain range. Let us hurry over to witness. The news of Xiang Chen's tribulation spread rapidly throughout the Yanzhou Academy, reaching the ears of countless students, even stirring the higher-ups, teachers, and deans. What is happening? This young man has not yet faced the 9 heavens tribulation? The Dean Lu Ming and others found the news hard to believe. The Night Palace Master remarked, in the Soul Moon realm, there are indeed secret techniques to temporarily evade the perception of tribulations. However, such actions would intensify the wrath of the thunder. Could this young man be shielding himself from the trial's awareness? That is a possibility, Lu Ming concluded, believing it to be the only plausible explanation. On a towering peak, reaching heights of 700 to 800 meters, Xiang Chen gazed at the increasingly ominous thunderclouds, his expression darkening as the ominous patterns grew more pronounced. The scale of his tribulation cloud was astonishing, spanning over 10 kilometers, while others merely contended with clouds stretching 1 or 2 kilometers. His predicament was indeed extraordinary. As he peered into the tempest, 3 distinct colors of lightning patterns emerged. Fiery red crackled with fire-based heavenly thunder, verdant green shimmered with wood-based heavenly thunder, and dark yellow flickered with earth-based heavenly thunder. By the heavens, it truly is a 5-element tribulation. It seems they are not being lenient with me, Xiang Chen muttered under his breath. 3 types of heavenly tribulations within the 5 elements. Good heavens. It was evident that Xiang Chen's situation was dire. The intensity of these 3 elemental tribulations was several times greater than that of ordinary lightning tribulations. Many students gazed in awe at the intertwining colors of the thunder in the sky, gasping in astonishment. Come forth. I shall face the heavens with a laugh, my heart unwavering in the face of adversity. What is a mere heavenly tribulation to me? Bring it on, Xiang Chen declared boldly, brandishing his sword towards the sky, his other hand gesturing provocatively, exuding an air of bravado. In truth, he noticed several junior and senior sisters watching him, since they were all destined to face the lightning. He might as well put on a show. Xiang Chen is so formidable and handsome. I adore him. Go, Xiang Chen, you can do it. Xiang Chen is so dashing. Defeat the tribulation, you can do it. At that moment, countless admirers were captivated by his audacity, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. Little brat, how dare you act so grand? Boom. The heavens rumbled with fury as the 3 colors of lightning intertwined into a terrifying spectacle. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, 3 deafening thunderclaps resonated, and 3 ferocious bolts of lightning descended from above. The colossal strikes, the size of water barrels, in crimson, emerald, and yellow, surged through the skies, covering several thousand meters. At that moment, the violent atmospheric pressure unleashed a tempest, causing trees to sway. The area within hundreds of kilometers was suddenly illuminated by the 3-colored lightning. With a determined step, Xiang Chen unleashed the power of the lunar force within him, transforming it into a vast, chilling barrier that enveloped him, prepared to withstand the tribulation. Boom. The 3 titanic bolts of lightning crashed violently against the icy shield he had conjured, which was several meters thick and harder than steel. Yet, Under the onslaught of such terrifying lightning, the barrier began to crack, the fissures expanding rapidly. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the 3 bolts of lightning surged violently into Xiang Chen's body. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end as he was enveloped by an overwhelming voltage, causing him to tremble violently. The mountain beneath him was struck by the thunder, and amidst the cacophony of destruction, a massive crater formed. Xiang Chen felt as though he were being scorched by flames, yet he could endure the pain. The onslaught of thunder persisted for over 10 seconds, and aside from his hair standing on end, resembling a punk, he emerged relatively unscathed. He exhaled a plume of dark smoke. Gazing once more at the swirling patterns of lightning in the sky with a cold smirk, how exhilarating. Come again. The heavens are too cruel. They provoke the wrath of the divine. The thunderous roars grew increasingly intense, accompanied by a surge in the power of the lightning. Subsequently, amidst the tumultuous clamor, 6 thundering booms resonated across the sky, heralding the descent of 6 bolts of divine retribution. Prepare for the strike, young warrior. Thunder slash. This time, Xiang Chen did not remain passive. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a ferocious blade strike, drawing the celestial lightning to him. As a 10-meter-long arc of thunderous brilliance cleaved through the air. Boom, boom, boom. 3 of the 6 heavenly bolts were struck, causing a series of explosive sounds to echo in the atmosphere. Dragon collapse. With no time to execute a second strike, Xiang Chen clenched his other fist and unleashed a powerful Tying dragon force against the remaining 3 bolts, resulting in explosions that extended hundreds of meters. However, the relentless heavenly thunder continued to rain down upon Xiang Chen's form. He roared, transforming into a celestial wolf-like figure to withstand the onslaught. His formidable physique, however, began to char under the relentless barrage of lightning. Celestial wolf light wave. The celestial wolf howled, releasing a Tying light wave to counteract and weaken the heavenly tribulation. This young man is truly formidable against the heavenly tribulation. The intensity of this thunderous wave would likely spell doom for anyone at the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm, exclaimed Lu Ming in astonishment. The Night Palace Master remarked gravely, if it is this fierce in the first round, what lies ahead? Before the awestruck gaze of all present, the first round of the heavenly tribulation concluded. The celestial wolf still bore the intertwining threads of lightning, yet ultimately withstood the force of the storm. Nearby, a heavenly umbrella hovered, ready to be employed should his physical form falter. The benefits of resisting the heavenly tribulation with one's own strength were substantial. Xiang Chen could sense his body growing stronger under the refinement of celestial power, and the lightning served to enhance the potency of his true essence and magical energy. However, should he be unable to withstand it, he would be reduced to ash. What a thrill! Amidst the tingling pain within, Xiang Chen felt his cells renewing and evolving, bringing forth an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Perhaps I have a masochistic streak, he mused with a smirk, defiantly challenging the heavens with his gaze, nearly gesturing an obscene sign. Above, the thunder rumbled as the lightning absorbed the essence of the world, growing ever stronger. It granted Xiang Chen a fleeting moment of respite, allowing his recovery of true essence to heal his physical wounds. Xiahou Wu, Tianyu, Xia Qingzhou, and over 30 members of the Yanzhou Society, both internal and external, remained focused on Xiang Chen, their hearts tethered to his fate. Though numerous, most members of the Yanzhou Society had been dispatched by Tianhua to strategize in the ancient wilderness. At last, the lightning intensified, signaling the arrival of the second round of heavenly tribulation. Xiang Chen had transformed into the celestial wolf, wielding the enormous dragon K-blade. His expression solemn, his body slightly bent, poised to unleash his power. Boom! At that moment, 3 bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, merging into a terrifying dark red column of heavenly wrath, 5 to 6 meters thick, piercing through the heavens with an even greater intensity than before, embodying the combined might of the 3 bolts. Attack! Xiang Chen roared, launching himself skyward with explosive force, raising his blade high. Thunder-shattering slash. The Dragon K blade vibrated with a fierce hum, enveloped in intertwining golden lightning, as he unleashed a 20-meter-long arc of golden thunder upon his foes. Thunder rumbled as 2 bolts of lightning collided, unleashing a terrifying explosion of light that enveloped the surrounding area in arcs of electricity. The relentless pillars of thunder clashed for 1 second, 2 seconds, and upon the 9th second, Xiang Chen's strike shattered. The ferocity of the lightning surged within him, and he let out a pained roar as the electric energy invaded his being, seemingly intent on annihilating everything within him. At that moment, 6 additional bolts of thunder struck him violently, battering his body relentlessly. Xiang Chen's skin cracked, flesh ruptured, and his bones began to weaken. In that critical instant, he crushed a medicinal pill within his mouth, a blood elixir, crafted from the essence of the ancient sea dragon's blood. A torrent of potent blood energy surged into his body, aiding him in resisting the onslaught of lightning, merging with his flesh and blood. In this struggle, his body instinctively began to absorb the energy voraciously, growing stronger and evolving. The speed of this evolution surpassed all expectations. The body is a unique microcosm. When faced with external threats, it adapts, enhances, and evolves to safeguard itself. The lightning intertwined around him, while he fervently absorbed the power of the blood elixir. At last, the relentless thunder from above ceased, marking the end of the second round of tribulation. Many witnesses sighed in relief, gazing with admiration at Xiang Chen, who radiated with the brilliance of thunder. This was a testament to his innate ability to confront the heavenly tribulation without relying on protective artifacts. However, Xiang Chen found himself in a wondrous state. As the heavenly calamity entered his body, a profound essence of the universe descended, and he seized this extraordinary insight, encountering the principles inherent within it. This principle was the law of heaven, or rather, the law of celestial thunder. Thunder, born of the cosmos, often accompanies celestial might, embodying the very essence of divine authority. Thunder possesses its own laws, the thunder law. The law of heaven governs the skies, the law of earth governs the ground, the laws of the limbs govern the seasons, and the organs correspond to the 5 elements. Contemplation, spirit, and intention grasp the mechanisms of the universe, summoning the divine to unleash thunder. Xiang Chen murmured to himself as the lightning enveloping him did not dissipate. Instead, it multiplied. This lightning was birthed from within him. It became evident that from the true Yin pill within him, according to his insights, celestial thunder patterns were coalescing. The surging true Yin essence could transform into true Yin thunder. The minor disruptions of the heavens testify to the righteous path, the foremost of all Taoist principles. Affirming his divine powers, the thunder law, Xiang Chen whispered, and within his heart, an extraordinary scripture of memory surged forth. Was it the arcane arts from the sacred text of all beasts? He exhaled deeply, as at that moment, an explosive expansion of his true energy erupted within him. He ascended to the 5th level of the soul moon realm, the source of all yin and yang, capable of manifesting myriad paths. The Taiji encompasses the universe, giving rise to the dualities that symbolize yin and yang. From these dualities arise the 4 symbols, representing the cardinal directions and the 4 great spirits. The eastern symbol is the azure dragon, embodying the element of wood. The western symbol is the white tiger, representing metal. The southern symbol is the vermilion bird, symbolizing fire. Behold the northern elephant, known as Xuanwu or Xianming, representing the element of water, positioned among the 4 symbols. The earth embodies profound virtue and the Holy Spirit of the Qilin. From the 4 symbols arise the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and the 12 paths, encompassing the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, including the art of thunder. Yin and Yang, the Taiji, represent the oneness within the cosmos and the source of the Tao. The refining and fortification of thunder have propelled Xiang Chen and the true Dan of the Taiyin and Taiyang to simultaneously break through to the 5th heaven of the soul moon realm. At this moment, the thunderclouds of heaven and earth have yet to dissipate, and one final round of 9 thunders remains. Within the calamity clouds, the lightning surges, and amidst the rolling thunder, 2 streaks of lightning are born. One streak is a deep blue, while the other is a pure golden hue. The Kuei water thunder and the Gung metal thunder. My goodness, is the heavens truly so stingy as to unleash the great heavenly calamity of the 5 elements upon me? Before Xiang Chen could revel in joy, his expression changed dramatically at the sight above. The overwhelming pressure had entirely surpassed what could be endured within the soul moon realm. Tremble, mortals! Fear, you who cling to the walls. The 5-colored heavenly thunder royals, rendering even the knowledgeable night palace master aghast. The great heavenly calamity of the 5 elements. This signifies annihilation. Heaven and earth seek to eradicate Xiang Chen. Night palace master exclaimed in shock. How could this be? What heinous act has this lad committed to incur such wrath? Lu Ming also cried out in astonishment. Typically, such a heavenly tribulation descends upon those deemed irredeemably wicked, individuals whom heaven desires to destroy. However, legend speaks of another interpretation. This kind of calamity may also befall prodigious talents who surpass the cosmic order of Tao. The majesty of heaven cannot be offended. The universe does not permit the birth of any existence that may transcend it. It is akin to a world's internal defense system detecting a potential virus that could surpass its defenses. It must eradicate it. Xiang Chen embodies this virus, a defier of heaven. As he sensed the destructive waves of thunder, his expression grew grave. Yet, the onlookers beheld him slowly raising a hand with imposing confidence. This hand, resplendent and graceful, formed a fist, with only the middle finger extended. The crowd was taken aback. This fellow still had the audacity to provoke the heavens. With a thunderous roar, it seemed the heavens were indeed enraged. The 5 streaks of lightning surged and merged into one, releasing an oppressive force that even the powerful in the Lingxiao realm found terrifying. Crack! 9 bolts of lightning roared, converging into a singular force, transforming into a long, serpentine thunder dragon that descended with a mighty howl. This roar reverberated through the cosmos, akin to a dragon's chant, as the 5-colored thunder dragon, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, charged downward towards Xiang Chen. Tianqian umbrella. Xiang Chen bellowed, and the Tianqian umbrella flew forth, unfurling its vast canopy to shield him. Xiang Chen's immense power surged into the umbrella, enveloping him in a radiant shield. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of countless witnesses, the thunder exploded, and the terrifying force rained down. Bang! 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 The mount trembled, the earth erupted, and the entire peak was obliterated. Under the might of the thunder, the mountain exploded entirely. Dog! Xiahou Wu roared. Brother Chen, the members of the Yanzhou Society were equally taken aback. Xia Qingqing's expression was grave, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the figure amidst the lightning, proclaiming, Brother Xiang Chen is unharmed. There is no need for concern. Within the cataclysmic multicolored lightning, the Tianqian umbrella exhibited formidable defensive power, shielding Xiang Chen from the onslaught of thunder. However, the overwhelming pressure from the heavens had already sent Xiang Chen crashing to the ground, landing in a crater that had been forcefully created beneath him. As the celestial lightning descended, the earth quaked violently. This was no ordinary tribulation. It was a heavenly calamity of unprecedented magnitude. A senior brother, who had long since passed through the 9 heavens tribulation, trembled in fear. This was not a typical 9 heavens tribulation. It was the great 5 elements tribulation, a harbinger of annihilation, indicating that Xiang Chen had perhaps incurred too much wrath from the heavens due to his numerous transgressions. A concerned teacher remarked gravely, the great 5 elements tribulation? Many had never even heard of such a thing. Ha! Oh, heavens, you didn't foresee that I possess such a life-saving treasure. The foreign elder is truly reliable. Xiang Chen exclaimed, laughing heartily as he braced himself with the Tianqian umbrella. Boom! At that moment, the storm clouds above coalesced, forming a final, devastating bolt of lightning that descended with even greater force. Crack! Crack! The defensive barrier of the Tianqian umbrella emitted a series of cracking sounds, struggling to hold its ground. No way. Tianqian umbrella, you are the best. Hold strong. I believe in you. Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The Tianqian umbrella seemed to respond. I can hardly believe this myself. Suddenly, a section of the umbrella shattered, allowing a terrifying bolt of lightning to penetrate and strike Xiang Chen. Ah! Xiang Chen let out a blood-curdling scream, his hair standing on end as he was instantly charred black, transformed into a shadow of his former self. Oh heavens, I was wrong. I'm still just an 18-year-old child. Xiang Chen wailed, desperately clinging to any semblance of hope, embodying the essence of challenging divine wrath, proving that one must act to survive. Then, the final surge of lightning descended, and with a resounding explosion, the Tianqian umbrella shattered, leaving only its skeletal frame. As the last bolt struck Xiang Chen, his body erupted in a torrent of blood, and he was driven deep into the earth. In that instant, the overwhelming power of the storm dissipated. Brother Chen, junior brother Xiang. Instantly, the onlookers rushed forward, the Yanzhou brethren filled with urgent concern, all dashing towards the site. They beheld a deep, charred pit where only a blackened, smoking figure lay. Dog! Brother Chen, Xiahou Wu cried out in anguish, leaping into the pit to gather the ashen remains of Xiang Chen. Upon seeing him, the crowd gasped. Xiang Chen had been reduced to a mere cinder, his features unrecognizable, eliciting a wave of sorrowful cries. Brother Chen has perished. Is Brother Chen truly dead? Ah, Brother Chen. The Yanhuang brothers encircled Xiang Chen, howling in grief, while Xiahou Wu joined in, tears streaming down his face. Cough, cough, brothers, I believe I can still be saved. At that moment, against all odds, the seemingly lifeless Xiang Chen coughed, expelling a cloud of black smoke, and weakly extended a hand, murmuring, "Dog, you're not dead? Who are you trying to scare?" Wu Qiujian remained motionless. Xiahou Wu, overwhelmed with joy, slapped Xiang Chen on the shoulder. "Be gentle. It hurts. At this rate, I might as well be killed by you, you fool." The already fragile bones of Xiang Chen's shoulder cracked under Xiahou Wu's forceful slap. "It's too difficult. From now on, I can only meet the monkey at noon, or I will eventually be doomed by his hands." Chapter 861. The accusation of guilt. At this moment, a purple cloud manifested in the heavens, embodying an inexplicable aura of Tao. This cloud condensed into dew, transforming into a beam of violet light that shot into Xiang Chen's body. Within this radiance lay a droplet of spiritual essence, surging into Xiang Chen and igniting a remarkable vitality and energy within him. The purple dew, a heavenly blessing. Even the heavenly Tao bestows a sweet date after a slap. Instantly, Xiang Chen's injuries began to heal as if spring had returned to withered wood, vitality blossoming wildly. His extensive lightning injuries, under the life force of this purple dew, astonishingly healed at an unprecedented pace. Moreover, the realm he had just broken through became firmly established, with his meridians, flesh, internal organs, and even his true Dan absorbing this energy, causing his power to surge dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm, poised to break into the 6th level at any moment. The charred skin and scars on Xiang Chen's body peeled away like mud, revealing fair and tender skin beneath. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, gazing at Xiang Chen, who stood exposed before them once more. The gathered women, including Dugu Yumeng, screamed in shock and immediately covered their eyes, peeking through their fingers. "Xiang Chen, you rogue. Oh no, my eyes are tainted. Xiang Shidi, you must take responsibility. My heavens. So this is how men are. Wow, Chun Gu is incredible. It's so spectacular. I feel inferior." The surrounding women gasped in astonishment, while Xiahou Wu and the others stared at Xiang Chen, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Xiang Chen's face flushed crimson, and in an instant, he vanished underground, surrounded by a glow of runes, utilizing the heavenly Kuan escape technique. How embarrassing. He had been seen again. The terrifying lightning force had already torn his Tianxian umbrella apart, let alone his clothes. Meanwhile, Night Palace Master and the others withdrew their astonished gazes. "Palace Master, someone actually survived the Great 5 Elements Heavenly Tribulation. Have you ever heard of such a thing?" Lu Ming murmured in disbelief, glancing at Night Palace Master. "I have only heard of the Great 5 Elements Heavenly Tribulation. I have never seen anyone successfully endure it. This is the first I've heard of success." "The future path of this young man is beyond estimation," Night Palace Master replied, also regaining her composure. "This young man is truly enigmatic. I wonder who his master could be. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that Elder Yang holds him in such high regard, even granting him the Tianxian umbrella. By the way, Palace Master, what does this imperial dynasty signify?" "The people from the Huanghe Mansion have been gathered here for an entire day and night," Director Lu Ming remarked, casting his gaze toward the distant military camp. Night Palace Master's expression darkened, her heart filled with an inexplicable unease. She hoped it would not unfold as she feared. "If the army does not retreat by tomorrow, we must prepare for the worst," she said solemnly. Xiang Chen emerged from underground, having donned his attire, to find the crowd still gathered, their astonishment palpable as they gazed upon the mountain peak shattered by the heavenly tribulation. The accomplished masters of the Soul Moon realm were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the recent lightning strikes, contemplating the flattened summit and the massive crater left in their wake, wondering if they themselves could withstand such divine wrath. Xiang Chen picked up the remnants of the Tianxian umbrella, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The crystalline canopy was shattered into countless fragments, leaving only the umbrella's skeletal frame. Had it not been for this artifact, he might have been compelled to reveal his true demonic form to endure the tribulation, consequently jeopardizing his stay at the Guangzhou Academy. Elder Yang, my heartfelt gratitude, he silently expressed. Elder Yang had yet to return, thus he had been unable to return the artifact, which had ultimately saved him this time. Xiang Chen channeled his true essence into the skeletal frame of the Tianxian umbrella, gathering and controlling the intricate patterns of the magical seals. The surrounding shards of the crystalline canopy flew toward him, enveloping the umbrella's frame, which was now riddled with cracks. Its restoration would require Elder Yang's formidable magical prowess to nurture it back to life. "Dog, are you unscathed?" asked Xiahou Wu. "Just moments ago, you nearly crushed me. What do you think?" Xiang Chen shot him an exasperated glance. "Congratulations, brother Xiang Chen, on overcoming the fifth tribulation of the 3-9 heavenly tribulation," Qing Cheng chimed in. "The recent violet light was the violet dew of sweet rain, which can solidify your foundation and heal any latent injuries within your body. It seems fortune has arisen from misfortune." Xiang Chen smiled. "At least the heavens have shown some mercy, a slap followed by a date, as they say. This tribulation has significantly enhanced the richness of my true essence and the strength of my body." He clenched his fist, gazing at his palm. "I can feel that my power has more than doubled since before the tribulation. Huh. We must spar again sometime. I'm curious to see how strong you've become." Xiahou Wu laughed. Just then, a startled cry pierced the air. The sky darkened as the sun dipped below the horizon, night descending upon them. Outside the Guangzhou Academy, a cacophony erupted as throngs of soldiers clad in black Xian armor, wielding long spears and battle blades, surged toward the academy's gates. More than 60 or 70,000 soldiers of the Black Xian army had converged upon the academy's vicinity, exuding an overwhelming aura of martial prowess. The Black Xian army was the mightiest force in the region, with its lowest-ranked members at the 4th level of the Yuanyang realm. Formidable practitioners within the realm of Zhongtian. The streets echoed with the sounds of armor clashing. "What is happening? Why have so many Black Xian troops been mobilized?" The onlookers murmured, their curiosity piqued as they peered at the gathering force. "Quickly, seal the gates and surround the entire Guangzhou Academy. No one is to enter or exit. Archers, ready your bows to prevent anyone from fleeing into the skies," commanded the generals as their troops sprang into action. Numerous archers, equipped with 9th-grade precious bows, knocked their arrows, aiming menacingly at the skies above the academy, their arrows capable of piercing targets miles away. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of the Guangzhou Academy, a robust man mounted on a dragon steed, clad in imposing general's armor, bore a stern visage. It was the Marquis of Huang. Beside him stood two principal figures, King Qing and King Yu. The imposing figure of Duke Huang declared with authority, upon thorough investigation, "It has been confirmed that the Knight Master of the Guangzhou Academy and its students have colluded with the Sea and Demon tribes, causing turmoil in the imperial capital and endangering the safety of the great Xiao. With irrefutable evidence at hand, by decree of His Majesty, a massacre order is hereby issued against the Guangzhou Academy. Those within its walls are to be executed without mercy." Duke Huang's stern and chilling voice reverberated, instilling shock and terror among countless students and teachers in the outer academy. "What? Injustice? This is an outrage. The Guangzhou Academy has been wronged. We have not colluded with the Sea and Demon tribes. This is false. There are slanders against our academy. We are loyal to the great Xia and have never betrayed it." At this moment, a multitude of students and faculty from the outer academy cried out in protest. Chapter 862, Hell on Earth. The divine machine cannons are ready. Outside the Guangzhou Academy, a general issued a command. A cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted. Towering cannons, each 7 to 8 meters long, resembling colossal beasts poised to strike, were positioned outside. Spirit crystals, refined from high-quality spirit stones, were loaded into the chambers. These crystals, resembling elongated projectiles, were adorned with powerful inscriptions. The divine machine cannons, a formidable weapon forged through the union of craftsmanship and talismans, possessed astonishing power. At this moment, no less than 100 massive cannons were aimed at the Guangzhou Academy. "Fire!" commanded Duke Huang coldly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the roar of hundreds of cannons erupted like thunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air tore apart the sky. Hundreds of powerful cannon shots erupted, transforming into vast crimson orbs descending upon the Guangzhou Academy. Each projectile possessed the might comparable to high-grade spirit-level talismans, capable of obliterating even the most formidable foes. In the western courtyard, tens of thousands of students looked up in terror as the crimson orbs descended. A deafening explosion resounded as one orb struck the dining hall of the western courtyard, resulting in a cataclysmic blast. A terrifying shockwave imbued with raging true fire surged forth, enveloping an area of 5 to 6 kilometers. The entire dining hall erupted in flames. Within the dining hall, hundreds of teachers and students screamed in horror, obliterated by the explosion or consumed by the engulfing crimson flames. The firing range of these divine machine cannons astonishingly reached several dozen kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. As the projectiles rained down, the entire western courtyard was instantaneously engulfed in explosive fire. No, sister, save me, brother. At this moment, the western courtyard transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Over 100 projectiles fell, covering a radius of 70 to 80 kilometers with firepower. Those below the Yuanyang realm were reduced to ashes. Countless disciples cried out, becoming engulfed in the consuming flames. Roar! Many of the academy's beast mounts perished amidst the bombardment. The 4 outer courtyards of the academy, particularly the western courtyard, were utterly transformed into a nightmarish inferno, with tens of thousands of outer disciples wailing and screaming, reduced to mere ash and scorched earth. At the same time, the northern courtyard, southern courtyard, and eastern courtyard, the thunderous artillery shells rained down, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction, capable of shattering even the strongest masters. The archaic lord's estate. No, the female dean, the eastern dean, roared in fury, rallying a group of teachers to counter the falling shells. However, their efforts were in vain. The bombardment was too relentless for them to defend against. A formidable Soul Moon Realm expert, with a sword slashing through the artillery's light, intercepted one of the shells mid-air, causing it to explode. Yet, this teacher was also overwhelmed by the blast, her defenses shattered, her body sent flying, bones and organs crushed. The 4 outer courtyards lay engulfed in the fiery onslaught. In contrast, the inner palace area, a fortified inner city, remained untouched, shielded from the bombardment. 7,000 disciples of the inner palace ascended into the sky, gazing outward at the outer courtyards consumed by crimson flames, their faces pale and eyes wide with horror. Second brother, many inner palace disciples cried out in anguish, frantically rushing towards the outer courtyards where their loved ones resided. On Longmen Mountain, Xiang Chen and others were equally stunned, witnessing the inferno engulfing the outer courtyards, their rage surging within. Mo Huan, you beast, what have you done? The Night Palace Master roared, unleashing an aura that surpassed the heavens, soaring into the sky, gazing at the raging flames engulfing the outer academies. Teacher, save me. My leg. I'm only 17. I don't want to die yet. The outer courtyard was a scene of despair, with over 100,000 disciples screaming in agony, consumed by the flames. Dean Lu Ming's eyes blazed red as he beheld his western courtyard transformed into a hellish inferno. What on earth has transpired? Who is responsible for this? He cursed in disbelief. Xiahou Wu also hovered in the air, his voice rising in fury as he surveyed the devastation. The archaic lord's estate. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy, the vast land shrouded in the power of his moonlit eyes. He saw the archaic lord, cold and indifferent, standing at the forefront of his army, flanked by 2 exceptionally powerful individuals, the kings of Qingzhou and Yuzhou, whom he did not recognize. Heavens, what has happened? How could this be? The outer courtyard is no more. Thousands of inner palace disciples erupted into chaos, their cries of despair, curses, and terror echoing through the air. The outer courtyard, a cherished place of cultivation for all, now lay in flames, transformed into a hellish landscape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the direction of the outer courtyard, beams of light surged forth. It was the Eastern Dean, Northern Dean, Southern Dean, and others, accompanied by dozens of Soul Moon Realm teachers fleeing to the inner palace, their expressions filled with anguish and rage. Master, the outer courtyard. It's gone, the Eastern Dean sobbed, tears streaming down her face. It was the Black Xian army of the archaic lord's estate. They were behind this. The Northern Dean gritted his teeth, shouting fiercely, Mo Huan, come out and face me. The Night Palace Master's voice thundered, resonating like a storm across hundreds of kilometers. The spiritual flames in the outer courtyard blazed for mere moments. Yet in that brief span, The 4 outer courtyards had been reduced to scorched earth. All buildings, houses, courtyards, and dining halls have been reduced to ruins. Scattered across the ground are charred remains, skeletal forms resembling burnt carbon, lying everywhere, with many in disarray, shattered by the explosions. Over 100,000 young students have transformed into blackened bones, as thick smoke billows into the air, cawing loudly. Vast flocks of crows seem to have sensed the scent of death and converge from above. The once vibrant academic district, filled with competitive disciples and couples, now lies in utter desolation, all reduced to ashes and bones. A formidable army of 60 to 70,000 approaches the inner palace from various directions. Meanwhile, some disciples who have managed to evade disaster in the secluded chambers, though injured and writhing in agony on the ground, their flesh cracked and burnt. With a swift thrust, a soldier from the Black Xian army drives his spear brutally into a student's skull, putting an end to his suffering. The soldier's eyes reflect a tinge of sorrow. Years ago, he too had trained in this very place. Yet, bound by military orders, he knows that defiance would lead to his demise and jeopardize his family, whose whereabouts are strictly monitored to prevent treachery. As the Black Xian soldiers tread upon the scorched earth, those who remain alive are ruthlessly slain. Chapter 863. The Battle of Breakout Deep Down. The Wild Marquis is reluctant to partake in such a grim endeavor. The students of the Wild State Academy, many of whom join his ranks upon graduation, become part of his forces. However, the empire necessitates a scapegoat. The inadequacies of the great Xia dynasty's defenses require someone to bear the blame. Can the emperor take the fall? Can the esteemed Central State Academy, revered as the Royal Academy, bear such a burden? Naturally not. Thus, the task is left to the Wild Palace, the least regarded and most unconnected within the 9 palaces. In simpler terms, the annihilation of the Wild State Academy means that the Wild Marquis will be slandered behind his back by countless individuals in the Wild State. Yet this disdain is one he must endure for the sake of the great Xia. The army advances swiftly, soon reaching the outer walls of the inner palace. On the battlements, thousands of inner palace students glare defiantly at the encroaching Black Xian army. Meanwhile, the Night Palace Lord observes the Wild Marquis, the king of Qingzhou, and the king of Yuzhou positioned behind the army. In that moment, clarity washes over him. It is not merely the Wild Marquis seeking to destroy the Wild State Academy. It is the 2 princes, the rulers of the great Xia, the imperial dynasty itself. Ji Baixian, Ji Yuming, why have you chosen this path? Why? Despite knowing in his heart, the Night Palace Lord cannot suppress his anguished roar of indignation. Ji Baixian and Ji Yuming, the 2 princes of Qingzhou and Yuzhou. The Night Palace Lord's inquiry is instantaneously comprehended by Xiang Chen, who realizes the identities of those beside the Wild Marquis. From 10,000 miles away, the indifferent king of Qingzhou, Ji Baixian, declares, the Wild State Academy has betrayed humanity, betrayed the great Xia, colluding with sea demons to disrupt the imperial capital. By royal decree, we shall eradicate these traitors to humanity. We are not traitors. We have not betrayed humanity. This is a grave injustice. We are wronged. At this moment, thousands of teachers and students cry out in anguish. With the evidence now irrefutable, the Wild Marquis, act. The indifferent king of Qingzhou commands. In the heart of the desolate prince, a faint sigh escaped, yet his countenance remained cold and unfeeling as he commanded, prepare the divine mechanism cannons. Aim at the inner palace. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, hundreds of divine mechanism cannons roared to life, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. All the instructors of the 8 great academies received their orders. Protect the students. Break through the encirclement. The Night Palace Master bellowed, and in that moment, an individual erupted with power surpassing the pinnacle of the Lingxiao realm, wielding a 3-foot-long sword to charge into the tempest of cannon fire. Release. With a single swing of his sword, a golden arc of light swept across, obliterating swathes of the incoming artillery. Break through the encirclement. The 8 great academies roared in unison, following the palace master into the fray. Brothers, kill. Let us fight. Xiang Chen roared, instantly transforming into a celestial wolfman. Kill. Over 30 brothers from the Yanhuang faction surged forth, abandoning the city to engage in battle. Kill. Thousands of disciples from the inner palace of the academy unleashed their true essence, charging towards the enemy forces that outnumbered them by tenfold. Just as they surged forward, artillery shells rained down upon the inner palace, resulting in a series of massive explosions. 100 or more lagged behind, engulfed by the explosive fire, met with a devastating end. Draw the precious bows, fire arrows. The desolate prince commanded sharply. 10,000 archers readied their precious bows, gathering their essence. Amidst the buzzing energy, bowstrings snapped taut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a torrent of precious arrows illuminated the sky, raining down upon the academy's disciples. Thud. One student was struck. His protective essence shattered, a gaping wound erupting in his body. Thud, thud. The cries of anguish echoed endlessly. A wave of arrows claimed the lives of nearly 1,000 unprotected students. Xiang Chen moved like lightning, evading the arrows as he charged toward the enemy. Xiahou Wu roared, transforming into a colossal war god over 10 meters tall, wielding the Tianke war spear, cleaving through hundreds of arrows, shielding over 30 Yanhuang brothers and other students. Boom, boom, boom. Among the enemy ranks, terrifying waves of true essence erupted as many generals of the Lingxiao realm, and even formidable beings beyond it, surged toward the 8 great academies and the palace master. Dragon Steed Cavalry, charge. As the distance between both sides closed, over 10,000 Dragon Steed warriors surged forth, mounted and wielding long spears, their overwhelming presence striking fear into many hearts. 10 brothers of the Yanhuang faction, form up and engage the enemy, Xiang Chen commanded. Then with a powerful leap, he transformed into a streak of light surpassing 5 times the speed of sound, crashing into the opposing cavalry. He reduced his form to a 10-meter size. The advancing cavalry felt a fierce wind sweep towards them, followed by a weighty pressure akin to a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. In the chaotic collision, the dragon steeds cried out in agony, their bones shattered, over 20 warriors flung aside by Xiang Chen's impact. Kill! Xiang Chen surged into the fray, brandishing the colossal Long K demon blade, executing a sweeping strike with such speed that it left no time for response. Thud, thud, thud. Blood splattered forth. With a single swipe of his blade, 26 foes were cleaved in two while still mounted, a scene of brutal carnage unfolding. Azura blade technique. Xiang Chen roared, wielding the Azura blade technique, as the lifeblood of those he vanquished surged into him, refining and enhancing into blade energy. He brandished the dragon-quelling demon blade and charged violently into the enemy camp. Amidst a formation of dragon steed cavalry, a colossal figure, shrouded in golden light and towering over 10 meters, descended. No. For dragon steed cavalrymen screamed in horror as both horse and rider were trampled underfoot. The war god trampled forth. The giant, over 10 meters tall, was Xiahou Wu, who plunged into the enemy ranks, unleashing a devastating wave of golden energy with a single stomp. With a cacophony of collisions, men and horses were thrown into disarray within 100 meters. 60 individuals were sent flying, obliterated in a single strike, breaking the 1,000 armies. With a single thrust of his spear, a 100-meter arc of brilliance erupted, and then he slashed in all directions. Those struck were invariably showered in blood, cleaved in twain. Swish! At Xiang Chen's side, a graceful figure emerged, wielding 2 spiritual swords, one white and one red. With a pair of crimson phoenix wings coalescing from her back, Xia Qingqing unleashed a dazzling brilliance with her dual swords, slicing through over 20 soldiers of the Black Xian army at a terrifying speed, so swift that those at the Yuanyang realm could scarcely discern her. In an instant, a shadow flashed past a Black Xian soldier, who felt a chill at his neck. Uffed. His head fell to the ground, and around him, over 20 others met the same fate. Her speed was no less formidable than Xiang Chen's. Inferno Blast. Tian Yu transformed into a 10-meter tall figure of fire, delivering a punch that coalesced molten rock and flames into a colossal fist, crashing down upon a group of warriors. Those struck were instantly engulfed by the terrifying magma flames, unable to extinguish the inferno that consumed them, turning them into living torches before they crumbled to ashes. Roar! Li Huan of the Yanhuang cadre howled as he transformed into a werewolf, leading 9 heavenly werewolves into battle. His adamantine claws effortlessly tore through the attacks and armor of the Black Xian army, leaving devastation in their wake. 32 remaining members of the Yanhuang society followed closely behind Xiang, Xia, Ho, and Yu, forming a spearhead of formidable warriors. Chapter 864, Duel with the Master. The Night Palace Master and his companions forged ahead, yet they were entangled by the enemy's formidable forces. A transcendent expert of the Ling Xiao realm intercepted the Night Palace Master head-on, while two other strongmen of the Ling Xiao realm loomed menacingly on either side. The Night Palace Master recognized this adversary, one of the top experts of the Huanghou Mansion, Mo Kun. Mo Kun, you two have trained at the Guangzhou Academy. Today, will you wield your slaughtering blade against your own juniors? The Night Palace Master thundered. Mo Kun, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, replied, Brother Yi, I have no choice. This is the order of the Marquis, the Prince, and even His Majesty. Surrender quietly, and perhaps there may be a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha, indeed. It is as I expected. The Night Palace Master laughed bitterly. The sea demon turmoil has stirred the people's ire in Central State. His Majesty and the dynasty seek a scapegoat. His gaze hardened, golden true essence igniting into flames around him, exuding a terrifying aura as he declared, My Huang Palace shall never become a scapegoat. Come, I'd rather die in battle. Mo Kun sighed, saying, Then I must send Brother Yi on his way. Let us engage. Kill. In that instant, he made his move. A mystical sword soared from his grasp, revealing itself to be a formidable 7th-grade spirit, sword of extraordinary power. Dragon Slash. With a swift motion, the sword unleashed a roaring wave of sword energy, transforming into the image of a blue dragon. A force so terrifying it could obliterate a mountain standing 1,000 meters tall. Kill. Concurrently, two other formidable beings from the celestial realm sprang into action. One summoned dozens of massive palm prints, each one a foot in size, crashing down from the heavens like a rain of fire. The other, wielding a spear that darted like a dragon, concentrated his energy into a lethal strike, piercing through 100 zhang of sky. 9 swords of heavenly flame, activate. The master of the Night Palace brandished his spirit sword, channeling his essence and power into a roaring blaze that coalesced into 9 colossal golden flame sword lights encircling his form. These 9 swords transformed into a torrent of overwhelming sword energy, charging toward the trio of attacks. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's shadow of sword energy collided with the incoming strikes, and the dragon's form, stretching several dozen meters, was cleaved by the fiery swords, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. The attacks of the other two were similarly shattered in a single blow, as the ferocious sword energy slammed into them, causing them to recoil with anguished cries, blood painting their bodies with crimson scars. An intermediate heavenly sword technique. Mo Kun's expression shifted slightly. The Night Palace Master stepped forward, swinging his spirit sword as 9 golden flame sword energies entwined and descended in a heavy strike. Kill. Mo Kun bellowed, unleashing a vast surge of sword energy in response. Amidst the explosive sounds, the Night Palace Master's strike descended with unyielding force, the blade's edge tearing through 100 meters of void and slicing into Mo Kun. Blood erupted as Mo Kun screamed, his body hurled away by the sword's might, nearly severed in twain. Open! The Night Palace Master shouted angrily. His sword aimed at the legion below, enveloping them in a wave of sword energy. With a deafening roar, the sword energy erupted over 3,000 meters, rending the earth with massive fissures and claiming the lives of no less than 700 or 800 soldiers. Advance. He carved a path ahead, and the students behind him followed, repelling the soldiers' attacks as they broke through. The air was filled with the sounds of agony, with students frequently falling, their bodies littering the escape route. In the distance, Qing Wang and his companions observed the scene with furrowed brows. This night walking moon possesses quite a bit of strength. Ji Rushue, go and eliminate him. Qing Wang directed a powerful figure clad in blue robes beside him. Understood. The formidable Ji Rushue nodded, and with a thunderous leap, he shot upward, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at the Night Palace Master. He too was a being surpassing the celestial realm. Yet his cultivation and prowess were superior to that of the Night Palace Master. Kill. Xiang Chen and his companions, the elite among the students, surged to the forefront. Thundercall. The brothers Dongfang Yuan and Dongfang Yuechu united their powers, unleashing a tempest of violent blue lightning that enveloped the skies, coalescing into dark azure storm clouds. Kill. The brothers shouted in unison, their hands gripping the lightning as they struck downwards. Boom, boom. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, obliterating the ranks of the Black Xian army, sending them bursting into chaos. The force of the thunder unparalleled. Yellow Spring's Forbidden Classic, 9 Hells of Cold Darkness. Xiang Chen charged at a group of over 10 adversaries, swinging his blade as the frigid essence of the 9 yellow springs erupted from within him. In the first move of the yellow springs forbidden technique, he achieved perfection in his cultivation. A chilling aura emanated from the 9 springs, enveloping the surroundings and instantly unleashing a wave of frigid air. Kill. A captain at the mid-heaven level of the Soul Moon realm, poised to strike, was instantly encased in ice beneath this pervasive chill. Simultaneously, 18 members of the Black Xian army also found themselves frozen solid. Xiang Chen vaulted over these figures, delivering a sweeping strike that cleaved through more than 10 adversaries in one fell swoop. Little beast, seeking death. In this battleground, a masterful presence erupted, charging directly at Xiang Chen. A centurion, having spotted him, surged forth with overwhelming true essence, transforming into a colossal handprint that descended with lethal intent. Xiang Chen roared in fury as 4 massive devouring evil vines expanded behind him, colliding forcefully with the oncoming palm. The ground shook violently as the fierce impact pressed down on the 4 enormous vines, relentlessly bearing down. Xiang Chen's complexion paled as he beheld the oppressive true essence seal descending upon him. Crushing dragon. At that moment, Xiahou Wu arrived, delivering a powerful punch infused with raging dragon energy. The heavens themselves seemed to respond as Tian Yu joined the fray, unleashing a massive column of molten lava to counter the onslaught. Damn it, I refuse to be bested by you. Be subdued. The master from the Lingxiao realm, beneath the small heavenly tier, bellowed, his true essence roaring as he conjured a seal that pressed down furiously. Twin swords ascend. At this juncture, Qingzhou gripped her dual spirit swords, unleashing the powers of the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix. The twin blades clashed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that coalesced into 2 intertwining sword dragons, surging forth. The spiraling sword energy struck upward, shattering the immense true essence seal with a thunderous explosion. How is this possible? The master from Lingxiao was taken aback as Qingzhou's twin swords tore through his defenses, leaving a gaping wound. Haha, well done, Qingzhou. Kill. Xiang Chen laughed heartily as the devouring evil vines extended and surged forward in a seamless assault. With a swift thrust, 1 vine pierced through the master's body, while 3 others ensnared him, their massive maws ripping and devouring. Ah! The master screamed in agony, his life force extinguished, his soul escaping, only to be consumed by a wave of ghostly mist. At that moment, a rain of arrows rained down upon the group, their power formidable. Xiang Chen's 4 evil vines transformed into gigantic tendrils, deflecting the onslaught of arrows. Yet, an even more terrifying masterful presence surged forth. Little brat, die? Another master had arrived. This newcomer, a gaunt middle-aged man, possessed true essence and power far surpassing that of the previous foe. He was Mo Shan of the Wild Marquis estate, dispatched by young Marquis Mo Shang to eliminate Xiang Chen, a master of the 5th level of the Lingxiao realm. His prowess was significantly greater than that of the earlier opponent. Spirit Mountain Seal, kill. He formed hand seals, conjuring a 10-zhong-tall silhouette of a yellowish mountain in the void, imbued with the terrifying force of millions, crashing down upon Xiang Chen. Devouring evil vines, rise. Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and in an instant, the swallowing sky evil vine transformed into a protective barrier, enveloping him. Boom. The ferocious strike landed violently upon Xiang Chen, and despite the defense provided by the vine, he was still forcefully knocked down. Thud. The body encased in the swallowing sky evil vine crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Dog. Brother Chen. Xiang Chen. Exclaimed Xiahou Wu, Xia Qingxing, and others, their faces pale with alarm. Die. Following this, the assailant unleashed another furious strike, intending to crush Xiang Chen with overwhelming magical power. Roar. From Xiang Chen's shoulder, a small white tiger erupted, growing to several meters in size, and unleashed the terrifying strength of a sacred beast to meet the oncoming attack. Rumble. The massive spiritual mountain seal was met head-on by the small white tiger. How is this possible? What kind of demon tiger is this? Mo Shan was slightly taken aback. The aura of this demon tiger still lingered in the Soul Moon realm, yet it was capable of resisting his suppression. Damn it, old dog, meet your end. Xiahou Wu bellowed, leaping into the air and swinging the Tianke battle spear fiercely toward the master Mo Shan. Thunder Palm, kill. The brothers Dongfang Yuan unleashed 2 bolts of violent lightning that surged forward. Ice Flame, Sword Lotus. Qingzhou erupted with the power of ice and flame, combining her dual swords. The sword energy converging into a red and white sword lotus that struck out. Humph! A group of juniors. How can you oppose a master like a dragon? Emotion scoffed, waving his hand, and a beam of spiritual light shot forth from within him, revealing a palm-sized jade shield. The jade shield radiated brilliance, forming a protective barrier that completely thwarted their attacks. Rumble. The combined assaults of the group crashed against him, yet were entirely absorbed by the protective barrier. Meanwhile, a fissure opened in the cherry blossom mark on Qingzhou's forehead, revealing a celestial eye resembling amber. Suddenly, the space before her seemed to dissolve, and the sword lotus pierced through the opponent's defenses, striking him decisively, causing an explosion of sword energy. Emotion was sent flying by the impact of the sword lotus, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. How is this possible? Emotion's eyes widened in disbelief. How had his defenses been breached so suddenly? Old dog. Below, Xiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression frigid. Divine soul, activate. In that instant, a sound akin to a whale's cry reverberated through the heavens and earth. The innate divine power of the foolish fish's soul erupted. Swish! Xiang Chen vanished in an instant. Emotion steadied himself, gathering his true essence and magical energy, preparing to charge downwards. However, at that moment, he felt a disturbance in the space behind him, and Xiang Chen's form suddenly reappeared. Die, old dog! Xiang Chen swung his blade violently, aiming for Emotion's head. Emotion, alarmed, surged forward at breakneck speed to evade the lethal strike. Nevertheless, the blade's edge grazed him, tearing open a wound and spilling forth blood. When did this little beast appear behind me? Emotion was struck with dread, instinctively retreating over a kilometer, feeling a burning sensation on his back. Kill. Subsequently, Xiang Chen vanished once more. In the next moment, a chilling brilliance descended from the heavens, a blade piercing down from above. Fully on guard, Emotion readied himself to flee. However, at that moment, the enchanting eye of heaven cast a terrifying gaze upon him, causing the space around him to constrict momentarily, and his speed to falter for an instant. It was precisely during this fleeting moment that Xiang Chen's blade descended. With a piercing sound, the sharp dragon-quelling demon blade penetrated from above. Emotion was struck down from above, blood splattering, a vivid explosion of red and white. The dragon-quelling demon blade ravenously consumed his life essence, while the moon charm ghost mist enveloped him, devouring his soul's moonlight. In that instant, the dragon-quelling demon blade erupted with an even more formidable blade aura. The fourth circle of spiritual patterns emerged upon the blade. The weapon had reached the fourth tier of spiritual grade. This power was comparable to that wielded by a master of the realm. Meanwhile, the moon charm, having consumed the soul's moonlight of two masters, unleashed a frenzied strength, directly breaking through to the great celestial level of the soul's moon realm, with ghostly energy surging. Xiang Chen grasped the dragon quelling as it fell, feeling the powerful blade aura within, akin to that of a master in the early stages, perfectly harmonizing with him. A smile of delight gracing his face. Indeed, this demonic blade existed for the purpose of slaughter and consumption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, hundreds of arrows of light descended upon them. Xiang Chen and his companions wielded their battle blades to fend off the onslaught, the clash of blade and arrow ringing out with a metallic resonance. Among them were attacks of spiritual arrow caliber, their ferocity almost unbearable. A scream erupted from the crowd as a member of Yanzhou was struck in the neck by an arrow, his head exploding. Seeking death, Xiang Chen roared in fury. Posey, assist me. Xiahou Wu immediately rushed to the front of Xiang Chen, shielding him from the arrows. Xiang Chen then leapt onto Xiahou Wu's left shoulder, while Bauer stood on his right shoulder, aiding in the defense. In that instant, the dragon-hunting bow appeared in Xiang Chen's hand. A surge of archery intent and wind energy enveloped him. 7 precious arrows simultaneously knocked on the bow, which then assumed the shape of a full moon. 7 stars chased the moon. Unleash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 arrows shot forth in an instant. Xiang Chen's technique was unceasing. Arrows continuously manifested from the Qingzhou ring, striking with lethal precision. Within a second, he could release 3 volleys, each consisting of 7 arrows, effectively launching 21 arrows in a single second. Such speed was unattainable for an ordinary person, even one who had lived 2 lifetimes as a solitary individual. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! Within a second, 21 arrows traversed 5 to 6,000 meters, targeting a line of opposing archers. The 21 adversaries merely heard a whistle before blood erupted before their eyes. With the explosive sounds of thuds, 21 heads burst apart, leaving the surrounding archers in a state of shock. Yet soon after, they too heard the whistling, followed by the explosive sounds of heads bursting. "Shield bearers, protect the archers!" shouted a centurion. A line of shield bearers, brandishing their great shields, rushed forward to defend. However, the arrows rained down, curving through the air like predatory bullets, each arrow striking the heads of their archers. The heads exploded like watermelons, the terrifying archery skill paralyzing the other archers, who dared not release their arrows and instead drew their shields for protection. Chapter 866. The Fall of the Teacher. The carefree king. What in the world? Where did this little brat come from? His archery skills are extraordinary. Old Zheng, let us go and eliminate him, the centurion bellowed, unleashing the formidable true essence of a master, transforming into a radiant beam that surged toward them. Excellent. Another master joined the fray. The centurion wielded a massive sword, cleaving through the air, the vast sword energy enveloping the area as the incoming arrows were effortlessly shattered by his strike. The two masters breached the arrow onslaught and advanced towards Xiang Chen and his companions. Thundercrash fist. Beside him, Master Old Zheng clenched his fist, channeling the power of thunder, and unleashed a punch that erupted with lightning. Boom! A ferocious punch of thunderous energy hurtled toward them. Retreat! Xiang Chen's expression shifted drastically as he shouted, utilizing his spatial power to swiftly evade alongside Xiahou Wu. The ground trembled with a deafening crack as the thunderous punch detonated upon impact. Little brat, meet your demise. The centurion, treading the void, brought his sword down upon the trio. Do not harm my students. At that moment, a colossal heavy sword descended. Clang! The two swords clashed, and a tempest of sword energy erupted, engulfing a radius of several thousand meters. A towering figure swung the heavy sword, intercepting the blow. Teacher! Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu instantly recognized this individual, the Vice Dean Xiao Zhan, who had once instructed them. He was also one of the other deans of the Western Academy. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, continue the breakout. I shall hold them here, Xiao Zhan shouted, then swung his heavy sword, charging towards the two opposing masters. Teacher, be careful, move, Xiang Chen urged decisively. For behind them lay a multitude of students who needed their leadership to break free. They were the vanguard of the sharp-edged group, leading the charge. In the chaotic melee, students fell, slain, and left to bleed on the battlefield. Of the 6,000 inner palace students, more than half had already perished. The enemy forces were immense, and they had only advanced halfway. Xiao Zhan single-handedly contended with the two masters. His swordsmanship was formidable, and his martial prowess profound, allowing him to hold both adversaries at bay. Whoosh! Yet, a powerful arrow pierced through the chaos, striking from the periphery. Bang! The golden arrow exploded against Xiao Zhan's back. Ah! Xiao Zhan shrieked, spitting a mouthful of blood, as a gaping hole was blasted through his back, his true essence faltering, and he was sent flying. On the battlefield, several thousand meters away, he drew his bow once more to target others, as a master archer sneered. The teachers from the academy, marked by him, fell victim to his arrows. Seizing the opportunity, the centurion struck, his blade slicing through the air with lethal precision, tearing into Xiao Zhan's body. Blood splattered as his chest was carved open, his innards grievously injured. Kill! He, the Thunder Fist Master, unleashed a punch imbued with thunderous fury. Bang! The punch obliterated Xiao Zhan's chest, piercing through and shattering his organs. Xiao Zhan coughed up blood, his eyes wide with fury, vitality waning. Teacher! The escaping Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu turned back to witness this scene, their eyes reddening as they cried out in despair. Break through now! Xiao Zhan, with his last vestiges of strength, roared fiercely. In an instant, a sword cleaved down, severing his head, which was captured by the captain, who claimed it as a military achievement. Meanwhile, his soul was drawn into the cycle of reincarnation, descending into the abyss of purgatory. Xiao Zhan had fallen. Yet, he was not the only one. Both the Northern and Southern Academies had also witnessed the fall of their respective deans. Teacher! Cried Xiahou Wu, his voice filled with anguish, as his aura surged violently, igniting with battle energy. The wrath of the war god was unleashed. His entire being ignited with a golden blood-like flame, entering a state of frenzy, his combat prowess rivaling that of a master, as he relentlessly carved a path forward. Drawing upon the power of the divine, he struck down his foes. Xiang Chen too unleashed his bloodline, transforming into a half-demon werewolf. The essence of moon charm merging within him, elevating his aura to that of a master. The werewolf possessed two forms, the spirit level and the bloodline level. The spirit level, though formidable, did not embody the true essence of a demon, akin to other beast-like spirits. The bloodline level, however, represented the genuine demonic tier, manifesting as a half-demon form, albeit the demonic essence was prone to leakage and detection. Little White Tiger donned a battle armor of the White Tiger, accompanying Xiang Chen as he unleashed a massacre on the left flank. The gathered for White Tiger golden swords wielding terrifying power, unmatched in the realm of Soul Moon. Capable of contending against masters, Tian Yu transformed into a magma giant, forging a path ahead, while Xia Qingcheng led the charge at the forefront, carving a bloody path beneath her twin blades. As they surged forward, numerous students fell in the fray. Meanwhile, the Night Palace Master encountered dire trouble. Ji Shui, a formidable being of the 8th layer of the Heavenly King level, in the realm above the Ling Xiao, known as the Carefree Realm. What does carefree signify? It denotes transcendence beyond the constraints of the earth, existing freely in the cosmos, a rare power capable of surviving in the void, embodying the essence of freedom in heaven and earth. Such a being is revered as a king. Among humans, they are honored as heavenly kings. Among the demon race, they are titled demon kings. Heavenly king level beings represent the pinnacle of strength in the wasteland, revered throughout the realm, regarded as sovereigns by ordinary cultivators. Carefree denotes a realm, while king signifies a title. The Night Palace Master stands as one of these kings. The Wasteland Marquis also belongs to this echelon. Such powerful beings number no more than 3 digits within the entire wasteland, amidst a population exceeding 2 billion. Ji Shui, in particular, is a king of the 8th layer of the Carefree Realm, 2 tiers above the Night Palace Master. The Sea Clan's Grand Elder, Sha Tong Tian, and the Moon Demon Queen, among others, transcend even the kings, their true strength to be unveiled later. The cataclysmic energy unleashed between the two combatants was akin to the explosion of a small nuclear warhead, creating an exclusion zone of several kilometers where no one dared to tread. Cultivators at the Soul Moon level would be utterly obliterated within the tumultuous energy waves of their battle, with only masters capable of withstanding the onslaught of their energy fluctuations. With the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Ji Shui continuously coalesced powerful true essence into bolts of lightning talismans, launching forth thunderous strikes far more terrifying than the calamities of the 9 heavens. Simultaneously, he wielded a blood-red blade, exuding a menacing aura, cleaving through foes with devastating precision. Night Xingyu found herself in a precarious position, desperately fending off the overwhelming heavenly thunder while simultaneously wielding her spirit sword to counter the onslaught, left with no choice but to defend rather than truly combat. At this moment, Ji Shui had formed a thunderous seal with both hands. The sky was filled with roaring thunder cymbals, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon, a creature of formidable size that surged forth with a ferocious roar. Its claw, imbued with terrifying lightning, descended with lethal intent. With a resounding crash, the sword of the Night Sovereign was shattered and sent flying by the overwhelming force. As torrents of thunder clashed against the protective essence surrounding the night's moon, the barrier held for but a fleeting moment before the blade's brilliance tore through it, leaving the Night Sovereign's chest grievously wounded and bloodied, as relentless lightning rained down upon him. Alas, his body erupted with electric energy, and he coughed forth blood, his internal organs battered by the thunderous assault, clearly outmatched. Chapter 867, The Affection of the Nightingale Sovereign. The astonished cries of several academy heads echoed in the air as they witnessed this unfolding calamity. They hastened to extricate themselves from their own foes and rushed to aid. Ji Shui hovered high above, casting a disdainful gaze upon the Night Sovereign, proclaiming coldly, "Your Highness, the Prince Qing, values talent. Should you choose to submit to him, there remains a glimmer of hope for your survival." As a once mighty monarch, the Night Sovereign was a rare powerhouse. His level of cultivation unattainable by ordinary individuals without centuries of arduous training. Ji Shui sought to recruit the Night Sovereign on behalf of Prince Qing, a notion that aligned with the prince's own desires. Struggling to rise, the Night Sovereign staggered, spitting blood as he glared at Ji Cang, declaring in a chilling tone, "The Prince of the Abyss will inevitably meet his demise for his unjust actions. One day, retribution shall come, and the ancient sages of my realm shall avenge us." With that, he nearly roared in anger. "Ha ha ha, how laughable! How many sages does your realm truly possess? They have all perished on the battlefield beyond, and none remain to seek vengeance for you. Since you are so stubborn and oblivious to your fate, then embrace death." Ji Cang sneered. Then with a swift motion of her hand, she unleashed a resonant blade, its lethal brilliance aimed directly at the Knight Sovereign, intent on claiming his life. Boom! At that moment, a surge of azure lightning appeared, transforming into a formidable thunder seal that struck fiercely against the blade. The explosion of thunder momentarily halted the assault. Yet a figure dashed forth. However, the blade's might was evidently superior to that of the newcomer, its momentum undiminished as it continued its deadly trajectory. With a splatter of blood, the blade pierced through, staining the surroundings crimson, as the blade found its mark upon the delicate form of the female academy head. The Knight Sovereign's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the figure standing before him, his heart shattering. Eastward. The Knight Sovereign trembled, gazing upon the pierced body of the Eastern Academy head, whose steps faltered as she staggered back, her pristine hands gripping the blade's hilt with unwavering resolve. East. The Knight Sovereign rushed forward, enveloping the Eastern Academy head in his embrace, as the blade remained firmly lodged in place, a blood arrow erupting forth. The Eastern Academy head lay cradled in the Knight Sovereign's arms. "Master, senior brother," she murmured, her voice trembling, her complexion pale, for her heart had been pierced. Old Aunt, Dongfang Sanqing and Dongfang Yuan, sensing the calamity, let out anguished cries, breaking away from their ranks and rushing towards the scene in a frenzy. Ji Cang, taken aback, raised her hand once more, twisting the blade in the air before withdrawing it. With a sharp gasp, Director Dongfang expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, mingling with shattered innards. Dongfang, Yingzi, and Yexinju hurriedly pressed their hands against the director's bleeding chest, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Senior brother, I cannot hold on any longer. You must lead everyone and escape," whispered Director Dongfang, her gaze tender and filled with affection as she looked at the Night Monarch. "We shall go together. We will fight our way out. Hold on." Yexinju's voice trembled with emotion. He and Director Dongfang belonged to the same era. In those days, he was already a dazzling genius on the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, while she was merely an ordinary student within the Inner Palace, secretly admiring his spirited youth and silently cherishing him. This feeling had endured for over a century. "I can no longer endure, but you must live and escape, senior brother. I had hoped to accompany you a little longer." Director Dongfang's blood-stained jade hand caressed Yexinju's cheek. The fiery-tempered female director offered a faint, serene smile. Before her hand fell limply, her beautiful eyes closing forever. "Yingzi, no. Wake up, Yingzi." Yexinju cried out to the heavens, his sorrowful wails echoing, piercing the hearts of those who heard. How moving indeed. However, this is the fate of your desolate palace, Night Monarch. Allow me to send you both to the underworld as a pair of ghostly lovers." Ji Cang sneered coldly, brandishing her blade. Yexinju held tightly onto the now cooling Director Dongfang, his cheek pressed against hers. "In truth, I have so much to say to you. I had intended to reveal my feelings for this journey of life. I too wish to accompany you. I am sorry that you have waited all these years." He murmured to himself, a sorrowful smile gracing his face. After striving for so many years to rejuvenate the desolate palace, it ultimately fell short against the might of imperial power. He laughed bitterly, a sound tinged with pain. At that moment, Ji Cang's blade pierced through Director Dongfang's body, striking fiercely into Yexinju as well. Yet, in the next instant, Ji Cang's expression shifted upon sensing something amiss. "Damn it, you dare no." She was filled with dread and turned to flee. "Yingzi, wait for me. I shall accompany you on this journey." However, Yexinju's body emanated a scorching golden light. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy erupted from his core, magnified tenfold. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a small nuclear explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave of golden energy. The circular blast wave expanded instantaneously, engulfing miles and tens of thousands of meters in an instant. The golden mushroom cloud ascended thousands of feet into the sky, as the Night Monarch and Director Dongfang dissolved into nothingness, merging into one. The spiritual blade also shattered with a resounding crash. The earth trembled, and the cataclysmic energy wave surged forth, enveloping Ji Cang at the explosion's epicenter. No! Ji Cang screamed in anguish, her body torn apart by the chaotic energy. The horrifying golden waves crashed into the surrounding ranks of the Black Xian army, annihilating them one by one or sending them flying. As the tempest of the earth surged, a terrifying wave of energy nearly swept across the entire battlefield, sending the rushing Eastern Brethren flying and rendering countless individuals unable to open their eyes. Master! Master! At the Qingzhou Academy, the remaining 2,000 students, along with Director Liu and Director Biming, could not help but shed tears at the sight. Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and others squinted against the storm, gazing in shock at the epicenter of the explosion. The master has fallen. A wave of sorrow washed over Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, igniting an indomitable fury within them. Daxia Dynasty. King Qing, King Yu, Marquis Huang. Xiang Chen's visage contorted in rage as he howled towards the heavens, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, threatening to engulf his reason. Lead all the students to fight their way out. In the vastness of the sky, the final anguished roar of Night Master resonated, after which his voice faded into silence. Kill! Director Lu Ming and the others bellowed, turning away in tears, igniting their true essence to break through the encirclement. King Qing waved his sleeve to shield himself from the swirling dust of the tempest, his countenance darkened with despair. Ji Cang, one of my most capable generals, has perished. Spare none. Leave no one alive. However, the numbers of the Black Xian army were overwhelming. Despite having slain over 10,000 in their desperate breakout, they could not evade their pursuers. Ultimately, they fought their way to the city walls of the outer academy, where the remaining 1,500 were completely surrounded. All around them stood the armored Black Xian soldiers, archers having reorganized their arrows, poised to unleash another wave of destruction. Directors Liu, Biming, and Nanyuan stood back to back, encircled by over 1,000 students. Among the 8 directors, only these 3 remained. Director Xiaozhan had fallen, Director Dongfang had perished, and Night Master was gone as well. A palpable atmosphere of despair enveloped them, and terror was etched upon the faces of most. Why? Why has this come to pass? We, the Huang Palace, have committed no wrong. A student knelt upon the ground, covering his face in anguish. It seems, brothers, we shall perish on the battlefield today. Xiahou Wu smiled through gritted teeth. Wounds numbering 12 marred his body, as Bauer tended to his injuries. No, I will not allow you to die. Xiang Chen's voice was icy, a sphere of vital blood materializing in his palm, coalescing into a devouring vortex, ready to consume at any moment. There is no choice left. We must fight to the last. However, once exposed, I fear I shall have to flee to the ends of the earth, and the great Chu will have to disband. My father, mother, all my kin, must accompany me into exile. He understood all too well the cost of such actions. This was not the East Sea, where too many were aware of his origins. Marquis Huang, King Qing, why? For an unfounded accusation, we are to be slaughtered. Director Lu Ming roared. Outside the Qingzhou Academy, numerous commoners and cultivators had gathered, stunned by the battle. They were oblivious to the true events unfolding. Some cultivators, with children studying at the Huang Palace, disregarded the peril and rushed in, only to be slain by the intercepting Black Xian soldiers. King Qing, with a cold demeanor, declared, "The collusion between the Huang Palace and the Sea Demons is irrefutable evidence. Your presence here constitutes treachery. By imperial decree, no mercy shall be shown." Director Lu Ming smiled bitterly and remarked, "What an irrefutable piece of evidence. The dynasty and the Central State Academy have failed to defend themselves, allowing the Sea Demons to exploit their weaknesses. Now, this blame is thrust upon us. Truly, what a foolish and tyrannical ruler we have. Disrespectful. How dare you defy the emperor? Fire! Eliminate them all," roared King Yu, issuing his command. 1,000 archers raised their arrows, prepared to fight. "We shall fight to the death," shouted Xiahou Wu. Xiang Chen, prepared to devour their essence. Yet at that moment, a resounding clang of a sword echoed, overshadowing all other sounds in the realm. A radiant azure light descended, as a colossal azure sword fell from the heavens, akin to a missile striking the formation of divine archers. Boom! A torrent of terrifying azure sword energy erupted, sweeping through the entire formation of archers. Splat! 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 In an instant, A rain of blood fell as hundreds, if not thousands, of divine archers were obliterated by this overwhelming sword energy, reduced to mere dust and flesh. The seismic wave of sword energy engulfed the multitude, sending thousands flying and claiming the lives of 2,000 to 3,000 around the epicenter of the explosion. The entire formation of divine archers crumbled, scattering in disarray, suffering massive casualties. King Qing, King Yu, Duke Huang, everyone stood in shocked disbelief, staring at the suddenly disbanded archers' ranks, utterly stunned. At the heart of the explosion, there lay a sword, a massive azure sword, towering like a mountain. A figure stepped forth from the void, moving with an apparent slowness, yet with each stride, he seemed to appear several kilometers away, his speed astonishing. The newcomer donned an ancient blue-green robe, his physique somewhat plump, his features not conventionally handsome, resembling more of a greasy uncle. Yet, in this moment, he radiated an overwhelming aura that instilled terror in tens of thousands, including Ling Xiao and the Heavenly King. As he approached the immense sword, it vibrated and levitated, transforming into a 4-foot azure blade that floated beside him. Elder Yang. It was Elder Yang from the library pavilion. Elder Yang had returned. In this instant, over 1,000 individuals within the Wild Palace recognized this middle-aged man. He was the esteemed elder from the library pavilion, the most enigmatic figure of the Wild State Academy, Elder Wang Yang. Who is he? This powerful presence left King Qing and King Yu's expressions drastically altered. Fear etched across their faces as they gazed at the coldly approaching middle-aged man. Elder Yang, save my Wild Palace, pleaded Director Lu Ming, Director Baiming, and others, falling to their knees in desperate supplication. As he strode through the throngs of soldiers, those around him faltered under the weight of his formidable aura. Many of the Black Xian army were struck and coughed blood, terrified and retreating. He surveyed the surrounding corpses, his expression dark and grim. Who are you? Duke Huang blustered, mustering his courage to inquire. I am Wang Yang, the 6th-generation former lord of the Wild Palace, from 785 years ago. The figure replied coldly. This revelation left Duke Huang aghast, his complexion shifting dramatically. The implications of a figure from 785 years past were staggering. Those of the Soul Moon realm can live for 300 years. Those of the Ling Xiao realm can reach 400. Even the lifespan of a heavenly king barely stretches to 500 years. This man was the master of the Wild State over 7 centuries ago. What level of power must he possess? The people of the abandoned palace were utterly astonished. The elder, who had always been lazy and unkempt in the academy, indulging in dubious literature and occasionally teasing the female students, turned out to be the palace master from over 700 years ago. Not only them, but even Dean Lu Ming and the other teachers were left gaping, clearly unaware of Elder Yang's true identity. Master Yi, the 10th-generation palace master, stood in stark contrast to the 6th generation. Dean Lu Ming was taken aback. There were 3 or 4 generations of palace masters between them. Such a formidable figure should have soared to the celestial realms by now. The 6th-generation abandoned marquis also paled, disbelief written on his face. He knew that Yi Xingyue was merely the 10th generation. During the 6th generation, his grandfather had just assumed the title of abandoned marquis, and he had not yet been born. King Qing and King Yuzhou exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. I wish to know what has transpired. Xiang Chen, respond. Wang Yang, shedding his usual playful demeanor, now bore an imposing and stern countenance. He turned his gaze to Xiang Chen. In truth, he had just arrived. Sensing the disturbance caused by Xiang Chen's tribulation, which had damaged the Tianxian umbrella, a connection to his own spirit, prompting him to hasten from afar. All eyes fell upon Xiang Chen, who discreetly collected his essence blood, his voice somber and cold. The great Xia dynasty has faltered in its defenses, allowing the sea monsters to wreak havoc in Zhongzhou, falsely accusing the abandoned palace of colluding with them and laying unfounded charges against it, issuing a decree to exterminate the demons. The abandoned palace, led by Master Yi, sacrificed himself to protect the students and perished in an explosion. Dean Dongfang fell in battle. Dean Xiaozhan met his end in combat. Tens of thousands of students became innocent casualties. The abandoned palace has continuously strived for self-improvement, never bowing down for years. Yet today, it faces an unprecedented calamity, a tragic injustice. I implore the old palace master to seek justice for the fallen palace master, deans, teachers, and the tens of thousands of students. Chapter 869. disdain for royal authority. Xiang Chen clasped his hands in a respectful salute, bowing deeply. At that moment, over 1,000 teachers and students followed suit, bending their bodies in a gesture of reverence, their voices filled with fury. We asked the old palace master to seek justice for the fallen palace master, deans, teachers, and tens of thousands of students. Wang Yang gazed at the blood-stained crowd, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, their charred remains igniting a fierce rage within his eyes. What a splendid emperor of the great Xiao! What a baseless accusation! What a collaboration with sea monsters! The abandoned palace has silently nurtured elites for your dynasty, only to receive this outcome in return. Excellent, truly excellent. Elder Wang Yang's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. This justice shall be claimed by me. In that instant, the reclusive sixth-generation palace master erupted with a sword aura that pierced the heavens. The tumultuous clouds, thousands of feet high, were rent asunder by this formidable sword energy, creating a terrifying fissure in the sky that stretched for over 10 kilometers. Grasping a 4-foot azure blade, he strode toward the army step by step. Over 10,000 soldiers were driven back relentlessly by this solitary figure, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon him. Though he stood at a modest height of about 1.78 meters, at that moment he appeared as a deity, exuding an overwhelming presence. Divine Mechanism Battalion, fire at will. The abandoned Marquis cried out in panic. Boom, boom. The Divine Artillery Camp unleashed a barrage of spiritual patterned projectiles, targeting Wang Yang and the disciples of the abandoned palace. Hundreds of devastating cannonballs descended upon them like meteors from the heavens. Yet, the sword beside Elder Wang Yang vibrated and transformed into a colossal blade, extending to 100 meters in length. With a single swing, the sword emitted a resonant hum, unleashing a wave of azure sword aura that swept forth like a tidal wave, enveloping and neutralizing the barrage of cannonballs. Each projectile, before it could detonate, was instantaneously reduced to powder under the might of that singular strike. With a powerful stride, Wang Yang transformed into a blinding flash, surpassing speeds of 20 times the sound barrier, traversing a distance of over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Protect the Lord. A group of formidable warriors braced themselves to confront him. However, a streak of azure light sliced through their ranks, and they were left aghast as they gazed down at their own chests, torn asunder by a single ray of brilliance. Elder Wang Yang had already materialized behind them, and with a chilling thud, bodies began to fall. The likes of Ling Xiao and Tian Wang were felled by merely a single stroke. The abandoned Marquis and the Azure King were struck with terror, their faces paling as they beheld the man who now stood before them. Elder, wait, the Azure King stammered, wishing to plead, but before he could finish, his vision blurred. Suddenly, he found himself grasped by the throat, lifted off the ground, much like his companion, the Ghost King. Both men, despite their own formidable prowess, were rendered powerless, akin to fledglings being held by their necks. The abandoned Marquis stood frozen in fear. Elder, please stop. We too act under the Emperor's orders. The abandoned palace is merely suspected of collusion with the sea demons. The Azure King, now pale, hastened to explain. I have dwelled in the abandoned palace for over a century. I know its innocence better than you. As for Ji Weiyang, I will personally escort you to speak with her. But first, you must both pay a small price. As he spoke, 2 streams of azure sword aura erupted from within Wang Yang, piercing through the 2 men. Their agonized screams echoed as the terrifying energies wreaked havoc within their meridians, shattering them into a sanguine sludge. Blood gushed forth from all 7 orifices, their entire circulatory systems obliterated, rendering their cultivation utterly nullified. No, how dare you cripple us? The Ghost King roared, his fury palpable, having been so close to achieving a higher realm only to be undone in an instant. My cultivation, the Azure King echoed in despair. Wang Yang smirked. I would dare to kill you both. For now, this is but a small price you must pay. He held the 2 bloodied figures aloft, and the surrounding army stood paralyzed, none daring to intervene. The abandoned Marquis trembled in fear, and Wang Yang's gaze shifted towards him. Elder, spare us, please. The military leader, terrified, dismounted and knelt before him. In this realm of power, titles such as Marquis or King were rendered insignificant. Merely a fleeting moment beneath the swing of a sword. This scene filled the surviving students with an overwhelming yearning for such power. To grow stronger, to spare no effort in becoming formidable enough to disdain royal authority. At that moment, Every young student clenched their fists and bit their lips, silently vowing to grow stronger. Xiang Chen, witnessing this scene, also swore with unwavering resolve to gain strength. This is the true prowess. Relying on external forces such as bloodlines is futile. Only with such unparalleled cultivation can one challenge the throne. Beside him, Xiahou Wu remained silent, yet his fists also crackled with tension, undoubtedly sharing the same sentiments. The sixth-generation palace master, Wang Yang, gazed coldly at the wild marquis and said, "I once owed your ancestor a debt of gratitude. Today, sparing your life repays that debt, but I must impart a small lesson to remind you of your responsibilities as the lord of the wild state, whose protection truly matters. The royal authority or your own people." With that, a cerulean gleam surged forth from Wang Yang. A piercing sound echoed. "Ah!" The wild marquis shrieked as a sword light severed his left arm into a mangled mass. Trembling in pain, he nevertheless expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for sparing my life." Wang Yang coldly replied, "The Wild State Academy is now your responsibility to protect. Should any harm befall them, I will return to raise your wild marquis manor with a single strike." "Yes, yes," the wild marquis replied, bowing deeply, his complexion pale, with one arm utterly ruined. Wang Yang's gaze turned impassive as he regarded the two bloodied princes he held in his grasp. "Whoever you may be, your treatment of us will not go unpunished." The Qing Wang roared, his eyes aflame with rage. To destroy his cultivation is far worse than killing him. "Fear not. I shall personally visit your imperial court to seek justice from Ji Weiyang. My ancestors of the Wild Palace fought valiantly for this realm. I must inquire if this is how they are treated." Wang Yang scoffed, tightening his grip until the fragile bones of their throats shattered, rendering them speechless. Such injuries would not claim their lives. He stepped forward, bearing the two with him, and soon stood before the remaining 1,000 or so individuals of the Wild Palace. Letting out a soft sigh, "This calamity may be the fate of the Wild Palace. Yet you must remember this humiliation and strive to restore the honor of the Wild Palace in the future. We shall engrave this in our very bones," everyone declared resolutely. Xiang Chen. Chapter 870. The Lament of the Academy. At that moment, Elder Wang Yang's gaze turned towards Xiang Chen, and a transmission of spiritual sound resonated within Xiang Chen's consciousness. Elder Xiang Chen responded to the ethereal communication. "You all cannot remain in the Wild State Academy any longer. I am heading to the Imperial Palace to seek justice, and the outcome is uncertain. For safety's sake, arrange for everyone to leave the Wild Palace and disperse." Elder Wang Yang's words astonished Xiang Chen. "Elder, can your strength not contend with the Imperial Court?" Wang Yang's voice continued in solemn transmission. "The Imperial Court has stood for thousands of years, possessing extraordinary foundations, including powerful figures like myself, and they are further bolstered by external forces. It is not within my solitary power to contend against this. If the Emperor of the Great Xia is resolute in placing this sin upon the desolate palace, I cannot alter the overarching fate. Indeed, I cannot even bring myself to slay these two individuals. It matters not to me, but should they be eliminated, you would inevitably descend into the remnants hunted by the imperial dynasty." A shadow of melancholy crossed Xiang Chen's face. It was evident that the truths of this world are still wielded by those in positions of authority and influence, relying solely on one individual. It is utterly impossible to transform this murky world, which has become the norm. If the ruler deems you as black, then you are both black and white. Very well. I shall communicate with my peers. Elder, if you cannot effect change, I shall inevitably seek justice for the desolate palace." Xiang Chen asserted with determination. Elder Wang Yang responded, "Your talent surpasses even that of my youth. Tread your path wisely, and do not allow hatred to drown your reason. Remember our pact." He and Xiang Chen had made a promise. When the time came, Xiang Chen would accompany him to rescue his wife. Xiang Chen had always kept this in mind. Should the elder require it, he would brave any peril alongside him. This was his solemn vow. Today, Elder Wang Yang had saved him, rescued his brother. He would forever cherish this act of kindness. Indeed, our venerable forebears of the desolate palace sacrificed their lives for the tranquility of humanity, most likely perishing on that battlefield. Yet, unexpectedly, this is the outcome we face, murmured Wang Yang, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he whispered the name Ji Weiyang. He lifted the two unconscious individuals and addressed the crowd. "I shall seek justice from the imperial court, and upon my departure, you will heed Xiang Chen's directives. He is my student." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, their eyes filled with envy as they turned toward Xiang Chen. The bond between him and the sixth-generation palace master was indeed one of mentor and disciple. It was no wonder that his strength was so formidable. At this moment, Xiang Chen's exceptional prowess found a reasonable explanation. He did not deny his lineage, having indeed practiced the Yellow Springs forbidden tome imparted by his mentor. Elder Wang Yang gazed at the desolate marquis, whose severed arm had been bandaged, his complexion pale. Upon meeting Wang Yang's gaze, the marquis promptly bowed and addressed him as senior. Wang Yang coldly commanded, "Take your people and depart. Do not set foot in the desolate palace. If any of your 1,000 disciples dare to harm even a hair on my students, prepare to face my wrath." "I would not dare. I would not dare. We shall leave immediately, senior," the marquis replied, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowing in submission, eager to vacate the premises. This man was far too terrifying. All commanders, withdraw, withdraw. With a single command, the army, previously suppressed by one man's might, swiftly retreated. Within moments, the Black Xian army had entirely vacated the desolate palace, leaving behind a throng of residents and cultivators, all of whom were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. "Father!" Numerous students rushed from the academy, lifting the bodies outside, weeping inconsolably. When they were besieged, parents had come rushing, attempting to break in to rescue their loved ones, only to be slain. "I am departing. Take care of yourselves." Wang Yang looked upon the crowd, then seized the two unconscious princes, transforming into a radiant beam and soaring into the sky, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. "Brother, palace master." After Elder Wang Yang departed, the students and teachers of the abandoned palace began their search for the remains of their friends and family. "What shall we do, Dogsy?" whispered Xiahou Wu, his face dark and cold. Xiang Chen gazed at the rising smoke and the desolate ruins of the academy, a place he had called home for over 2 years. Now reduced to ashes, many familiar faces transformed into charred bones. In this moment, he felt a profound sorrow. Surrounding him were over 100 people. Fortunate that most members of the Yanzhou society had been dispatched to execute the tasks he had planned, leaving only a few within the academy. "What is the toll on Yanzhou?" Xiang Chen asked, his usual playful demeanor absent. 2 of the 300 wolf generals have perished, and 8 brothers from the outer wolf Fang have fallen, reported Wolf General Li Huan somberly beside him. The Tianyue wolf clan system consists of the Wolf King, Xiang Chen, and 56 wolf commanders. The remaining 300 wolf generals are all members of the wolf Fang. Clenching his fists, Xiang Chen spoke solemnly. "Locate the bodies of our fallen brothers and gather all the remains of our classmates for a collective burial." "Understood." The group responded immediately, springing into action. Xiang Chen, silent, approached a charred corpse nearby, with Tingqing following quietly to assist in the grim task. The bodies of the Night Palace Lord and Director Dongfang were untraceable, with only 2 damaged magical artifacts found amidst the ruins. Director Lu Ming knelt on the ground, gazing at 2 shattered, melting orbs that had once been radiant jewels. Holding in his hands the remnants of energy-depleted true elixirs, tears streaming down his face in silent mourning. "In life, we were not bound. In death, we are intertwined." Lamenting the beauty that pays tribute to heroes. The process of collecting the remains took 2 hours, ultimately uncovering 56,300 bodies. The death toll was far greater, as many remains could not be found. In total, under the oppressive rule, over 100,000 students from the abandoned palace had perished. The following morning, the sky remained overcast. A chilling northern wind swept through, akin to a knife scraping against the bones, stirring the withered, charred leaves. Snowflakes began to fall, thick and heavy, blanketing the ruined earth. Wooden towers were erected in layers from timber, reaching 100 meters high, each level adorned with numerous damaged, charred bodies. At the pinnacle rested 2 fused crystals, representing the palace lord and director Dongfang. "Ah, aunt!" cried Dongfang Yuan and Sanxing, 2 burly men, overcome with grief as they knelt. Director Lu Ming, Xiang Chen, Director Baiming, and the southern director held torches, gazing at the immense cremation tower in remembrance and mourning. Over 1,000 students formed rows, donning white cloths, heads bowed in sorrow, the atmosphere thick with grief as they softly sang. "Amidst the wild, the vines entangle, in losing kin, who will share solitude? Amidst the thorns, the vines entangle, in losing brothers, who will find rest? The pillows are bright, the quilts are tattered, in losing beauty, who will greet dawn?" On summer days and winter nights, a century hence, return to their abode. The heavens are vast, and the earth is boundless. The white snow ushers souls back to the underworld. The mournful chants of thousands reverberate across the 600 miles of the Academy, resonating with the murky white expanse. If fortune ever favors me, I shall ensure that clarity reigns over the cosmos. Chapter 871. Each pursues their own path, a fire ignites, and all souls are laid to rest together. After the blaze, the remnants are gathered, and solemn tombs are erected in remembrance. What are your plans moving forward, esteemed directors? Inquired Xiang Chen, addressing several of the academicians. After more than 80 years of teaching at the Academy, my old companions and I have reached a point of retirement. I intend to return to the Beiming clan, sighed the Beiming director with a heavy heart. The southern director nodded in agreement, expressing that remaining here holds little significance. Without justice for the Arid State Academy, this place is no longer safe. All of you should depart. I have chosen to stay behind. With so many present, we must light candles each year in remembrance. I will remain to guard the palace master and the others from the east, spoke Director Lu Ming, his voice laden with unresolved sorrow. The Beiming director and the others nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Many students turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen, one of whom spoke up. Xiang Shidi, what are your plans? May I accompany you? It was Yu Yi, whose injuries from the rankings had been healed with Xiang Chen's assistance. Xiang Shidi, we find ourselves without a destination. Do you have any suggestions? Several others echoed his sentiments, regarding him as their pillar of support in that moment. How many of you are willing to follow me? Xiang Chen asked the crowd. I am willing, one responded, for I have no place to go. I too am willing. Burdened with this stigma, I cannot return to my clan. We are willing as well. With Xiang Chen's inquiry, 700 or 800 individuals stood, expressing their intent to follow him. These were all disciples of the inner court, each possessing the strength of the Yuanyang realm or above. Hundreds more were left to make their own choices. To those who wish to accompany me, I will ensure your well-being. Those who choose to remain, do not return to the arid palace until justice is served. Let this painful experience be etched in your hearts. If any of you achieve great success in the future, do not forget that you were once students of the arid palace, Xiang Chen declared, his gaze profound. Rest assured, Xiang Shidi, we will not forget this grievance. Should fortune favor us, we shall seek justice for the arid palace. The sentiments of anger and sorrow echoed within them. Very well, henceforth. As the mountains rise and waters flow, I hope we shall meet again. It is time for us to part. May your futures be bright. Xiang Chen clasped his hands in farewell to those who would not accompany him. Xiang Shidi, I wish you a splendid future. They all echoed in unison, bidding each other farewell as they gathered their belongings and ventured into the world beyond the arid palace. They were the seeds, destined to take root and flourish into towering trees one day. Director, we shall take our leave. Take care, Xiang Chen said to Director Lu Ming, bowing respectfully. Are you returning to the Lu family? Inquired Director Lu Ming. Xiang Chen shook his head. Not at the moment. I will reach out later. For now, I must first ensure the well-being of my fellow brothers. Dean Lu Ming nodded, his gaze turning solemn as he spoke. Xiang Chen, I have exhausted my potential. Should you find success in the future, please avenge the grievances of the abandoned palace. Xiang Chen replied resolutely. Rest assured, it is etched in my heart. Those perpetrators shall not escape justice. Dean Lu Ming said no more, turning to gaze silently at the expanse of graves. Xiang Chen offered a slight bow before departing, followed by others who silently bid farewell to Dean Lu Ming, leaving with him. The Qingzhou Academy is now disbanded, leaving only a field of graves and an elder guarding them. Xiang Chen led a considerable number of his classmates into the vast abandoned city, their figures soon vanishing from sight. He prepared to escort them to the ancient abandoned city. In the abandoned city, the Wanyao Pavilion had stabilized in strength. Aside from his own people, no one was aware of his connection with it. Lin Kai managed the Wanyao Pavilion competently, posing no issues. As for Elder Wang Yang, the news of his journey to the imperial capital remained uncertain to everyone. The ancient abandoned city, situated thousands of kilometers from the abandoned city, boasts a population exceeding 10 million, ranking among the second-tier cities of Huangzhou. The White Tiger Gang. This faction is now a household name in the underworld of the ancient abandoned city. Once a rising power, it now stands as the strongest force beneath the ancient family and the Heavenly Blade Sect. The headquarters of the White Tiger Gang is housed in a towering building of 70 to 80 meters, boasting a membership of over 10,000 and controlling numerous businesses across 4 districts. Master Xiao, have you reached a decision? Aligning with my ancient family will secure you stable and sustained growth. Otherwise, with your current resources, you can only earn a quick profit for a few years, and you will not be able to stand firm for long. In the hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, exuding an air of arrogance, spoke as he blew the surface of his tea, casting his gaze towards a handsome middle-aged man clad in white. Xiao Bai, the leader of the White Tiger Gang. Presently, Xiao Bai exuded a calm, yet formidable aura, his cultivation having reached the 6th level of the Soul Moon. Elder Gutong, what do you think? Aligning is feasible, but could the cut for the White Tiger Gang be reduced? The ancient family demands 50%, and our nearly 20,000 brothers rely on that sum to make ends meet. Xiao Bai engaged in a dispute over the allocation of benefits. 50% is already generous. Letting your men eat a little less is inconsequential. They will not starve, will they? Elder Gutong scoffed. Xiao Bai's expression darkened slightly as he replied, very well. 50% it is. We accept. Only then did Elder Gutong reveal a smile, stating, this is more like it. With the ancient family backing you, you will be able to stand firm in the long run. Treat your allies well, and you shall reap the rewards. I shall take my leave and report to the family head. Elder Gutong rose, waved his sleeve, and departed. We bid farewell to Elder Gutong. Xiao Bai slightly bowed, watching him leave. After his departure, Xiao Bai slammed his palm on the table in frustration. How outrageous. The territory that my brothers fought hard to secure, and he demands 50% outright. Infuriating. Xiao Bai, hailing from a military background, has exhibited remarkable restraint in the face of the other party's arrogant demeanor. Allow them their moment of triumph. Within a fortnight, they shall face their own discomfort. Beside him, Murong Tianhua remarked that once the affairs of the Wan Yao Pavilion stabilized, he would come here to offer his counsel. Xiao Bai nodded, exhaling a deep breath of anger, his eyes glinting with menace. Since his transformation, his temperament had grown more domineering than before. What could possibly incite such ire in Uncle Xiao? Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the hall, and a remarkably handsome youth strode in, accompanied by a large entourage. Master, Xiao Bai exclaimed with delight, rushing forward to greet him. Haha, your subordinate pays respects to the master. It has been a long time. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Xiao Bai's earlier gloom dissipated completely. Chapter 872, Scheming in the Ancient Wilderness. Murong Tianhua also approached to pay his respects. Xiang Chen smiled and said, Uncle Bai, such fury. I take it the negotiations with the Gu family did not go well? Xiao Bai nodded and replied, these bloodsuckers dared to demand 50% of the profits. It is intolerable. Regardless, it's merely a temporary charade. No need to dwell on it. I have brought 800 brothers to support us. He gestured towards the large group behind him, revealing that they were all disciples of the academy. Murong Tianhua, recognizing some of them, expressed his surprise. Brother Tianhua, it has been a while. Those familiar with Murong Tianhua also clasped their fists in salute. President, what happened at the Academy of the Wilderness last night? We have yet to receive any news, Murong Tianhua inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. Xiang Chen sighed, his gaze growing cold as he replied, this tale is lengthy. The Academy of the Wilderness has been annihilated. These are my brothers who have sought refuge with me. What? Both Murong Tianhua and Xiao Bai were taken aback, their faces stricken with disbelief. The Academy of the Wilderness has been destroyed? Murong Tianhua's expression was one of incredulity. As Xiang Chen recounted the events, Murong Tianhua's shock deepened, and a flicker of anger crossed his features. He could hardly fathom that such a grave accusation was leveled against the Academy, leading to its obliteration overnight. Tianhua, please make arrangements for these brothers. For now, they shall stay with our White Tiger Gang. Select those of clean backgrounds to eventually integrate into the Wolf Clan. Xiang Chen communicated telepathically to Murong Tianhua. Understood. I will take these brothers down to settle them. While you converse with Uncle Xiao, Murong Tianhua nodded and then led the group away. Master, with such a severe accusation against the Academy, will it affect your safety if you remain in the wilderness? Xiao Bai expressed his concern for Xiang Chen's well-being. We shall not face any issues by departing from the Academy, Xiang Chen reassured him as he took a seat. From my analysis, the destruction of the Academy is merely a scapegoating tactic by the Empire. They are aware that the Academy did not conspire with the sea demons. Xiao Bai was astonished. Scapegoating? Why? Pouring himself a cup of tea, Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. The chaos wrought by the sea demons in the imperial capital has been too significant. The empire is unwilling to shoulder the blame for inadequate defenses. To quell the ensuing outrage, they require a scapegoat to execute, thus demonstrating their intent to retaliate against the sea demons. The desolate academy, once a place of renown, had fallen into disrepute and was regarded as lacking any significant value in the eyes of the imperial court. It served merely as a tool to placate the various factions and the populace's ire within the imperial capital, making it an optimal choice for their purposes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai was immediately enlightened, exclaiming in anger, "These are citizens and scholars of the Great Xia. Such actions by the Great Xia dynasty are utterly outrageous." Xiang Chen scoffed. In the eyes of the powerful, they inherently categorize people into ranks. The same applies to the provinces. In their view, the desolate province holds little worth. It is merely an academy, one that can be destroyed and rebuilt. Moreover, it serves as a convenient outlet for the frustrations of the populace from the other provinces. Why would they not seize such an opportunity? Xiao Bai fell silent, lamenting within himself. He lacked an understanding of politics, while he excelled in warfare. He was oblivious to the machinations of those in power. Throughout history, many valiant generals and loyal subjects had met their demise due to treachery and schemes. Now that he would no longer remain at the desolate academy, he could freely pursue his ambitions. This dynasty, this world, filled him with disdain. He yearned to overthrow it and establish his own dominion. Xiang Chen's gaze turned frosty as he spoke with audacious conviction. "I firmly believe that the young master shall prevail, and we shall stand by his side." Xiao Bai responded earnestly. "Indeed, I too have faith in my capabilities," Xiang Chen replied. As they conversed, Tianhua returned. "How did it go? Is everything settled?" Xiang Chen inquired. Morong Tianhua nodded. "Everything is arranged. Since they have just joined us, there is no rush to assign them tasks. I have instructed Jin Bai's people to investigate their backgrounds and family ties. Should any conflicts arise, I will send them back." "Very well. Come, let us further strategize regarding the affairs of ancient desolate city." The three of them resumed their discussions on how to confront the Heavenly Blade sect and the Gu family. The following day, over 80 kilometers outside ancient desolate city, a lengthy convoy was transporting a substantial cargo. This caravan consisted of over 20 dragon horse-drawn carriages, laden with numerous precious goods, totaling several hundred tons. In this world, the spatial storage artifacts were not vast enough to accommodate such large quantities, necessitating the use of a convoy. Unlike Xiang Chen's Qinkuan ring, which could relocate a mountain or an individual effortlessly, the guards escorting the convoy numbered over 100, all clad in black garments, each bearing a formidable blade upon their backs, skilled swordsmen, all cultivators of at least the Yuanyang realm. Among the convoy, a large banner flew, emblazoned with a blood-red blade, indicative of the Heavenly Blade Sect. At the forefront of the procession rode a man in a blue martial robe, astride a unique beast covered in black scales, its tail resembling that of a fox. Luo Xian, a formidable figure of the Heavenly Blade Sect and one of its 4 grandmasters, was also the brother of the sect's leader. "Hurry up, we are nearing ancient desolate city. Once this cargo is delivered, I shall treat my brothers to a grand feast at the Flower Sky Pavilion." Luo Xian bellowed. Yes, over 100 Heavenly Blade Sect strongmen responded enthusiastically. The carriages rattled forward at a brisk pace, hurtling through a mountain gorge at approximately 70 kilometers per hour. As they traversed this treacherous terrain, Luo Xian employed his spiritual senses to scan for ambushes, ensuring no anomalies were detected within the several kilometers ahead. However, in the mountain gorge, figures concealed their presence, akin to tigers lying in wait before a hunt, their senses probing the surroundings as if merely inspecting stones. 300 wolf generals and their leader lay in ambush. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen, gripping a black longbow, leaned against the trunk of a grand tree, cloaked in a kaleidoscopic illusion, seamlessly blending into the environment. His arrows were aimed at Luo Xian, located several kilometers ahead in the enemy ranks. With a wind speed of 32, a northwest breeze, and the enemy moving at 73 kilometers per hour, the young man's senses acutely perceived the world around him, his gaze locked in. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow transformed into a streak of lethal brilliance, shooting forth with breathtaking speed. Luo Xian, hearing a deafening sound by his ear, paled in shock, realizing he had no time to evade. Thud! The arrow struck true, piercing his thigh and continuing through to the creature beneath him. Both man and beast hit by the same shot. Roar. The beast collapsed, while Luo Xian clutched his thigh, bellowing in rage. There was an ambush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a flurry of arrows, executed with astonishing precision, rained down upon them, with hundreds of disciples from the Heavenly Blade Sect all struck by arrows. However, the injuries were not fatal, seemingly a deliberate choice by Xiang Chen's men. Enemies were present. This was dire. They had been ambushed. Amidst the gorge, cries of agony echoed as hundreds fell to the ground, pierced by arrows. At this moment, Xiang Chen and his companions, shrouded in veils that could obscure their spiritual senses, leaped down from the gorge. Who are you? How dare you attack our Heavenly Blade Sect? Luo Xian roared, struggling to rise as he watched the approaching figures. The leader, bearing a heavy sword and gripping a great bow, advanced step by step. 3. Xiang Chen intoned. 2. Kill. Luo Xian shouted, enduring his pain as he swung his weapon toward Xiang Chen. Unflinching, Xiang Chen met the descending blade with unwavering resolve. As the blade neared, enveloping him in its ominous aura, he coldly declared, 1. Fall. Luo Xian's legs buckled, and he collapsed before Xiang Chen, feeling utterly drained, soon engulfed by an overwhelming fatigue. His vision darkened, Xiang Chen's figure blurred, and then he knew nothing more. The others likewise succumbed, collapsing to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. None were left behind. Everything else was taken. After delivering his orders, Xiang Chen approached the lead horse. Meanwhile, his comrades began to gather the spoils. Seizing all the goods and escorting the captives away, Xiang Chen regarded the foremost steed, releasing the formidable pressure of the celestial wolf bloodline, causing the horse to tremble in fear, paralyzed with trepidation. This was the lead horse, the chief of the caravan, seasoned and knowledgeable, capable of navigating vast distances. Xiang Chen reached out to stroke the horse's elongated face, saying, "Little steed, do you dare to move?" In the language of beasts, he communicated with the horse, then lowered his veil, revealing the visage of Gu Tong. If someone inquires as to who orchestrated the theft, simply state, it was the Gu family. Do you dare disregard my words? Do you understand the consequences? Xiang Chen revealed his menacing fangs, threatening the unfortunate horse. The horse, anthropomorphically nodding in fear, gazed up at Xiang Chen, questioning whether he was a demon. Good horse, Xiang Chen murmured, patting its neck before casting a spell to control the beasts and subsequently turning to depart. As Xiang Chen and his companions absconded with captives and cargo, they vanished into the ravine. The lead horse let out a long whinny, followed by a herd of horses pulling the empty cart. Their speed greatly enhanced now that they were unburdened by several hundred tons of goods. The hall of the Heavenly Blade Sect. This grand estate spanned thousands of square meters, surrounded by courtyards. Within the hall, a gathering of individuals convened to deliberate. Xiao Gangzhu, are you truly willing to ally with us? The leader of the Heavenly Blade Sect, Luo Su, was a robust middle-aged man with an imposing physique, a bald head, and a scarred face, an embodiment of terror for children. To his left in the guest seat sat a man clad in white, Xiaobai. Indeed, Leader Luo, the Gu family has been excessively oppressive, coercing us into submission and exploiting us so ruthlessly. Look at this contract, demanding 50% profit. Does this allow for the survival of my fellow brothers in the White Tiger Gang? Hearing of your righteous reputation, I would rather pledge my loyalty to you, offering 40% profit instead. Xiaobai's face was a portrait of indignation as he presented the contract obtained from the Gu family. Leader Luo instructed someone to inspect the document, confirming it was indeed a contract from the Gu family, though it bore no signature. The Gu family is indeed merciless. However, if you are genuine in your allegiance, the Heavenly Blade Sect can accept you. Leader Luo remarked with a smile at Xiaobai, as if fortune had smiled upon them. While the White Tiger Gang claimed to be the third force in the ancient wasteland, they lacked a master and were consequently not a rival to the Heavenly Blade Sect. Nonetheless, the White Tiger Gang's strength should not be underestimated. Thank you, Leader Luo. If you remain unconcerned, we can formalize the contract tonight, Xiaobai proposed. However, given our new allegiance to the Heavenly Blade Sect, the Gu family may retaliate against us. I hope Leader Luo can ensure our safety. Leader Luo laughed heartily, declaring, once you ally with us, what is there to fear from the Gu family? Should they dare to trouble you, I shall personally address the matter. Thank you, thank you. With your assurance, we feel at ease, Xiaobai said, rising and clasping his fists in gratitude. With Xiao Gangzhu's inclusion, the Heavenly Blade Sect is indeed bolstered. Leader, It would not be impossible to consume the Gu family, remarked one of the 3 elder masters in black robes. Leader Luo shook his head, stating, the Gu family has stood firm for many years, possessing extensive connections. We must tread carefully. If they do not provoke us, we shall not interfere with them. Suddenly, a flustered figure burst into the hall, kneeling on one knee. What is the matter that you are in such a rush? Leader Luo furrowed his brow and demanded. Report. Leader, esteemed elders, our horse caravan has returned, but both the personnel and the cargo are completely missing, the messenger stammered in panic. What? Leader Luo's expression changed drastically as he sprang to his feet, prompting the 2 other elders in the hall to rise as well. What did you say? The cargo and personnel are gone. What has happened to my brother? As Luo Su pressed forward, he seized the man by the throat, demanding answers. It's all gone. You'll see for yourself, the man stammered in panic. Curse it, let us go. Luo Min Master abandoned him and dashed outside, with Xiao Bai closely following. Indeed, at the entrance of Tian Dao Men, there was nothing but a group of horses pulling empty carts and a throng of Tian Dao Men members gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. The master has arrived. A cry arose from the crowd as many Tian Dao Men hastily parted to create a path. Luo Su, along with 2 other elders, rushed over, their expressions darkening upon seeing the vacant carts, surrounded only by horses. Where are the people? Where is the cargo? Where's my brother? Luo Min Master thundered at those present, yet no one dared to respond, each bowing their head in silence. The dragon steed remains. Perhaps we can glean something from it. Where's the horse trainer? One elder inquired sharply. Elder, I am here. A Tian Dao Men member squeezed through from the crowd. Inquire of the dragon steed regarding what transpired. Luo Min Master instructed with a stern countenance. Understood. The horse trainer promptly approached the steed, engaging in a simple exchange. Managing to decipher some of its expressions, after a brief moment, he returned to report. Master, the lead horse stated that the Gu family ambushed the convoy, capturing the people and seizing the goods. The Gu family. How dare they? Luo Min Master seethed. Are they attempting to provoke us into conflict? How audacious. The surrounding members of Tian Dao Men echoed their outrage. The 2 elders exchanged incredulous glances. Why would the Gu family suddenly resort to such actions? Did the lead horse truly say that? Luo Min Master questioned darkly. The horse trainer respectfully replied, Master, that is the essence of what the lead horse conveyed. I would not dare to misrepresent its words. This situation with the Gu family seems off, Elder Wu Qi remarked, frowning. We have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why would they suddenly strike against us? Indeed, it is rather suspicious, Elder Lu Bai concurred. At that moment, Xiao Bai interjected. The Gu family may be eager to recruit our White Tiger gang. Do they have ulterior motives? His words instantly heightened the alertness of Luo Min Master and the others. Luo Min Master's expression darkened further. If the Gu family seeks to instigate a conflict to elevate their own standing, it is plausible. However, we must also consider the possibility of others plotting against us. He is not foolish enough to jump to conclusions based solely on the lead horse's account. Indeed, we must entertain such possibilities. The other 2 elders nodded, casting a glance at Xiao Bai, harboring a hint of skepticism. Xiao Bai proposed, Master. Since we have resolved to ally, allow me to investigate this matter. After all, the Gu family is still unaware of our allegiance. I shall dispatch my people to inquire within the Gu family. Luo Min Master regarded him thoughtfully and replied, Your intentions are commendable, Xiao Gang Master. Luo Dan, accompany Xiao Gang Master and look into this matter. If it indeed is the Gu family's doing, we must act swiftly to uncover the whereabouts of my brother. As you command, Master. A man stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself beside Xiao Bai, effectively becoming an informant. Time is of the essence. I shall make arrangements immediately. Master, await my news. Xiao Bai clasped his hands in salute, preparing to take his leave. Very well, I shall trouble you, Master Xiao. The Lord of the Luo Sect nodded. Xiao Bai took his leave, while the Lord of the Luo Sect gazed at his departing figure, a slight frown creasing his brow. The troubles befalling his brethren left his heart in turmoil. Master, do you think this Xiao Bai could be a problem? Elder Wu Qi inquired skeptically. It is indeed suspicious that such issues arose upon his arrival. Elder Lu Bai added. It's hard to say. I have sent Luo Dan to keep an eye on him. We should also have our own informants conduct thorough investigations. Recently, I've advised all our brothers to exercise caution, the Lord of the Luo Sect replied coldly. At the Gu family, within a warehouse, a mouse emerged from a hidden hole, transforming into human form. It proceeded to unload all the goods from the Qingzhou ring into the warehouse before quietly departing. That night, Xiao Bai organized a group and personally led them to investigate the Gu family, with Luo Dan accompanying him. After examining several warehouses, they discovered a shipment belonging to the Heavenly Blade Sect in one of them. With a bountiful harvest, Xiao Bai and Luo Dan returned that night to report to the Lord of the Luo Sect. With a resounding bang, the Lord of the Luo Sect slammed his palm on the table and rose in fury. Damn it, it truly is the Gu family's people. His eyes burned with rage, brimming with murderous intent. The evidence of the investigation lay bare before him, leaving no room for doubt. Elder Wu Qi's expression darkened as he remarked, "It seems that the Gu family, having remained dormant for years, can no longer contain themselves. With Elder Luo Xin captured, we are already at a disadvantage. Gu family, how dare you lay hands on my brethren? Prepare for my vengeance." The Lord of the Luo Sect growled, his face twisted in a grimace. "Immediately summon all sect members and ready the weapons. I plan to launch a surprise attack on the Gu family tonight." "Master, that is unwise. Now is not the time to act," Xiao Bai interjected urgently. "If not now, then when? Should we wait until the Gu family has assembled their forces to strike?" The Lord of the Luo Sect shot him a cold glance. "I suspect this is a conspiracy," Xiao Bai urged. The others looked at him in astonishment, with Elder Lu Bai asking, "What do you mean, Master Xiao?" "Our covert investigation today revealed that the enemy's defenses were not stringent. Could they have deliberately allowed the Heavenly Blade Sect to investigate? If that is the case, as you prepare to attack the Gu family, they may have already laid a trap for us. Consider the consequences," Xiao Bai analyzed thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions shifted, a chill creeping down their spines. Indeed, if the adversary was luring them into an ambush, the Heavenly Blade Sect would suffer a significant setback. "Master, what Xiao Bai says is quite reasonable," Elder Wu Qi remarked. "This is highly likely a trap set by the enemy." The Lord of the Luo Sect's gaze flickered, and he regarded Xiao Bai with renewed appreciation, his tone softening as he replied, "Brother Xiao, your analysis holds considerable merit. Should this be a trap, we would be in grave peril. Master, I believe we should deliberate carefully. I have a plan that could even turn the tables on the Gu family. Would you be willing to consider it?" Xiao Bai proposed. "Oh, what is your plan?" the Lord of the Luo Sect inquired. Xiao Bai remarked, "The Gu family remains unaware of my intention to ally with the Heavenly Blade Sect. Tomorrow, I shall orchestrate a gathering, inviting several key figures from the Gu family to discuss matters of allegiance. They will undoubtedly respond to the invitation. At that moment, our own people will have set up an ambush in the tavern, allowing us to capture the Gu family's high-ranking members effortlessly." This idea instantly illuminated the faces of those present. "Ah, splendid notion. Truly a brilliant strategy from a burgeoning faction." Luo, the leader, laughed heartily, recognizing the wisdom in Xiao Bai's plan. "Indeed, with this approach, we can ensnare the upper echelon of the Gu family, effectively conquering them without a fight," Elder Wu concurred. "I find no fault in this," Elder Lu added, nodding in agreement. "Then it is settled. Tomorrow, at the newly opened Red Dust Tavern, I shall extend the invitations. And you, leader, will secure the venue and arrange for our personnel," Xiao Bai declared with a smile. "Feasible. Should this scheme succeed in dismantling the Gu family, you, Xiao Bai, shall become the fourth elder of our Heavenly Blade Sect." Luo patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder, entrusting him with this significant responsibility to win their allegiance. "Thank you, leader," Xiao Bai responded, his face alight with surprise. Internally, he sneered, luring his prey further into the trap. At this moment, he could not help but admire the strategic prowess of the former prince, Morong Tianhua, whose plan to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf had long been devised. Upon returning, Luo Dan kept a close watch on him, and indeed, Xiao Bai had penned an invitation to the Gu family, inviting the head of the family and the four elders to a banquet at the Red Dust Tavern to discuss the specifics of the White Tiger Gang's allegiance. After receiving the invitation, the Gu family promptly responded in the affirmative, oblivious to the dark, invisible hands that were orchestrating their downfall. The following day, precisely at midday, during the lunch hour, the Red Dust Tavern, a recently opened establishment in the ancient wilderness city, already boasting considerable renown, was entirely booked. At that moment, several carriages, crafted from a blend of gold and mysterious iron, slowly arrived before the Red Dust Tavern, escorted by a group of guards. 5 figures disembarked from the carriages. The foremost among them was a composed, middle-aged man with a distinguished demeanor and hair tied in a crown, clad in a light blue robe, Gu Hai, the head of the Gu family, a formidable presence at the 5th level of the Lingxiao realm, among the elite of the ancient wilderness city. Following him were the 4 elders of the Gu family, Gu Tong, Gu Lu, Gu Chuan, and Gu Feng, all masters of the Lingxiao level. Is this indeed the newly opened Red Dust Tavern? Gu Hai inquired, gazing upon the grand, traditional architecture. Indeed, head. It is said that there is a dish here called Fortune Hall Locust, which has been lauded as a culinary delight in the wasteland and is particularly favored by the noble lord. Elder Gu Tong replied with a smile. It appears Xiao Bai is quite adept at organizing matters. I had intended to visit this tavern to sample its fare. Gu Hai chuckled, eager to discover what dish the noble lord so cherished. Recently, there have been whispers of turmoil in the desolate regions, where the Shuigong of Huangzhou has been obliterated due to collusion with sea demons. Moreover, an extraordinary recluse from the Huang Palace has emerged, and a noble has lost an arm in the chaos. Truly, the world is in disarray. Yet, in our small town, life remains serene, as if the sky could fall without affecting us. A group of individuals engaged in conversation as they entered a tavern. Master Gu Hai and esteemed elders, we have been awaiting your arrival. Xiao Bai greeted them with respect. At that moment, Xiao Bai hurried to welcome them. Haha, there is no need for such formality. Leader Xiao, from this day forth, we shall be as one family. Master Gu Hai replied with a smile, returning the gesture. Indeed, esteemed elders, please come in. The banquet has been prepared. Xiao Bai invited them with a grin, guiding them inside. Upon entering the grand hall, they found it sparsely populated, save for a lavish banquet laid out before them. As the hosts and guests took their seats, Xiao Bai summoned the attendants to serve the dishes. However, unbeknownst to them, hundreds lay in ambush within the tavern's rooms. Inside, the leader of the Tiandao sect, Luo Su, along with 2 other elders, peered through the gaps in the window and spotted Gu Hai and his entourage entering. The archers were poised, their fine bows ready to unleash their arrows at any moment. Surrounding the Tiandao sect members were several from the White Tiger gang. Xiao Bai and his companions engaged in light-hearted conversation, raising their cups and toasts, savoring the exquisite delicacies that elicited murmurs of delight. It is time, attack. Luo, the sect leader, commanded coldly, preparing to give the signal to shoot. Yet, when the order was issued, silence prevailed. What is the delay? Why have the arrows not been released? Luo bellowed at those beside him. Suddenly, a dagger pierced his back, and with a sickening sound, the blade punctured his flesh. A chorus of low, anguished cries erupted as the White Tiger gang turned on the members of the Tiandao sect. Each one stabbed from behind. You. Luo's face paled in shock and rage as he turned to the youth who had just thrust the dagger into him and then retreated a couple of steps. Wu Qi and Lu Bai met the same fate, each receiving a dagger blow from behind. Within the room, the 60-odd members of the Tiandao sect were all ambushed, each stabbed in the lower back. Crumpling to the ground, they writhed in agony, unable to utter a word, their eyes wide with disbelief at the betrayal. Luo, allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen gazed down at Luo, who was slumped against the wall, clutching his wounded side. This is a conspiracy, Luo rasped, his eyes burning with fury. Correct, Xiang Chen replied with a calm smile, surveying the fallen members of the Tiandao sect. Blood pooling around them. It appears we have accomplished our objective. Luo's lips moved soundlessly, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of betrayal and weakness. Xiang Ergo poisoned all their blades with a potent toxin, rendering them powerless. How else could a master warrior be so easily subdued? Xiang Chen pushed open the door and looked downstairs, where he beheld Gu Hai and the other 4 esteemed masters, all unconscious upon the table. The food had been poisoned. They were utterly incapacitated. The guards brought in were met with a circle of people on the upper floor, their faces pale with fear as they raised their hands under the threat of bows and drawn swords. Haha, young master, Tianhua has devised an excellent strategy. The Heavenly Blade sect and the Gu family have been captured all at once. Xiao Bai laughed heartily, giving Tianhua, who stood beside Xiang Chen, a thumbs up. It's all thanks to our collective effort. I cannot take sole credit, Tianhua replied with a smile, shaking his head. Haha, everyone played their part. Xiao Shu, bring all 5 of them to my room. Understood, bring them up. The 5 unconscious masters of the Gu family were carried upstairs. Once in the room, they were unceremoniously tossed onto the floor. Meanwhile, The poisoned yet conscious leader of the Heavenly Blade Sect, Luo Su, and others watched in shock. You? Who exactly are you? Luo Mengzhu weakly inquired of the unfamiliar young man before him. Young master, please have a seat. A white tiger guard brought over a chair. Xiang Chen sat down comfortably, crossing his legs and folding his hands over his abdomen as he gazed at Luo Su. I am Xiang Chen, the mastermind behind this scheme. The true master behind the White Tiger Gang. This marks our first meeting, Luo Mengzhu. The youth wore a warm smile, exuding an air of a sunny neighbor boy, entirely unassuming despite being the orchestrator of this deadly trap. Luo Mengzhu pondered the name, as if it rang a bell. The foremost genius of the Xiahou Academy. The youngest elder of the Lu family from the desolate capital. I presume you are aware of this? Xiang Chen prompted. Luo Mengzhu's eyes widened in shock. It's you. The #1 talent of the desolate state, Xiang Chen. That name has become quite renowned in the desolate region, which has not seen a Xiahou prodigy in years. Indeed, it is I. Let us speak plainly. You now stand before two paths, to become mere corpses in the moat or to pledge your allegiance to me and serve my cause, Xiang Chen stated directly. Luo Mengzhu's expression darkened. My brother and the goods he was escorting were taken by you. Where is he? I demand to see him. That is, of course, no problem. Bring him over. Xiang Chen snapped his fingers, and the door to the room opened to reveal Luo Xian, bound and gagged. Brother, Luo Su attempted to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. Let us be swift about this. Make your choice, Xiang Chen declared, rising and lightly tracing a knife across Luo Xian's face, drawing a small line of blood. You've calculated well. Our Heavenly Blade Sect has fallen. We are willing to recognize you as our Lord. Chapter 876. A choice presented. Luo Su's life was now in the hands of Xiang Chen, and with his brother's fate resting on the line, he dared not resist, though his heart simmered with resentment. Haha, you are a straightforward man, but I must add a little more, Xiang Chen said as he approached Luo Mengzhu, placing a hand atop his head. Ah! Luo Mengzhu cried out in agony. From Xiang Chen's palm erupted a powerful force of absorption, forcibly extracting strands of ethereal blue soul energy from Luo Mengzhu's head. Luo Xian, witnessing this, thrashed about desperately, trying to save his elder brother. Rest assured, like you, I have no intention of taking his life, Xiang Chen stated with indifference. Amidst the anguished cries of the lord of the Luo sect, strands of soul power were drawn into Xiang Chen's palm, surging into his being. Within him, the true essence of rebirth circulated, intertwining with his own soul power, coalescing into tadpole-like sigils that melded with the soul power of Luo Su. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and exhaled, a beam of azure golden light descending into his palm. It was a semi-transparent creature, resembling a plump and adorable insect, rolling about in Xiang Chen's hand. This little treasure is known as the soul-controlling goo. Xiang Chen prodded the insect nestled in his palm. After breaking through to the soul moon realm, he gained access to many profound goo arts. Do you know its purpose? Xiang Chen chuckled at the pale-faced Luo Su, who appeared as if he had endured a grave illness. This creature can merge with your soul moon, having no effect on you under normal circumstances. However, should you harbor thoughts of devouring your master, it will begin to gnaw at your soul, and with but a thought, I can cause it to explode, resulting in your soul being reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, Luo Su's complexion turned ashen, terror evident in his expression. Such malevolent and terrifying goo arts still exist in this world. Xiang Chen pressed down on the lord of the Luo sect's head, eliciting a scream as the soul-controlling goo forcibly integrated into his skull, merging within the sea of consciousness and soul moon. Very well. Tend to the lord of the Luo sect's injuries. Xiang Chen instructed a pharmacist from the Heavenly Dust Pavilion. The individual stepped forward to administer aid to the lord. Xiang Chen resumed his seat, remarking, I shall not exert effort to place goo on your other two elders. Your abilities should suffice to control them. However, should they dare to betray me, their fate will mirror yours, unable to seek life, nor escape death. I will torment your souls until their demise, and then consume them entirely. The lord of the Luo sect, along with Wu Qi and Lu Bai, turned pale at his words. Bring forth the members of the Gu family, Xiang Chen ordered. The 5 high-ranking members of the Gu family were brought before him, resembling defeated dogs. Xiang Chen proceeded to place Gu on Gu Hai, the head of the Gu family, and the Grand Elder, Wu Tong, among others. When these individuals were bound and awakened, they gazed around in shock and fury. They beheld the lord of the Luo sect, and others standing behind Xiang Chen like dutiful subordinates, their expressions grim. Surrounded by a throng of members from the White Tiger Gang. Luo Su, you dared to plot against me, and you, Xiao Bai, you actually betrayed me. You are all doomed. Gu Hai roared, his gaze fierce and menacing as he was bound. Hey, old man, understand your current predicament, and remember, I am the main character here. Your schemes are all orchestrated by me. Xiang Chen approached and patted Gu Hai's face. Gu Hai stared in astonishment at the handsome young man before him. Enough of the explanations. Let us commence with the soul-devouring package. Xiang Chen snapped his fingers, and Gu Hai let out a horrified scream. His entire being felt as though his head was on the verge of exploding. The agony within his soul moon akin to being torn apart by a swarm of ants. The soul within his soul moon was being devoured of its energy by the Gu insect. Gu Hai writhed in agony, shaking his head and striking the ground. Blood streaming from his eyes, a sight too harrowing to behold. Master of the house, you wretched creature, what have you done? The others erupted in anger, hurling accusations and shouts. What have I done? You shall soon discover for yourselves, Xiang Chen replied with a sinister smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Before they could react, each of them seemed to experience an explosion within their skulls, shrieking and rolling in torment, some even losing control of their bladders. Luo Min and the others felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of pain could induce such suffering? They gazed at Xiang Chen as if he were a demon. As they listened to the five masters wailing in anguish, one of them finally succumbed and pleaded for mercy. After a prolonged session of torment, Xiang Chen ceased his torture, realizing that if he continued, he would inadvertently kill them. The five lay on the ground, barely able to control themselves, exuding a foul stench, their faces ashen, drenched in sweat, their eyes reflecting a mix of numbness and fear. Ahem, may I now have the attention of the five masters? Xiang Chen inquired with a grin. As they regained their senses, they gazed at Xiang Chen in terror. I am Xiang Chen, the so-called mastermind behind the White Tiger Gang. The very hand that orchestrated your predicament. I have placed certain devices within your minds that can render your existence a living hell or extinguish your lives at my whim. In essence, your fates are now in my hands, not in the hands of destiny. Do you comprehend? The five stared wide-eyed at Xiang Chen, and after a moment, Gu Hai regained his composure and spoke gravely. Who are you, and why have you ensnared us? I am Xiang Chen, a rather unfortunate denizen of the Zhuzhou realm. Perhaps you have heard of me. If not, it matters not. What I seek is quite simple. I desire the ancient wasteland, which means I require your allegiance. Your lives are now under my control. In other words, you must make a choice. Submit to me or become mere corpses. I am not one to force others against their will. Thus I grant you the right to choose. Xiang Chen explained cheerfully, though his final words ignited a desire within the five to tear him apart. This was what one might call a choice. Faced with the abruptness of the situation, they exchanged glances, communicating silently. There's no need for silent communication. I can perceive your thoughts through the insects I have implanted. Do you wish to die for calling me a wretched creature? Let us be candid. Do you wish to live or perish? Xiang Chen stated impatiently, noting their mental exchanges. The five masters' expressions shifted in horror. He could sense their thoughts, leaving them with no secrets. Indeed, you truly have no secrets left, Xiang Chen sneered, articulating their unspoken thoughts. When he first encountered these insects, he had wondered if the eighth brother had placed one on him as well, for he seemed to know his every thought. However, he sensed none within himself, leading him to believe that the eighth brother had no need to ensnare him. Gu Hai, his face ashen and bitter, uttered, Is there even a choice to be made? We five wish to live. We choose to ally with young Master Xiang. The others, wearing pained expressions, nodded in agreement. None wished for death, especially considering the weight of their families upon their shoulders. If they were to perish, how would their kin survive in such a harsh environment? It is not merely a matter of whether Xiang Chen would eradicate them. The forces that have long oppressed them would undoubtedly tear their family apart. With greater power comes greater responsibility, and the burdens they bear are too heavy for them to sustain. Congratulations to all for making a wise choice. From now on, you may refer to me as the young master. In my absence, Xiao Bai's words are to be regarded as my own, understood? Xiang Chen addressed the group. Yes, young master, the others responded, adjusting their titles. Very well, release them. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Tiandao Sect, no more Gu clan, and no more White Tiger Gang. The three factions shall merge and henceforth be known as the Yanhuang Hall. I shall serve as the hall master. Murong Tianhua as the left deputy master, and Xiao Bai as the right deputy master of Yanhuang Hall. Xiang Chen looked at the assembly, issuing his appointments. Lo Xian, Luo Su, Wu Qi, Lu Bai, Gu Hai, Gu Tong, Gu Lu, Gu Chuan, Gu Feng. You 9 shall serve as the traveling stewards under the Yanhuang Hall. Understood. We pay our respects to the hall master. The crowd exchanged glances before bowing in unison. Thus, the Yanhuang Hall, a new force wholly belonging to Xiang Chen, was established. Thank you, hall master, for entrusting us with such significant responsibilities. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to Yanhuang Hall. Murong Tianhua and Xiao Bai declared, bowing deeply. Xiahou Wu, Xiang Chen said with a serious tone. Present. At this moment, Xiahou Wu ceased his playful demeanor. Xiahou Wu shall serve as the first hall master of the White Tiger War God Hall, with all White Tiger guards under his command. Thank you, hall master. Xiahou Wu bowed to receive his orders. The White Tiger guards possessed combat prowess that rivaled that of the Tianling forces. Yang Bin, Aduo Ya, Wang Ying, Tian Yu, Qianlan, Qing Ming, Shu Yi, Jin Bai, heed my command. Xiang Chen's gaze shifted to the others. We are here. The group bowed in acknowledgement. Yang Bin shall serve as the master of the Eastern Hall of the Tianlang Division. Aduo Ya shall be the master of the Western Hall. Wang Ying shall oversee the Northern Hall, and Tian Yu shall command the Southern Hall. Murong Tianhua will concurrently serve as the deputy master of the Tianlang General Hall, assisting in its management. Qingming, step forward to receive your appointment. Here, the poised Qingming stood tall. You shall be the master of the Third Hall, the Divine Chu Hall, overseeing the avian beasts under the Yanhuang Hall. Qingming accepted her role. Qianlan, Shu Yi Jinbai. We stand ready. The 3 responded. The faceless one, the mist demon Qianlan, and the rat demon Jinbai, step forward to receive your appointments. You 3 shall officially establish the Fangs and the Dark Web as 2 major halls. Qianlan, along with the absent man He, will manage the Fangs, while Jinbai and Shu Yi will oversee the Dark Web, constructing a global intelligence network. Thank you for the appointment, King. The 3 accepted their responsibilities. In the future, there will also be the Xuanwu Hall and the Shenlong Hall. However, with Gui Sihai and Long Yu absent, we shall postpone those appointments for now. The White Tiger, Tianling, Shinkong, Fangs, Dark Web, Xuanwu, and Shenlong are the primary forces of Yanhuang. As for the Tiandao and Gu clan members, they will continue to be managed by the traveling stewards, who shall answer directly to me and the left and right deputy masters. Understood. The assembly nodded, with Gu Hai and others secretly astonished at the strength of these halls. According to Xiang Chen's perspective, their people could hardly be considered formal members of Yanhuang. They merely constituted its subordinate forces. The guidelines and regulations of the Yanhuang Hall were to be redefined in accordance with the principles established by the Yanhuang Society. Xiang Chen turned his gaze toward Murong Tianhua, who nodded in affirmation. The Yanhuang Hall, this inaugural power belonging to Xiang Chen, was now officially established. Although the Wan Yao Pavilion was currently under his control, in Xiang Chen's heart, this force still belonged to his elder brother Chen Feng, and he intended to return it upon rescuing him in the future. The Great Chu Kingdom, while also considered his domain, was a realm founded by his father, and he could only regard himself as a part of it. Furthermore, the distant East Sea and the Shenyang family, where he served as a junior priest, granted him substantial authority and status, yet it was not a power that he could truly claim as his own. Only the Yanhuang Hall represented his genuine foundation, with its leadership comprised entirely of brothers who had struggled alongside him. With the establishment of the Yanhuang Hall, numerous details required collective deliberation and discussion. A lengthy meeting ensued, spanning over 2 hours, addressing internal organization and external expansion. The ancient city of Guhuang, beyond the official forces stationed there, had witnessed a transformation in its underground world, now completely under the dominion of a young man. The so-called righteous forces comprised a battalion stationed by the Huanghe Mansion, consisting of approximately 5,000 individuals, all at the Yuan Yang Middle Heaven level, rendering them the most formidable power. After the meeting concluded, Xiang Chen convened a private session with Xiao Bai and Tianhua. Tianhua was tasked with wooing the personnel from the 800 Academy to pledge allegiance to Xiang Chen, ensuring thorough investigation into their backgrounds before bringing them into the Tianlang Hall and bestowing upon them the gift of blood to transform them into demons. Once all arrangements were made, the others departed, leaving only Xiang Chen and Qing Cheng. Xiang Chen exhaled deeply, with this newfound strength. He was determined to support the Huangzhou Academy and avenge his mentors, including Xiao Zhan, the Night Palace Master, Director Dongfang, and numerous classmates. The Huanghou Mansion, the Qing Wang, the Yu Wang, and even the human emperor were all targets of his vengeance. Such a grave tragedy could not have occurred without the human emperor's consent, and the two Qing kings and Huang Ho dared not wield their blades without permission. Xiang Chen vowed not to overlook any fragment of this avalanche. "You must be exhausted," Qing Cheng softly remarked, approaching Xiang Chen's seat. With her fingers aglow, she gently massaged his temples. "Indeed," Xiang Chen replied, closing his eyes and leaning against her embrace, inhaling her fragrant scent and allowing his mind to relax. In the past, he had never imagined bearing the fates of so many. He had envisioned himself as a wandering hero, a solitary figure with a sword and a flask of wine, reveling in freedom. Yet, he had unexpectedly become the beacon of hope for so many. Qing Cheng smiled gently, "But Brother Xiang Chen, your commanding presence and ability to influence the world surpass that of any hero. Some are destined to roam alone, traversing the vastness as solitary wolves, while others are fated to impact countless destinies, always supported by a multitude behind them." Xiang Chen's hand wandered to Qing Cheng's graceful thigh, his demeanor turning playful as he chuckled. "So, my dear Qing Cheng, would you say that being a lone wolf hero is preferable? Or is it better to have a throng of supporters?" Xiu Qing deftly flicked away Xiang Chen's claws, asserting that an individual possesses their own nonchalance and solitude, while a collective experiences their own revelry and pressures. It remains to be seen which path Xiang Chen, a man of profound loyalty and grand aspirations, would choose. For he could never forsake the bonds with others. Once a pig advised me, urging me to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, to savor the exquisite delicacies from every corner, and to indulge in the finest wines, to revel in the company of celestial beauties. This is akin to a lamentation reminiscent of a pig's lament after its ears have been twisted 720 degrees.